Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Snap spot, kick by Gonzalez. It is good. Fly home safely. Atlanta wins 29-28.
And with that, we start the Friday edition of Sean and RJ Live. That is the voice and the return of Ralph James Choppy with 2 tea bags hanging out of his cup. I'm Sean Sharif. We got Peyton and Aiden running the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And we have a loaded show for you, as always, here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Welcome back.
Good to be back. That was a difficult Wednesday. Difficult. That throat was on fire. So I had to call in. I don't like to call in. I don't usually do that. But there was no way I was getting through yesterday's show. I needed about a good 11 to 12 hours of a sleep. And I got it.
Wow.
I took NyQuil, woke up in the middle of the night, took some more.
Double dose.
Dipped. A double dose of NyQuil, baby.
We should get RJ's doctor's visit photo up, Aiden. We can go ahead and send that to him, Pay. But what did the doctor say? You obviously don't have anything, I guess.
No, nothing crazy. They did a strep test. They said it's negative, but we're going to give you strep medicine anyway, just in case. Just in case it's too early, it's a false negative. If you get worse, start taking it. So I have it. I never took it.
And nothing like some crab legs to get you better.
Hell yeah. Sarah surprised me yesterday. She came home. She goes, I'm going to stop at Wild Fork. And I was like, really? She goes, yeah, there's one right here next to where she was on an account. And she goes, there's one right here. I'm going to go stop and we're going to get some crab legs for tonight. Like, hell yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so whatever it was 3 pounds, I think. It was four clusters of crab legs.
Okay.
4 or 5. And we had like 3 pounds of it and it was badass.
Nice.
Awesome.
Your hands smell clean.
I mean, I still got some on the fingernails, Payne, if you want a little taste here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
They're difficult to get off there. So some Wild Fork crab legs for your strep throat if you're feeling the same with the cold weathers in the Metroplex. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are feeling devastated. Did you turn the game off? It was a 14-point Tampa lead in the fourth quarter, and the Atlanta Falcons stormed back to win with Kirk Cousins 29-28 to drop Tampa to 500. The Falcons 5-9. Wow.
Dude, this is you can't lose a game when you're up in the fourth quarter by 14. You can't lose a game when after you get the ball back and you stop them from getting a 2-point conversion, you get the ball at the 40 with like 8 to go, and then you get a first down. All right, and then you can't lose a game when you get the ball back with like 3 minutes to go, still with a lead, and then you sit there like, I mean, I don't want to nitpick on the passing on second down. Like it was, the play was there. The play was there. Baker made a bad throw. You just can't lose that game.
And Baker said, this one is going to haunt me. It falls on my shoulders. It's not the defense's fault. It is my fault. I'm glad you got the call there. That was not Al Michaels, Peyton, because that was...
Oh, his game-winning call?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was disgraceful.
And it's inside and it's good.
And there's a large celebration taking place in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm like, dude, you're making RJ look great with the Alsomnia. What he's referring to, of course, is the NFC South, as the Panthers are now your division leaders with a record of 7-6, a minus 50-point differential on the season for the division leader. Everyone in the division is in the red in terms of the point differential. There is one other division with a negative point differential leader, and that is the AFC North, but Pittsburgh is only -3. Minus 50 for Carolina.
It's bad. That game is not one of those that you want to see on a standalone. Falcons Bucks. I have nothing for Falcons Bucks. Nothing. The NFC South just doesn't do anything for me. It doesn't, like, I just can't get up for these games. But for Tampa to lose this, you can't lose that football game.
First time they're having like all their receiving weapons together.
Yeah.
Mike Evans went off.
Yep.
Kept him on my fantasy bench. Great management by me.
And by the way, when he got taken out from underneath, how is that not a penalty? I thought they called that. I thought they started calling that a penalty when you started taking guys' legs out from under him. The defenseless receiver, like, he's totally defenseless there.
I don't know. It's hard for me to blame a defender for what he does in the bam moment, but there were Buccaneers teammates that took offense to it, and they were not happy with the Atlanta Falcon. And Todd Bowles, Now, Todd Bowles doesn't do this. Todd Bowles looks like a stuffed animal, a Toddy Ruxpin. And you want to hold him.
Oh, yeah.
You want to cuddle him.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't want to get near him last night in the post.
It's inexcusable. You don't make excuses. You gotta care enough where it hurts. You gotta care enough where the hurts. It gotta mean something to you. It's more than a job. It's your livelihood. How well do you know your job? How well can you do your job? Well, you can't sugarcoat that. It was inexcusable, and there's no answer for it. There's no excuse for it. That's what you tell them in the locker room. Look in the mirror.
Dang.
Yeah, I haven't heard somebody put the F word in the middle of inexcusable. I like it. We'll start using that one. You don't hear him ever do that.
Inexcusable.
You don't hear him ever do that. He is very calm. He has one speed. It's like it's a snail.
Yep.
Tortoise hair. He is the tortoise. He doesn't do this. And now maybe this is a guy that knows that like the season's slipping away, which if they don't make the playoffs, maybe he is gone. Because I feel like the people have been trying to fire him for 3 years, even though all he does is win the division in 10 games every year. But I still feel like they've been trying to get rid of him. And maybe he feels it. Maybe he knows this is coming because you can't lose that football game. Your defense decided to stop playing. I think the Bucs looked at it like, oh, everybody shut the game off. And the game's over.
Well, round one of your fantasy football playoffs may have started last night. Did anyone hang on to the hope that was Kyle Pitts coming out of the draft as the 4th overall selection? Aiden is making a face out there in the hallway. Bye-bye, Josh Clark, web guy. Your season is over because old Larry Flores, the Longhorn, not only had Kyle Pitts, also had Bijan.
Oh, no.
45 points from Pitts alone with the 3 touchdowns. Did you think the third one was a touchdown, Pepe?
I thought it was. Yeah, I mean, look, he's got 2 already. Might as well just give him the third one.
Oh, just give him.
Yeah, and this is the consolation bracket, by the way. These don't matter, Sean. This is in the playoff.
Oh.
So I know if Larry was playing someone actually in the playoffs, he'd be smoking them right now.
You know, my fault. I should not have acknowledged the scrubs and the irrelevant ones that do not matter. So, Josh Clark, Larry Flores, you got your 5 seconds of fame. Did you think the third one was a touchdown?
Think so. Yeah, I didn't have a major problem with it. Not, he had 1,000 yards his first year. Pitts. And then he went 350, 660, 600, and 800.
Wow.
Ugh.
Well, Bijan has gone viral. Very interested here to see what Peyton Russell decided to or not to edit, as Bijan was on the post game, and people think an apology will be coming from him soon.
It's cool to play with Kirk, man. Like, this man's a GOAT.
No, you had a play where they threw it to you in the Bijan. They threw it to you in the backfield. You made the first one miss, then leg 3 people. And then I said, oh, this boy threw up in the backyard.
Hey, I did. That's what we do.
The old game while we were growing up, smear the blank, and Bijan apparently grew up with it as well.
Yeah, we definitely did. It's not that game's not over, right? I need to ask my kids if they've played that, if that's still a game. I don't think it's still a game.
No,
I don't think they call it that anymore.
It hasn't been renamed to something else where you take the football and you run around and get tackled.
I think it's been renamed. Do
your kids know the word? Do they use it? I mean, I feel like...
Well, let's not go there too much. I wouldn't ask anything of the Choppy household of what's used.
That's true. No, I'm sure they do. They say some things that they shouldn't say. We have to check them on that. These kids nowadays, everything's on TikTok. 8-year-olds know what they shouldn't know.
An amazing comeback for the Atlanta Falcons as they stun Tampa at the Pirate Ship. The Stars streak is over.
Here's Boldy working down the wall against Ransom and centers, and they score! Marcus Johansson with a goal for the second consecutive game, and Minnesota has the lead for the first time tonight.
Wild TV with the audio. Matt Boldy had a goal and 2 assists, and the Minnesota Wild end the Stars' 11-game point streak with a 5-2 win. 2 empty netters, making this look more lopsided.
Maybe the worst game they've played. 5-on-5. Like they were just getting completely outmanned there. Especially like when Minnesota scored in the second to tie the game. I think at the time Minnesota had outshot the Stars like 24-9. And the Stars didn't have a shot for like the first 10 minutes. And you just can't have that. I mean, you're getting Otter's sitting here getting peppered, and he's making some great saves in the first period and a half. And they finally tie it. And as soon as that happened, you're like, all right, that's kind of the wheels are coming off here. And they were only able to, obviously get the other one goal in the third until you get to the empty netters, and that really makes it a lopsided game. But this was just not the defensive performance they were hoping to see.
Their first goal scored by Robo, 9:32 into the first period, was their first shot on goal for the game. Stars had
10 minutes, right?
They had only 9 shots through 2 periods, and the first one coming at the 9:32 mark. So that is the least amount of shots, Spittle points out, through 2 periods for them since January of 2024, and they got outshot for the game 32-18.
Ooh, it's brutal. I mean, it's tough to win. It's tough to win that game. It's tough for the goalie to be sitting there with the puck on his side of the ice for the entire time. I mean, that's just really, really difficult for a team to have to handle, for a goalie to have to handle.
So that ends the Stars' 11-game point streak. The Wild finish with 2 empty netters, as I said, and this is how good the Stars have been on the road. It's their first time not picking up road points since October 18th. October 18th. Wow. It's the first time the Wild have beaten the Stars during the regular season in over 4 years.
Yeah, they own them. They own it. Stars own Minnesota. They have. And then, this is like, all right, you're gonna play in the first round of the playoffs? Okay. We'll play in the first round of the playoffs. You don't beat us.
Gavin Spittle, Spits and Suds with your Stars content wherever you get your podcasts. Next up, back of the AAC tomorrow night against the 2-time Cup champions.
And they have struggled. The Panthers are not. These are not your older brother's Panthers right now. Now, they do have some injuries, but they're sitting there. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. They're 13th in the East. 13th. And they're in a tie.
Dying to get your University of Michigan thoughts.
Well, it couldn't happen to a better school. It couldn't happen to a worse school out there than the University of Michigan. The perennial 8-4 losers that they are. That's all they do. Hit it, Peyton. This is the song they used to play as the fourth quarter starts. Now, I don't think they will anymore after what happened here.
Well, they may be better off.
Yeah, because this song is about basically the same thing that old Sharon Moore just did. And that was, listen, he is, he fumbled a bag of $13 million. He fumbled a major bag. And, I mean, you couldn't do it in a more obvious way. Oh, she just happens to get a $30,000 raise? Just happens to get one? Her paycheck goes from $58,000 to $90,000?
Is that? I didn't know that.
Yeah, just happens to get a raise there for no performance bonuses. But now it's like...
And some people would say he had a $30 million bag.
Well, yeah, but they tried to... I guess there was an option where they could do a buyout of $13 million, but... he's sitting here making $6-7 million a year, and this is what brings you down. And for Michigan to know about this and let it play out through signing day, it's like, oh God, it's so dirty.
Which I asked Eric yesterday. I'm like, does that really matter anymore? Because kids can just still up in league, or is there a time period?
So
now, obviously, you want them signed, and then you're probably going to lose less of them after signing than if this news breaks before, but we're in the Wild West.
Because, some of the other schools, the money's already gone, right? They've spent their money on their signees, and they're getting up ready for transfer portal window, which opens up here just after the first of the year. But there's a wrinkle to the rule, I believe, where you have to wait until like 5 days after the new coach is hired or something like that. So they could all go in the portal, but I think they have to wait for a second.
There are insiders who said this was the dirtiest secret everybody knew in college football for about 2 years. Apparently, he fired her. Then she came forward with evidence of the affair. And then this according to the New York Post, reported to be suicidal and had a knife after he went to her apartment following the firing.
Yep.
Supposedly due in court today. And she was given that $90,000 salary with a 55% increase.
Yeah, it's like it's a story that you could not write. Like it's like a made for TV Lifetime movie story.
Yep.
And like this, the thing that's all going to get lost here, and everybody is losing
Sight.
perspective and sight of this, is that he had 3 kids at home. There's 3 kids. It's 2 weeks before Christmas. 3 kids, a wife. That's an awful spot for that family to be in.
Let's take you inside the Star as we prep you for the Cowboys and the Vikings. Brian Schottenheimer live at 8:20 today. Babe Laufenberg live at 9:20. Who else has the bigger guest list on the Show of Wales to get you ready for Sunday Night Football? Looks like CeeDee Lamb is good to go, and Jake Ferguson explains his struggles with the G-Bag Nation. Inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys next. But
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Sean and RJ back together again. Bobby Belt is still going to preview the Vikings at 7:20 this morning. Somehow, some way. And, of course, you will hear Bobby with his return on our pregame and postgame coverage Sunday as we get you set for Sunday Night Football.
Did he work on Wednesday?
Yep. Cowboys Club. Still going to get a little check for that.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I assume so. He better.
I mean, every time they had us fill in, it was like, yeah, just go ahead, go do it. No check.
No?
No, free meal.
Maybe he's viewing the free meal. I know his wife would view the free meal and drinks in lieu of the payment.
Sure. It's a good steak. Get a nice steak there.
It looks like CeeDee Lamb is going to be good to go. Sean and RJ back together again. Now, he's still in protocol, but the reporters are all saying he seems to be on track to play Sunday. He was a full participant in yesterday's practice. He has been wearing a Guardian cap over his helmet, said he would not wear one in a game because it is not comfortable.
Okay, so I've always wondered that, like, how heavy are those things? How annoying is it? Because you see players wear it. Is it Dobbs from Minnesota, from Green? Usually it's like the guys on the offensive, defensive lines that wear it. And you see some like safeties, but I haven't seen too many wideouts wear it. But Dobbs obviously does. If it's uncomfortable, it's uncomfortable. It's also not cool, and that matters.
Yeah.
Don't think that doesn't matter. That matters.
Oh yeah. Do they have it on the youth level, or are all the helmets already updated?
They're so for like our kids' school, they don't. None of the kids that I've seen wear them, but the helmets have to be like less than 2 years old in order to wear it. So they give you helmets from like the previous year. Like they give you the helmets.
But they have caps?
They don't have Guardian caps on them, no. No, but they're updated helmets. They're not like 15 years old.
No, but are there caps to wear that you could slide over the helmet?
No, I haven't seen any.
Jake Ferguson did not practice after being limited on Wednesday. He went on G-Bag, and he was like, I think I'm going to be good to go, but still day-to-day. He kept dropping day-to-day in there, which worried me a little bit. And Cowboy fans are worried about the ball security of Ferg. And Jerry Jones talked about it with us on Tuesday. And Brian Schottenheimer talked about turning the ball over. And guys that we expect to be better in that department cannot let us down. You remember the Ferguson fumble against the Lions and the amount of fumbles that he has had. He went on G-Bag yesterday and talked about his performance.
I give it an F every time. It's the doing too much, and it's the... You'll see, because I feel like I have it tucked away, and I'm really, as I'm going down, I'm sitting there, and, like, I'm trying to get extra, like, at the end of the day, like, I'm just putting 2 on it, and, like, I'm 250. Somebody will bounce off of me. And if not, the yards don't matter. It was 3rd and 20 anyway.
There you go. Like
that one's on me, 100%.
So that's Ferg. It's tough to stay mad at him, tough to get mad at him.
Yeah.
He's always going to take accountability. He's always going to own it, but all the coolness and the talking, it's got to actually happen. Matt Eberflus, when asked about blitzing early last week at Detroit and not as much later in the game, and Eberflus said, quote, "You call the game the way you see fit to win the game. Obviously, I could have done a better job. Certainly, I own that. I understand that." So that's a little bit of a depressing defensive quote coming from Eberflus. I put up a poll question. I already know RJ Choppy's answer because it may be a nominee for Worst Take at 9 a.m. with his NFC East prediction that I do hope comes true. Do you have more faith in the Cowboys winning out or the Eagles losing 2 more? They deflated the bunny, by the way.
Yeah, it doesn't, it didn't work. It didn't work. Ooh. Yeah, it's
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 to vote. More faith. Because the Eagles end up losing 2 and the Cowboys will drop one of these games when it was set up for them. That's just the Cowboy way.
It's exactly what's going to happen.
That things would play out. So my options were Cowboys win out, Eagles lose 2. That's more likely. Or forget it, them both. Both are happening. So we got about 800 votes on this at 105.3 SS.
I would like to be clear. I do not trust this Cowboys team at all. Like, you cannot trust them. If they were to lose to Minnesota, I'm not going to come in here surprised.
No.
Not going to be surprised in the least. It's exactly the kind of game they lose. I also think Philadelphia is a sinking ship. Philly's they're going to lose to Buffalo, and they'll lose another game. Now, the question is going to be is whether the Cowboys can do their part. And I think Philadelphia's part's that's pretty good. That's pretty set.
And Jaden Daniels is out for this upcoming week. What are they going to do with him the rest of the season? I think it makes the most sense to shut him down.
I think so, too.
So then you're going to have to rely on Marcus Mariota and hopefully Jackson Dart.
Who? Marcus did put up a good game against Denver. Good defense.
And Jackson Dart and the Giants already beat the Eagles.
Right.
Dart may be the one that we have to rely on, and I think he might be the greatest hope for me. I mean, I think he's got a little something. He's stupid. He's dumb. He's not going to be around the league for a long time.
He's a mimbo.
But I think he's the dangerous one.
Yeah, so they have Buffalo, Washington twice, and the Raiders. That's who the Eagles have.
No Giants?
No, we have the Giants.
Oh,
yeah, we have the Giants. We have the Giants.
I'm sorry, I'm stupid.
No, we have the Giants. But Dart, I mean, that plays into it too.
Yeah.
Right? It plays in our side of it.
Dang it. All right, so they got the Raiders, Buffalo, and Washington twice. All right, never mind. That's not
Marcus could still put up some points. I mean, like I said, he had a good game against Denver. Denver's a good defense. I could see. I think they're going to lose they're going to beat the Raiders. They'll beat the if they
Kenny Pickett. I'm not excited. I am happier that Kenny Pickett is starting to hopefully give some type of spark over Geno.
Yeah. That's true, but
not saying Kenny Pickett's good.
No,
but Geno is awful.
Geno has not been good this year at all. It's like it's one of the highest point spreads of the weekend. I think Jacksonville has the highest point spread of the weekend, but this is 11.5, I think.
What did we go over yesterday? That was 14. Oh, it's Seattle. It's Seattle versus Rivers.
Yes, that's
14. Right. Troy Aikman out there predicting that Phillip Rivers is going to play very well. Maybe it's just supporting the old dudes.
What is the like the baseline you think Rivers is going to give? Like, what is like a decent game? Like on a scale of 1 to 10, like a 4?
Like 4 is the ceiling.
As a ceiling?
Yeah.
Yeah, these people that think that he's going to go in there and just like light it up.
Do people think that?
I think there's some people who are like putting him. There are people putting him on his fantasy team this weekend.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Cam Newton is offended. Should he be?
Did Cam not see his last year?
My argument for Phillip over Cam is because of Cam's age, I need the better drop back passer.
Well, there's that, and also Phillip already knows this offense. Is he not running it? You said he was running it
in high school.
In high school, but he's still running the offense, which maybe some of the terminology is similar. But yeah, it's Cam can't be offended because it's like, is Cam offended because he's younger?
And probably thinks he's better right now.
Well, he's never been better than Phillip Rivers.
Well, Phillip's 44.
Yeah.
There is an age difference if you're the inferior player in quarterback to where you could have an argument that, Al Michaels is a broadcaster. He's Al Michaels, but
not anymore.
But if you're calling Tarleton games, you could be better.
Could be
right now.
Could be right now. Alsomnia.
The Tolos voted on the poll, and it's a pretty close one. Pepe, how would you vote? What's more likely, the Cowboys win out or the Eagles lose too?
I'm going to go with the Eagles lose too. I like what Eric and you had to say yesterday about not trusting the Eagles. It's like, because this is the thing, is this came up on my timeline on Twitter the other day, is the Eagles were in this almost exact situation 2 years ago. They were home favorites of 11.5 against the Cardinals. They lost that game outright. So I would say the Raiders are a much different team than that Cardinals team. The Raiders are crap right now, but I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna think this Eagles team can win more than 2 games. Now the Cowboys are gonna come down to the Chargers game, really. I think. I mean, I have them winning 3 out of the 4, and then maybe the Chargers game they fall to.
39.8% have voted for the Eagles losing 2. That's more likely. 36% Cowboys winning out, and 24% saying that both are going to happen. So it's a pretty tight race so far at 105.3 SS on Twitter. Speaking of Philadelphia, I think you and Bobby played this guy for some epic Spy on Filthy audio after they lost to the Chargers. This is Joe Giglio on WIP. Sports Center plate. You know, we have our fan cam. Yeah. They took the WIP fan cam to give this guy his 10 seconds of glory.
If I'm the Eagles, I would start Jalen Hurts on Sunday against the Las Vegas Raiders. He's the quarterback on Sunday. You used the word yesterday, earned. I do think he's earned the right to start the game on Sunday. He's been the quarterback here for years. They've won a lot. He had a horrific game. He's off a bad month. But yeah, he gets to start the game on Sunday. But that's the end of where I go with earn, deserve, and all those kind of words. As this season progresses, it is on the table for me that I would pull the plug. If he keeps playing the way he has the last month, and let's be clear, over the last 5 games, this is a bottom 5 quarterback in the NFL. That's the way he's playing compared to all the other quarterbacks. So if he doesn't pick it up and the offense continues to struggle and he looks like he did on Monday, I have to pull the plug.
ESPN aired him in the studio giving that take. And all the fellow Philadelphia media members are turning on this dude. They're being like, you're an attention whore. You got what you wanted. Your little hot take, your little first take strategy that you employed worked. You got on TV. You're a national clip now. How freaking stupid is that?
Like, there is...
What a dumbass.
It is such a... They're so ungrateful. The guy won the Super Bowl MVP. He had a great Super Bowl. He had a really good Super Bowl in a losing effort a couple of years ago. What are we doing here?
Name me one of the Eagles' backup quarterbacks. We know it's not Kenny Pickett anymore.
Tanner McKee.
Good job. How did you know that?
I don't know. I think I saw the roster not too long ago.
Tanner McKee and then Sam Howell is the third. So you want to turn things over, Giglio. You want to turn things over to Tanner McKee down the stretch to try to defend your championship.
That's it. There you go. Never thrown a pass in the NFL.
He's earned one more week.
Never thrown a pass this year in the league.
He's earned one more.
He's earned another one. He's earned a start against the Raiders. How gracious of you that he has earned a start against the Las Vegas Raiders.
Inside the Star, Bobby will preview the Vikings at 7:20. We have a final ticket giveaway.
We do. 720 Expressway.
Baby. Matt Rife tickets in the 720 Expressway will make the official Minnesota picks at 8 o'clock. Brian Schottenheimer and Babe Laufenberg on the Friday edition. What does RJ Choppy think of the Corey Seager trade report that ended our show yesterday? Some Diamond Caps from the winter meetings on the home of the Rangers is next. But let me go.
Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Hey, how can you not be romantic about the winter meetings actually doing something? They finally did something. We've been asking. We've asked. We've demanded for 15 years, ever since we were there. Ever since we were there when, I guess we were the bad luck because Josh and CJ signed with the Angels when we were there. And then Albert, all in the same year, right? Oh. That was a great winter meetings. A lot of stuff went on.
It's like what's happening to the Mets right now.
Oh, baby.
What a melt. What a Met down.
What a Met down. They're realizing what the Angels realized a long time ago. Maybe they haven't realized it. That if you're going to go live in L.A. and New York and pay those taxes, you better play for the Dodgers or the Yankees. You're not going to go there and play for the little sisters, little brothers, right? You're not going to go do that. You're going to go there to play for the big dog team. Well, yesterday, Robert Suarez signs with Atlanta. The Mets are 0-4. They wanted Schwarber, they wanted Alonso, they wanted Diaz, they wanted Suarez, and they got nothing. Oh. They got nothing. And David Starnes, their GM, who came over from Milwaukee, I think he still thinks he's playing with Milwaukee money. I still think he's dealing with Milwaukee. I think he thinks that because he's still trying to run this, like, as Michael Kay called him yesterday, an analytical egghead.
Egghead?
Egghead.
How do you feel about Alonso to the Orioles?
Orioles? Look, their leading home run hitter, I think, hit 17 home runs last year. So they needed some pop. They needed some pop. But I think Ron Darling said it best. The Mets paid Juan Soto all that money to walk 200 times a year because they're just going to walk him. There's no point in pitching to Juan Soto.
Ooh.
But the Orioles needed it, and we forget. I mean, 2 years ago they were, a couple of years ago they were a high seed.
We took them out.
Three in 3 games.
And going from that park to Camden?
Yep, absolutely. I mean, Pete Alonso's
if Camden still has, I mean, the dimensions.
Yeah, they moved the left field wall back a little bit, so it's a little bit harder to hit a home run in left field. But Alonso hits a lot to right center anyway, so he can handle that. So I think it's a good pickup for the Orioles.
Damn, their leading home run hitters, 3 had 17 with Holiday and Gunnar.
Yeah.
17?
17. So
Ew.
they need the pop. So that really helps them out.
And Diaz to the Dodgers.
I mean, it's they paid him the highest average annual value for a closer ever. Like, what are you going to do? This is just the reality of it. And here's the thing. There's talk that they're willing to move Tyler Glass now to get Skubal. And then it's like, okay. Okay. Yamamoto, Shohei, Skubal, Sasaki. Blake Snell. Forgot about him. What do you do? You hope for an injury.
Yep.
That's all you can do is you hope for an injury. You hope for the third Shohei Tommy John. That's what you hope for.
Yeah. Well, we have to get the RJ Choppy reaction to Jeff Passan saying this about the Rangers listening They're in listening mode on Corey Seager. This dropped yesterday at the end of our show in Crosstalk. This does not mean that the two-time World Series MVP is by any means going to be moved, but reflects the Rangers' willingness to overhaul the team beyond their trade of Marcus Semien. To be abundantly clear, Texas is not looking to shed the remaining $186 million in his contract. The return would need to overwhelm them, but they are facing a payroll crunch, and with Alonso getting $155 and Schwarber getting $150, Seager's deal is quite appealing. He's only 31, plays an excellent short, and of all the position players that we think are available via trade and free agency, he is the best. He got that for a reason.
Oh yeah. Oh, he got that money for a reason. He's a good player. He's a great player. And he is one of 4 two-time World Series MVPs in the history of the sport. I think the only position players are him and Reggie Jackson. They don't come around very often. And for them to want to move on from him, it's like, look, all right, we got what we wanted out of him, got our title. We've already gotten, I think it's clear, they've gotten the best years out of him.
That's the way baseball
So you
goes.
underpay in the beginning and you overpay at the end. That's how it kind of works with these long contracts. The smart business move is to find a replacement. Like, that's probably the smart.
He's only 31 now.
Right. But 35, 6, and 7 are going to be, he'll be massively overpaid because he probably will be even more hurt. So you don't have to move him today, but you're going to have to move him over the next couple of years, and his value is just so high. So, like, you got to be blown away. You have to ask for Roman Anthony, and they're going to say no. They're going to say no to Roman Anthony, but they got a pretty decent crop of pitchers in their farm system. Boston does, so you can make a move for that. That's going to hurt your team today. You're not going to get a really good win now piece that's going to help you out offensively. But it's something to be thought of. Again, you asked Roman Anthony, and then I saw yesterday. That the Yankees were talking to him, and that Anthony Volpe's name got brought up, and I'm like, well, oh no, that's a no.
Talking about who?
Seager? And Volpe being part of a deal. You would have to get a couple of their big bats, like a Dominguez or a Spencer Jones in the minor league system. If it's Volpe and he's like one of the leading pieces of it, I have no use for him. He's a singles hitter who thinks he's going to hit home runs. Like, he's warning track power. Absolutely not, especially in this ballpark, especially here. So no.
So there's an update on your Diamondcast from the winter meetings on your home of the Rangers.
And one more thing is, Hobie Milner is gone. They lost him to the Cubs. $4 million on a 3.75 on a 1-year deal. I don't know if he wanted to return or they didn't want him, because he was actually pretty decent out of the pen. Last 4 years, he's appeared in 60-plus games in all of them. So he's been pretty healthy. He was right on his career ERA, so it wasn't an up and down or down year. It was stable, but he wasn't brought back. And you can never have enough bullpen arms, and less than $4 million for someone who's going to throw 65 innings. I don't think it's crazy high. I don't think that's crazy high. So I could have seen them bringing him back, but they obviously thought otherwise, that it wasn't worth the money. And you could find bullpen. I mean, teams could find bullpen arms for cheaper than that anyway. But this was a pretty stable player.
And you think that Peyton may definitely want Roman Anthony here for other reasons?
Peyton would for other reasons, because Peyton, you remember who Roman Anthony's sister is.
Jessica Anthony.
Is that her name?
I don't know. No idea. Oh, was it Leah? That was close.
You said it was such
you just threw a name out there. I love how you lie.
Is she hot?
This is why I love
That's
you.
why you guys
you're like me, because my first inclination is just to lie.
Well, it's bad radio if I just was like, I don't know.
Well, it might be worse radio for your
really?
credibility. See, that's what you should learn from RJ. Credibility, respect is a little bit important. But Leah Anthony, I don't know what she's doing, but I remember she went viral.
She went viral, for her photos on Instagram. She's I think she just graduated from college.
Medical school at Florida State.
Medical school at Florida State. Look at that page. She's a doctor.
Ooh.
Should be a doctor.
Perfect.
Yes.
There you go.
All right, speaking of the ladies, Jason Kelce's wife has weighed in on the statement that Travis Kelce made that he and Taylor Swift have not had an argument in 2.5 years. And then freaking George Clooney, this is enough to not have me buy Clooney's tequila or coffee or whatever, espresso machine he's pushing. Because
Casamigos.
Clooney's like, we haven't argued for 10.
Yeah.
And thank God that Jason Kelsey's wife decided to go ahead and man up.
She has a podcast. It's called Not Gonna Lie. Good name.
Perfect.
Good name for a podcast. Not Gonna Lie. And, she admitted that her and Jason do have arguments. But then she also questioned, she was like, all right, what does Travis and George, for that matter, actually mean when they're talking about arguments?
I'm wondering if they're trying to classify an argument as like an argument, right? Almost like a yelling, to be fair, I'm not a yelling arguer. So the arguments in our house they're not a yelling situation. I just think that if you're married, you live together, specifically if you have children, I think it gets you're potentially having some sleepless nights. You might have varying degrees of patience with certain situations with your kids. Also, I do think it's important to figure out what the definition is of the argument. That's why I'm saying, is it a yelling? Or is that is it like a yelling thing that we're not going to argue? Is it is that different from bickering? You're telling me you don't bicker or argue? Or maybe you do bicker, but you don't argue. I'm very confused about this.
There's no way you can't just bicker. You have to bicker. Just about leave.
And I'm throwing bicker into this discussion of do you ever have verbal tension?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't have to be an outright war. It doesn't have to be Sharon Moore.
Right. It doesn't have to be Sharon Moore.
Doesn't have to be Sharon Moore.
We have in the middle of our sink in the bathroom, right?
Well,
in the middle. That's right.
We have a bathroom.
We do have a sink and a bathroom.
Sink
it's amazing.
The bathroom.
She has this little makeup stand. It's like a box, right? It's got little drawers. Well, I put my toothbrush and my deodorant on top of that. And she always moves it. And I put it back there. And she gets on me. She goes, this is not a trophy stand. Don't put this up here. And I'm like, I don't want to have to bend down into the cabinet to get my toothbrush.
I have a pretty large bathroom.
Whoa.
I have a good-sized bathroom.
Yeah, you do.
What I'm trying to say is she definitely has her side.
Yeah.
With plenty of space. And I have my side. Yet whenever we're getting ready for an event, I walk in the 5 minutes I have to get ready, and she's always on my side in front of my sink with the curling iron. And I was like, why aren't you on your side?
No.
Why aren't you over there?
Because the curling iron's in there.
Because the curling iron.
So we have 2 sinks as well.
Well,
the one sink is the only one that gets used. The other sink, her hairdryer, her curling iron, all that's in there. And there's a little tiny mirror that has a light up on it that's on that. So it's we all use it. So a little bickering.
Yeah.
That's bickering. And it's okay.
To speak to the kids, Amanda has been up since 1 a.m. That's not a well. Ava's sick. And I think is actually canceling our plans for tonight. And so I've been up since 3.
Oh, God.
So when I go home, she's probably not going to be in the best mood.
Right.
I'm going to have to take Ava, and then I'm going to have to skip my nap and chill time because she's not going to school. And then I'll be not in the best mood come 5, 6, that last 2 hours before getting these fools to bed. And now I already mentally know Ava's going to cough and hack tonight again.
Yeah.
So that's just setting up
tension.
It's setting up some tension.
Tension. Yeah. That's all it is. It's tension there, man. And that's why, look, if you don't have children or there's no kids involved at all, no stepkids or anything, it's a lot easier not to argue. But still, you're going to have little bickerings. Why is the trash still out, not taken out? Little things.
Exactly. Whose dish is this?
Yeah.
Well, you didn't want to pick up that crumb off the floor?
Absolutely. It happens.
We got a Matt Rife ticket giveaway at 7:20 in the Expressway. Bobby will preview the Vikings as well as our Cowboys insider. But let's get to some football degenerate picks. And is Notre Dame getting frozen out from future college playoffs? The college kegger and degenerate selections next.
After we get you over to Platinum Forward in Terrell. It is
Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Man, the ADs are coming after Notre Dame. They do not want Notre Dame to get this reported preferential treatment. You said it on, I think it was either Monday or Tuesday, that Ross Dellinger had reported the memorandum of understanding signed by the CFP from this spring that they are essentially guaranteed a playoff spot if they're ranked in the top 12 beginning next year.
The Notre Dame AD confirmed it on the Dan Patrick Show. Is this being made into a big enough deal?
I don't think so.
Imagine the NBA. Now tell me what I'm missing with this. Why it's not as alarming as I think. Imagine the NBA is like, okay, if you're in the play-in game, if you're in the 8-9 situation at the end, you're getting in. You're automatically...
because you're the Lakers.
You're the Lakers.
Right.
We're the New York Yankees, and we just want to be in the postseason every year.
Right. All we got to do is win 85 games, and we're in. Guaranteed. Doesn't matter what division we're in.
This compromises the integrity of the whole thing.
1,000%. 1,000%. And it's like, you know...
And it's if you're number 12?
They have to be top... In a 12 team, they got to be top 11. And in a 14 team, they got to be top 13. And 16, top 15.
Now, could I say, okay, if you're 13 and a 14, you're in anyway, unless you got what just happened and they got leapfrogged?
Right. They would have. So it would protect them in a situation like this.
Sunday, yeah.
Yeah, it would protect them in a situation like... They're counting them as their own conference. And that's crap. Like,
this is awful.
Yeah, sooner or later, like, they're going to come together and say, look, you had the...
And how would you have the foresight, RJ, to do this before what happened? The deal had to have been in place before.
It was in spring. They made the deal in spring. I don't know why. I don't know how. I have no idea how this came out.
Who on the other side made this deal, and someone has to answer for this.
Right. Now, the Notre Dame is the only school... So I'm trying to think how it was said. Like, they're the only school with someone on the committee, which can't be right because Juracek is the head of the committee, but maybe he doesn't have a vote. Maybe he's just on the committee. But, like, because Swarbrick is their old AD, and he's on the committee. But
well, I know who is on the committee. Ivan Maisel. Did you see this?
No.
He's got a book signing at the Notre Dame bookstore. They canceled it.
They canceled his book signing?
They canceled his book signing after the selection process. That's according to Dan Wolken. Dan Wolken is plugged in. The Notre Dame bookstore canceled a scheduled Friday signing of Ivan Maisel's book. He's a member of the CFP selection committee. Ivan says, I'm disappointed. I look forward to hearing people out and talking about my book.
Wow.
And Notre Dame is saying, no, that's not what it is. It's rescheduling.
Right,
blah, blah, blah.
rescheduling.
But Ivan Maisel didn't come out and say it's just being rescheduled.
No, he didn't. Okay. Wow. Look, it's a bad look for Notre Dame because
Notre Shame.
Notre Shame. They look like they are petulant children who aren't getting their way.
Yep.
And they look like they sound and are acting like the entitled Irish, and that's
probably why Jason Garrett didn't return Babe Laufenberg's messages or come on the show this week to talk about Sunday Night Football because he's calling Notre Dame games.
He's calling Notre Dame games. Maybe that's it. Maybe he heard our commentary on it.
Or he hates our guts after 10 years.
Well, there is. So that factoid got...
Are we believing that, by the way? Are we believing that Jay Jeezy never hit up Babe? I'm gonna cross-examine Babe on that at 9:20.
No, he did hit him up. He just said a day later, I can't do it.
Oh.
So it was very just blunt to the point. I can't do it.
Okay.
They didn't give a reason why, but just can't do it.
Okay.
Right.
So that little factoid has made its way around the athletic directors at other programs that Notre Dame would be guaranteed a spot if they're in the top 11 next year, or of a 12 team, top 13 of a 14, top 15 of a 16. Well, the leaders of those other organizations, schools, what we're going to call them, are threatening to freeze Notre Dame out of future schedules. Meaning,
we're not going to give you a tough opponent to put on your resume if you beat us.
We're not going to schedule you. So for now, like Notre Dame next year, right? They play Wisconsin and they play Miami. In 2027, They play Michigan State and Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech's an ACC game. They also play Auburn. So those are 2 non-ACC games, right? In 2028, they play Texas, and they play Arkansas, and they play Auburn again. They play Alabama in 2029 and 2030. They play Indiana in those years. They play Louisville in those years. So they're threatening to pull those games. And that would hurt the other teams, too, because, Alabama and Auburn and Indiana, Texas, they would get good quality opponents.
And Notre Dame fills your stadium.
Notre Dame fills your stadium. Notre Dame gives you a big TV audience. I mean, there's a lot to have to look at there and have to weigh. But also, you've got to weigh what's best for your team as well. Now, the problem
How about
is,
what's best for us not getting screwed?
Right.
How about what's best for the sport? You can't just get an automatic berth.
We're not going to help you out.
You can't have a predetermined bid.
You can't. We're not going to just help you out. You beat us, you beat us. But we're not going to help you out by improving your strength of schedule. And we beat you anyway, and then you still might wind up jumping us because you're in the 11th spot. So what if you're Texas, and you play Notre Dame, and you're sitting there in that spot, and Notre Dame also is in that spot, and now you're the first team out because all of a sudden you get leapfrogged?
Will Notre Dame leave the ACC in any sport in 2026? Today's the RJ Choppy deadline for Notre Dame to pull out of the ACC. Bet Online says yes, minus 300, no, plus 200.
That's by when?
Will Notre Dame leave the ACC in any sport next year?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think they will. I think today's the deadline. That's my made up deadline.
Yep.
Yeah, they're going to leave it. They should because they should get kicked out.
You think the ACC should kick them out?
I would say get out. You're not worth the trouble here.
Heisman Trophy odds. And look, I love all you gambling websites sending us these numbers and everything, and Choppy is a big-time gambler. Sportsbetting.ag, I think y'all went over the line. Y'all took it too far. First, the Heisman odds. Give me your 1, 2, 3, 4 for tomorrow night. How's it going to end up? How's it going to finish?
I think it ends up Mendoza, Sayin, Pavia, Love.
Vegas says Mendoza at minus 1,000, then Pavia plus 425, then Love 125 to 1, Sayin 500 to 1. I can't have Love fourth. That dude,
so good.
What a monster!
I wonder if they still do it the same way they used to do it based on region, and obviously you have 3 guys in the same region. Obviously in the upper Midwest with Mendoza, Sayin, and Pavia, and I wonder if that would kind of split the vote, as you will.
That is Bet Online. Sportsbetting.ag, y'all done crossed the line, and y'all probably did it to the wrong family. Here are the odds for the Heisman and a part of it tomorrow night. Primary color of the top that Diego Pavia's mom will wear.
Oh, baby.
Will Pavia's mom show cleavage?
Oh!
What will happen first? Pavia and mom kiss. Pavia and mom hold hands. Over under on how many times she's shown. Over under 6.5. Who will get the Heisman Trophy recipient hug first? And then the one that took it too far. I feel dirty even saying this. Style of panties that Pavia's mom is wearing?
How
will we be able to see that?
Go ahead. You're about to say what I'm going to say.
How do you know?
How are you going to know that? She's not walking around with a thong like Shador Sanders sticking out, huh?
Whale tail everywhere.
Granny panties is plus 200.
Oh, baby.
With thong at minus 300. Y'all went too far. I'm going to tweet this. I'm going to send this to the Pavia family, sportsbetting.ag, and y'all better be careful.
What is no panties on that?
It's not listed.
It's not listed?
What? Come on.
How are we going to know what she's wearing? She's going to have to drop something and bend over to pick it up.
Yeah.
This is too far.
You might be able to tell the granny panties just by looking because of the panty line.
Man, good gosh, man. I ain't saying nothing. This is the wrong family.
Hammer it, RJ. Hammer it.
You gonna see? I told y'all the first time I met them. I told y'all in the parking lot. It's proven true with the amount of times they've been arrested.
When I was in the pharmacy the other day, I noticed a girl in front of me had the granny panties on. I was like, man, you were too young. Too young.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line for the college football kegger. Let's get to some degenerate selections.
We're going to make up for last week.
It's almost like I could just do that voice with my own voice today.
Yeah.
Right? But I got 2 selections for you in college football because it is Army-Navy week, and there's one bowl game this weekend. I don't even know about that. There's one bowl game already. It's the final L.A. Bowl of all time, ever.
The L.A. Bowl?
The L.A. Bowl. I didn't know they had an L.A. Bowl till this year, but they do, and it's the last one. They decided to cancel the L.A. Bowl. It's at SoFi in front of 80,000 empty seats. But
I thought you were going to talk Army-Navy.
I am. I like Army plus 6.5 against Navy. This is going to be a tightly contested contest. I think Navy is a good team, but I think they're a little bit overhyped. I like Army to cover the 6.5. I also like Boise State plus 9.5 in the LA Bowl, the bucked up LA Bowl against Washington. NFL, Houston, Arizona under 42.5. Houston, Arizona under 42.5. Detroit and the Rams over 54.5. Detroit can't stop anybody. I also Detroit plus the 6, although that might be keep an eye on that one because I think the bettors are coming in hard on the Rams. Pittsburgh, Miami under 42. And then the Cowboys and Minnesota over 48.5.
There it is.
Cowboys put up at least 30 in every home game.
The degenerate selections. Bobby Bell previews the Vikings. Kinda, at 7:20. Our official picks for the game and yours, and the 5 things RJ wants to see at 8 o'clock this morning. A crazy comeback last night. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are stunned. Todd Bowles is cursing everybody out. They were out 14 in the fourth quarter, and Kyle Pitts and the Atlanta Falcons, along with Kirk Cousins, you liking that comeback in Tampa to get the W. They're starting to worry about Joe Burrow in Cincinnati.
Yes, they are. Joe Burrow had a very Andrew Luck kind of back and forth with the media. It's a little long, but this was kind of troubling, I think, to a lot of people.
If I want to keep doing this, I have to have fun doing it. I've been through a lot, and if it's not fun, then what am I doing it for? So that's the mindset I'm trying to bring to the table.
How much fun are you having right now? It's difficult to have fun given the season, what you've been through physically, emotionally, all of it. Is it tough?
Yes, certainly.
Did you have fun playing? How much of it was fun before? Winning's always fun, but in general, was it as fun before you got hurt? Did you view it that way, at least?
No, I wouldn't say I viewed it that way. I think.
What was the changing point?
I'm not sure there was a singular moment or of time. It's just a reflection on a lot of things that I've done and been through in my career. I think I've been through more than most, and certainly not easy on the brain or the body. So just trying to have fun doing it again.
You seem like there's something on your mind, or maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it seemed frustrating.
There's just a lot of things going on right now.
Football related, personally?
All the above.
Woo! Dan Orlovsky says, quote, "It's the beginning of the end for Joe Burrow, and Andrew Luck was trending because of this yesterday."
Man, it's like you're in the relationship and one person's checked out. There's that giant void, and that giant void there is louder than the silence between you. It's just like that's where Joe seems to be. This gave some serious Andrew Luck vibes. If I were to say over under 5 years that he plays the rest of his career, it should be way over.
Well, look, Orlovsky is taking it to him getting out of Cincy. He said 3 teams should be on the phone. The Jets, the Raiders, the Steelers. I'd be on the phone to get him out of there versus just him stepping away. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Speaking of the AFC North, T.J. Watt, did he get pricked? Did he get nicked up by the Pittsburgh Steelers medical team?
You remember Tyrod Taylor had that same thing happen in 2020.
Oh, you said his name correctly.
That's right. I didn't want to get bakered. But, so he had an injection into his rib cage and then went too far in and punctured his lung. And T.J. Watt, their concern is that the same thing happened to him and that he has a punctured lung because of a needle from some injection. Now, Romo played through a punctured lung, right? So T.J. better play through this because Romo did.
Stayed overnight in the hospital, has a lung situation. Status for Monday night is really up in the air. And this is Pittsburgh trying to hold off Baltimore at the top of the division.
Man, this is scary. I couldn't even imagine. I've never heard of lung discomfort. That's how it was listed.
Yes. 877-881-1053 is the number to call when we give you the cue to win our final Matt Rife ticket giveaway. We're going commercial free in the Expressway on the home of the Cowboys. Bobby Belt's not here. He's still going to preview the Minnesota Vikings for Sunday night next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But I'm going to go ahead and preview your Christmas.
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time experts. In the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Cowboys, Vikings, Sunday night, pregame, play-by-play, and the post right here on DFW Sports Station. This is Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy back together from RJ out sick yesterday. Bobby Belt will be back on Sunday for the game coverage, and then Monday for Star Up, Star Down, and everything else. Brian Schottenheimer, how is he going to get through an interview without his beloved Bobby at 8:20? Babe Laufenberg at 9:20. The current spread for this game is 3.5 points, and the Cowboys are favored at home. Choppy, start us off. Oh, actually, let's start off with Brian Schottenheimer. I think this comes from Hard Knocks inside the Cowboys meeting room. We always talked about December football. Mike McCarthy put a humongous emphasis on it. This is Shotty doing the same thing.
Never lose sight of the magic of this football team, okay? It's about our competitive spirit, but really it's about that, the love for one another. Now, let's talk about this, okay? December football is the best because the good teams become what? Great fucking teams. Some teams start to do what in December? They change. Oh, it's December football. That.
Compare that to Mike Kafka and what he did in front of the Giants in their meeting room. You know, the person who just doesn't have that delivery and that fire.
They're like, I mean, I can imagine a Belichick pregame speech. All right, we're going to go out there. We're going to execute.
Yeah, but that would be who they are.
Right.
Someone who's trying to be something they're not. That's what Mike Kafka was, as he stood up there and he dropped a, if you ain't about it, leave.
That's right. You ain't about it.
If you ain't about that life, go ahead and leave. And they're flashing to the Giants players in the meeting room like, shut the hell up. What are you talking? It was hilarious. It doesn't translate well for radio, but that's Brian Schottenheimer getting fired up. He will join us at 8:20. Choppy, let's talk about how Shotty may attack this Vikings defense.
Well, the Vikings defense is actually one that blitzes quite a bit. They have like the highest blitz rate in the National Football League.
Oh, yeah.
And in a related story, Dak Prescott does pretty darn well against the blitz. That's right, because Dak has like a 70+% completion percentage against the blitz. 8 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and over 1,000 yards against the blitz this season alone. And Brian Flores' Vikings defense has blitzed on 47% of snaps. That's most of the National Football League going into this week. So I found a write-up here on this Minnesota kind of based website blog. It talks about the defense, the changes from last year. It's mostly changed in one category, and that's they can't stop the run. Right? They can't stop the run very well. Now, to be fair, they're getting run on a lot, and that's mostly due to game script because they're behind. So the average... So the defense last year, when they were on the field, they were up by an average of 6.5 points. This year, when they're on the field, they're down by an average of 5.5 points. Okay? So, obviously, the game script means when you're behind, you're getting run on more. They're not being efficient at stopping the run. They're 6th in EPA per play against the pass, but 22nd against the run. So, what's worse is that they did this intentionally, because they had traded away Harrison Phillips in the offseason, decided to get worse there at run prevention and start to emphasize the pass rush, and that's worked. But the run defense dropped off so dramatically, it offset any impact the pass rush has had. But that pass rush is good. They've gone from 9th in the NFL in pressure to 2nd. They're losing games, so the pass rush isn't as impactful because they're behind. But that blitz, like I said, 1st in blitz rate, 1st in simulated pressure rate, which is where they show a blitz look and then drop back into coverage. So it's a good test for the O-line, but Dak kills the blitz. So bring it, baby.
So Bobby's not here, but he sent a comprehensive preview for this game. And I was like, why the hell is he doing all this work? Well, I guess he just wants to know this for his pregame and postgame coverage.
Yeah.
And, of course, Bobby loves doing this anyway. And he wrote, Vikings will pressure the quarterback with or without the blitz, but Flores sure loves using it. They blitz at the highest rate in the league by a significant margin, and they've still managed to pressure the quarterback at the 2nd highest rate in the NFL without it. Only Myles Garrett and the Browns pressure the QB more frequently. So Jonathan Greener was a big acquisition for them. They've got guys with strong reputations on the interior, like Jonathan Allen and Javon Hargrave. But the one that Bobby is terrified of is Dallas Turner. Dallas Turner had a fairly disappointing rookie year. Started off a bit slow, but he has been a menace over the past month. That is Bobby's biggest individual concern on Sunday. Attacking Dallas when it comes to protecting Dak. Going back to the interior, Allen and Hargrave, not very helpful in the run game, especially Allen at this point in time in his career. Tyler Booker will be huge for Dallas's running game. So that's a little bit of the defensive preview from Roberto. Second level of their defense, you have to be able to blitz as a Flores linebacker, and they have guys who can go ahead and do it. But the meal ticket is their poor coverage. If Dak gets some time, which he did not have because of Nate Thomas and Terrence Steele against the Lions, you can win the football game handily. Really bad secondary, in Bobby's opinion. Byron Murphy and Isaiah Rodgers have some really bad moments on tape. Rodgers has been a bit more consistent, but he's got his fair share of double move lowlights. The safeties are probably Harrison Smith, as you mentioned, RJ, more assignment sound, but he's clearly not the same guy anymore. And Theo Jackson has several Cowboys-esque turning and chasing deep plays at safety. That is not a nice. That's not a nice thing to say.
Wow.
Cowboy-esque plays at safety for Theo Jackson. As bad
I like
as
that though.
Yeah, as bad as the Cowboys have been this year against the pass, the Vikings are the least efficient deep ball pass defense we've seen in the last decade.
Maybe
there has not been a ton of shots taken against them because of the pressure that Flores generates, but when teams fire the deep ball on them, they have historic success. And you talked about allowing the highest EPA per dropback of any NFL defense when targeting receivers 20-plus yards down the field. Higher than this year's Cowboys. They're worse in terms of defending the deep ball. So, horrific. Figure out a way to go ahead and get some time. And that is Bobby's preview of the Vikings defense.
I like that. What you're saying there makes me feel even better about the over. That the fact that they're...
What if they can't protect? All we said was the Lions can't rush the passer.
Well, that's a good point.
That's all we said. And they gave up almost 20 pressures between the two tackles.
I think that the difference is that's a road game against a good team. And this team just does, for whatever reason, and maybe they just do not beat like good road teams, good teams on the road. Sorry, and that's a problem that they're going to have to fix because, obviously if they win the division, they're going to get a home game, but short of every other team upsetting the next, the higher seed, they're going to go on the road. And they're going to have to win a road playoff game.
And Jake Ferguson yesterday on G-Bag talked about the road game struggles.
No, I don't. I think that's a
small sample size.
What's the word? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think, it's all about how you prepare. Because at the end of the day, the guys you're playing against are doing the same thing you're doing. So to me, it's all about how you approach that stuff. You're talking about different time games, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the late ones.
I don't think that should be different. Yeah, unless you're playing in like overseas and you're you know what I mean? You should be practicing at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
I think, other than that, I think, preparation's preparation.
So that's Jake talking about the road games and being at night. Now, what about Matt Rife ticket giveaway coming up here momentarily? Official game picks for the Vikings at 8 o'clock. Brian Schottenheimer at 8:20 on the official home of the Cowboys. What about the Vikings offense? They're scoring 19 points a game. That's 26 in the league. They're 27th in yards per play. They're 29th in yards per pass play.
Ugh.
They're 30th in third down conversion rate.
Is that good? Like good 30th or
no,
bad 30th?
That's bad 30th.
That's bad 30th?
That's real
Okay.
bad. That's bad 30th. Musical chairs along the offensive line because of injuries. The interior of their O-line gets worked by skilled pass rushers. So he really likes their backs. I have Jordan Mason in fantasy. He's a guy that can bulldoze you. He can hurt you. Nick Eatman has talked about Aaron Jones here on the show, but he said neither Jones or Mason will help you that much in pass protection. And with the way Quinnen Williams and Osa have performed over the last month, Bobby feels pretty confident Dallas will pick up at least 3 sacks in this game. Now, I bet Quinnen He told me to bet Quinn and get a sack against Detroit. I lost that on underdog. But he didn't have the bald. He didn't have the shaved head feeling. Whenever Bobby says I'm willing to shave my head, that's when I really bet.
Right.
So I bet a little bit, but not. He didn't drop the shaved head on it. Fairly static offense from Kevin O'Connell. They're below league average in motion at or before the snap. And maybe some of that has to do with a younger quarterback and not wanting to put too much in McCarthy's mind. But you got Justin Jefferson and McCarthy not on the same page. It's not good.
And that's got to change. I mean, if he's going to be there, the quarterback for the future, that's got to change.
Bobby said, least creative use I've ever seen for Jefferson, a ridiculous amount of hitches that I've previously seen on tape. He's still probably the best player I've ever seen running the post outside of Jerry Rice and Stephon Diggs. Bobby's showing the history right there, but it has not yielded any sort of return this year.
That's a large part because of the quarterback, and he has not been good. And he's also not been there the entire time. Remember, they had some backups playing, but this is they went all in on JJ. They got rid of Sam Darnold. They went all in on JJ. They're like, we got to do this. They got to make it work. If they're not running the same kind of offense that Kevin O'Connell's been great at drawing up over the last few years, I mean, you're kind of playing with one arm tied behind your back. And you can't do that. You can't do that in this league. This game is such a game of such small margins, a game of inches. Maybe JJ doesn't like motion. There are some quarterbacks out there that just don't like it. Then Rodgers doesn't like motion, right? He wants very static.
Jordan Addison and Jalen Naylor are the other two receivers. You've got T.J. Hawkinson. Hawkinson is still savvy and can convert on third down, but there's no seam threat there. Addison, Bobby says, can be taken out with press coverage, but knowing how Dallas likes to play 15 yards off, he might be one to watch, especially with how frequently they send him vertical. And he likes Naylor as a third receiver. Think of Naylor as the forgotten guy most likely to have you breaking your television over a big play on Sunday night. And now we get to JJ. This is not the same guy on tape from Michigan, but that's also because they're trying to square peg round hole him, in my opinion. Now when I'm reading this, and I greatly appreciate Bobby's work and knowledge here, this is Bobby trying to save his draft analysis by saying Kevin O'Connell doesn't know what he's doing with J.J. McCarthy. I was up at 3 a.m. taking care of the sick daughter, kind of laughing at this.
Okay.
As the great Kevin O'Connell is messing up Bobby's J.J. McCarthy prediction. He has got to be better in the face of pressure, but O'Connell's reluctance to run any slants and relatively few in-breaking routes overall is a killer for JJ. Throwing to moving targets in the middle of the field was his specialty at Michigan. He looks uncomfortable within the system, and he's still not putting on tape what he should. He does have to play better. The flashes are not nearly consistent enough, but I'm still a big believer in the guy I saw coming out of college. He's got gamer moments and shows a lot of moxie in big moments. And that's what I've seen as well from him.
Yeah, he does nothing for 3 quarters, and then all of a sudden the fourth quarter he pops.
Yeah.
I mean, he had a big fourth quarter against the Bears in the opener. He made some big plays down the stretch in their win on the road at Detroit. But other than that, it's been like, all right, if he's not in a big spot, he hasn't played great football. Obviously, they had a big win, 31-0, just destruction of Washington. But, yeah, he has that flair for the dramatic, there's no doubt.
And his eye black contributes to it. It's very menacing. It
is menacing.
Very intimidating until it turns into, like, the meme of the football season with everybody making fun of it.
Yeah, he does look, he looks like a football player. It does make him look like a football player.
Speaking of the lack of in-breaking routes that Minnesota's not running, Bobby says the Cowboys have been the worst pass defense in the NFL the last 3 weeks against in-breaking routes. So if there was ever a time for KOC to break it out, this could be it. And then finally, and Roberto's preview is our Cowboys insider, they are one of the worst offenses Minnesota is against too high safeties, which Dallas is in the bottom half of the league in split safety percentage, despite being the 14th ranked defense in the NFL in success rate from split safety looks. So Dallas is second worst in the NFL in single high success rate, and the Vikings are pretty bad. They're the worst short yardage team in football, and they're the worst short yardage team of the last decade. So if you're looking at 3rd and 2, 4th and 2, the numbers say Minnesota fails.
Is that surprising to you?
everything, if they struggle offensively, is surprising to me with the great Kevin O'Connell. And they got studs at receiver. I've had Addison the past couple years. We know what JJ is. Hawkinson, 2 good running backs. Yeah, Addison is kind of their thunder.
Yeah.
And we know Aaron Jones is really good, even though he's been hurt and banged up.
He's still 4.6 a game. Or 4.6 a carry,
I feel like everyone, you got to be horrific if you're under 4 yards a carry now in today's NFL.
I know. It's like 4 yards a carry now, like just the number 4.0 is like bottom third of the NFL from starter perspective. That used to be the benchmark.
Yes. All right, the official picks and the 5 things RJ wants to see at 8 o'clock this morning. Thanks to Roberto for putting in all the extra work as always. Let's hook you up for the final time this week for turning it on, leaving it on.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Matt Rife at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth on December 12th of 2026. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Brian Schottenheimer will join us at 8:20. Mr. Indiana Hoosier, Babe Laufenberg at 9:20 on DFW Sports Station. Let's go ahead and clean up the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
By the way, I don't know whether it's just a December thing, end of year thing. I had to go and put in some time to cleaning out the email the other day, cleaning out my junk drawers. I was getting to like the 82% rate.
In terms of,
if I have too much email in, I'll stop receiving new mail.
Oh, yeah, I went and bought the extra storage.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I was like, I'm not going to clean this out. I know myself.
It's a nightmare cleaning it out.
I have 19,762 unread emails on my personal. 19,000.
I'm at 16,427, and I try to go through it a little bit.
On my work email.
Oh, Lord.
28,679.
Gosh! I have 2,700 on work.
Oh.
Only 2,700 on that.
Oh, man. You're blowing me away. Blow me away.
I care more, RJ.
Right.
I care. All right. Adam Schefter says you need to care more about texting back. This is Schefter. By the way, Adam Schefter is getting crushed.
Yeah, he is.
For his, I guess we'll play that first. Adam Schefter, a Michigan man, on the firing and drama of Sharon Moore.
With a staffer, what we haven't heard yet is Sharon Moore's side of this. And he gets his say into this particular situation as well. And I do know that he felt like people had it in for him for an awful long time there while he was at Michigan. He felt like there were people who were out to get him. So all of these things can all be true. It's possible that, yes, Michigan does have evidence that he had an inappropriate relationship with a staffer. And it could be that Sharon Moore is right, that people had it in for him. But the whole situation itself is just sad and tragic, because now we have a individual who had his professional life, his personal life completely upended. We have a school with a bunch of players who don't have a coach to turn to right now. We have a school in search of a program, a new coach to lead forth that program. There are a whole host of things that have transpired here that have led this to be a completely surreal, wild situation that if you heard about it, you wouldn't believe it, because it almost seems made up.
And Adam Schefter is getting destroyed for saying, well, we haven't heard his side of it yet. Well, you better have an amazing explanation that none of us, that even Better Call Chop could not come up with, to go against the police report of stalking this girl, cheating on your wife, and apparently threatening her with a knife.
And then yourself.
Oh, what is Sharon Moore going to say, Adam? This is where I think you get in trouble sometimes. You throw Schefter on these sets to be an opinion guy, instead of just, let's go to you for the insight. And Schefter wants the attention, no doubt about it. He's just done some really dumb things you would not expect from someone like him.
Yeah, people brought up, he's conflicted here because maybe he has a relationship with Moore.
Okay.
As a Michigan guy, maybe he's conflicted. That's why he's taking this kind of wishy-washy stance. Others saying he's got credibility issues, the JPP stolen medical files being very high on the list. But this is a misdirection. This is he's just misdirecting.
Yeah.
The narrative here. I mean, look, I'm sure Sharon Moore has a side. I would love to hear what he has to say about breaking and entering.
Yeah.
And using a attempted maiming with a deadly weapon.
Yep.
And
cheating.
Yeah, and cheating. And look, personal life, whatever. I mean, he's obviously doing things. Oh, by the way, using the university funds to give her a 50% raise.
Yep.
For what? To keep her quiet?
Just a really bad look. Really bad look from Schefter. But this is what I was going to get to with Schefter in the junk drawer. Maybe Schefter, for his Michigan take, should be nominated in worst take at 9 o'clock this morning. This is Adam Schefter on texting back.
I'm just telling you, I never not text back, right? Like, it doesn't happen. So the fact that
it's historic.
It's historic. It's historic, and it's historically embarrassing because it never happens. In fact, I work with a trainer once a week, and on his phone, great guy, Alec, and on his phone, he's got like 1,524 unanswered texts. There's nothing. That's the modern day equivalent of sleeping through your final in college.
I have 846.
Unanswered?
Unanswered.
I have 0, and I always have 0. So
what do you do? Do you delete? Are you inbox 0 guy? So if you get something from someone who either just got your number or I have a lot of respect for these guys, but like radio guys and XYZ who just reach out if you can do 10 minutes and you're just kind of like, you write back to them or do you delete the message?
No, I don't delete. I don't delete.
Oh, this is unbelievable. You get back to every human on earth. This is unbelievable. You might be the best texter on earth.
I get back to every human on earth that I know.
Who has Schefter's number in here? I don't have it in my phone. Do you have it? Because I was going to say, Adam, we're playing your text back audio on our show right now, and we just want to see if you text back. I don't have it.
I got one.
You got it?
Mm-hmm.
So that might be funny to do, to see whether he responds before 10 a.m. Mike Tirico did. Mike Tirico hit me back this morning.
Now, he did save himself here in the audio clip. He said, people that I know respond back. And I was like, okay, you're saved.
Okay, so we just went through the emails. Now go through. So does this have to be me texting back or like looking at your message? Like the way I would initially count it is the number of like blue dots, the ones I haven't clicked on. How many of those do you have? If you do 4 scrolls on your phone down your text, count the number of blue dots that you have.
I had none. Mine are at the top. So the one that...
All your unread are at the top?
Yeah, well, no. Like, those are the only ones that are unread.
Otherwise, you've read them all?
Yeah, I've read them all.
Okay. I have, like, 1. And a lot of times, I don't click it because it's something I know I need to go back to.
Absolutely. That's what I do, too. Yeah, if I know
it's
that...
It's like a reminder.
It's a reminder.
Well, actually, the 1 is just Peyton's drunk raccoon. Yeah, that's it. But... I mean, I'm not going to write every single person back, but I do look at it.
Yeah, I look at most of them, most all of them. Like, eventually I'll get to, I may, like, not do it right away, but I'm going to look at every text. I'm going to try to write back to everybody.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to, at least.
Yeah, I try to. I think I write back to, like, 90% at least. Pepe?
Yeah, I have 2 of the blue dots right now. 2 of them are from Mackenzie, so she sent me 2 messages I haven't read yet, and then one's a DJ at my wedding. He's texting me about fantasy football that I'll get back to. But yeah, I go through and I'll read everything, but I have the read receipts on mine, so you can see when I read it.
Oh.
And so I've had that.
Why would you want that on
since
there? Why would you want that? Why would you want someone to
just
see?
Just let them know. If I don't reply back, just know I read it and I'm not responding to you.
Oh, you're doing it intentionally as a message sent.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I don't know if mine are on or not. I have no idea.
I hope mine are not on. Send me one. I'll send you one. And see if Schefter writes back and say we're putting what you said. Well, although you're right. He could just say I don't really know you guys.
Yeah, which he does know us. That would be lying.
Well,
he's been on the show before.
Yeah, I don't know if that qualifies us.
I'll put it on Bobby's friend. I know Bobby Bell, and then let's see if he responds back.
All right. 877-881-1053. So Choppy just sent me one. He wrote, "Hey, sexy." I opened it. Does it say?
No, it says delivered. All right, now send me one.
Okay. What's up, babe?
Yeah.
Okay. I just sent it back.
Right, there it is.
And?
You got to tell me if it says red.
Broadus said, "Damn, Sean, tell him how you don't call anybody back." That's Broadus. And you, damn, Broadus, tell him how you misspelled my name.
Wow.
How about that?
Does it check mine? Does it say red?
RJ's does not say. It says
Okay.
deliver.
Oh. All right.
That's what we want.
Well, like...
You're going to get me sick.
What?
I'm feeling a tingle in my throat.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
You're going to get me sick.
That's for your daughter. It's for your daughter.
Yeah, my daughter is sick. That's why I'm dealing with a sick daughter at home. So I don't got time. I don't got time for the call this week.
But Peyton, you have location on, right? You have location on?
Yes.
And that's how they found Sharon Moore, in the church. His wife gave the police his location. That's what they found.
He went to a church.
He went to a church.
Fled the house.
Fled the apartment complex of the girl, and they found him at a church.
All right, I do have this drunk raccoon as my only unread text, so Pepe, that means you.
Well, Sean, make sure you read it because I'm going to be describing this photo that Aiden's going to put up on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube right now. We have a major robbery that took place at a liquor store in Virginia where a raccoon found its way into the store from the ceiling, started knocking over the bottles, and then proceeded to drink the alcohol that spilled on the floor because, RJ, you can't waste alcohol.
No.
Well, once you pour it in the bottle, the can, whatever, the glass, you got to finish it. When was the last time you saw someone throw away alcohol that had alcohol left in it? I've never seen it before.
No.
I've only seen empty bottles.
Back in my college days, my poor days.
Pool parties.
Back in my college days, when people leave floaties, I would go out there and finish them.
Yeah.
I mean, the raccoon, you see him on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube, he's having a blast. He's drinking some peanut butter whiskey, they said, then some vodka. So he's mixing colors now. Can't do that. And then he found his way into the bathroom where he passes out on the floor drunk. His entry alerted a security company, so the animal control saw the footage there in the store, sent some people over there and found the raccoon in the bathroom, and then they released him to the wild.
So he broke the bottles? Is that how did he get into the bottles?
Yeah, so he's probably going up on the. I didn't see actually footage.
Like
I saw
the ledge and then like knocking it off.
Knocking them over. He's seeing something spill. He's like, "Oh, let me go try this real quick." Because I mean,
that's a smart raccoon.
Yeah, it is.
Busting the bottle to get into it.
All right, let's see.
He's knocked out. He's out. What are you looking at all the bottles?
See a bottle of Tanqueray.
Now, how he went and found the bathroom too, that's crazy as well. I mean, he pushes the door open, and then gets right by the toilet. He looks like a human in a raccoon form because he's right by the trash can and the toilet itself.
Looks like Bobby at Radio Row in one of the bathrooms.
Man, I don't like how this liquor store has all this stuff mishmashed like this. I mean, they got the scotch right next to the gin. You can't have that.
Fired.
Come on.
It's the junk drawer right here with Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
All right, so we mentioned the raccoon. I sent a photo to Aiden.
By the way, who's the worst on the show at writing back with the text? It's not Choppy.
It's Bobby.
Bobby. Which he would be. He's the most reliant on his phone to live. That's what's weird about it.
And it's annoying because it's like, I know you see this because mine will be a question. I'll ask him a question and he won't get back to me. He'll text in the group chat. I'll check his Twitter, Instagram, all that. He'll be live on that stuff, but he won't text me back. It's annoying.
I'm getting sick.
Oh, no.
Choppy's.
It's not me.
Why don't you just call off? You had one more day. You would have a 4-day weekend. You're hacking nonstop over here.
I know. I thought it was better.
You should have.
Where's Rima? Get Rima over here.
Oh, Rima's off Fridays.
Oh. Yeah,
and that was a huge mistake because now this Lysol is in my mouth.
Oh, baby.
And probably in my water bottle as well. This is not good.
Peyton sent a photo to Aiden. I sent a video to Aiden. This today in White People Things. All right, well, I love that. It's one of my favorite staples.
We need an intro for that.
Yeah, we really do.
By the way, Marge Simpson, I guess she's yellow. The voice of Marge Simpson passed away.
Oh, no.
Seeing that Dallas, Texas TV.
Oh, no, that's terrible. Okay, so we talked about, the guy swimming from Catalina Island to L.A. We've talked about other people hiking at the top of Mount Everest to try to ski down. Well, this is... I didn't think this was real. Somebody got caught in quicksand in Utah. I thought quicksand was a made-up thing.
Yeah.
But apparently a hiker in Utah was rescued from thigh-deep quicksand. He stepped in it, and then he noticed that the ground was like squishy, so he decided to try to jump over it, but his front foot was already in it, and it just kind of gave way because all of his weight went right onto the quicksand. And this was at the Arches National Park, those famous arches that they have, and he was rescued. Well, this is after he spent the entire night trapped in the quicksand. It was 21 degrees.
Dude.
21 degrees, trapped in thigh-deep quicksand. They had to go get him out. You can see the video on the fan cam. These rescuers, they had a drone out there to go over top of him, and he's sitting there waist-deep almost.
Wow. This or the water rising on you?
Oh.
Isn't that that's an all-time top 3 fear of drowning to death.
Yes.
You're locked in the room with the water going up the glass.
That's worse because
that's worse.
You can see it.
Yeah.
You can see it.
I'm still thinking I can get out of the quicksand.
Yes.
You know?
So, I'll do something. I'll swim.
Yeah.
You're supposed to stay still, totally still, I think.
Yeah, I know. Supposedly if you move, it makes it worse.
I guess.
I don't know. All right. Tyler Glass now pulling. He pulled out the Major League card because he has gotten married to his fiance. He connected with her in 2021 when he tossed her a baseball with his digits on it during a game.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I think Magic Johnson used to do this. He'd get like Laker staffers. He'd identify the women and like have the staffers go and be like, hey, Laker Lounge after the game. What do you think? Well, Glass now was sitting there and noticed this woman in the crowd, and he tossed her the ball with the number on it. And then she apparently tossed the ball back with her number on it.
Oh, yeah.
And bam, they got married. He said, I saw a girl who was kind of cute. I had our team photographer zoom in on her. This just sounds very weird.
Wow.
But she was wholesome with the next door look. Ballpark meet. It was cute. So I wrote my number on a ball, threw it. She came to the next game, threw me a ball with her number, and told me to text her.
Oh, baby.
Married.
I like that. That's a good move by her, too.
This is one of those creepy, but it ends up as all-time romantic.
Yeah.
If it doesn't end up as all-time romantic, it's just creepy.
Now, that's an all-time move on her part by throwing the number back. That's an all-time move because she could have easily texted him, but no. She wanted him to make the first move, like by the text.
What does she do? To like go and get the same exact seat? Did she get seats near the bullpen? How did she throw the ball at him without getting in trouble? The ball is that's assault. That's battery.
You could get down there before the game, pregame, down there warming up, and if you're a good-looking girl, and he already noticed you once, you get the attention. It's like, hey, it's me.
Why didn't she just text him versus throw the ball? Did he say he wrote the number initially on the ball?
He wrote the number on the ball, and then she, I guess, got a different ball, wrote the number back.
Why didn't she just text him?
Well, I think she wanted to see what his first line was going to be.
Oh, like yours.
Yeah. The queso.
Queso.
Guacamole or salsa.
Which, by the way, we are getting queso and guacamole at Peyton's wedding. The food was announced yesterday, fajitas.
Oh, my God.
I'm assuming there's going to be guacamole there.
I'm 99% sure it's fajitas. Okay. I was not in the conversation of the food yet, so I was checking with Mackenzie. I think it's fajitas.
Okay. And queso and guacamole.
Yes, yeah.
And salsa.
Can you have queso sitting out that long like that?
You got to have a little light underneath.
Got to have it heated.
Yeah, you got to have it heated.
It's the Junk Drawer with Sean and RJ. Bobby back on Monday. The 5 things Choppy wants to see Sunday night and your official picks for Cowboys Vikings next. But tomorrow it's going down.
exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
He's wide to the right with Pitts and Sills over there. Robinson and Mooney here to the near side. Snap to Cousins. Tampa brings the pressure. They're throwing for the end zone. It's Pitts. Did he hold on through? Give me a signal, fellas. Touchdown, Atlanta.
That was the call on Falcons Radio. This is Sean and RJ, your official home of the Dallas Cowboys and Texas Rangers. Choppy is back. He's not healthy and cured, but he is back because he is the toughest physically on the show. I gave you that prop yesterday.
I appreciate that. The only boys I leave hanging are in my pants. Okay, I don't leave my boys here hanging.
Oh, man, you got to play him that clip from yesterday from Ed Orgeron about squeezing them. That was amazing audio from Eric Chiafalo, who did a great job. Bobby Belt will be back on Monday. Cowboys Vikings coverage on this radio station Sunday. This was Coach O trying to recruit Burrow.
So we have a little deal, just Joe and his parents and all of the coaches. And Joe goes, well, I'm going home, and I'm not going to talk to anybody till Thursday. Now, you think my ass is going to wait till Thursday? No way. So they leave. So we have a little vote. All the coaches' wives, we have fun with it. Where's Joe going? Cincinnati. My ass is going to Cincinnati. We're going to find a way, boys. So on this trip, I made good friends with his brother, Dan. Now, Dan is very talkative. Joe is not. So I said, Derek, call Dan. Dan, where you think Joe ought to go? Well, Coach, it's his decision. Dan, shut the F up. Dan, nothing wrong with Cincinnati. Dan, Cincinnati or LSU? Dan, he's going to win the Heisman here. He's going to be a first-round draft. We're going to win it. I know, Coach. But it's his. I said, bullshit, Dan. I said, Dan, do you love your brother? He goes, yes, I do. I said, how much? A buck. I said, Dan, take your hands and put it down your pants, son. I said, squeeze them damn things. Make sure you got two. He said, Coach, I'm squeezing. Squeeze harder. I'm squeezing. Now, Dan, if you got two, you going to call your brother and you going to tell him to come to LSU. I mean, I think you actually was squeezing him, right? Hey, you got to find out you got two, right? Yeah. Let's go, babe. Out the blue. Hit a call. Joe Burrow. He goes, Coach, I want to be a Tiger. What? Yes, baby. Here we go, man. Here we go.
Dude.
How good is that?
Amazing. That's why he's one of the great, of course, also the payments he would give. One of the great recruiters of all time. Everywhere he went.
I'm squeezing. Squeeze harder.
I think he's got to be at the all-time sports dinner table, like Barkley, Orgeron. I think those two spots are locked in.
Got to be locked in.
To go out for a night.
Dude, he's electric. The Cheating Cajun. That's what they call it, the Cheating Cajun.
Yep. That was from Barstool. All right, the 5 things RJ Choppy wants to see for Sunday night.
Number 1, keep J.J. McCarthy's legs out of the end zone. Yeah, he's only scored 2 rushing TDs this year, but both came in their wins. He only won 3 games. So in 2 of the games, he scored a rushing TD. He's not Lamar, but he has a flair for a big fourth quarter run. So keep that in mind. Number 2, protect downfield. Did you know he has the second highest intended air yards per attempt of any quarterback in the NFL this year? JJ. And he has one of the higher completed air yards per attempt. He's not just dumping the ball off, and he's attacking downfield. That's one of the reasons why I kind of liked him coming out, is that he will attack downfield. He had to read it very well, and his completion percentage over expectation is not great. That's one of the things. Dak is really good at that, right? His completion percentage over expectation. Number 3, don't get involved in a close game. The last thing a 5-8 team needs is a reason to try. They are hanging onto a playoff berth with the skin of their teeth at the time. No, this team needs a reason to quit. So don't get involved in a close one. 4, wear them out. They have faced the fewest pass attempts in the NFL and the 3rd most rush attempts. This defense will get tired because of all the rushing attempts. They've been beaten down all year. And number 5, we need some George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb involvement early.
Yeah.
Get them both involved early.
I've been stalking that GP first quarter, first half numbers on Underdog.
All right. The only downside to star receivers is you got to keep them happy. That's it. That's the only downside. You got to keep them happy. That sometimes can wear on a quarterback. That's why it's good to have a veteran quarterback like Dak who will kind of keep him in place. But you get him involved early. Let's ride.
Now, I would add number 6, fast start. Every week they're having to come back, it feels like.
Yeah.
Of the NFL's top offenses, they've scored They've scored 4 touchdowns in the first quarter through 13 games. 4 touchdowns in the first quarter. They're being outscored in the first quarter 109-49. So they're getting doubled up at least.
I feel like I got to go check. I wonder how many times they've deferred.
Schotty wants to defer.
Yeah.
He said that in his presser.
So I wonder how many times they've got the ball to start. Because if they don't, that would, make sense. They are getting outscored the first quarter, but that also makes sense why the third quarters was so good.
Vikings became the first NFL team, a lot of this from Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Vikings became the first NFL team in 33 years to pitch a shutout just 1 week after being shut out. They lost 26-zip to Seattle. They beat down the Commanders 31-0. For the first time in his NFL career, JJ did not throw a pick in a game he started. 16 for 23, 163, and 3 touchdowns. In his 3 previous games, all losses, had thrown, and that tells you how much he's been hurt. This was only his 4th game. In the 3 previous, he had thrown 2 picks in each game and has 10 interceptions for the season. So far this year, Justin Jefferson, this fantasy football pain, he ranks 14th in catches, 15th in yards, and 2 touchdowns. In his last 3 games, he has 8 catches for 63 yards.
Wow. That's it?
That's it. That is...
In the last how many games?
In the last 3.
Oh.
8 catches over 3 games for 63 yards. But look, we know people can get healthy against us.
Yeah.
Jamison Williams, up and down, make some plays. Marvin Harrison, the Marvin Harrison
game.
And then
Marvin game was embarrassing.
And then Kyle Yeomans has a lot of good notes. Get in the official picks on the Frankel and Frankel text line, 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053.
Uh-oh, what happened?
I'm sorry, it's a squirrel moment. I'm asking Amanda if she's going to the doctor, and she sent me the picture.
Oh, she's happy.
I had to laugh. I had to laugh at Ava.
She's happy.
In the face. She is happy. She's just hacking and coughing nonstop. What are we getting sent right here from Tom Pelissero, the great Alec Medford, who's all over the news? CeeDee Lamb has now cleared concussion protocol. He will play Sunday night against Minnesota. Thank you, Alec, for that.
Now, did you wait on Underdog to place your pickings?
I have waited because I'm waiting for the Quinnen Williams sack to come up. But I'm almost, I think it's 17 yards for Pickens in the first quarter that it's 14 or 17 that I'm about to go with.
Well, it might drop right now because CeeDee's going to play.
Oh.
So you might
I don't know if I feel as good about it.
That's true. That's true, but it might drop. Yeah, it might drop now.
All right, GP, because again, I'm focusing on how he's going to come out. First 2 series, that's all I want Bobby focusing on. That's it. I want to see him off the line of scrimmage. The first quarter receiving yards is 13.5. And I think Brian Schottenheimer will go to him early to try to get some of this off. Schotty's coming up here in 10 minutes. And I'm going to ask him. He's not going to be happy with the questions today. I'm going to ask him, did the Lions game put a chip on George Pickens' shoulder? And he's going to say, George always has a chip. And then what is Trayvon Diggs? What's not being done right to get Diggs on the field? He's not going to love it, but we have to ask it.
Yeah.
And then the first half over-under receiving for Pickens is 37.5. Which one do you like more? 37.5 for George? Now, he could come out. Option 3, I told you all this week. He could come out with the effort middle finger.
He could. He could
come out and loaf and be like, shut up. I'll do what I want.
I like the first half only because the first quarter is, let's say Minnesota gets the ball first and they take up 8 minutes.
Yep.
You're screwed.
Yep.
I like the first half. At least it gives you a couple of drives.
Kyle Yeomans with some preview notes. Dak leads the NFL in passing yards in games with at least 300 passing yards this season. And he does it despite being second in the NFL for expected passing yards lost to drops. He's got 229 passing yards lost to drops.
Wow, how much is that a CD, too?
Dallas has never had a quarterback lead the NFL in passing yards over an entire season.
What?
I know. Well, Bobby would say, of course, Romo never did it.
Right, absolutely.
Bobby would say, okay, who do you like and why? Let's start with the Tolos first. I want to see what the fan text is saying.
Yeah, we got about 90% so far on the fan text, 877-881-1053, all over the Cowboys. 214 Cowboys 27-16, 945 Cowboys win by 11, 35-24, and then 903 is the only one so far picking the Vikings to win 26-22. Myself, I have the Cowboys winning a blowout 34-21. I mean, who do you fear on the Vikings? It's not Justin Jefferson.
A lot of people.
No, you don't fear anyone. I fear Paul Allen, the play-by-play guy, more than a player on that team. That's a bad team. That's a bad Vikings team. 34-21 Cowboys. Jefferson has been a bad player for most of the season because of the poor quarterback play. So I have the Cowboys win by 13.
I have the Cowboys winning as well. I think they're going to cover. I'm not betting the cover because I don't trust them. But I do think they're going to put up points. I think the Cowboys win 41-27.
Whoa! And you 41-27, and you don't feel good about 3.5?
Is it? I thought it was 5.5.
No, it's 3.5.
Yeah, because I don't trust them.
Right.
I don't trust them to win this game.
41-27.
The Cowboys put up 40 points at home. That's the reality.
I'm gonna go like a Scorigami-esque 25-17. I don't know how they're going to get 25 points, but 26 felt too high and 24 felt too low. So I'm going to about 25. 25-17, but I'm totally with you. We could easily be. I think it's like a 60-40% chance that they win the game. Because Minnesota can be a pain. Brian Flores. Can the Cowboys protect against Brian Flores? That's what we're going to have to ask Babe Laufenberg at 9:20 this morning. But I never really put a lot of thought into this week that the Cowboys were going to lose this game. Now, maybe it's because I'm thinking of it in a 4-game cluster.
Right.
And I'm just like, all right, they got around that. I just didn't put a lot of thought that they'll lose this, especially at home.
They generally, and again, they didn't against Arizona, but they generally beat teams they should beat at home. That's generally how they work. So I think this, I'm with you. I didn't put a whole lot of stock into, hey, what do they lose? Because they absolutely could. But it's just, I think this team is not, they're not capable of doing what they should do all the time, and that's why I can't bet it.
877-881-1053 to get the predictions in on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. B-Low, B-Belt, coming up at 8:40. Worst take of the week. We got a good list. We got a good list this week for the biggest loser. Get your nominees in for 9 o'clock and Babe Laufenberg at 9:20 to preview Minnesota and talk about his Indiana Hoosiers. And we'll tell you, we got a sweet giveaway for the KNC Masterpiece out and about today with a 105.3 The Fan hoodie for you to go ahead and pick up and win. Brian Schottenheimer, the head coach of the Cowboys, joins us next.
to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
It is time for the head coach of America's team, Brian Schottenheimer, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys on Sean and RJ. And I don't know how Brian is going to get through an interview without his beloved Bobby here, who's out on vacation.
You know, we left that. We talked to him earlier in the spring or in the summer, and I thought him and I were kindred spirits.
Yeah, and you brought the merch.
I brought the merch. Yeah, the gear.
And you quickly got discarded.
Discarded.
Yes,
discarded like yesterday's trash.
You must not have liked the things that you put on that shirt. That could have been inappropriate.
It was very, very suitable for work.
Okay.
It was very SFW.
Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Guys, I'm doing amazing. Two things. Number one, I actually have the merch on right now. That's one, so I love the merch. Number two, the reason the morning's so great, I actually feel like I'm coming on a few minutes late, is Bobby and I actually came up with the notes you guys are reading because he and I talked a little ball this morning. We just sat around, talked a little ball, and I got him up to speed. We're ready.
You just triggered me with that ball knowing. We may have to talk about that in Oxnard, but I've only football guys like Jason Witten. I guess Shotty can use it, but all the rest of us Joe Schmoes on the couch, when we say, let's talk ball, you can't do it. You at least agree with that armchair quarterbacks on the couch, you can't be talking ball.
I kind of like that. I like the separation of state there, brother. I think that makes a lot of sense. But, again, Bobby and I, we had a heck of a time. Again, he gave you guys all the notes we talked about because we just sat around and chopped it up, talked a little ball.
You know what? Coach might be a Tolo because Bobby did send a hell of a scouting report, and he's not even here. We did read it an hour ago, so we're proud of you for that, Coach. I actually want to ask a personal question to start off. How is your gas tank right now? Like week 15 weeks in, first-time NFL coach compared to the energy level or the amount on your plate as an assistant and a coordinator?
Well, again, I think, number one, thank you for asking. I know you mean that, but I'll say this, man. It is a grind of a season, but, like, one of the things that I really, try to pride myself on is just, is working my ass off and staying prepared. And again, we got the little mini bye over the weekend after those four games in 17 days, and that was good. We did some self-scout, but also got a chance to just relax a little bit with family, and I'm ready for the home stretch, man.
Coach, I heard you talk about your relationship with Kevin O'Connell a little bit in the presser. Could you just kind of recap your relationship with him? What makes him stand out so much as an offensive mind?
Yeah, well, so we brought Kevin. I was the coordinator in New York, and Kevin was actually in New England, and we were looking for a backup quarterback, and so we brought him over in free agency. And you just saw right away the guy's love for the game, his understanding of football and X's and O's, but also what a great people person that he is, just his ability to connect with people and things like that. And next thing you know, he's kind of getting into coaching, and then you see he goes and works for a guy like Sean McVay that helps develop Kevin in his mind. And Sean's done a great job building his tree of people. But the main thing I would say about Kevin, guys, is this: when he was our backup quarterback, like I said earlier, he had come from New England, so he and Tom Brady were very close. He knew everything, all of Tom's mannerisms. So what he did at the line, how he'd make cover zero checks, how he would check to a run, how he would ID things based on different things. And literally, we played him at least twice a year. Mostly it was 3 times at the playoffs, but where literally that week, Rex Ryan, Mike Pett, and the defensive staff, they would take Kevin basically into the defensive staff room. I'm talking about all day, not just for practice, literally all day long. And he came up with some hellacious blitzes because he understood the protections. And if you showed this, Tom was going to do that. And I think it was the playoff game. We beat him pretty good in the playoff game one year. And we had a free runner where the nickel came off the edge and got a sack, and O'Connell with, I think, his helmet on, pads on, was going crazy like a coach. So it was at that moment I was like, yeah, this guy's destined to do great things.
Yeah, I fell in love with him during the Netflix stuff, and I'm like, who is this guy? And his personality is calm, dealing with the quarterbacks and the team was pretty impressive. We know Brian Flores loves to blitz. We know Coach Flores' reputation. Coach, how many different blitzes can you be unfamiliar with? The difficulty of a blitz package. Can you just kind of give us a football 101 with, not necessarily what Coach Flores likes to do, but the amount of blitzes that can come your way that can catch you off guard?
Yeah, I think the first thing I would say when you're talking about a Brian Flores defense, number one is when you look at him, he loves veteran players. Okay, so all right, well, so there's a style there. Well, why? Well, he wants to be multiple, and he needs guys and wants guys that can do different things from different looks, and they can adjust quickly, and that's what he's built. And, at the end of the day, there's only certain number of blitzes. So I can bring 5 guys, I can bring 6 guys, I can bring 7 guys, I can bring 8 guys. So it really is a numbers game, right? And a lot of it's based on how many backs you have in the backfield or how many potential blitzers you can bring. What I think they're so good at, guys, is they're so good at the disguise part of it. Meaning, again, whether they're bringing 6 or they're bringing 7, they make it look like they're bringing nobody, and then they bring 6 or 7. Then they make it look like they're bringing everybody, and they bring only 5 or 4. And so the disguise element, which the veteran players help with, I think is a huge part of it. But, this guy, he cut his teeth, talking about Flores, of course. He cut his teeth with Belichick, man. He learned under one of the best of all time. And but what's cool for me to see is because we used to play him, when they were in New England, and he's really added his personality to this thing, and very, very difficult to prepare for sure.
Great answer.
Brian Schottenheimer joining us here, 105 through the fan. All right, Dak against the blitz this year. 1,000 yards passing, 8 touchdowns, 2 picks, 70% completion percentage. What makes a quarterback great against the blitz?
2 things. Number one, I think confidence in the offensive line is one, because you got to play with a firm back foot. But just understanding we call it trouble series, guys. So trouble series is like anybody can drop back and throw a football. Not anybody, probably not you guys, probably not me anymore. Definitely not me anymore. But, anybody can do that when, it's a 4-man rush and you're holding up protection. But understanding where the line's sliding to and what your trouble series is, meaning, okay, this 4 week is a problem, here's my answer. This 4 strong is a problem, here's my answer. And I think what we've done over the past couple of years, which Dak's really bought into, is understanding and being a master at those trouble series. So he knows his 4 strong answer is X, or he knows his 4 weak answer is this. Bear defense is a term some people might have heard a little bit where, they cover the center and the 2 guards. He knows all the rules for that. So it really is, he's become a master of the trouble series, and that's one of the reasons why he's so comfortable against the blitz.
Shotty, what did you see out of J.J. McCarthy on tape coming out of Michigan? Has he kind of been the same quarterback you expected him to be?
Yeah, I saw a winner. I really did. I think you saw a guy that had great poise. I saw athleticism. I saw a guy with good arm talent. I just liked the way he played the game. There was moxie. There was. He reminds me a little bit of Bo Nix. They're both good. They've got good size, but they move around. They compete. They use their weapons really well. Again, he played great against Washington, and I'm sure that the thing that they're looking at with him is they got to take care of the football, and he's kind of turned it over a little bit too much this year, but a really, really talented young player that I think's got a nice future in this league.
Brian Schottenheimer here on Sean and RJ, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company on 105.3 The Fan. Did this past week of discussion and all the criticism, or the noise, I should say, has that put an extra chip on George Pickens' shoulder?
I don't know about that. I think, George has been great this week, and I don't think anybody ever questioned that George would be great this week. George is having an incredible season, and again, I don't think any of us coached or played very well against Detroit. Certainly we didn't get the desired effect and result, which is the win, but I think he's had an awesome week, and again, I think he understands just what's expected of him when you're that talented and you're that good of a player, and he's answered the call, which has been great to see.
How different was he on tape in this game compared to other games this year?
You know what? Honestly, there was a little bit of things. He felt that he didn't play very well. He knows he needs to play better, but again, he still made plays. He still took a lot of attention, which is why Ryan Flournoy and CD were having the monster games that they had. And at the end of the day, again, each game is different. And no one plays every game or coaches every game perfect. And, again, we all have to be better. But, again, what I'm pleased about, guys, is, again, just the way he's come in, and not just Wednesday but Thursday. I'm talking about 2 really, really good days of practice. And hopefully that's great news for us heading into Sunday night.
Coach, Jake Ferguson went from a guy who hardly ever fumbles to one who has put the ball on the turf far too often lately. When something like that happens, when it's out of character, is that just a lack of attention to detail, lackadaisical? What goes on there?
Well, number one, it's the biggest issue that we're having as a football team. I think we're 29th in the NFL, which is terrible. -8. You're not going to win enough football games to go where you want to go when you do that. We have to get it resolved on offense and take care of it better. What's crazy, guys, is we actually went 4 straight games without a turnover. I mean, think about that. We did not 1, not 2, but 4 straight games without a turnover. And, of course, on defense, we're not taking it away enough. And so we talk about it every week. Every Thursday we do a segment. But let's talk about Jake, first, because you asked the question. Fergie is so damn competitive, man. He's going to fight and claw for every extra yard. But there's a way you carry the ball that, again, some guys lose track of where, okay, if I'm running to the right, guys, I want the ball in my right arm because that's where the sideline is. That allows me to use my left hand, whether it's a stiff arm or to protect, okay? But once you're in traffic, you have to, we call it lock it down, which means basically I put not just my right arm but my left arm over. I kind of create an X with my arms and my wrist to pin the ball against my chest. And that's where Fergie's gotten a little bit loose as he's fighting for yards or going down. And it creates air or space, which gives what we call an exit angle for the ball. And if there's an exit angle that's created, that's where guys are so good now at knocking it out.
Now that is a talking ball answer and explanation.
Oh, yes. Hey, just a couple guys talking ball.
Oh, God, you're making Bobby's day right now. Brian Schottenheimer right here on The Fan. Well, speaking of turnovers, this guy was a master at it a couple of years ago. And the other day when it came to Trayvon Diggs, you said, I love him as a player, but ultimately he's got to show us that he's ready to do everything the right way. Coach, what is not happening the right way to finally get Diggs back on the field?
No, I think at the end of the day, the right way is just, you walk in the building to start the day and how you finish the day. And, again, I think he's doing a really good job. But, again, it's just the attention to detail and everything. Meetings, attention to detail in the walkthrough, attention to detail in, the practice and all those things. And, again, I think, people don't quite understand, guys, what a ramp-up period means. You go from basically doing 0 football practice for, however long it is, a couple weeks, and then you're asked to go out there. Well, you don't forget how to play football, but your body hasn't done certain movements that they need to do at a high level to play to the level that Trayvon or anybody needs to do. And so it does take time. And, again, at the end of the day, Trey's no different than everybody else. We're always looking for that consistent approach, man, of competing every day. And I'll tell you this, he's having a really good week thus far, and just got to continue through today and into tomorrow.
Is he close to 100% healthy?
Yeah, he's looking really good. He really, I don't want to put a number on it, but yeah, he looks really good.
Is there anyone that's far enough along? We usually, and you, by the way, we're not happy with you. You've gotten Jerry on Tuesday for the first time in 15 years. He gives us no injury information. He used to just come on and say, yes, this guy's playing. I'm sure they made the head coach happy. So blank curse word you for that. He's given us nothing. Guyton, Clowney, Lamb, are any of them far enough along to where it's a no doubt that they'll play?
Well, listen, guys, I follow my owner, so I'm not going to tell you a damn thing. If he's not telling you a damn thing, I'm not telling you a damn thing. And I'm pretty smart when it comes to that. But, no, I do think, CD's doing great. Who else do you ask me about?
Clowney and Guyton.
Clowney's, again, moving around better. And then, again, Guyton's going to be a little harder, but we'll see. And, again, he was on the field yesterday, which is good. But, again, don't tell Jerry I told you guys all that stuff.
He'll be on at 10:30.
Coach, I want to get your take on this. This is non-Cowboys related. But Phillip Rivers is going to start this. He's almost your age. He's going to start this week. It looks like he's going to start this week for the Colts. What could we possibly expect from a guy who's been out of the league for 5 years?
That's a great question. And first of all, let me say this. This guy, having been around when we drafted him when he came out of North Carolina State in San Diego, I mean, this guy is a unique individual. The way his brain processes football, guys, is just different. I mean, I'm talking elite level different. God, I cannot imagine being 44 years old, which was a few years back for me. Okay, let's be honest. And going out there and getting chased and hit by 24, 23, 26-year-old men. But this guy's brain ticks at a different speed than most. And I think he's going to do a hell of a job handing it off. I think he's going to do a hell of a job getting the ball out of his hand really, 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 really fast. And at the end of the day, I wouldn't bet against him. You're talking about one of the greatest competitors I've ever been around, and literally the best trash talker to never swear ever.
Amazing answers despite the insults. Thank you so much, Coach. Go get him Sunday night.
All right, guys. Thanks. Always enjoy it.
The great Brian Schottenheimer, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Is Schotty's predecessor about to be hired back into the NFL? The latest on Mike McCarthy in Bobby's segment. Just to pour some salt in Bobby's wound. B-Lo, B-Bell is next.
After we...
Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
RJ Choppy here. I'm back, baby.
I watch more football than you do. I don't care whether you think he's going to win a lot of games or not. Brian Schottenheimer, you have to be able to separate things in life. I have a rare ability to do it. I know I do. FAF.
FAF?
On my T-shirts. Brian Schottenheimer belongs in the Radio Coach Interview Hall of Fame. Hey! He delivers the damn goods.
Yeah.
My goodness. That was gold. He answered all the tough questions. He dropped the ball nowhere, the insults towards us, his love of Bobby for some reason again. And this is Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan, Babe Laufenberg 920. This Trayvon Diggs thing, Shotty's trying to pay him the compliment by saying, I love him as a guy, I love him as a player. And he's given the excuse thing, or the reason, with the ramp up. But it is clear that the details, the discipline, falling in line, going along with the protocol is still a problem. And that is contributing to Trayvon Diggs still, maybe, not getting back out on the field.
Yep.
It's the behind-the-scenes things and not just his knee. It's clear as day.
I agree. Look, it is obvious that if you're going to build a culture, and Shotty wants to build a culture, all right, you can't have guys who are not pulling on the same string. Now, there's one caveat to that. If you're George Pickens, right?
Well, that's
you
the
have
problem.
to be so elite to not tug on the same rope and still be around here. And Trayvon Diggs just isn't elite enough.
Well, I brought this up with Chiafalo. How different, I don't know this. I'd hint at it or tell you if I did. How different are Pickens and Diggs in terms of following Shotty's culture and following the rules?
I have no idea.
Now, Pickens has been dinged twice. Mm-hmm. The major ding that everybody noticed was Vegas. The minor ding that very few noticed or paid attention to or cared about was Kansas City. He was out for the first two plays. Mm-hmm. And that's why I tweeted what I did before the game, that I think, George Pickens could be missing the beginning of this game. But it was only two plays. Is Pickens...
But that was because he had tryptophan before the game. That was the problem.
That's right.
He ate the turkey the day before.
If Pickens is doing the same stuff as Diggs, but George is playing and being rewarded and Diggs is not, I would have a problem with that if I was a Diggs guy in the locker room. Maybe Trayvon, and common sense is leading me to believe Trayvon is not following many more things than George. That if you have your attendance sheet, if you got all the little things, that Trayvon is doing a worse job of it than GP. But what you said is reality in life, Jimmy Johnson's rules, right? Like, are you producing? How good are you? Yeah. Jerry Jones on Tuesday said, I said, how late is too late? How many times is too late? He goes, depends. But
who you are. And that's the reality. And right here from the 972 on the Franklin injury attorneys fan text, wide receivers are allowed to be divas, corners are not. Now, Dion would disagree with that.
Mm-hmm.
But
because, as I said yesterday, sitting Trayvon Diggs is still dangerous, maybe too strong of a word. It's a heck of a gamble when your back is against the wall, and it's not like you have some set secondary. It's not like Savone Revel got, and he's going to get picked on. Mm-hmm. So whether it's Addison, whether it's Justin Jefferson, if Revel is out there and not getting a ton of help, you have a blink. I'd rather have Trayvon Diggs out there tomorrow than Savone Revel. So Brian Schottenheimer is still doing this and is willing to send this message despite playoff elimination maybe already in play or next.
Yeah, and and I disagree. Like Nick Eatman said that, if Diggs played on Thursday that they would have won the game, right? He told us that. He's not worth 15 points. Which is what it would have taken, that's a big ask, but he's definitely like a player that you can use, and he's definitely a player that should be out of the field.
And you can't get turnovers either.
And and he can. So it's a major gamble, but if you're culture building, you have to take these gambles.
I agree.
And you have to be able
I'm so proud of you right now.
Yeah, like if
you're praising, you're discussing culture. You're trying to grow the sea.
Listen, if this is what he wants to do, he wants to lean into this, then he's got to lean into it.
Yeah.
And if you're going to try to build a culture, then you've got to be willing to accept losses.
Yeah.
To get there. It's a long game.
All right. Connor Orr, Sports Illustrated. Bobby, you'll love this. I saved it right for Bobby's segment. Mike McCarthy is viewed by some as the front runner to become the Tennessee Titans' next head coach.
Wasn't he on the list for the Giants job too?
Well, Vegas.
Yeah.
He's second.
Second for Giants?
Vegas and Bet Online has Marcus Freeman as the favorite at minus 200, followed by Mike McCarthy, Chris Shula, Clint Kubiak, Mike Kafka. That's not happening if you watch this Hard Knocks.
Bill Belichick.
Joe Brady, Steve Spagnuolo, John Gruden, Stefanski, JGZ, Brian Flores, Kevin Patullo, Bill Belichick 66-1, Eli Manning 66-1.
Oh yeah,
you got the same odds as Eli.
I would put more. I put $10 on Bill.
No way. He's damaged goods.
He is damaged goods, but that organization loves him, right?
Yeah.
They have a good relationship.
That'd be $660.
Yeah. Look, I think Mike is a good coach. I think Mike will stabilize an organization. I'm a big fan of Mike McCarthy. If he gets, I would not be surprised if he gets another. I think he should get another job. I think he should get another job. Is higher on my board than he will get another job because of his age. But I just think he's a good stabilizing force and he could work well with a young quarterback.
Did you hear the Cam Ward story? I saw this from Awful Announcing. So a Tennessee Titans sideline reporter has been banned from the team plane because he relayed a story, and as Bobby will tell you and us, that's a no-no. That is a private place for them.
Yeah.
And apparently, after the Titans won a game, Cam Ward downplayed it. Like, I'm paraphrasing. It's still not impressive. Like, look at our record and look at the way we're playing. Well, one of the vets got on the intercom on the phone and basically said, ignore what Cam told the reporters. Enjoy the win. Ignore what this kid said. Ignore what that rookie said. The sideline reporter talked about it publicly. Podcast, radio interview, I don't know. And now he has been banned. And to me, that is the right decision, justifiably so, of relaying what happened on the plane, because that makes the Titans team look disjointed and fractured. That the veteran is like, ignore what Cam Ward said and enjoy the W.
So
that came out.
So you think it was the right decision to ban him from the plane?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. You can't have that.
Yeah. Bobby, if the rules are established. Now, if Tad Carper and the Cowboys PR want to say, what happens on the plane doesn't stay on the plane, but of course, we know what it is.
Yeah.
Locker room, different.
There's a code. There's a code that you have. It's sometimes even unwritten. Like, when you're in the locker room.
They have a code for the walk-offs.
Right. They have a code for the walk-offs.
Sometimes you're not supposed to, the coach will say something to the media that they just want them to know to form their stories. And next time they're giving their opinion, keep this in mind. But it's not always for them to relay publicly.
Yeah, and
we have a code at Nobu. Well, we have a code at Nobu in Malibu when we talk to some Cowboys people.
Jerry and Steven and whoever else
I wasn't going to name them, but
they're there.
You broke the code.
They're there. You talk to them, and what you hear is what you hear. It's not what you say. It's supposed to stay. And in the locker room, it's like there's no microphones around. It's not public. All right, it's just kind of the way it is. That's how you get a lot of stuff from these guys, is that you're just talking to them off the record, and that's the way it works.
We continue to enjoy and bathe in the meltdown of filthy. This was an Eagles fan who had a welfare check that was picked up on his security camera after Jalen Hurts lost them that game.
Yep. Hey, man, how's it going? Are you Jake?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, so someone called in reference to your Facebook post.
The Eagles lost, man.
I know. So
I'm fine. The Eagles lost and the dogs are barking.
I got you. You don't plan on hurting yourself?
No. Jalen Hurts threw 3
Turn the ball over 6 times, man.
That's right, yeah. Okay. All right, man. I appreciate it. All right, take it easy.
That's so good. It's so good. These guys take it so seriously.
What did he post? He posted, like, I'm going to kill myself?
Probably. Unalive. Unalive, yeah. Unalive.
And a neighbor saw it, called the police, and the cop's like, I know, I saw Hurts' game too.
Yeah. It's the cops watching. Yeah. He's fake radar and he's just watching the game on his phone.
Then you got the WIP morning guy who said, this is it. If Hurts doesn't play well in this Raider game, he shouldn't start the rest of the season.
Insane. Insane. There is no honor here. I mean, the guy just won Super Bowl MVP.
Man, I wonder. No, I got to come up with a different question. But like, if I wasn't on this station and we're covering the Cowboys like this, if you could, well, they're not going to miss the playoffs. But like them missing the playoffs versus the Cowboys making it, if you had your choice, just to watch their meltdown.
Oh, for sure.
If you believe the Cowboys aren't going to win the title, which they wouldn't, to see what would happen if they're not going to miss. But if I asked this like 3 or 4 weeks ago. Because this meltdown it's amazing.
It really is.
The rabbit, the host, the callers, the police, all of it.
Philadelphia is the exact type of city.
It's just like Yankee fans.
I mean, they're borderline on it. Yeah, I mean, Yankee fans are like, it's unacceptable to we should be going out to get this guy. It's like, okay, I mean, you make the playoffs every year, but it is not crazy to me to think that only in Philadelphia could you win the Super Bowl and then both coach, quarterback get fired at the end of next season by missing the playoffs. It's the only city that would happen.
B-Lo, on the home of the Cowboys with Sean and RJ. Roberto will be back Sunday for Cowboys Vikings coverage, and of course Monday with us for Star Up, Star Down. Babe Laufenberg previews Minnesota at 9:20 this morning, but we need your nominees and your vote for worst take. Is it Notre Dame? Is it Adam Schefter? Is it Shannon Sharp? Is it Mark Schlereth, or is it R.J. Choppy? No. Worst take is next. And this is Hurtado Barbecue. They took over Arlington. They're taking over the Metroplex with the locations in Dallas, Mansfield, and Fort Worth, coming to Argyle in the spring. And they're taking over nationally. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, which we got a ton of Tolos that do, you can finally enjoy the Mexique that I'm always talking about. Go to Goldbelly. That's right. You go to goldbelly.com or hurtadobbq.com, and Brandon and the official barbecue of the Texas Rangers in the Morning Show will ship it to you wherever you are nationally. So go ahead and enjoy the amazing prime brisket, that subtle sweetness of those pork ribs. Go ahead and get any of the specialties, including those bacon burnt ends or the beef rib, whatever they have available. And it's always changing because he's not just a pitmaster, he is a chef at hurtadobbq.com. If you're in DFW, go enjoy it for your lunch or dinner today. If you're going to get a little bit warmer temperatures with the awesome patio atmospheres that they have, especially Farmers Market and in Arlington, many times with live music. It's Hurtado and hurtadobbq.com. Tell them Sean for the Fan sent you.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Hall of Famer Bob Pettit. The 93-year-old two-time NBA MVP back in the 1950s actually led the league in scoring twice and rebounding once, despite being only 6'9" back in the era of the great Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain. Big Blue also led the Hawks to the 1958 championship. That's the only championship in Hawks franchise history. Not surprising. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this football season unforgettable. Enjoy our all-new app design and same-game parlay builder, which will take your experience to a new level. Earn BetMGM rewards points from your bets. Take advantage of football promos found nowhere else, like a second chance offer on a first touchdown bet, and keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Arizona, 1-800-NEXT-STEP. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico...
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ever met someone who is so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are?
There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week. You are made of stupid.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Aiden's getting it in the hallway. He's RJ Choppy, back from the sickness. I see Pepe to my left. I'm Sean Sharif here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Babe Laufenberg previews the Vikings at 9:20. Crosstalk with KNC, where you get the brand new 105.3 The Fan hoodie at 9:40.
New Indiana Hoosier fan, Babe Laufenberg.
Oh, you calling him a bandwagoner?
Well, no, not a band, because he played there, so I can't really call him a bandwagoner, but it did take 15 years for him to bring it up.
That's right. Then he's sending us Lee Corso birthday pictures.
Yeah.
All this stuff.
Yeah.
So Babe's going to come on, try to rub it in, call us bandwagoners with trivia on top of it. Okay, this is a loaded list for worst take. 877-881-1053. We need your nominees and the biggest loser. It is going to be very difficult for me to vote for anyone other than the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, who bailed on their playoff game. Let it be known that they have a backdoor deal to make the playoff next year with their weak-ass schedule, even if they're the number 12 team in the country, canceling the book signing deal from a CFP voting member.
Ivan Maisel. Good college football record.
And all the whining and crying and entitlement that they have shown.
Basically, every move they've made has been wrong. They're like the Costanza of college football right now in the opposite episode. Everything they've done has been wrong. Their reaction to not getting to the CFP, look, I get it, you're upset. But there's a fine line between being upset and sounding and acting like you're owed something.
Yeah.
And that's what they sounded like. They sounded and acted like they were owed something. And I completely sympathize or empathize, whatever the hell the word is, with them, that they were led to believe for 6 weeks they were the better team. The committee did a terrible job with this.
Terrible.
But at the end of the day, they were right to put Miami over Notre Dame.
When should they have put Miami over Notre Dame? How many weeks ago? I haven't heard anyone ask that. When should they have righted that wrong and gotten it right from the jump?
I think if you have the same record and you have a win over the other team, I think that's the point. And they've had the same record all along. Like I never thought Notre Dame played nobody down. They wanted. Pete Bavacqua said it's one of the most impressive 10-game stretches ever. Well, no, it's not.
Yeah, he took like margin of victory. Why was it a margin of victory?
Yeah, because you played Navy like 8 times.
Yeah.
You know, it was a terrible schedule. So just everything they've done has been wrong.
I think we have to keep Sharon Moore off of this because he'd be the runaway easy winner.
Yeah.
Right?
Well.
Worst take.
It was a bad take.
It was a bad take.
It was a bad take on his part.
It was a bad take. The affair, the alleged break-in, the alleged knife, the alleged suicide watch.
Yeah.
I don't know. You guys decide whether he definitely needs to be included. Adam Schefter's going to get nominated for saying this on ESPN as a fellow Michigan man.
With the staffer, what we haven't heard yet is Sharon Moore's side of this. And he gets his say into this particular situation as well. And I do know that he felt like people had it in for him for an awful long time there while he was at Michigan. He felt like there were people who were out to get him. So all of these things can all be true.
That's enough.
It's possible.
That's what he's in hot water for. We haven't heard his side of the story. There are people who thought that they were out to get him there.
Apparently, this has been going on. This affair, love tryst, whatever.
Yeah,
has been going on. It was they knew about it.
Well, that's not out to get you. That's protecting you for 2 years.
Yeah, that is protecting you.
And they should be further investigated more, maybe.
Yes, because they have not learned from Connor Stallions. You know, like this. I saw somebody put it brilliantly on Twitter. The Michigan scandal is the biggest college sports scandal since the last Michigan scandal. And that's absolutely true because they never did
Michigan man.
They didn't. Michigan man.
They really need to get rid of that title. It gets them nothing but slings and arrows.
It does. It's Bo Schembechler, and when he said it, when Steve Fisher left, when he said it, it was like, all right, I want a Michigan man to run the program. It wasn't Steve Fisher. It was when Bill left. And then Steve Fisher took over. And he goes, I want a Michigan man here. He's not going to coach the NCAA tournament. I want a Michigan man here to do it. And that was cool. It's
like a local.
Yeah.
But they've turned it. Brady and Portnoy they've turned it into prestige.
Yeah. Well, hey, prestige. There ain't nothing prestigious about this.
All right, couple of Cowboy takes. The first, Mark Schlereth on the G-Bag Nation. Did you hear this? Were you here for this?
Yes, this was the Pickett stuff.
This was Mark Schlereth on paying George Pickens.
There's no way, by the way, just on a tangent, there is no way that I would pay George Pickens. I wish I could buy him for what he's worth and sell him for what he thinks he's worth. There is no way I would invest a dime into that guy going on beyond this season. I saw him film his own slow motion movie on Thursday night. I mean, when he's not the target, when he's not involved, he's not interested. You can have that. You can't. You got to know the right guys, and sometimes you got to let go of really good guys because they're not the right guys. And I wouldn't invest 2 cents in that guy.
Woo! Chiafalo yesterday sitting in for Chop said the fan text was not very happy, as you would expect with Mark Schlereth.
No. But 2 cents, you're not going to invest at all. I mean. Again, we've talked about this.
Well, I mean, you don't have to be literal with the 2 cents.
Right, I know. But we've talked about this, right? You know, you could tag them, you could sign them, or you could just walk away. Well, just walking away that's financially.
Get your third-round comp pick.
You get your third-round comp pick, maybe, right? You got the way the NFL comp system is so screwed up. But you tag them, it's a $28 million hit. Now, obviously, you're going to tag to either trade or sign to an extension. But I'm still signing. I know it's risky, but I'm still signing.
How about RJ Choppy with the Dallas Cowboys network take that not only will the Dallas Cowboys win the NFC East, but they'll win it handily with the Philadelphia Eagles going 1-3 down the stretch. 1-3.
Not only are the Dallas Cowboys going to win the NFC East, they're going to win the NFC East by more than a game. By more than a game. Put that out there, Josh Clark.
Yeah, I love it.
Philadelphia might finish the season with a winning record. After last night, I'm convinced. They might finish the season with a winning record.
Woo! Hot! That was hot.
Cowboys, the Eagles had to go 2-3. Cowboys had to go 4-0. The Eagles are already 0-1. So now they just got to split their final 4 games, and the Cowboys win out, and the Eagles are not the NFC East champs. The Dallas Cowboys are. Now, I don't trust the Dallas Cowboys as far as I can throw them.
Yeah.
All right.
Which Schottenheimer said we can't throw far.
And we can't throw far. Because I could easily see them losing to Minnesota or the Chargers. Now, I don't know if they're going to lose to Washington or the Giants, but whatever. It still wouldn't. Nothing would stun me. Nothing surprises me.
I put out the poll question. What do you have more faith in? The Cowboys winning out 4-0, the Eagles losing 2, or forget it. Both are happening. So got about 900 total votes. Cowboys winning out is at 36%. Eagles losing to is at 39%. 24% both are happy. This may be the closest poll that I have run in a very, very long time. Now we have a nominee from Eric Chiafalo, Shannon Sharpe, on his podcast saying that the Browns are still setting Shedeur up.
And I really hate to feel this way, but a part of me is like, yeah, we're going to let him start the rest of the season. Oh, Bears, Bills, Steelers, Bengals. If I'm Shedeur, I'm like, nah, I'm good. I already showed y'all what I can do. Put Dillon in there. Why couldn't you name his ass the starter 3 games ago? Why was it week to week? Because you know what? Every time he don't want to answer a question, he always say, well, I don't want to get into that. Right. I don't want to get into that. Because they asked him before, is Shedeur going to start? Well, I don't want to get into that. Let's look at the film and all that. Bro, you know.
So here's my take on this. Obviously, if he's not happy with the fact that he was named the starter over these last 4 games, what would he say if he wasn't named the starter?
Yep.
Would he complain?
This hurts me to say because I love Shannon Sharpe's delivery.
That's my Michelle.
I love tube of toothpaste. You need to get that cut back. You haven't played that in way too long. But that's because Shannon Sharpe got himself fired.
I go through a tube of toothpaste a week.
And canned. And he was kind of relating to Sharon Moore having it all fall apart the other day on his podcast. This is stupid. Like, I question Shannon Sharpe's mindset of intelligence right now and the way that his wires are put together in his brain, because it's just a desperate it's a stupid take. And then it's making me feel like you're desperate to keep Shedeur as a topic. So it's a problem when he got drafted late. Then it's a problem. The Browns didn't want him and try to sabotage him, even though they drafted him. Then the Browns are trying to sabotage him because, I don't know, they're playing the guy they drafted before him ahead of him. Then they're sabotaging him by not giving him practice reps when other backup quarterbacks have come out and said the number 2 and number 3 don't get any practice reps. And now they're sabotaging him when he's playing and naming him the starter because they didn't name the starter early enough. Right. Give me a break.
You can't have it both ways. Either you're upset that he's not the starter or you're happy that he is.
Peyton Russell with the nominee. Another reason why Whataburger is king, because In-N-Out has canceled the order number 67 in their establishments.
RJ, we talked about this in the payload yesterday. This was your topic right here. This is perfect for you. Eric filled in. Great job yesterday. But In-N-Out in California has removed the number 67 from their ordering system. We all know the viral clip. This was like 2 or 3 months ago. The viral clip of them going 67 on the intercom system, and everyone jumping up, going crazy. And it's terrible for business that they just all of a sudden, about a month ago, took away the number 67. They're going to go 66, 68.
Where are they doing this at?
Los Angeles.
Very bad place.
First store.
California. It's a terrible place. They don't like fun. They have taken away fun. This is a stupid move.
That's really dumb.
It's really dumb. You were getting free advertising. This was free publicity. And guess what? Whataburger, lean into it. Lean into it.
I said yesterday a fast food place needs to make a number 67 combo. Is that genius?
Bam.
So you got your 1 through 12s, and then you have a number 6, 7.
Yeah.
How many people wouldn't order it?
I would order it.
People would all film themselves.
Yeah.
Going, can I get the 6, 7?
Yeah.
Can I get the 6, 7?
Yeah.
And then you pull it to the window. Here's the 6, 7.
Yeah.
And record it.
Absolutely.
Which fast food place? My guy over at Whataburger. Do it for a month.
Yeah. Just
watch your sales and give me a commission.
Every 10th order is order number 67. Just lean into it.
Yeah.
Let's go.
There it is.
It's fun.
That's all my nominees. This is Worst Take, and we need the biggest loser at 877-881-1053. Is it Notre Dame for being a bunch of little baby brats? Is it Sharon Moore? I think he is too much of an easy winner, although if you want him in a walk-off and a runaway, you can do it. Is it RJ Choppy for the Cowboy homer take that they win the NFC East? Is it Mark Schlereth for insulting George Pickens by saying they shouldn't even pay him 2 cents with an extension? Is it Adam Schefter for saying, let's hear Sharon Moore's side of this? Is it In-N-Out for getting rid of 6-7? Is it Shannon Sharpe for saying that Shedeur Sanders should not start the rest of the Browns games this season?
Ooh, man.
What a list.
Man, that's a great list because, I think like the one that's closing fast coming down the outside, Smarty Jones. I think in and out's closing fast.
On the text?
No, for me.
Oh.
For me. They're closing fast.
Yeah.
Because people are saying, what an idiot restaurant in Seattle recently called 6-7. They were having a record year. That's a place in the restaurant.
Dumb.
6-7, it's coming in hot. Coming in hot. People hate Shannon Sharp's take too. But I'm going to go with Notre Dame.
Yep. So am I.
I'm going to go Notre Dame.
I hate them now.
Yeah, it's a sweep, guys. Notre Dame for me, but the fan text has spoken, Sean, and I believe Shannon Sharp's take.
What?
Sanders, I think, is edged out Schlereth.
Wow.
Pew, pew, pew.
Well, toothpaste. All right, this is DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Hopefully you guys won the Matt Rife tickets. Tim sent us some other giveaway as well for next week. He was super excited about it. So my mind...
Good Charlotte, I believe, is in there. Good
Okay.
Charlotte, yep.
It's something else as well. It's going to be Motley Crue for KNC. That's why Tim was excited.
Oh, yeah.
And then Avenged Sevenfold and Good Charlotte.
Ooh.
There it is for
Avenged
us.
Sevenfold, man. That could be fun.
And that is for you as well in the 9 o'clock club. We got 7 and 9 all next week right here on 105.3 The Fan. All right. Let's figure out why he could not get Jason Garrett to come on the show this week. Cowboys color analyst Babe Laufenberg next. But what got RJ Choppy healthy enough to make it in here this morning? He said the wife.
if you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333 with Frankel. Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's the snap, staying back to throw again. Pressure comes, rolls to his right. Tries to run with it, throws it down the field. It is tipped up in the air, and that's the ball game right there. Indiana wins! Indiana has beaten the Ohio State Buckeyes, the #1 team in the country. The Hoosiers have beaten the Buckeyes, and Indiana is going to the college football playoff.
Now, were we being called bandwagoners, or are you calling Babe a bandwagon Indiana fan, even though he went there showing up in the amazing Al Bundy Letterman jacket during Jared Sandler's charity event?
Well, we're not being called. I'm not calling Babe. I'm just questioning, haven't heard much. Now, it's okay. It's okay. He's allowed to because he played there.
Yeah.
He put the blood, sweat, and tears. But I haven't heard much about Indiana football for 15 years.
What say you, Babe Laufenberg?
Yeah, just let me know when I'm allowed to talk. Listen, they are reaping the benefits of what Babe Laufenberg and Lee Corso sowed back in the 81 and 82 football seasons, okay? It took a while, but the corn is finally coming out of the ground. And now, well, you know what's funny? I know Choppy's kind of having fun with me.
I'm having big fun.
And I understand, and I would too. But what have we had to talk about?
Yeah.
I get it.
If I went in and, 3 years ago when I talked about our loss to Minnesota or something, well, that's not good radio, but this is good radio, baby, because we're the #1 team in the nation.
Are you going to go? Are you going to try to go to a game?
I'm trying to go to the Rose Bowl, I'm going to see how it works. Christy and Brad were shaming me up at the Star the other day. What do you mean you're not going? Cowboys have the Giants that weekend. That game is played on Thursday, the Rose Bowl. So I got to figure out, am I going to fly to New York? Do they Cowboys play Saturday? Do they play Sunday? But I think I'll end up going. I put in for my football alumni tickets.
Well, okay, so you have to go through a process. I was wondering how that works.
Hopefully it's better than the Bengals.
The Bengals?
Yeah. Did you see what they did with Boomer and Corey Dillon?
I did not.
Yeah.
Oh, they for the Ring of Honor ceremony, they invited all current members of the Ring of Honor back for the ceremony, but they made them pay for a hotel and they had to buy their 2 tickets.
Oh, wow. Wow. Well, I have to buy my tickets, but that's understandable.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, it's great. And let me just say quickly, if you guys, and I know people have watched Indiana, and I mean this, and I do not know Curt Cignetti, never met the man. It's the most well-coached football team at any level. I don't care, NFL, college, high school. You watch that team, they do everything right. They don't make dumb penalties. Defensively, they're in the right position. They never give up easy plays. Ohio State had so much more talent on the field. They did. Okay, this came out of the Indianapolis Star, okay? So I'm crediting them, and I'm assuming that they're accurate. Indiana has 0 5-star players, right? Now, I don't put a lot of stock into that 5-star, 4-star. But for those that do, they had 0 5-stars. 8 starters on Indiana's team are 0-star guys coming out of high school, 0-star. Ohio State, who has a bunch of 5-stars, they only have 2 starters on their team who were not 3-stars. They have 2 starters who were 3-star guys. Everybody else were, the best coming out of high school. So for that Indiana team to beat Ohio State, and really they beat them. That wasn't luck. It wasn't a fluke.
Yeah.
They're just so well coached. I mean, any football coach would look at that team and say, man, I want my team to look like that.
Is Mendoza a legit NFL quarterback?
I mean, he's a legit NFL quarterback. We'll see what happens when they get there. As we know, all these guys get drafted high and first rounders, and which leads me to my trivia question.
Let's do it. What a segue.
But, yeah, it's a great segue, and you guys didn't even know it because just for the uninitiated, my boys don't know this question. Even Peyton, who seems to always have the right answer, he doesn't know the question.
Ooh.
And I will tell you quickly, at Jared Sandler's charity event, which was great, by the way, on Sunday, a guy came up to me and said, "Babe, I love the trivia. I just wait for the trivia." He said, "But I'm a big Giants fan. Can you do some Giants trivia?" And I said, "Well, we're in, we live in North Texas, so we tend to do more Cowboys stuff." But I said, "I'll tell you what, they play the Giants last game of the year. We'll have a little Giants trivia for you."
All right.
So I forget the gentleman's name, but here we go. Ready?
Yeah.
So there have been 35 quarterbacks drafted in the first round from 2015 on. Okay, 35. Only 2 did not start a game in their rookie year. One of them, of course, was the guy we're going to see Sunday, J.J. McCarthy, but he was injured. The other quarterback was not injured, and he's the only quarterback of the last 35 who did not start a game, at least a game, in the rookie year. Can you name that guy?
Mahomes?
I was going to say Mahomes.
No, he started one. He started the very last game. Started the very last game for Kansas City. They had wrapped up their playoff spot, and he started the last game.
Jordan Love.
You guys nailed it.
No,
God. I thought you would get that one. I really did.
In your face, Peyton.
Did you get help? Who were you talking to over there?
Nobody.
No, we got no help. Aiden, we can't see Aiden.
Yeah, G-bag flags are up here.
G-bag flags are out there. We can't see Aiden.
Babe Laufenberg bringing it on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Cowboys color analyst right here on 105.3 The Fan. You watch all the film. We rely on you for that. A lot of times you're talking with Bobby about it behind the scenes. Is the George Pickens effort overblown or legit?
Well, I do watch the film, and it wasn't really atypical from what you see in the other games. It was interesting because I didn't know until the next day. Of course, it was a night game in Detroit, and I'm in Detroit, right? I'm not watching the Amazon post-game show. I tend to not watch it anyway. I watch the game, and then I say, okay, I form my opinion there, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But then the thing blew up, obviously, with Sherman, and then everybody kind of just dogpiled onto that. It's not that atypical from what he does every week. I mean, I usually don't tell people, hey, go to my Twitter, because everybody's got a Twitter. Everybody follows 1,000 people. So I always like it when people say, hey, did you see what I posted? I'm like, really? I didn't. I don't get on it a ton, and I'm following like 1,000 people.
Yeah.
But I posted the Detroit Lions touchdown run, Montgomery's touchdown run. All 3 wide receivers, they're in a 3-by-1 set, so the 3 wide receivers are set left. They all come out. Each of them hustles their rear end off, gets their block, and it springs Montgomery. It's the old thing. The offensive line gets you 6 yards, and the wide receivers get you 6 points, because if you're not blocking downfield. So I was like, trust me, I'm not getting on Richard Sherman, but had he looked at any film leading up to that? It was not. It was not all that different. Now, let me say this. Pickens is a tremendous talent. We know it. I mean, you see it. Ball goes in the air, he's about as good as it gets. And you hate to make this comparison, but kind of reminds me a little bit of Randy Moss, when the ball went in the air. And they've even got the you got Mossed, right?
Yeah.
You could say you got Pickens because he's either going to draw a penalty or he's going to get the ball. But as for hustle and blocking and running hard every play, it's not him. And if you've watched any film, you'd pick out any week. That doesn't mean he doesn't make great plays in the passing game. He does. We've seen it. But you just haven't been watching.
Is all that a concern in paying him $30 million?
I think everything is a concern. Honestly, when you're talking about that kind of money, and saddling your franchise. I mean, let's just say Trayvon Diggs, okay? And again, I'm going to kind of dogpile it. You guys were talking about it earlier. Everybody's talking about it. Do you think they're happy that they gave him that contract? Do you think there's a little buyer's remorse? I mean,
right.
There is. So you want to make sure you're not doing the same thing with George Pickens. And but, again, great talent, unbelievable talent. Pittsburgh, there's a reason why they said, we don't want to put up with this guy anymore. Now, the things that hurt him in Pittsburgh or made Mike Tomlin say, basically, I don't want to deal with him, they've really not surfaced here. as far as we know.
Yeah.
Now, I will say he's probably been fined more than you guys make combined this year.
Probably.
I would assume.
Yeah.
I would hope.
I don't even.
Probably.
Otherwise, he's below the poverty line. No, but there's just so much that goes into, as you guys know, there's so much that goes into all this. And I'm not in the building. You're not in the building. We're not in the building. I love it when we call ourselves insiders or whatever. Well, the only insiders are the people that are in that building and in the meetings and dealing with them on a daily basis. But again, tremendous talent, but just put the film on. I mean, blocking, hustling, all of that, it's optional. And it's the old thing, very fond of the statement, you get what you demand, you encourage what you tolerate. So I don't know how much is demanded, and quite a bit is tolerated. But again, I'm not in the building.
Babe Laufenberg joined us here on 105 through the Fan. All right, J.J. McCarthy, are these growing pains he's going through? What have you seen from him, or is this kind of a precursor to tell that he might not be the guy?
No. I mean, I laughed when I was reading something and earlier in the season, and it's like, okay, he shouldn't be making these mistakes 3 games into his career. And I was like, you're going to make him 3 years into your career. Mm-hmm. I mean, we see Dak, right? He's in year 10, and he's getting better. You start seeing things over and over and over through playing, and he is so early in his career. It's like, and I heard you talk about Shedeur, and to be honest, I'm tired of talking about Shedeur. But the 1 week he plays, he goes 4 of 11, and he takes all these sacks, and people say, well, that proves he can't play. And then the next week he throws for 300, and we're getting the gold jacket out for Canton. And it's like, can we give these guys some time? So there's going to be ebbs and flows. Now, the problem with McCarthy, number one, not that this means anything, but I really liked him coming out of college, and I looked at his tape, and he did a lot of things that you like to see from a quarterback. And I know a lot of people said, well, he didn't have to do anything at Michigan. He was by far the best player in terms of numbers on 3rd and 7+ in college football. So when he had to make the throw, he made it. But he's had such stops and starts. Didn't play last year, got hurt, so wasn't even able to practice. This year starts out, has that game in Chicago in his first one, then he gets hurt again. So it's been such a stop and start deal. Played well against Washington. Obviously, it's not a great defense at this point when you're playing Washington.
Yeah.
But I like him. Again, I think we all, no matter what, we're all biased in terms of if we don't like a guy coming out of college and he's not doing great, then we say, see, I told you about that guy. And if we like the guy coming out of college and he's not doing great, we say, well, let's give him some time. So that's kind of where I am on McCarthy. I think he's going to be a good player, but as you know, you never know with these quarterbacks. I mean, some make it, some don't, and sometimes you can't tell why. But you don't want to be that team that gives up on Sam Darnold, that gives up on Daniel Jones, and then they get in the right Baker Mayfield, then they get in the right place and with the right people around him, which he is. He's got a good offensive coach in Kevin O'Connell. He's got Justin Jefferson. So there are some things to work with there, but it just takes time, and it takes years, not games, not weeks.
Great stuff, Babe. Thank you. Have a good call.
Okay, thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Go Hoosiers.
Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys color analyst on the D&M Leasing Hotline. You can go get the first batch of the 105.3 Fan hoodies at Uncle Julio's in Arlington. The KNC Masterpiece joins us from there next.
But it's the holidays, the season of joy and giving, and what is the most awesome gift you could give yourself? That's good health.
105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
That is Corey Majors on the drums. That is Kevin Hagelin in the sun. And this is Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece here on Sean and RJ. Good morning. Where are you guys?
Guys, we are at Uncle Julio's in Arlington, 150 East Interstate 20. Come on out and see us today. They're already open. Everything's rocking around here. We start the show with questions the Cowboys must positively answer if they want to make the playoffs. Get into some puck around and find out. And then we have Jerry Jones joining us at 10:30. But, Sean, the most important part of today.
Thank you.
Is joining us for the entire show. It is one Bobby Belt. He has decided that our show is so much fun because we talk ball
Bobby
so well,
KNC.
so good at talking ball, that he wanted to be on the show with us today. Your thoughts on talking ball?
I would just like to point out that working on your vacation is a very bad precedent to set for the rest of us.
He's not working. He's hanging out with his friends.
I'm talking ball. Like ball,
Yeah.
when you're just talking ball.
Like
that's not
Shotty.
work. That's
Shotty
just
said
ball
talking
knowledge.
ball.
Yeah, Shotty talks ball.
Yeah, like I've already had a meeting with Shotty this morning. I had a breakfast. Like I'm sharing the ball well.
It's like CeeDee Lamb on the bye week going to play the game for the Giants. You're go play for them. You're the enemy.
You know, Corey.
You're the enemy show.
This legitimately did everything you thought it would do.
That is wonderful.
I'm
looks
wonderful. I'm beside myself. I am.
I only see one of you. I don't see two.
He doesn't even get up before 11 a.m. I'm writing him at 3 a.m., like, you know, kind of hinting, like, you should just come on with this Viking preview you sent.
Come on the air.
And, you know,
Great
I got no response there. I'm the only one, I think, that invites him out socially, and he sits there and hangs out with these guys nonstop versus coming on this show.
Yeah.
The entire week.
Terrible thing to do right now. Terrible thing. This is a bad
him out
move.
socially.
Bad move, Bobby.
You didn't show up for work yesterday either, RJ.
I was sick.
He was.
I actually thought there was a 5% chance that he would come in for you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right, offer to come in.
Yeah, offer to come in, but...
Well, I'd already found out Eric was scheduled to come in for you, and I didn't see you hinting. Did you text or email me?
We were texting.
Yeah.
Throughout the week. But
see, the thing is,
oh no,
Sean,
you emailed me about it. I just saw it.
The Friday football feast.
I just saw it.
The Friday football feast is a social thing, though. So this is socially hanging out more than it is work for him.
This is like a labor of love. It's just ball knowledge sharing. Like I'm sharing my ball knowledge.
I knew something has been up recently because
What do you mean?
the past month he's been sticking around with. Hey guys, is Gavin or Tim here? If Spittle's here, Aiden, go to Spittle's office.
Oh, no.
I need him in here. It's time to open up trade talks.
Trade talks, baby. Let's open up some trade talks.
It's time to open up negotiations.
Wow.
I'm looking at Alec. I'm trying to figure out what we could actually get.
Dude, Alec's fantastic.
Alec is fantastic.
Could it be like a soccer transfer market where we just pay you for the rights to Bobby
we'll
Bell?
take money.
Yeah.
Look,
but he's
now, to be honest, there may have been some Kevin Hagelin tampering. Hagelin may have been, tampering with my rights over the last week.
That sounds weird.
And I'm here to just share the wealth.
He's been sticking around with them multiple times for all these extra segments. They kicked him off as a Cowboys insider, but then for some reason they brought him back. He's still on the G-Bag teaser for some reason. Update that, Dawson.
He went down to Waxahachie for a remote.
Yeah, he just appeared. He's floating. He's just sticking around, and I'm like, "What? Why are you? You didn't do this at the last building." And he keeps on just hanging around.
When was the last time you walked down in the garage to the car with him?
I know that used to be our bonding moment.
We used to plan the show, and he got a new car.
We used to plan the show every day, like on that walk down, and now he's sitting here with these idiots.
I think I only did that twice. I did do it 2 days in a row where I was like hanging around longer because I took the Adderall later, and so it was coursing through my veins, and I was just doing like spreadsheets, and that's why I stuck around later those 2 days. And then there was another time where I had to hang around for a meeting. But other than that, I think I have walked down with you guys every time.
I retweeted your dumb appearance last weekend.
I've got another one at Lowe's today at 3:00 in Keller.
Nice.
Working again.
Wow, working again.
Yeah. Working
money. Yeah,
I can't take vacation from Lowe's.
Yeah, that's true.
While you guys were Schottenheimering Trayvon Diggs, we decided to put him in the lineup.
While we were Schottenheimering
him.
Sure.
Yeah. I don't understand
what does that
means.
mean?
Do you not? Have you heard his pressers? Oh, we got to do a lot of things.
Wait, whoa. Are you saying, are you going to Brian Schottenheimer right now?
No, he's saying I'm a Trayvon Diggs problem child.
Yeah. We've decided to embrace him.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
we're building cultures here in the morning show. We're building a culture.
Yeah, I got Bobby. Choppy's my culture guy now.
Yeah,
he signed up for it.
Oh dear God, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Bobby, what was there any number one FOMO moment of the week for you that you're like, I wish I was just in there talking about that, or something that you've overheard?
I mean, anytime you guys were talking ball, for sure. But no, I missed it.
To lose out now.
I was bummed I didn't get to sit for the Jerry interview on Tuesday, because that's always fun. Tuesdays are always fun because we knock out Ask Reddit, we do Jerry interview. Like, there's always a lot going on.
Hey,
so
Bobby,
Tuesday was FOMO.
We have Jerry on the show
oh my
today.
Gosh, can we do Ask Reddit too?
Yeah.
You know what?
We can do Ask Reddit with Jerry.
Okay, you're going to be upset by this, Sean. Last night I'm driving around, 8:40. I pop on the radio, and I hear the Fan After Dark. And do you know what segment Blake Elliott is doing?
Let's do one that he shows up for. I don't know.
Let's do some unethical life hacks here. I found some unethical life hacks, and let's go through these.
Wow.
Did you send them to him like you do the work for all the other shows?
No, I did not. I did notice you liked the Sports Hodgepodge intro I made for Eric, by the way.
It's a dumb segment title, but it's an amazing intro song. I don't even feel like I should be here anymore because Bobby's there, and I should start my weekend early.
Let's go.
You should. We got more than enough ball knowledge to go around.
I'm hoping to come out to see you on Saturday, Sean.
Wild Fork.
Going to my grandfather is in the home, and I'm going to go see him for his birthday. But I'm hoping to swing through because you do fine work, sir, when you're out and about.
Now you're going to drop your grandfather in that to stop me from insulting you, which is going to work. So
he's still with us.
If we come see you at Wild Fork, will we be square then?
Careful. Last time you tried to swing a deal to make you square on Wild Fork, that didn't work out.
Show me your meat.
The line is probably going to be too long for me to see you.
Very too long.
Very too long. Very too long.
Very too long.
He can just walk to the front of the line. He's part of the family.
Is Kristen there? Are you guys partaking? Are you guys opening up the beers?
She was calling. Yeah, she was calling while I was here. No, I had gone and had breakfast with Kyle Frazier from Frazier Roofs and Gutters, and he was around the corner.
All over the place.
And I knew I was going to be having breakfast this morning, and so I told Hagee last week. I said, "Hey, you know what would be funny is I'm going to be in Arlington on Friday. I should just stop by for crosstalk and pop on, and we'll see if Sean's head explodes."
Yeah, it did. Yeah. So, congratulations. I guess it was. I
was this close to calling Peyton and telling him, come in at crosstalk with Bobby Knows Ball, just that he goes, what the hell is that? And it's, oh my God, it's Bobby's music.
I guess it was a really stupid thing to think that Spittle would actually be here before 10.
Holy crap,
to conduct trade talks. Guys, Stars played at 4 p.m. yesterday, maybe.
It was a night game.
It was a night game.
7:30.
You had to cover it, yeah.
Hey, you know the best place to get property tax relief, though, is Ownwell.
It is Ownwell.
You should go check that out. Oh, man, I was trying to help out with your endorsement.
No, I don't want it. You all orchestrated this. You will pay a price.
This is going to be a hell of a walk down.
But not as much as I would pay if I got Ownwell. You know what I'm saying? Get that discount.
Bobby, what is going to happen Sunday night? You did all the work. You may as well give the prediction on our show.
I think that I think Dallas wins this game. I think it's probably going to be like 24-17. The biggest thing is just going to be, can they slow down Dallas Turner? Can they slow down the blitz? Can they slow down the things that Brian Flores likes to do? Because Minnesota brings a ton of pressure, and it's something that, as well as Dak has played against the blitz throughout his career, he's just kind of been okay this year. Like he's been decent, but it's historically below where he's typically played against the blitz. So they are going to need to protect him. It's not going to be just as simple as looking for the soft spots in the defense. But, there are areas you can exploit. Jonathan Allen is not very good against the run anymore. You can kind of beat them up on the right side of the line if you want. So I think they'll do that. The biggest thing is just you got to hope it doesn't click for J.J. McCarthy this week.
Dude, listening to Shotty this morning, though, talk about, and a great question about against the blitz and that conversation. I really enjoyed that. Dak identifying what he can with how they disguise things. If he can identify some good blitz pickups, then he can just eat them up.
Now you guys can't talk to Bobby anything in your first segment. So got part of my revenge back.
I'm going to give them the whole notes from my meeting with Shotty this morning.
Oh, God.
It was me, Ryan Feeder, Brian Schottenheimer, we were just all game planning.
Tom Landry.
Miserable
was there.
Miserable ending to an enjoyable day.
This was a fast show.
Yeah.
Fast week, really.
This crossover really did feel like it went by very slowly.
Yeah.
It was a 4-day week for Scott, I would imagine it went by quick.
It's great, Sean.
Julio's in Arlington.
We have some 105.3 The Fan Tolo hoodies. You can come out and register to get today. Some Uncle Julio's prizes and also never-ending 90s tickets. So come on out and have some fun with us. The Friday Football Feast, Uncle Julio's in Arlington.
Screw you guys. Go. Hey,
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Uncle Julio's in Arlington off of I-20. And yes, I assure you they are open and you're ready to see you right now. You've got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
This is true.
And the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How you doing, and how is everybody out there in listening land doing?
Dude, I'm excited that it's Friday. Unfortunately, my wife is leaving me again, and
she's just going out of town.
Actually, she's just going to have mom's dinner tonight. It's like a Christmas celebration, but, she could spend that time with me. And she's chosen not to. But she also might have to go back out of town again, Kevin, which means she might have to leave me for another week, and that might be disastrous for my mental health.
I believe in the strength of your relationship.
Yeah, it's made it so far. So, with the good Lord willing, it's really all in his hands at this point. So.
And then we have Bobby Belt lingering around, so he might be on the show some too.
Hi, sure.
You had to miss the Jerry interview. Do you really want to jump in and take that over too?
I'll be hanging around for a little bit, so yeah, if you guys want me to.
Awesome.
I can hang in. I just love talking ball with fellow ball knowers. That's the biggest thing.
Are we making happy birthdays to Brian Broaddus?
Indeed.
And Gavin Spittle for the weekend.
It's Spittle's tomorrow?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, and then my grandpa. Happy birthday, Grandpa.
Oh, nice.
Wendell.
Nice. From the 210, I do believe that was the greatest crosstalk of all time. Well,
You're
that
welcome.
is delightful.
Wait
right
till
there.
G-Bag hops on with us later.
Oh, see?
I haven't crosstalked with G-Bag in so long.
Yeah, that is a good point. All right, so I was going to throw some of these out there. Questions the Cowboys must positively answer if they want to make the playoffs. We've been going over this the past few days, and I got a couple more for you. Let's start with this. Can this Cowboys team avoid making the wrong kind of history? They are already tied for the most games giving up 40-plus in franchise history with 1960 when the team started, 1962, 2013, and last year. They are tied with all of those teams having given up 40-plus, not once, not twice, but thrice. Can they avoid setting that record?
Dude, and they almost did get it another time earlier
Yes.
this year against the Giants, but Russell Wilson won't be playing in that game.
No.
So we'll be fine there. I think for the rest of the year, Kevin, we don't face an offense that I think is that capable of putting up 40.
Minnesota's offense stinks.
Yeah, and that's because J.J. McCarthy just hasn't found himself in his meditation yet. The Chargers offense, I just don't think can do it the way they run things. And Commanders, if Jaden Daniels isn't on the field, and even if Jaden Daniels is on the field,
Right.
I don't think they're capable. So as bad as the defense has been against better teams, I just don't think that there's an offense that's capable of it, and especially if this team is still in the hunt right down to the last moment.
Tell me if the special teams unit is going to let teams start at the 50 every time, like they did against Detroit.
That's brutal. That is
if they
absolutely
do that,
brutal.
then any of those teams is capable of scoring 40.
What is your anticipation level, I guess, for that? Schotty and the team have said the right things about how they're going to focus on this and that, and they've made some potential personnel changes. What do you think we'll actually see Sunday night from that front?
Did Schotty have to go take his time from the offense and sit in on special teams meetings like he did with the defense then?
So, yeah, when we sat together this morning, he didn't go over that, so I don't know if he had to go sit there or not. But, no, I think that special teams-wise, last week was particularly bad. I don't think that there's been – it hasn't, blinked like that, like we're just like a clear problem throughout the season. I don't think they've been the best there. I mean, Brandon Aubrey obviously always gives them an advantage in terms of the way that he's able to either kick it out or drop it into the zone, the landing zone, or do whatever else. So that's something that he does really, really well, and that's probably been a benefit to them. But yeah, I think I would be surprised if it's that bad again. I don't think they've been great all year in kick coverage, but I would be surprised if it's that bad again.
If it is, do you just boot it out of the end zone?
Yeah, that's what you do at that point. Because you'd rather have them start at the 35 than start at the 42.
And Aubrey can that's he absolutely can kick it through. So that's nothing you have to worry about there. I do know that there's Detroit did play with a different level of physicality. than the Cowboys were, I think, even prepared for. And as long as that doesn't happen again, I think that there can be some other things too.
Well, and they've been physical this year. Dallas has played physical. That hasn't
inconsistently.
They've gone up against some teams that are more physical than them, but they're not this isn't. What year was it? Was it? It was 22, 21. I can't remember which year it was, where they were having all the issues with physicality. I think that was 21 because it was before they drafted Tyler Smith, where they were super finesse. And they were super pin your ears back and rush, and you could really give them problems when you would press them. You could give the defensive line problems when you just play dirty, tight phone booth football.
Yeah, because Neville Gallimore came out the next year and was like, "We got our asses handed to us."
Every week they lost. Somebody, Zach Martin, Leighton Vander Esch, somebody would say we weren't physical. We were getting beat up. So that hasn't been the issue this year. They played physical enough. Last week was so flat in so many respects. The big thing right now is they need Tyler Guyton back, I think, because, and I know a lot of people never would have thought they would have said that. There were a bunch of people who were, saying they thought Nate Thomas should start at left tackle, but
I was one of those people for sure.
You can explore it. I'm fine exploring it. I think we've definitely seen though, one guy manages to get the job done even if it's not pretty, and one guy does not.
But he's not going to play on Sunday night.
Guyton?
Yeah.
No. And so but they need to get him back as soon as possible.
Because he has the more physical of the two.
So yeah, he's
inconsistent, but
he's physical. The way I comp it all the time is he looks like a guy who, you remember the swim tests at the rec center or at the YMCA or whatever?
Yeah.
He looks like the guy who, while you're watching him going, is he drowning? No, he's okay. He made it. All right. That's a pass. He looks like that swimming, where it's it looks like a hybrid between swimming and just trying not to die. Technique-wise, it's not pretty, but he gets it done.
Yeah.
He'll be lunging forward, kind of off his base or whatever, but he will get it done. He'll clear space, and so that's what he's been doing the last month. So technique-wise, it's not clean, but he gets the job done, and Nathan Thomas has not gotten the job done. He was fine against Kansas City, but you're talking about a pressure rate in 2 out of these 3 games, Philly and then Detroit, where he was just brutal.
Okay, this is a little bit of a broader question and can incorporate a couple of different things. Can this team start better? You look at the Philly game, you fell 21-0. You look at the Lions game, you were down 20-9 at the half. Can this team start better? And then I guess my bonus question is, does it put them kind of behind the 8 ball to start better when Schotty is a big fan of deferring as opposed to taking the ball?
Yeah, so they had a run there, and I don't know what it is with Detroit now. It may still... It may have, did Detroit score on their first 2 possessions? I think they did.
I believe so, yeah.
So then that means that
there's 3 and 7.
11 out of the last 12 first quarter drives from opponents they've scored.
Yikes!
Going back to Denver. So even when they're winning these games, the Raiders were the one stop they got in that run, and even the Raiders scored on 2 of those drives in the first quarter, and then they had trouble the rest of the game. So something about the script is giving them issues. Those first 15 plays. I don't know if it's just teams are really trying to maximize how to attack some of the vulnerabilities they've seen or how they want to change things up. Schotty had talked about the script is oftentimes the most difficult section of the game because coordinators are throwing things at you that they won't normally because they're just trying to see what you're going to do or do that. So that typically is the time where you've got the most difficulty preparing for what they're going to do.
It has felt like Schottenheimer's script is more of trying to feel you out rather than being we're going to go down your throat.
Yeah, they don't try to aggressively
And then
push.
when he sees what he sees, he's like, okay, now I know I can call these. That's what it's felt like because then afterwards it seems like they pick it up so much. Kevin, that part of coming out pissed off, that's something that Dak said at the end of the Detroit game was there's a bunch of guys pissed off in there. I hope that carries over.
Yeah, so,
I hope they're still pissed.
So on Schotty's script, coaches will look at it differently. Some of them look at it like Schotty talked about where some coaches want to show you things that they don't normally do, and they're just trying to see how comfortable. Schotty's approach is definitely more, all right, let's just kind of execute some basic stuff, see what they're showing us on defense, and now we know how we want to attack them. And so that's, it's funny, teams do those 15 plays. Very famously in the 92 NFC Championship game, that's why Dave Wannstedt in the 49ers game, he scripted the first 15 defensive plays. Because he's like, I don't want to show Seifert what we're going to be doing the rest of the game. I'm going to come back with a script myself. Not almost burn them because I think Jerry Rice scored an 80-yard touchdown on like the second play of that game. They got called back because of a holding.
Yeah.
But that is the advantage that you get when you're scripting things, is you do get to see how does the defense settle in and what do they want to, what are they basically showing you throughout the game.
And we don't feel like there can be one-off situations where you should abandon that script because it's just not working.
Sure. I mean, they did it game one. They did it game
Remember
one.
we talked about this off air, I think we were talking about it. The decision to be consistent with something and say, I'm going to be disciplined and stick to this no matter what, because I know my result is going to come out for me if I do it. We talk about that a lot.
I agree. But when you didn't see the results.
They threw out the script when Jalen Carter got thrown out. When Jalen Carter got thrown out, they changed and they went aggressive.
And that's why. Then in 6 more plays, I'll switch. I'll change things up after my script is done.
The idea is that don't
script 40, script 15.
The idea is, do I want 3 quarters? Like, do I want a better idea of how to attack them for 3 quarters, or do I want to just say, like, let me go in my bag on these first 15 and then feel like I don't have a good idea of how they respond to certain things we want to try to do.
And normally I would be very much against that because it feels short-sighted, but when your team consistently has shown some struggles to play from behind, Philadelphia obviously notwithstanding, do you change that philosophy?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, you've got to approach it a certain way. Like you've got to look at it a certain way and probably tailor it from time to time. I don't know that Minnesota's the one to do it against.
Okay, that is a fair point. Maybe the Chargers.
Yeah, sure.
All right, it seems like you guys are enjoying these. You want to continue some Cowboys questions. I was going to go Stars, but unfortunately, for the first time in the history of the universe, the Wild beat Jay Cottinger. Do you want to continue with some Cowboys questions?
Sounds good. Yeah, we can rock with that.
All right, let's continue.
How's Rope's foot? How we
Let's
feeling?
check Money Puck.
Yeah.
Well, look, the history of this season would tell me bad, because that's what every freaking injury the Stars have turns out to be. All right, coming up next, live from Uncle Julio's in Arlington, we will continue the questions that Cowboys have to positively answer to make the playoffs next, right here on The Fan.
injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's Boldy working down the wall against Ransom and centers, and they score! Marcus Johansson with a goal for the second consecutive game, and Minnesota has the lead for the first time tonight.
Minnesota would go on to win that game. They would put in a couple of empty netters to win 5-2 for perhaps their first victory over Jake Ottinger in the history of time. And it also breaks the Stars' unbelievable string of getting points in games, but the Stars have still been playing phenomenal. Second best team in the NHL. So good job, Wild. We still took your hockey team. All right, now let's go back.
Is the deserve to win a meter still saying they shouldn't have won last night?
The Stars shouldn't have won. That's the most aggressive deserve to win a meter I've ever seen.
Yeah, absolutely.
92-8.
I mean, look, early on, Minnesota was driving to the net again and again and again. And I was amazed that the game was, at various points, you heard it, that was the first time Minnesota took the lead. That was amazing. They controlled the majority of this game.
See, this is how Money Puck works. They take the shot probabilities. How likely were those shots to go in?
Oh, okay.
Based on the quality of the shot. So you
what
can
is
make
that, like 91 to 9?
So, like, you see that little, like, green chicken pox here for the Wild, and then you've got nothing over here for them.
It was remarkable that game was within reach to at least get a point for most of the night. All right, I want to go back to more Cowboys questions that must be positively answered if they want to make the playoffs. Will Quinnen Williams continue to bring the pass rushing heat? Because when he came here, we talked so much about the run stopping, but since he got to the Cowboys, only Josh Hines-Allen, Aiden Hutchinson, and Micah Parsons have more pressures than Quinnen Williams, which is something that is, for as good as he is, I would not have guessed.
Well, it sounds like Eberflus is using him the proper way then, and giving him those calls that allow him to go do that when called upon. He's doing his job, though, and I think that's the big deal is whenever he's called upon to stuff the run, he's still there, and then whenever he's called upon to pass rush, the group benefits from having him be a dominant part of that.
Okay, and this might sound like a weird question then. Is there any part of you... It does how well Quinnen Williams do his job, is that impacting the blitz at all? Because, like, he's getting pressure that Eberflus is like, well, I don't have to dial up a blitz, when you're like, yeah, but if you did dial up a blitz, that would bring even more dramatic pressure.
So they did the lack of a blitz against Detroit was a Jahmyr Gibbs stat.
Yeah.
So they saw on the first drive, they saw that Jahmyr Gibbs was leaking out and was going to destroy them.
Yeah, and they did a really good job stopping him after that, right?
Yeah, they thought, well, so part of it, too, was like their plan was let's blitz and we'll be able to account for Jahmyr Gibbs because they're shorthanded. Well, then Amon-Ra St. Brown came out there doing like rocket high kicks during pregame warm-up, which, by the way, you've got to start treating the NFL's got to do something. They got to start punishing teams the way they do with the NBA injury report, because the NFL is way too easy to manipulate things. Amon-Ra St. Brown was not playing in this game. That was the whole field. And then you see him out there, and it's like, oh, Amon-Ra St. Brown was always playing in this game.
It was unbelievable.
Never a question.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're gonna have to start penalizing teams for that, but that's kind of where the lack of the blitz comes from. But yeah, no doubt. Like, I mean, San Francisco, which Aaron Whitecotton comes from that group, one of the least blitzing teams in the NFL has been the philosophy from them. Rod Marinelli, same sort of way. Didn't blitz a ton because Rod Marinelli was like, we win with our 4 up front, and we have strong rotations there. Eberflus obviously comes from there. So yeah, if Quinnen's able to get pressure, then they feel like our scheme's working the way it's supposed to, and we're not blitzing other than in certain, dedicated moments.
Late game passing downs where we need to make sure we solidify something. And that's how many times have we walked away from opponents and gone, man, they can get home with 4, and we're jealous of that.
Right.
And the Cowboys feel like they can do that right now. But I see what you're saying. Go blitz everything.
Yeah.
The way that Brian Flores did to Sam Darnold.
Make him see ghosts.
Yeah, that's right.
What but I would say in general, Matt Eberflus has said before, he's been on record saying this, the most important position in his scheme is the 3-technique defensive tackle.
Yep.
Which is what Quinnen Williams is playing right now. Osa's played a lot of it. Honestly, they kind of have.
What was Osa not effective in it earlier in the year?
No,
and that's
Osa
why they were like, we got to go get Quinnen.
I don't know why Osa was having some of the issues he was, because people were talking about it's the double team rate, but I mean he has the two highest pressure rates from double teams in the NFL over the last 4 years were Quinnen Williams and Osa. Like in the entire NFL. And so
something changed.
I think it was that entire offense. Osa gave a really good quote after the game a couple weeks ago where he said, I couldn't even accept or believe what I was seeing on tape from the entire defense the first few weeks of the season, where it's like, this doesn't even seem real or possible that this can happen. And so I think it was just kind of in a funk, and, everybody was rejuvenated by that. He also, I know he had a good relationship with Marshawn Nealon, for instance. And I think that since Nealon's death, he has also kind of
recommitted his mind.
Just kind of I think there's a part of him that if you asked him, he'd say playing for him is also part of it. That's a big push for him the rest of the way.
All right, next question for you guys: can they get takeaways? This Cowboys team is -8, which is third worst in the NFL. In the last 3 weeks, they have 6 turnovers to 2 takeaways. That feels like, your defense might be better. They sure as hell aren't good enough to deal with that.
I'm fascinated, the not having Al Harris. Is that the difference with this, or is this the defense in particular just doesn't call for it? Are they turning their backs to the quarterback?
Deshaun Wright's getting a lot of
I know.
interceptions.
He's doing well up there.
Look, I think when you look at the defense, it's hard to say, well, the scheme doesn't lend itself to getting takeaways, because clearly the Marinelli Tampa 2 style early 2000s Bucs team's got a lot of takeaways.
Yep.
The Bears got a lot of takeaways with Eberflus in the last couple of years. But on the flip side of that, Marinelli oversaw some of the least efficient defenses in history here in Dallas taking the ball away. I think it was Dallas had become for the first time in the history of their franchise, they had 10 or fewer interceptions or something like that under Marinelli, and then they did it 3 years in a row. And so they did not take the ball away very frequently with him until Chris Richard came along, and then Dan Quinn came along, and then you saw more of that. But I think what it comes down to is, do you have the players up front? If you have the players up front wrecking shop and forcing bad throws, you start getting more of those takeaways. You start getting strip sacks. So if the front four is not there within the scheme, then it doesn't get takeaways. So how much are they going to, wreck shop is the question.
Remember the sack parties against Taylor Heineke and in the pick parties that went along with it because of the pressure they were getting up there. And hopefully that becomes more of that as this defensive front comes together a little bit more. But Kevin, obviously, they need Trayvon Diggs out there, and I think that's going to cure everything once that happens.
Well, let's ask Jerry if he's ever going to play for the Cowboys again. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones right here on The Fan. Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring you Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, and let's go get them. The weather's right.
See, I love hearing that. Now, we're almost upon the 50th anniversary, and the Cowboys are about to play the Vikings. So what are your memories of hearing about the original Hail Mary and its impact going forward?
Well, it just permeates the history and the byline of the Cowboys. It's wonderful to still be able to sit down and visit with Roger Staubach about those moments, Drew Pearson. I've had several times that subject has come up with both. And it just reminds you of really, frankly, guys, the role that media plays in the game. The game is about tradition. The game is about competition. It's about entertainment. There's a little business involved with it. But it's sure about the tradition that the great plays and the great times have embedded in our fans. And so the media, I give all the credit in the world because they've made a moment in time, and they've made the nuances of it and what it meant. They've made that into a fable, if you will. Now, I know that sounds flowery and arm-wavy and all that, but it's a fact. It's a fact, and that's one of the reasons that we're all as excited about NFL football as we are.
Now, in terms of this Sunday evening's game, how is Dr. Jerry feeling about Ferguson and Clowney?
I've just been answering that one all morning. We'll see, and that's a fact. I can't tell you the days that we go out before a game and we've got a list of about 3 or 4 players, usually, different ones, of course, that are going to get out and run, cut, see how they feel, see how, in the case of anything to do with an injury like a concussion, and see their status. Right now, generally speaking, everybody that we have on our list is got a chance to step out there Sunday, see how they feel, see if they can actually cut and move to everybody's satisfaction. But generally speaking, I feel good about our availability for Sunday.
Jerry, with this few games left and all this on the line, how's your stomach feel with all of this? Like I'm nervous as heck every day waking up thinking about what you have to accomplish here to potentially get in the playoffs. I do it with a little bit of bourbon. How do you handle it through this time?
Well, I can tell you this, old Mr. Bourbon or what have you, has assisted me throughout my life in many times, and but I'll never forget my dad called after about 2 months I'd owned the Cowboys, and he says, "My gosh, Jerry," he said, "I had no idea. I've never seen anything like the visibility that's involved." And he said, "I sure hope that you know how to handle the pressure. I hope I've shown you the way." Well, he did, and I said, "Dad, I've learned from the master." I'm talking to him on the other end of the phone. He's shown me how to handle pressure during these times. And so, yeah, you've got to deal with it. But just let me say this. It's a different kind of pressure now than some of the kinds of pressure that people deal with in everyday life. Let's get real. And it's different. It's serious. It's important to those that are involved at that time. But there's a lot more. I had a coach one time tell me, "Boy, don't vote for going for 2. Keep it to single extra point kick. Don't put another coaching decision on coaches." And the pressure is just too much. And I said, let me tell you, pressure. Look up in those stands and think about that TV audience out there. They're looking at us to alleviate a little of the pressure. Mm-hmm. Now, there's some pressure, folks. Some of them on Monday getting ready to go into the bank, and the bank expecting to pay off, and they're going to have to ask them for more money. That's pressure.
Jerry, last Thursday, Dak after the game said that after the loss, he said he was pissed off, and that a lot of guys in that locker room were probably pissed too. And I'm kind of curious if that feeling, if that emotion carries over for an entire week, if you've noticed that this team looks like it still has that kind of emotion in it right now, and if they can use that and they can be pissed off on Sunday.
Yeah, I think that this time, at this point, you look at what, and a couple of those games, or maybe more, that we could have played better, done some things different, and have a win up there rather than a loss on our record. Now is where that play in a game or that series could make the difference. To me, that's what's being reflected on if you're a player. And you look back at it and say, look, but for this, but for that. Now, that is a subconscious way of getting yourself ready to go. I'm going to think about that because that'll help me not have those as much in the game that we've got coming up, because if we do well in these next games, we've got an excellent chance to write a story here that we'll remember the rest of our lives. And that's out there.
Jerry Jones joining us here on 105 to the Fan. Jerry, there's been obviously a lot of talk around Trayvon Diggs' availability. Brian Schottenheimer this week had the quote. He said, "I love him as a player, but ultimately he's got to show us that he's ready to do everything the right way." What does that mean to you guys, and what does doing things the right way look for getting Trayvon Diggs on the field?
Well, I'll cut right to it. Does his physical injury allow him to compete like we know Trayvon can compete? It boils down to that right there. And he's been working through that. We've been working through it with him. And you'd be surprised the numbers of players, both on any given Sunday or in general, just group. You'd be surprised that you work through it. You get here as a day like we are today, Friday. They'll have a certain level of expectation, activity from what they're doing out there today. They'll look at it Saturday, stay off of it quite a bit. And this is every player that's injured that's iffy for Sunday. And then you'll go out there, and more often than not, I think you turn the list in of active players about 30 minutes before kickoff, maybe 40. But you turn that list in, and you have to look at that list to see which players you're going to be playing on the opposing team. Well, the same thing's happening on our teams, and I've seen us leave the hotel and thinking that they're going to be 2 or 3 active, and they get out and they try to go, and they're with the trainers, and they can't go. And so right there, within a 20-minute period of time, they go from can't go to go, or go. And can't go. So bottom line is, it really does mean we'll see how they look the day of the game.
One more on Diggs. Is there any, contractual consideration or reason that could go into determining whether or not to activate Diggs?
Not that I'm aware of, in terms of whether he's, contractual and injury are pretty clear cut. And if you can't go because you're hurt, then that usually does not impact your contract. And so, again, there's a lot of details in. There's incentives. He could be losing an opportunity to make some incentives. All of those things are there. I couldn't and wouldn't, frankly, answer that specifically this morning.
Jerry, are you at all afraid or concerned that he won't be able to be that player physically, get back to that, and be able to go at some point again?
Well, he's had a history here the last 2 or 3 years of being limited, and you have to look at that. Everybody, that's part of the appraisal. You have to look at it, and certainly. He hadn't been active with this here, and we of course are missing. We miss his XP out there, and what we hoped we were setting up for the future when we made a contract with him going forward for years to come.
Now, I want to talk about another player that we hope will be good for years to come, Tyler Booker. We have talked about how good he has looked against pressure, but it also seems like he's mean, too. Is that what you want in an offensive lineman, right? Like that mean streak?
Yeah, we call that makeup. Makeup. What kind of makeup do they have? And, boy, let me tell you, he's got makeup. That just jumped out at you in the draft. It was a big plus for him. This guy's got makeup. He comes in almost as a leader type, which, by the way, your offensive line is an absolute fabulous place to have a great leader, because they're a team within a team, but the attitude of that game permeates the entire team. And so it's more than just the guy next to you that you're working with on a blocking assignment. It affects the entire team. He's been everything we hoped he'd be when we drafted him.
Were you a mean offensive lineman?
You know something? I pulled every play. Pulled and so my block was like a fullback block. And that's how come I was there, because I really was a fullback, a running back. And we had very light lines. When my last game starting out here, we started at the Cotton Bowl, I weighed 182 pounds right before the game. And I was pulling guard against Nebraska that averaged about 250 at the time. And so, but it was the block was usually a roll block. Kind of threw your right hand across the player's body and rolled, and let your shoulder and back roll him up. And because usually you're blocking a tackle coming across or a end coming across. A lot of times you could get out in front of him and get downfield, but that was good. But let me tell you something. I've said this. I'm 83 years old. I'm still mad about it. They moved me from fullback when I was a junior. And fullbacks get to catch balls. They get to run with the ball. They get to do all that. That was my picture of me. So going into that line spot was a bitter pill. I'm mad about it right now, talking about it. I don't know why I agreed to it.
Jerry, I always felt like Kevin Gogan was one of the meanest dudes I'd ever watched play the game. You got to see a lot of offensive linemen come through. Who stands out for you like that?
Oh, I thought. Now we're talking play temperament. Temperament. Larry Allen. Larry Allen, and he had all the stuff to back it up. And he was so strong and so gifted with his feet, and boy, he's smart. Larry Allen's handwriting, he could have been hired by Hallmark Cards to do Christmas cards naturally with his handwriting. It was that pretty.
That is amazing.
And he was exceptional. He was exceptional, not only strength-wise, but foot speed. But, boy, let me tell you right now, he was football mean.
I do remember when I was an intern over at the website, at the Cowboys website, and I said, I'm going to talk to Larry Allen today. And he was sitting on the couch, and I said hi to him, and he said, what are you doing talking to me? And I thought I messed my pants, Jerry. And Leroy Glover laughed, and he was like, I'll answer your questions. But, yeah, Larry Allen was absolutely amazing.
I've often thought, let's just picture going in a place, a bar, or someplace to have a drink. Well, I've from time to time in my life had somebody from time to time be smart and say something that makes you mad and ends the bar. I've often thought, how would you like to go in someplace and Larry Allen be sitting on 2 stools down, and he do something and you give him a good mouthing? Don't you know that'd be the surprise of your life if he jumped up and took care of your mouth?
And he would.
He would, man.
That'll make you be quiet on those circumstances.
Absolutely. Now, we've all talked all year about how well George Pickens has been playing. Do you feel like at all because of that, maybe fans, maybe some media folks have taken CeeDee Lamb for granted or kind of lost sight at what a weapon he can still be?
Yeah, I think we're being hard. I think the criticism of this last ball game is being hard on him and not justified. And I understand what we wanted to do, but there was more to it than met the eye. And let's just leave it all at that. But a game like that leaves us all wanting more. Mm-hmm. And, of course, when we lost Lamb, it was glaring. If we had had any type of play that didn't work the way it appeared it should work. That's a mouthful of saying that it is. I don't know if I've ever seen a body of work for a season dismissed as quickly as it was with Pickens getting criticized against Detroit. And that's madness. But I'll tell you what, he's had a great week of practice. That really has a lot to do with it. Sometimes your practice week can impact your day, and he may not have had as good a week of practice the week before. But I've never heard of a player that didn't have some better weeks than the week before.
How do you think he handled everything this week after the post last week and the Richard Sherman thing with Pickens?
Listen, I don't want to reply to the specifics there because I'm not for sure about the nuances. But George has really handled things really well every week. And, everybody's individuals out there and they have nuances. But on balance, he's really contributed to when we've had success. He's really contributing to the promise of success. He's a big part of what we're looking at the next 4 ball games.
Now, speaking of the next 4 ball games, you guys traded for Logan Wilson for a very specific reason. How important is it that he gets more playing time, especially since Kenneth Murray has struggled?
Yeah. Well, what is important is that we, at a given time, we've got the best we've got out on the field. Now, that's the key. And he really does do some things very well. He reads the blocks extremely well. And so Logan, I'm talking about, he reads it instinctively extremely well. And we need that when we've needed that. And so it doesn't surprise me that you come in and it takes a few games to basically blend in, so to speak. And that's a pretty coordinated spot, that linebacker spot. But he does read those blocks well. He's reactive. He's natural in there. That's big at linebacker. I think you'll see more of him.
Now, you guys obviously were able to make a huge comeback against Philadelphia, but I can't imagine these starts have been satisfactory for you and the team. How does this team get off to a better start in not only Minnesota, but all the games going forward?
Yeah, well, I think you basically, I've never been in a game plan meeting with coaching staffs that didn't either state we've got to have better starts or we've got to get off to a good start. And we've really come back from some slow starts this year. And so I'm going to look at it positively. I understand the negative part of it, but positively, look what we can do if we can get that start the way we want it and come out of there and go right down there with the ball and get a touchdown. I think on defense, we've got to work on. We're working on it, getting the best field position we can get on the kicks, and then stopping them and not letting them do good on their first down. On the first down of the first series, because that first down, if it gets out there and gets 5 or more out of it, then you're all of a sudden the very next play of the start of the game, you feel like you're looking uphill a little bit. All of those things matter they're addressed succinctly. You can imagine how they're addressed. Big starts after the half, big starts to start the game are very important in football.
Absolutely. Hey, can you believe that Phillip Rivers is getting back into this game after all the time that he's taken off?
Well, that's admirable. You've had some situations in the past where at that position, which is the most premium position of experience, that position, quarterback. And you can get some gain out of the experience value. That's why older quarterbacks, there's such a spot for them, even though they may have lost a step. They make up for it with their experience and their mental approach to the game. So I know it's getting a lot of look. It's interesting to see how it is. But it doesn't surprise me that a grandpa can get out there and make plays.
Man, we appreciate the time. As always, good sir. Best of luck on Sunday evening, and we'll catch up with you next Friday.
Okay, guys. Well, I enjoyed this visit for sure, and this is an exciting time for us. We've got this game right here. Don't look past it, but some good things could happen for us this year. Let's keep pushing.
Let's give him hell, man. Let's do it.
There you go. There you go, Jerry Jones, right here on 105.3 The Fan. So glad we were able to cut off Bobby's last question. A couple of...
it was a really good
don't
question.
Describe that as cutting it off.
Yeah.
That is true.
Especially with what the question was going to be.
Yeah, if you want to text in and guess
Settle
what
down,
the
Lorena.
question was, there was a couple of things that Jerry said that I was like, oddly, I feel like that could actually apply to Bobby's weird question. So I know he always says, take Dr. Jerry for what it's worth, but everybody having a chance to play, I appreciate and respect that. It feels as though, in listening to him and listening to Schotty this morning and looking at the practice reports, that Guyton would be the one that you're like, nah, I don't see how that can happen.
Yeah,
but,
hearing Schotty this morning, that definitely sounded that way.
But it feels like everybody else is at least in the mix, and I know a lot of people are focused in on Clowney, especially now that CeeDee Lamb has passed through concussion protocol. But, man, for Trayvon Diggs, I know we discuss it. Sometimes it annoys me. We've told him it annoys us that sometimes he goes on a roundabout way of answering or maybe not answering some of your questions.
Yeah, and unfortunately it broke up a little bit where I think he was giving us some really good stuff.
But on Trayvon Diggs, he goes, well, let's get right to it.
Yep.
It's been a physical injury that has limited him the last 2 to 3 years. So I keep thinking, Bobby and Corey, for as much as Schotty is talking about doing the right thing from the second you get into the building to the second you leave, and I'm not discounting that at all, he might be falling in line and doing those things, and it might still just be the knee that he can't go.
Well, what if that was the thing?
What if they may be blending?
What if doing the right thing, Kevin, was being at the facility to make sure you got your rehab taken care of so that you're healthy to be able to be part of it whenever everything rolls around?
Issue going back a year plus.
I think Corey asking him essentially, is there a chance Trayvon Diggs will never be the same again? Basically,
and he didn't
the fact
just
that
say
he didn't just say no.
Yeah,
that's bad.
Yeah.
And then,
I think it's very clear we're entering the final 4 weeks of Trayvon Diggs being a Dallas Cowboy.
Well, and I thought he started to creep up on what we were getting at with the contract question.
Yeah, and then he caught himself.
Yeah, and then he stopped.
Hey, I can't talk about that.
Incentives. No, I wouldn't get into that.
Because he stopped short of essentially, I don't know if this is your thought. This is my thought. I want to know if y'all think the same way. I think they're afraid to put him out on the field in case he does actually get hurt again, and then you can't
that makes a lot of sense.
on from him. Where I think now they can just be like, hey, we can cut free and clear if he does not go back on the field. And I think he stopped.
Is that
short.
a reality with his contract if he was to get hurt again?
Correct.
That's the case?
Correct. I mean,
Okay.
I think that's most NFL players. You have a far more difficult time getting around that.
Injury guarantees are funny things. So teams get very nervous, all teams, because at the end of the season, let's say when the Cowboys cut Jalen Smith in the middle of the season,
right?
Jalen was healthy. Jalen got through the year, and Jalen went, wrist hurts, need a little repair on my bone.
Yep.
That automatically triggers the injury guarantee. So teams, that's like a $10 million risk or like one of those. So, I mean, that absolutely could be involved. Now, I do wonder if that would already since it's lingering from last year, it might be different.
Yeah.
I don't know if it would apply the same way, but yeah, if they're worried about a new injury occurring, that could be.
But it felt like he was like, there's this option, and then he saw we were going for option C, and he was like, but I wouldn't speak on that either way.
You know what was happening at that moment?
He got very comfortable with
I think Tad Carper was in his office waving up, going, stop it.
he was wrestling the phone out of his hand while he was trying to explain.
Yeah, he was like,
Jerry's like, I got this, don't worry about it. I'm talking to my friends, KNC.
And I think the official answer from the 214 is we'll find out 90 minutes before the game if Diggs is going to play. My takeaway from that is no.
Yep.
Okay.
And, I mean, you just heard Bobby in the concern that it could be the last, that's it, after these 4.
Yes.
So,
all right, speaking of concern, Bobby, do you have to go?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay. Well, coming
I did say
up.
it's are
you doing this specifically to get at Sean?
I was going to leave after crosstalk, but he got so riled up by it that I was like, I have to stay.
Yeah, it is
Spite
amazing
trolling.
how far spite drives you.
Or the ability to troll somebody.
See, normally I'd be amazed by that, but I know Corey. Coming out next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on The Fan.
Broadcasting Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, in just a minute. But I wanted to go over a couple of Cowboys things when we were talking about Tyler Booker and the mean streak. And, man, I learned from that interview that Larry Allen has beautiful handwriting or had beautiful handwriting.
He could be a Hallmark writer.
I had never heard that in my entire life. But Tyler Booker has given up 20 pressures on 426 pass block scenarios this season. Wow. That's a 4.7% pressure rate, the lowest pressure rate among any rookie right guard, and second lowest this season, and second lowest by any rookie right guard since at least 2018. And if you want to focus on just this season, all right guards, he's fourth in pressure rate allowed. Now, I would be willing to bet you, and that's one of the reasons, I think another one of the reasons we're all excited about Tyler Booker, he probably thinks, well, that's 3 failures.
Yeah, probably so.
Or maybe he thinks it's 20 failures, going back to the number of pressures. But I bet he's like, no, I need to be better.
They were that in love with him, too, in the draft, right? Like, this was the guy they were like, yeah, this is him.
Yeah, big process guy. He's somebody that is a big culture setter.
Right now, brought to you by Ford. And your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring to you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Let's go get them.
That's right, man. I love the excitement. Now, I want to get your take going into this game about a specific aspect that I am really fascinated by. Brian Flores, the DC for Minnesota, he loves to blitz. The Vikings lead the league in blitz percentage, and it is not even close. Meanwhile, Dak Prescott has been outstanding against the blitz this season. Is that a trend that you see continuing? Because usually you feel like, hey, I'm glad we blitzed, got more pressure on the quarterback, threw him off his game. But that has not been the way it's worked against Dak this season.
For the most part, yeah, you're exactly right. But I think Detroit did a nice job of blitzing, and it did cause some problems, even though he threw for, 376 yards?
Right,
yeah.
Right. So, yeah, and I've heard all this about the blitzes from Minnesota. Why are they 5-8 then?
Because their offense sucks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry,
So
that's one of my takes.
Keeping them in games, right? All right.
Yeah,
yeah. But I'm just saying, I almost used the word, and you guys would have killed me, right? Like,
yep.
The blitz is the panacea of defense.
Yes.
Oh, I love it. I love that word.
But looking over at the Vikings, we would agree, for the most part, it's the defense that's been driving the bus this year, right?
Yeah, it's not driving it very well, though, is it?
Sure, that's fair. That's fair. But it's kept them out of, I guess, Raiders territory. I don't know if that's a good thing for draft reasons or a bad thing.
Right, I got you. Yeah, and it's something you got to deal with. I mean, people have blitzed since the start of football, right?
Sure.
And I think it's interesting how Schottenheimer explained it this morning with you guys. Not with you guys, the morning show, about how Dak has to be prepared for the blitzes, and you got to recognize what's going to happen before it happens. And he's done a really good job, but you would expect that out of a 10-year veteran quarterback, right?
Absolutely.
Think about it. They started early in that Detroit game, and then the Lions found out, we're just going to throw Gibbs behind the blitzes and throw it over the middle, and there's nobody there. And that got them out of blitzing a whole heck of a lot early in the game when they were putting pressure on Goff. So, it'll be an interesting factor in the game. But, again, it comes down to that Cowboys offensive line doing a much better job than they did the remainder of that game against Detroit.
It really is sounding like, I know people are cautious with the way they say this, but it really is sounding like no Guyton again, which I feel like we have kind of thought would be the case most of the week, right?
Well, he hadn't practiced all week.
Sure, right.
And I can't imagine that they're going to say, okay, on this easy kind of Friday practice, you go out there and then you're going to play on Sunday. Yeah, I don't think he's going to make it.
Unless you're Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's just magically able to do everything, even though he never practiced all week.
Yeah, but sometimes you gotta understand maybe how people are playing with the injury report, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I'm with you.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't remember what his last designation was. Was he questionable, doubtful? I can't remember what they...
I think he was just out, yeah.
They didn't list him out, and then he played.
Amon-Ra. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I was thinking of Guy. No, yeah, they put questionable.
Yeah. So, I don't think they'll put questionable on Guyton. But, you never know. We'll see. I just haven't seen him do much the part that we get to watch practice.
Mickey, I'm kind of interested in, and for the rest of the season, too, this game in particular, but the more usage of Malik Davis, or is what he's been getting exactly what he needs?
Yeah, I think that he's getting a couple plays here or there. I was going to say a series. I don't think he gets the entire series, but I think a lot of it has to do with the workload for Javonte Williams. Like, has he been out there for a long series? Had a bunch of runs or long runs, and he needs a break. I think that's how you're probably going to be able to see him. And then the other thing you got to do is be able to trust. I mean, you guys brought up the blitzes. The running backs got a lot to do with that, right?
And Javonte's been great at it this year.
Yeah, and how much do you trust him, in the backfield dealing with things like that? His recognition more than anything else. It's not, always the physical ability to deal with the blitz, but it's recognizing where it's coming from and where I need to be. But yeah, I think interspersing him in there, I got no problems with that. And I got no problems with him handing the ball to CD or Kevontae Turpin the few times they might do in a game.
That's good, because I remember whenever the injury happened, everybody panicked and freaked out and was like, you should never do that again. And I'm like, that's part of their system. It's part of their offense.
They had handed the ball
with a scared stick.
Yeah,
scared by a dog.
Exactly. Now, Mick, I know we're kind of preaching to the choir here, but one of the interesting factoids I saw about the Minnesota defense is they have given up touchdowns in the red zone only 46.2% of the time. That is the third lowest touchdown conversion rate in the red zone in all of the NFL. As is the case, it feels like, especially with the Cowboys. How important is it to not only get into the red zone, but to get 7 as opposed to 3?
Yeah, absolutely. But if they're that good in the red zone, you just need to score before you get inside the 20.
Hey, I support that too. If we can hit a whole bunch of 25 to 40-yard passes and runs for touchdowns, approved.
I'm being facetious, because that's been a problem for the Cowboys, right?
Yes.
They have not been as good or as effective as the red zone as you would want them to be. But yeah, touchdowns. You start kicking, as I keep saying, you start kicking field goals, and you get yourself into trouble. So yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot of that has to do with maybe your ability to be able to run the football, because when the field gets compacted, then you got to be able to run the ball and effectively. You don't have to run it in from 15 yards, but and the other thing is, don't start committing penalties too, which has been one of the Cowboys' problems. It seems like when they get in there, there's a hold or some offensive interference call.
Yeah.
Seriously. You know what I'm referring to. So
no,
yeah.
Absolutely I do. So, okay, I'm going to mock up a scenario, because I think I know what your selection is, but I'm not positive, so I want to get this. So, Cowboys, one way or another, they get the ball first. They move down the field with relative ease, but they stall out at about the 13, and it's 4th and 2. Do you start off the day by getting those points and taking the lead, or are you like, no, man, like touchdowns? That's the name of the game.
I'm playing at home. I'm going for whatever I got to pick up to continue to score a touchdown. So are you saying I'm at the 2-yard line?
No, you're at the 12. Let's say you're at the 12, and it's 4th and 2.
No, I'm going for the 2 yards.
Okay,
If I'm sitting here with the number one offense in the NFL from a yardage standpoint,
right?
I'm trusting it to get the 2 yards.
I'm with you.
And also, Kevin, if you don't get it, just in case you don't, field position. I know you didn't get the points, but field position. Mickey, we had this discussion. I don't know if we discussed this with you. That I don't know that Bill Parcells would have loved having Brandon Aubrey as a weapon, because he would have been like, that changes my field position. I could
go
punt
from the 50.
Yeah,
Are you insane?
I could punt these guys into the 2-yard line, but instead I'm trying to get a field goal? No.
No, absolutely. If I'm inside, close to that 10-yard line and it's 1 or 2 yards, I'm going for it. I mean, isn't that the way most of these offenses are operating now? Go ask Sirianni what he would do, right? Go ask Dan Campbell what he would do. They're going for it. Now again, depending on time in the game, but if it's the first possession, I'm not going to sit there and be afraid to pick up 2 yards. And if I don't, okay, they get the ball at the 12-yard line. And I'll take my chances. But I want to score touchdowns and enough of these field goals, unless it's, now, if I'm 3rd and 10 and I don't get it and I'm 4th and 8, if I'm in field goal range, then I'm kicking a field goal. But within reason, 1 or 2 yards, go for it, especially the first possession. Because the Cowboys have had enough trouble with the first possession of a game scoring. I was thinking that they always deferred or whatever, but I was looking at the series. A lot of times, I want to say maybe 5 of the last 6 games that they've had the first possession, and the best they've done is kick a field goal.
Yeah.
So, get going. Get off to a good start. Score. Because the other team's certainly doing that to you.
Yeah, I'm with you on that as well. Do you have a prediction for us, good sir?
Yeah, for what it's worth. Cowboys 33, Minnesota 17.
Ooh, I like it. So let's have a comfortable evening. I like it. We will catch up with you again on Monday, good sir, to talk all about it.
Talk to you guys later. Take care.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live from Uncle Julio's in Arlington off of 20. We have already given away, I believe, 1 or 2 of those Tolo hoodies. We've
3.
got more. Oh, 3.
3.
We've got more giveaways to come, so make your way on out here. Hang out with us. Enjoy a delicious lunch.
I was told earlier, Kevin, can y'all confirm this for me? It is a buy one, get one tequila special today. Is that yes. So, Kevin.
Bring your designated driver as well is what I think that we need to do also. Coming up next,
we're sticking around for 4 hours, and then you can drive after,
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Okay. We are going to move just for the day, AM on the FM, to 1240 because Bobby is here. And coming up next, we're going to do some Ask Reddit right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I just had a chat with, I believe it was Herb, right? Herb? Yes. Who was at the Hail Mary game against the Vikings, which is crazy. Nice. You got to see one of the most iconic plays in the history of football.
He caught the ball?
No, he was there watching the game. He is not Drew Pearson. I didn't say Herb Pearson.
Okay, gotcha.
All right, that is not correct. All right. But yeah, he was at the game, and that is so cool. He's hanging out with us at Uncle Julio's in Arlington, and we've also had people modeling the hoodies for harassment purposes. I do not think we should request people do that.
All right.
But if they want to show it off themselves,
it looks sexy.
It does. And
Tolo go in it.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, you could definitely Tolo go in that thing. That's
you know
for
what,
sure.
Bobby? I need to have a conversation.
If the
with
wife
you about
just walked up in nothing but that Tolo hoodie,
yeah,
Tolo
we're going
right then and there.
We are going.
Well, speaking of harassment, that's Bobby Bell, and it's time for Ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
Fun fact, Ask Reddit, invented by the KNC Masterpiece. You guys probably didn't know that. This was actually their segment that they gifted to us, and so they're just rightfully taking back what is theirs this morning. As I joined the KNC Masterpiece here for this segment, it is Ask Reddit. You can, if you're not familiar with it, we do it every Tuesday on the morning show at 7:40. You can text in your answers, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. You can also weigh in on the Twitch and YouTube. We take the most viral questions being asked over on Reddit this week, and we kick them around here in the studio, or in this case, here at Uncle Julio's. We'll start off with you, Kevin Hageland. Which career is a turnoff for a serious relationship?
I think
somebody said prostitute. That's good.
So I do not know if that totally carried across air, but one of the answers somebody said was prostitute. Yes, that.
Why? It seems like that's the turn on for some.
That does feel like it was be a deal breaker. So, okay, PJ, I don't know.
TJ Washington.
Oof, man. All right, so I'm going to say, just because I have friends who have expressed how difficult it is, I'm going to say like a doctor or a nurse, because the hours and the amount of like just single-minded focus that you have to have, I bet can lead to some issues.
Actress.
Uh-huh.
Not actor, though.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Oh.
Yeah, it's fantastic for men.
Seems like it.
Actress, because if she's very successful, she's in Australia for like 6 months out of the year to film something.
Yep.
And I'm not a passenger princess. You know, she's not taking me with her. Yeah. So I wonder if Kelsey's going to travel for after he retires. If he's just going to be like, I'll just follow you wherever you go.
I mean, whatever is in the contract.
And then you got to deal with like watching them make out with some guy or potentially.
That's true.
Sleeping with a guy, you know?
I don't think they really. Well, actually.
See?
Yeah.
And then is there some. You're always dealing with some other handsome dude, and so, like, that's just a turnoff for me.
Alec, what's your answer?
I would say cosmetology or beauty, anything like that. It's really big with my generation, and that's where some of the worst humans I've ever met reside.
Oh, no. So this is personal.
Is this a real life alert? Real life alert.
I mean, it's just like the male equivalent of the barbershop, right? There's a lot of conversations that happen during those appointments and stuff, and then people don't know how to make their own decisions in life. So, yeah, they rely on their hairstylists and stuff.
Okay. I would say the head coach of Michigan.
Okay.
Wow. Holy
but
moly.
For me, no, the answer is this has always been one that I know it would bug me just because I see what occurs for them. Bartender.
Man, how are you going to say one of the professions at the place we're at?
Not because that, because of what is around them, and like because of what I just know that would cause like just psyche issues for me of like, oh my gosh, they're getting hit on all night and things like that. So
they come home with an extra $100 that you don't typically make. And you're like, how did you do that?
How did that
Are
happen?
you searching through their money?
No, she's just bragging about it.
They're
She's
coming
like,
to
I made
report their
$300 tonight. So
Gotcha.
You do kind of need some rent, though, you know? So she has to give you that cash.
They're keeping my trap full. All right, here we go. Let's
I will
next
say,
question
though,
here.
what?
You got some answers on the
How
fan
you
text
got
story?
somebody to marry you is remarkable.
because I keep the trap full. I just said that.
From the 214 Skanks.
That's not a job.
That's not.
Who knows? Mortuary worker.
Oh, that's good.
Because of the smell. Is that what, or just being around death all the time?
Yep.
Somebody said
they're always stiff.
The OBGYN.
Why?
I don't know if that's.
I don't know. It's their thing, Kevin.
Okay.
All right, next one here on Ask Reddit, and you can weigh in 877-881-1053. Corey Majors, what was your could never be me moment that did indeed become you?
Oh man, that's
my wife says that is a clincher for it will happen to her, as if she starts judging somebody for it. Then it happens to her.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Dad of 3.
You never thought that would happen?
Never thought I'd be a dad of 3. I always thought it would be 2. But then that one night,
Uh-huh. Oh, I know. You've told us.
Tolo go.
Yep, you've told us about it.
That didn't exist then.
Huh?
Or now, hopefully.
Oh, it definitely. We goed. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm. You know what my answer is? It's going to stun you. I thought I was going to be Kevin Hagelin. I said, I will never drink alcohol.
Now look
that
at
was going to be me.
Oh.
Now you're the life of the party.
That did not last.
That did not last.
So what about you, Hagee?
Man, these are some good questions.
Yeah, this is a great segment.
I don't think that I ever thought I would be the one who's like pumped about doing bills and clipping coupons, but man, I get jazzed up about that. I'm really sad that the coupon print culture has really gone away.
We got one of those like grocery store ads in the mail the other day for the first time I think in like 6 years. I have no idea why.
Really?
What'd you do with it? Kristen saved it and started like clipping through it.
She did, okay.
She gets really upset when I don't get excited about the money she saves. She's like, this is a high for me, and you don't.
Yeah, because it's like it's $1.50 and it's normally 50 cents off.
Yeah,
and like, people don't get that.
But
That's
how often
$1.
do you get coupons that you're like, now I have to go buy something that I don't typically buy?
Well, do you know, like, when they used to print out coupons more at the grocery store and stuff, did you know they would specifically monitor your buying patterns and put out coupons to get you to that next level? Like, if you if you bought 2 boxes of cereal, they'd be like, I can give you $1.50 off 3 boxes of cereal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of genius and diabolical at the same time.
Smart marketing. Fantex 214, listening to talk radio. That's all my dad would listen to, and I thought, why would anyone use the radio for something other than music? A lot of people end up listening to the radio.
I'm right there with you because my dad, he was a talk radio listener, and I was like, music, and now here I am as a talker.
903, I trust Dak. Guess they never thought they were going to do that. 817, getting your house broken into. Alec Medford, what's your answer for what was your could never be me but did become you?
Being social, I was definitely the quietest kid in the room growing up, like up through probably freshman year of high school, and the act of amazement that I saw from everybody when I said, hey, I got a job in radio. Everybody was like, what in the world? Like, you never spoke. Even when spoken to, it was nodding your head. I never spoke growing up. So the fact that I go out and do things in real life and I talk for a living, I never thought I would be doing this.
Actually, I got one better than that, than being a dad.
Because it felt like you were saying better than Alex. Answer, right?
No. Better than being the dad thing. Being interested in Pokemon cards. I was always like, that's silly. I thought baseball cards were it. And then my kids started collecting, and I just became very interested in what they were doing.
You ever feel like you're just a kid on a quest?
Oh, man, Kevin.
Like Ash Ketchum?
You got to catch them all.
You do.
So, yeah, there we go.
That punk Gary, though. Professor Oak's grandson. What a little punk. All right. We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. Kevin Hagelin, I feel like this one was made for you.
Oh.
Because I feel like you have several names, because you will take side swipes like these in crosstalk occasionally. Who is a famous person who has a dark history that not enough people know about?
Oh my gosh, that might be the greatest question.
I was gonna say, I feel like I feel like you love shining a spotlight on it, whatever a name like that. Like specifically, what I always come up with is whenever Walt Disney gets mentioned, you take a side.
Walt Disney is it, man. Take a look, people. I think for legal purposes, I'm probably not supposed to. Take a look into the history of Walt Disney and how he fashioned many of his villainous characters and his hiring processes and things that he said and supported. And somehow you got Tom Hanks to play in a movie and pretend like he wasn't kind of curious or maybe worried about who won World War II. Did Walt Disney think the right side won? I can't say that he did.
Were you there?
I wasn't there, and that's why I can't say. Yeah, Walt Disney, it is shocking that still to this day, they just fly right on by, and people are like, what a visionary Walt Disney was. And I was like, yeah, he's a visionary where he wished everybody in the future kind of looked like me.
But all the drawings are cool, though.
Yeah, are they? Take a look at some of those drawings.
What about the other ones? What are the new ones?
Villainous character,
He set the stage.
and how he defined a villainous character.
Good point. P.T. Barnum. From Barnum and Bailey's Circus. Everybody's like, oh, it's circus, and circuses are great. And the Greatest Showman, and look at, he had kids, and he was a great dad, kind of. And he also, like, did all these things, but he was...
man, Bing Crosby is a great one. If you're talking about being a great dad...
Baby, it's cold outside.
So Bing Crosby is like, it felt like this beloved singer, and I'm like, did you look up the stuff that he did with his kids?
I don't know what he did.
Take a look.
Bad?
Very
Let's go
bad.
Look real quick.
Very,
While we
very
Google that,
bad.
Alec, what's your answer?
This isn't going to shock anybody, but I think if you do your research and peel back the layers of the onion to this, Vincent Kennedy McMahon comes to mind for me because I know there's a Netflix docuseries about it, but they barely even scrape the surface of some of the stories that are out there about him. And really just a lot of the big names in pro wrestling in like the 90s and early 2000s, they have some dark history behind them and they did some very weird things. But Vince McMahon enabled all of that, and just look at some of the stories that he wrote and the characters he designed. They were weird.
I guess my
Are
answer,
you looking up Bing Crosby?
Oh, I looked
You
up Bing
should.
Crosby, dude. That is terrifying. He's no longer with us.
I guess I look at it, there's twofold here. One, I guess people are aware of it. I'm surprised Tyreek Hill has not been taken down yet by everything that happens.
Yeah.
With him. Like, that is just, I guess, the one that surprised me that more people don't draw a line with him. But the one that is surprising if, like, people don't know about it is it's
Karl
stunning
Malone.
to a lot of people when they find out, well, there's Karl Malone, when people find out about Tim Allen. So, do you know about him?
Yes.
Yeah, Tim Allen. So Tim Allen was arrested at the Detroit airport in like 1980 trying to smuggle cocaine. And like a lot of people, like, I mean, his career could have been completely. In fact, I think he did go to prison for a little bit. But like that, he became squeaky clean TV father less than a decade after he got out of prison.
Yeah, it was kind of a wild thing because he was funny and because
Completely
people
shifted it.
they liked him. And yeah.
Damn, that's a great question.
For some reason, I thought in my mind, there was a story about him being in adult films, but I never found that to be true.
Somebody said the dude you're getting a Dell guy? I don't know anything about that. I'm going to go look that up.
Dustin Long?
Was that him? I thought
Or the
he
other
was
guy.
the PC and Apple guy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right about it. Dude, you're getting a... Oh, yeah. Yeah, he wasn't good.
I don't know that story. I'm going to have to go look that up. Back to you, Bobby.
Is that it? You want to do one?
No, you
okay,
do one
cool.
more.
All right, I just didn't know how we were doing on time. All right, we can do one more. Here we go. This is specifically for us. What is a dirty secret of your industry that the general public has no clue about, but everyone in your field knows?
Ooh. Injury concerns with cornerbacks.
What?
What?
Your field of sports media?
What was the question?
Some of the what's a dirty secret?
Where are you?
You know what it is for me is that, and I would say if it didn't, I don't think it applies to us right now. But in general, I think having been around radio and my dad being around it for as long as he was, in 30 years, there's several times I find out, like, oh, those two people you think are like best of buds on the air, like
hate
they
each
don't,
other.
or like they're just kind of ambivalent, or like they're not nearly as close as it would seem on the air.
Yeah, I think that's interesting because Kevin and I, people have asked, "Oh, are they like
y'all
best
are legitimately
friends?
like buddies."
But off air, we text each other, but we don't spend a lot of time together,
right?
Because we spend so much damn time together whenever we're on air. Obviously,
the reverse of it's true as well.
I travel more with Kevin than I do my family.
Like nobody busts my balls more than Sean.
Yeah.
But like Sean and I are we're close. We're friends.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, like we may not be after this, but because I'm just giving all your segments back that you guys created for our show. But
the more success you have, the more the man tries to hold it against you.
Oh, see, there's also this narrative that you can never make any money in radio, and that's just not true.
You don't start off well.
We just talked about Sean.
It doesn't start off well.
It doesn't start off well, but the potential is
It
there.
takes some
for
time,
you.
and it takes some time for
just
sure.
fine.
Yeah.
What an excellent segment.
You're excellent.
I'm glad we gave it to you.
That was a great creation by y'all. Really
Thank you very much, Bobby. I really appreciate that.
Absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Is Vegas being disrespectful to these two teams? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation of Football Friday for you, Stephen Jones at 3. Your thoughts at 5 with what you drinking, what you thinking. Nation 2 to 7 on The Fan.
Football season is in full swing, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all the action. And you can make picks and win money right now in Texas. And playing on Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats like rushing yards, receptions, touchdowns, and more. Personally, I would take a look at the J.J. McCarthy half an interception, and I'm thinking higher on that play. If you get all your picks right, you have the possibility to win up to 5,000 times your cash. And right now, you download the app, use the promo code MASTERPIECE. You can score $75 in a bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code MASTERPIECE. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/playing get terms _DFS_.html for details concerned with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Get that end zone dance ready. Football is back. And nobody brings a pregame party like Specs, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Specs has Texas' largest selection of canned cocktails, spirits, wines, and gourmet bites. Everything you need to take your watch party from JV to the pros. So head down to Specs and cheers to savings. Down, set, delicious. Specs, the fun starts here.
This is Nick Post with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. Did you know that even a small roof leak can lead to costly water damage, dangerous mold, or even structural issues? With more than 20 years of trusted experience across DFW, K-Post delivers reliable roofing, waterproofing, and solar solutions. Scheduling your free no-obligation inspection is easy at kpostcompany.com. Don't let a minor problem become a major disaster. Book your free roof inspection today at kpostcompany.com. K-Post is your commercial and residential roofing, waterproofing, and solar experts, securing your world since 2004.
The Lowe's Earn Your Sunday Tour hits Lowe's of Keller this Friday from 3 to 7 p.m. Bring the family for this free Lowe's and NFL experience. Games, prizes, and a chance to win Super Bowl 60 tickets. Only at Lowe's of Keller at 600 Tarrant Parkway. See you Friday at 3.
Hey, Cowboys fans, this season is not game day without the generous spirit of Crown Royal. Whether you're at the tailgate, in the stands, or watching from home, Crown Royal is the reason and the reward for coming together. Grab a glass with the Crown Royal rig at a stadium near you because we'll be sharing the generous spirit with fans across the country. Crown Royal, fueling game day with the generous spirit. Visit www.crownroyal.com/Royal Rig for more on the Crown Royal Rig Tour. Please drink responsibly.
There is less than 1/100th of an inch of motor oil protecting your car's engine. Friction and heat causes engine oil to experience thermal breakdown, weakening its ability to protect the engine and its parts. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer is specially formulated to resist thermal breakdown, protect vital engine parts, and extends the life of your engine. It also stops smoking, knocking, and internal oil consumption in worn engines. Lucas Oil, the official oil of the Dallas Cowboys.
How's it going? You see that Cowboys game? Oh, I watched. Been seeing some good things. Totally. They have some talent. Yup, some great talent. And they got some fight. Hoping this is the year. Me too. Oh, I'm Cody, by the way. I'm Travis. Nice to meet you, Travis. Go Cowboys. Go Cowboys!
Make a new friend based solely on their shirt choice. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, the official bank of the Dallas Cowboys. Copyright 2025, Bank of America Corporation.
Sean Sharif here. You've heard me hype Wild Fork Foods. Now come see it. Join me tomorrow from noon to 2 in Frisco. Free meat samples, giveaways, and those limited Tolo charcuterie boards. Come hang out. See you tomorrow at Wild Fork Foods in Frisco.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast!
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Hey, nice job, Pete. I like those clean lines.
Fellas, do we have anyone that can get to Greenport today?
At Corey's Landscaping, the staffing plan is in the weeds.
Anthony, we need that leaf blower over here.
3 more new customer requests just came in.
Who wants to work some overtime?
He needs to dig up quality landscapers and fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm worth more.
I'm worth more.
I'm worth a lot more.
And I completely agree. That's why I'll pay more for your car at GiveMeTheVin.com. That's the name of our new campaign. I'm worth more. You are worth more, and your car's worth more. And that's why I will pay more. And remember, if I don't beat the price on a CarMax or a Carvana deal, I'll pay you $100 at GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
For over a decade, Tolos have trusted Men's T Clinic to reach, maintain, and elevate their total wellness. From preventative care and hormone optimization to weight loss and muscle mass, pain-free movement to sexual health and satisfaction. Their approach is customized, underlying cause focus, and rooted in dynamic tracking and treatment for long-term vitality. No one does total male optimization like Men's T Clinic. Mention Men's Health Awareness Month to experience a Total T consultation for $50. 5 DFW locations, open Saturday, insurance accepted. Visit mensteclinic.com. That's mensteclinic.com.
Get your fresh Stars content with the #1 Stars podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Nick's looking that way. Not open. Trying to take off. Got it away for the touchdown for Sutton. His knee was almost down, but he kept it alive. Fire to Sutton. Denver has the lead.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Uncle Julio's in Arlington off of 20. And, Corey, we have a rare retraction.
Kevin, I'm sorry. I started trying to give away tequila out here. And,
you did.
And they were like, that is not necessarily the case.
So it is not a buy one, get one special.
No. So
Okay.
we'll leave it at that, and my apologies, but you should still come out here and buy tequila.
Yes. The best way to do it is buy 2 for the price of 2.
Yeah, that's
right.
And drink both of them and enjoy your day. Yeah,
there you go.
And get some queso because the queso is good.
Actually, it is. It is difficult to eat if you're on air, but if you're not, then you should be fine. Right now, let's go around the entire NFL, powered by Men's T Clinic, and dip into some gridiron gravy.
They said it for me. I like it. I love it.
Man, Alec, they did the whole
They're
thing.
on fire today, baby.
I think all of our jobs might be in trouble.
Because of the
all right,
tequila thing.
let's start. Yes. Let's start with this. T.J. Watt, unlikely to play Monday, which makes sense because he was in the hospital yesterday having his lungs evaluated.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
how'd that go, though?
Not super awesome.
Oh.
Also, for different reasons, Marvin Harrison Jr. has been ruled out for Week 15. And just keep an eye on this. T. Higgins is not practicing today. So that does not necessarily rule him out, but just something to keep an eye on.
What do you think about Joe Burrow and his whole idea of fun, and that the Bengals up there not having any fun?
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, we talked about, this was off air, we talked about the winning formula, not getting hit a lot and winning. Mm-hmm. If you kept one of those, won, and still got hit a lot, I could see how you would make it.
Yeah, you're okay.
Or you lost, but you didn't get hit a lot, maybe.
You're like, yeah.
But if you're losing and getting smashed into the ground, I could also see how that's not fair.
Not going to be very happy at all.
And it is not FCC appropriate, but Bijan Robinson did apologize for his post-game comment. Did you hear what he said?
Oh, what did he say? Say it verbatim.
I cannot. So he talked about a phrase of learning football moves in the backyard when he was a kid, and it starts with smear.
Oh, man.
And he said that phrase in his postgame.
He just wasn't thinking about it.
Yeah, he was not. He stepped out and said on Twitter, hey, everybody, I want to apologize for the insensitive comment I made in the broadcast. It was a football game we used to play as a kid, but that's not an excuse. I recognize the mistake and make sure to do better in the future. It is not reflective of my beliefs, and I am so sorry to those I offended seriously. I don't know if there'll be a fine or any other follow-up from the NFL on that, but just wanted to keep you in the loop on that situation. Now, let's talk some more about that game. Go ahead and give me cut number 2, will you please, Alec?
Snap spot, kick by Gonzalez. It is good. Fly home safely. Atlanta win 29-28.
Now, this game was fascinating for a variety of reasons, both on and off the field. I told you the best I could what Bijan Robinson said. We will get to what Todd Bowles said, and I thought about asking Alec to pull the audio, but then I figured that would be pointless because it would almost be one giant beep.
You could
with
just do
what
what
he had
our
to say.
You could do what our producer from the weekends did when Waddle was just like, there were too many cuss words, so I didn't edit it. I just played the whole thing.
So. I will. So
I know.
Here's a real life version of what it would probably sound like on our airwaves. But I will do my best.
I think he said yeah first.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he goes
He
yeah,
did.
and then
he said you got to.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
So you got to effing care enough where the S hurts. It's got to effing mean something to you. It's more than a job. It's your effing livelihood. How well do you know your job? How well can you do your job? You can't sugarcoat that S. So I might have gotten a little bit of play in there. That's 5 expletives in 2 sentences. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
But the logic behind it is, and we've talked about it, and I know injuries are part of this, but that team has been in a spiral, man.
He's so mild-mannered.
Right.
That whenever he came off like that, like you were still just like, he said it in the nicest possible way. That was the nicest way I've ever heard anybody be that ticked off about something.
You know,
and
that's interesting. Let's go back to the Joe Burrow line of thinking again. All right. Do you get yelled at, but they keep the swearing to a minimum? Do they swear a lot, but they say it in a calm demeanor, or do they yell at you and swear? Like, all that
like Phillip
combination.
Rivers, who doesn't cuss. He's just like, dadgummit, all the time.
And that's why sometimes those people cut to the bone.
Yeah.
Because they just say something calmly, and you're like, well, damn, Phillip Rivers.
Yeah.
That hurt my feelings.
It's like Tim Duncan. He used to be like, close. Or almost.
Yeah.
And it was just irritating that he would say one word thing that you were like, oh.
So the Bucs started 5-1. They have only won 2 of their last 8 games, and they are now 7-7, which means we live in a world where, as of right now, the Carolina Panthers are all alone in first place of their division.
Yeah, I think sometime this week we started having that discussion of, dude, I think the Bucs might be done. But then somebody was like, hey, don't forget Wirfs is coming back. Mike Evans is coming back. Last night it was a big struggle for them defensively, as obviously Kyle Pitts went on and did amazing things there. But last night was a big struggle for them. And Kevin, I think one of the things we discussed early in the season was how many of those last possession, very close games the Buccaneers played, and if that was sustainable. And remember, it was like the first their 5-0 records. I think when they were 5-1 at one point, we were like, "Hey, these games are too close. They're getting lucky, right?" And it looks like after some of the struggles they've gone through, and injuries have been a big part of it too. But some of the struggles they've gone through have set up and said, "Yeah, it's not sustainable to play games that close and win all the time."
So, sorry, I was smelling something delicious, and I got
it's the fajitas that Carmen got. Yeah,
okay, that's my fault.
No,
that's my fault. I need to stay focused. Now, let's talk about Kyle Pitts, because this is one of the out-of-nowhere performances in recent memory. Consider this. Kyle Pitts hadn't had a 100-yard game in 4 years. 4 years. And instead, what does he do? He goes out and he's the first tight end with 150-plus receiving yards and 3-plus receiving touchdowns in a game since 1996. He scored, depending on some of the variables in your league, 40 to 45 points.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I know you were kind of considering him for forgiveness Friday.
Throw it out there.
But my buddy did leave him on the bench last night, and he scored 45. But why would he put him in a game when he's consistently terrible? I have him just in case is the reason you have him. And then he goes out there and puts 45 in the playoffs, mind you. That's even worse.
True.
Like, you could have pretty much sealed his playoff spot in the next round had he played him last night.
Okay.
But man, 45 points. I want to go see, Kevin, real quick, how many, what's the average for him this year? I'll be right back.
Stick with that.
I'll be back.
Because I've got a positive. I haven't made the playoffs in the 817 in my fantasy league in 7 years. Kyle Pitts was the first player on my team to play. It's my year. So, see, they did play Kyle Pitts, and things are looking up for
Must
him.
be nice.
He has averaged.
Was he on your bench, too?
He was on my bench in the first round of the playoffs.
He averages 11 fantasy points a game, all right, which that's now with the 45-pointer. The most he had all season was 18, and he had 15 in the last couple games. That's a really good outing right there. But 45, that just changes your whole perspective. Now, Kevin, that's the dude that Mike kept telling everybody was going to be the combination of Jerry Rice and Tony Gonzalez.
That was Kavanaugh who said that. And so Mike
just continued to spread the word.
Yes, would joke about that because obviously that most certainly has not come to fruition.
He had that moment, though. He had the moment right there.
Look, he had one of the most incredible tight end games we've ever had.
That could be the starting point for him now. Maybe he goes on to have a great career after this.
You never know. It is possible. Now, let's talk about the Chiefs. How far gone are the Chiefs? This season is going to break the Chiefs' run of 9 straight AFC titles. Patrick Mahomes against the Texans. Completion percentage, 43%. That was the lowest of his career, surpassing a record low that he had earlier this year. First time in more than a decade the Chiefs are sub 500 in December, and then this is wild. First time in Travis Kelce's 13-year career that he had more drops than catches in a game. He had 2 drops and 1 catch. It feels like everything has gone so poorly for the Chiefs.
I honestly, Kevin, I can't imagine the playoffs without them. There's a chance they're not in the playoffs, and I can't imagine them not being in the playoffs just because I'm so used to it at this point. They can lose, that's fine, but not even being involved in it is something that it doesn't make sense. It doesn't register for me. Was it Florio the other day that I saw? He was like, they're the friend that you're always waiting at the bar because you know they're going to show up.
Sure.
They always do. So you're like, yeah, I'll wait just a little bit longer for that guy. And here we've been waiting all season. And we're like, it's them. Like, they'll figure it out at some point. And here we are with what has been a very bad season overall.
Somebody said, and I have not fact-checked this, I apologize, from the 817, that game was 7% of Kyle Pitt's career fantasy points. One game.
I think that's true.
And then from Then from the 817, I play in a tight end premium league. I got 51 points from Kyle Pitts being in my lineup.
I got to go find out what a tight end premium league is.
And keep in mind, he had not even had 100 yards in a game in 4 years. Incredible. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're a couple days away from game day, and it's coming up on noon. So it's time for Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because 877-881-1053 Franklin Injury Attorney text line. Let us know. We will do that next right here on The Fan.
Together, Tolos, we can make an impact. It's amazing how far just $1 can go when it comes to the North Texas Food Bank creating a hunger-free, healthy North Texas. Donate today at 1053thefan.com/donate.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Joe Burrow just sent up a flare in Cincinnati, admitting he isn't having fun playing football and his latest injury has forced him to rethink everything. He says joy has to be a priority now, a pointed message from a franchise quarterback stuck in a losing season. And when your star publicly questions his own enjoyment of the game, the head coach can't be sleeping easy. Burrow's tone makes it clear something in Cincinnati needs to change. I'm Maggie Gray.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-922-1284. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results vary. Consult with your tax professional prior to enrollment.
I want you to do what I'm going to do, and that is show up to the holiday party, show up to the holiday events with the best possible gift, and that is Omaha Steaks. And you can also have these delivered all over the world. You can get these delivered to deliver the world's best steak experience here in the U.S. With Omaha Steaks, you know exactly what you're gifting. USDA-certified tender steaks, premium proteins, elegant sides, and decadent, indulgent desserts. And I got that apple tartlet, man. It's so good. Shop this season's top gourmet gifts at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $35 off with code Corey at checkout. That's CORY. And you know what? Omaha Steaks offers unrivaled quality. Variety at every single bite is backed by their 100% guarantee. Omaha Steaks delivers an exclusive lineup. Their fan-favorite filet mignons have achieved the distinction of USDA certified very tender. You're going to love that one right there. So here's what you're going to do. Save big on gourmet gifts and more holiday favorites with Omaha Steaks. Visit omahasteaks.com. And for an extra $35 off using promo code Corey, CORY at checkout. See site for details, and there you go.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Hi, this is Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're dealing with a furnace breakdown, call the On-Time Experts. 7 days a week, they'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And their technicians are here to fix your furnace and get you warm again, and not just try to sell you a new system you may not need. Set your appointment online right now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com. The On-Time Experts, the official HVAC partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
It is race time in Texas. The Grand Prix of Arlington is bringing high-speed IndyCar action to the streets of Arlington's Entertainment District March 13th through 15th of 2026. Feel the adrenaline as top drivers weave around Globe Life Field and AT&T Stadium at speeds of 180 miles per hour. Don't miss your chance to witness history. Join us for nonstop entertainment at the Grand Prix of Arlington. Tickets are on sale now. To purchase tickets, visit gparlington.com. That's gparlington.com.
Get ready for the most electrifying holiday event, the Cowboys Christmas Extravaganza, powered by Reliant at the Star in Frisco. From November 21st to December 20th, join us every Friday and Saturday night for a performance featuring the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders, Dallas Cowboys Rhythm and Blue, Rowdy, Santa Claus, and appearances from your favorite Cowboys legends. Best of all, the show is free and open to the public. For details, visit thestardistrict.com. Don't miss out on the holiday magic.
Gear up for your thermal hunting season with Shields Hunting Sale now through December 14th. Save up to $1,000 on Pulsar thermal optics. Save up to $400 on Vortex and Leupold optics. Save on the top brands in ammo. And get a Shields gift card with your purchase of select Fox Pro electronic calls. Call in these savings and maximize your time in the field. Now through December 14th at Shields and Shields.com.
I've been telling you guys about Kyle Frazier and the great team at Frazier Roofs and Gutters, but I thought you should hear from the man himself. Kyle, why should the Tolos call y'all when the roof is in need of work?
Absolutely. Unfortunately for Texas homeowners, it's the Wild West out here. People knocking on your door after a storm don't have to be licensed. But at Frazier Roofing, we've been shielding DFW homes from storms for over 50 years. My dad started this mission and our focus is to continue it for the next 50. Texas weather is unpredictable, but your roofing company doesn't have to be.
And that's why you should check them out at FrazierServices.com. That's FrazierServices.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Uncle Julio's in Arlington off of 20. As you can tell, there's plenty of people here, but we got plenty of room for more. If you want to come out and see us, we're going to do Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because in just a second. But I wanted to throw this out there. This is already astonishing. ESPN puts out their annual top 25 players under 25 by long-term potential, and Wemby is one. Then it goes Anthony Edwards, Cade Cunningham, Jalen Williams, and Alperen Sengun are the rest of the top 5. 6, Amen Thompson, then Evan Mobley, and Cooper Flagg is number 8, already ahead of Chet Holmgren, despite only playing like 25, 30 games.
2 things to go along with that. One thing go along with that. One other thing that's kind of maybe new. Max Christie was asked about Ryan Nembhard. And he was like he's new to the lineup, so a lot of people don't know much about him, but they certainly do now. And so, Kevin, maybe he can make that list pretty soon, but also Sharon Moore's charges.
Yes.
Have you seen these?
Yeah.
Per criminal complaint, there's a felony charge of home invasion in the 3rd degree, also charges of stalking and breaking and entering. And that's just, dude, what was going on in this dude's world?
Look,
this is happening right now.
And I'll tell you exactly, there's a couple of really disturbing things about this. I think if the rumors are substantiated, and since they're rumors, I'm not going to dive into them here, but there could be a lot of more bizarre information on the way. But also there's a report out that Michigan was made aware of some potential mental health incidents that the coach had gone through. And so that's always something you have to keep an eye out on. And it's a terrible situation across the board.
Yeah. And then, what's even wilder is, because of that, here we are with lots of other coaching movement things.
Right.
Because the business world of sports continues to move on.
Everything keeps moving, man. Everything. There are very few people that the world stops for.
Yeah.
And I ain't one of them. All right, let's do some Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because. But also, Corey, I realize I dropped the ball.
Cowboys tie because?
I'm not going to do Cowboys tie because.
All right.
But I dropped the ball with getting to one of the stories I really wanted to in Gridiron. I asked if Vegas was being disrespectful to these two teams. The Broncos and Patriots are both on 10-game winning streaks. They are both underdogs this weekend. Do you think that they are being disrespected by this news? And I believe they're both home teams, too.
Okay, so they're both underdogs this week.
So Patriots are home against the Bills, who they already beat, and they're 1.5-point dogs. And
then
the Broncos are 2.5-point underdogs to the Packers, despite the fact, again, that the Broncos are also a home team in that game.
You know,
and they're 6-0 at home.
I think it might be a little disrespect. It also might be playing the averages here, because this win streak can't last forever, right? Like, that's the feeling for one. With the Bills, too, beating a team twice consecutively is always a tough thing. I mean, I know 3 times is the number everybody always freaks out about, but being able to get that season sweep is kind of difficult anyway. So I see it. I understand why. But, yeah, dude, these teams, that is a little disrespectful for them to be at home and that kind of look, that kind of feel.
But, of course, I'll have to come back on Monday if both of those teams lose, and I'll be like, never mind.
Yeah.
Vegas always gets it exactly right. Okay.
Always?
No, and they don't, and that's why a little bit of sarcasm there. All right, Cowboys win because, Cowboys lose because. Who would like to start, and which side would you like to start with?
I'll start with win, Alec, if that's okay with you, good sir.
Go for it.
Thank you. Cowboys win because Minnesota will play too much man this week and doesn't know what they're doing whenever they play that much man. Have you seen these numbers?
Yeah, the top 2 receivers against man coverage in the league are CeeDee and Pickens.
515 and 410, and then Dak Prescott obviously at 1,274 yards this year, the best passing quarterback against man coverage. So I'm going to say that Flores says, you know what, I'm showing lots of disguises, but I'm going to drop back into man coverage. We're screwing over zone, and then it's too late because the Cowboys have already put 30 on them, and their offense can't score like that.
Alec, do you have a Cowboys win because? Would you like me to go to the text or me go?
For me, it is going to be somewhat similar to Corey's, but on the defensive side of the ball, the Cowboys will win because Brian Flores did not learn his lesson looking over some of the tape from throughout this season for the Cowboys, and he's going to try to blitz the hell out of Dak. And
mistake.
I think that is a huge mistake for any defensive coordinator to make, but especially one that I think is as good as Brian Flores is. They can't afford to let Dak get those free, easy one-read plays off, which it seems like he always has something in the can ready whenever there is a blitz. If they're showing 0 at the line of scrimmage, you see Dak make a check 9 times out of 10, and he's got some sort of man coverage blitz beating pattern that's going to go either over the middle of the field, or it's going to go to one-on-one coverage to George Pickens or CeeDee Lamb on the outside. So if Brian Flores gets cute like he did a couple weeks ago, talking about, I'm going to blitz this guy off the bus, Dak is going to make him pay.
Okay. Then this was my Cowboys lose because, and it goes exactly.
What the hell? I didn't even get to go yet.
It counters his Cowboys win. I want to stay on topic, Kevin.
Okay.
And so the topic here right now is Dak and the blitz. Listening to Shotty this morning on Sean and RJ without Bobby, which
because he was on our
show. KNC with Bobby was a fantastic show. But listening this morning, Shotty says that Flores does an amazing job of looking like you're bringing 6, looking like you potentially bring in 7, and then you drop back and you don't bring anything. Or you look like you're going to bring nobody, and then all of a sudden 7 people are coming at the quarterback. If Dak cannot cue it up and pre-snap see where that blitz is, what those disguises are, that's going to be a frustrating thing for Dak. That's what they did to Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold was like, I got this all figured out, man. And then all of a sudden, all these blitz packages were very exotic, and he was like, what are they actually doing? They look like they're going to bring the house, and then they don't. And now I'm dropping in coverage, they bring 4, and they're able to get at me. So if Dak can't decipher the code of what Brian Flores is throwing out, he is fantastic against the blitz whenever he knows what's happening. The design the disguise packages that Flores brings, very similar to what Belichick did back in the day, because he was always making things uncomfortable for quarterbacks.
So I'm going to go Cowboys win because George Pickens is angry about folks complaining about his effort. Pickens has 130-plus receiving yards 4 times this season. Every single one of those games, he also had at least 1 touchdown. Look for that to happen again because he's angry about what people have been saying about him.
Kevin, I'd like to Cowboys lose because based on your comment.
What?
No, I'm just joking, actually. No, I love what you're saying about him being angry. And I also like that that was it when it came to his response to Richard Sherman.
Yeah.
he said what he said and then said, instead of continually adding to this, let me fuel the fire internally and come back out and show somebody on. And I bet that's Schotty, too. I bet Schotty's like, hey, dude, use that. Harness it, bring it back out, and let the hate flow on the field.
From the 945, this might be the most true thing, and I feel like you could copy and paste this every week. The Cowboys win because it's the Cowboys.
No, of course.
On the other hand, the Cowboys lose because it's the Cowboys.
It is definitely the Cowboys. That's
so
for
I
sure.
think that's fair. From the 817, Cowboys lose because it's primetime, nationally televised game, and all the haters love to kick us in the balls.
Do they?
That is, yeah. Oh, my God.
I don't think I've ever experienced any hate from the Cowboys before.
I think that you're lying. From the 972.
Hey, congratulations to Alec, by the way. I just wanted to say that.
Oh!
Nice job, buddy. You're a winner.
Alec has been winning a lot of these. You won standing room only.
What if he didn't want somebody out? What if he didn't want a lady to know that or something? You know, now all of them are going to call him up and be like, "I want to go to the game." You know what?
Because if theoretically Alec were seeing somebody, I don't know.
Yeah.
This would be the new phase where they listen all the time.
Yeah.
But eventually you'll get to the phase where they rarely listen, and then you'll get to the phase where they never listen.
I'm there.
And so, yeah.
I've been married for a while.
Me too. From the 972.
Does that hurt your feelings, or do you feel a little freer?
I have told
feel like
my
you can
wife.
say more things now.
I've told my wife it hurts my feelings.
Oh.
Because she used to listen, and she was like, I heard your segment about this, and I make references to things on the show, and she's like, oh, what did you guys discuss today? And I'm like, I don't even know
That's
why.
it.
From the 972, Cowboys win because they get 5 sacks, and then they added that the Vikings are the 5th most sacked team in the NFL. I like that. Alec, do you got a Cowboys lose because?
Cowboys lose because they get cute on defense and decide they want to try new things. And why do I say that? Because what have we been knocking Matt Eberflus for, especially in the first maybe 2 months of the season, was the coverages that he was running. Well, guess what? Matt Eberflus might actually have a good day against J.J. McCarthy because J.J. McCarthy stinks against zone coverage. His completion percentage, 3rd lowest in the NFL versus zone. Yards per attempt, the absolute lowest in the NFL versus zone. He is not that great if you like the PFF numbers and stuff. His grade is just a 61 against zone coverages this season, so he's not that great. Some of his numbers against man here and there aren't that great either. He just hasn't been consistent. We know that. But if Matt Eberflus starts pressing and he's like, I don't like what happened last week, I need to switch things up and try to press a little bit or something, that's when a Justin Jefferson can break free and make J.J. McCarthy look a lot better than he actually is. So just stick with your keys, and for one time this season, Matt Eberflus, keep doing what you're doing, buddy.
From the, I like that. From the 214, Cowboys win because J.J. McCarthy is essentially still in his rookie season. Cowboys lose because their defense is 64th best out of 32 teams.
Yep. Yep.
That hurts. Now, I'm going to go to the other side of the ball. Cowboys lose because the Vikings forced them to punt more than 2 times. All right, here's a couple of things that are at play here. The Vikings have given up a league-low 106 passing first downs. Next team on that list is 115. So they're the best in the league by a lot. And then there's this. The Vikings have forced 3-and-outs on 25.5% of their drives this season.
Gross.
So that's every 4 drives they force a 3-and-out. That's 6th best in the NFL. And so if you assume the Cowboys give or take 8 drives, that would lend itself to 2 punts. If you punt the ball more than 2 times, I think you're going to lose this game.
Kevin, I appreciate you for that, because that was what I started against the Panthers.
Yes.
I was like, look, you asked me, hey, what's success?
And what happened?
You cannot punt 3 times. If you punt 3 times, you're screwed because
and
you
they
have
did,
to
and they
score.
lost.
And consistently, that Cowboys defense wasn't able to. Now it seems like you're hopeful that the Cowboys defense can be better, right? But dude, they gave up 40 points again. And go back and look. They stuffed the Raiders, and then the points, the trajectory kept going up and up and up. And so you're in that place where was the defense really that much better? We got to figure that out as we go along. From the
Can I please read the one that I love? Because a lot of times it's insightful detail.
Well, this one's a 206. Cowboys win because the KNC has two handsome gents, and the Vikings just aren't good. Which one of you was that?
Everybody.
Which one thinks we're handsome? Raise your hand.
Everybody.
All right.
I'll take a compliment
All right.
from anybody.
Appreciate that. And then somebody said the Cowboys win because purple uniforms are stupid. Is that the one you want?
That is the one. Because, look, sometimes
I'm sorry,
want
TCU.
Insightful breakdown on football specifics. Sometimes let's throw nuance out the window. I do that all the time. They're going to win because purple uniforms are stupid.
That's pretty much how Battle of the Beasts was decided. Back in the day whenever Colby would roll that out there for us.
And then, Alec, I feel like you will appreciate this. For the 214, take Alec on a remote next time. Got him in studio looking like Zordon off the Power Rangers. That's the big-headed fella, right, who is their boss or whatever?
I kind of do look like your overlord on the fan cam right now. It's kind of cool.
Okay, now I got to go pull the fan cam up.
Can we reflect on that show for just a second? So you have a grown man who nobody can see because he's in an undisclosed location recruiting all these high school kids. He's like, I think you got special powers. Come to my base. Like, that feels weird, right?
Well, I mean, it's no weirder than a rat raising a bunch of turtles to be ninjas.
Interesting point. He was like their dad.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't.
And he gave them weapons.
I don't like that
He
comparison.
was like, here, take these nunchucks.
All
And
right,
go swing
fine.
them at
As
people.
long as we're doing that, nobody can change my mind that magician on the original Frosty the Snowman animated special should not be allowed within 200 feet of a school. Nobody can change my mind about that. If you're like, I haven't seen that in a while, go back and watch it. All right? Dude. That dude should not be allowed near a school.
And I know that I watched it a lot as a kid, the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer claymation thing.
Right.
It's terrifying now, though. Like, it's very scary to watch that. And then they did the second one that was even worse.
Oh, I don't know if I know. Is that the Island of Misfit Toys?
Yeah,
or whatever?
that one was terrifying.
Yeah. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Thanks for listening to us anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Despite all this.
Coming up next, if you think it's going to get less weird, well, let's see what you think after this tease. It's time for the combo platter embarrassment. Give us a sports opinion, and then what's the moment you were most embarrassed by for somebody else? Plus, we're going to do AM on the FM. All of it live next from Uncle Julio's in Arlington right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Presented by the On-Time Experts.
First and goal at the 4. Play fake, boot to the right. Prescott looking, throwing in the end zone. Span Ford is open. Brevin Span Ford with his first NFL touchdown. This game is back on.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Uncle Julio's in Arlington off of 20, and we've been rocking and rolling all day, and I love that people have not only won the Tolo hoodies, but they have immediately put them on. I think that's delightful. The people who care enough have put them on. There are other people who don't seem to care enough. All right, I got a bunch of NFL news for you before we get to the combo platter. But the combo platter from the mind of Corey Majors, and I am very excited about this and very excited about AM on the FM. Give us a sports opinion, and then what's the moment you were most embarrassed for somebody else? We're going to get to that in just a second, but I got a whole bunch of NFL news for you. Brady Cook is going to start for the Jets as both Tyrod Taylor and Justin Fields have been ruled out. The concussion issues for T. Higgins, he has been ruled out per Adam Schefter. CeeDee Lamb is going to play. Schottenheimer confirmed. We thought that would be the case, and so is Jake Ferguson. At least that is the expectation. Schotty said he believes that Ferguson will be able to answer the bell, and I was a little nervous yesterday when I heard Ferguson on with G-Bag because he's like, we got some stuff to figure out. I think I can go, but it wasn't the full-throated, hell yeah, I'm going to play. So that made me a little nervous, but here we go. And then J.J. Watt put out the news that T.J. Watt, we talked about him being in the hospital. He had surgery to stabilize and repair a partially collapsed lung after a treatment session at the facility on Wednesday. He said his recovery is still TBD, but he most certainly is not going to play on Monday, which makes a whole lot of sense. So, a whole bunch of NFL updates for you. Corey Majors, would you like to start this segment off?
Kevin, somebody texted in and said they were the moderator for Master Splinter and Shredder when they wanted to sit down and talk it out, and they said it was awesome, but since they worked things out, there are no more shows, and that's the worst part.
Oh,
so I don't know.
So they were too good at their job.
They were such a good moderator that
it is kind of the business approach of Rhino Shield, right?
Yes.
We'll set you up for 25 years and then see you when you're.
Because you don't need us back unless you want a different color.
That's true.
We need to talk to him about the self-changing colors. If people want to change the color, within 15 years, they can just push a button and it'll change to green, or something like that.
Okay. I mean, actually, that probably is true.
Kevin, I don't think this is an unpopular opinion at all. But my sports opinion is that we were totally right about Schottenheimer before anybody else knew.
Right.
He is, if you listen to Sean and RJ in the mornings and on Fridays in particular when Schotty's on, he is absolute radio gold. Now, whether or not that turns into success in the field, I think it's going to. I do think it's going to. But this morning, Kevin, he was talking ball. And he talked about something that you've been very upset about and questioned a lot this week, and that is Jake Ferguson and holding on to the ball.
Yep.
And one of the did you hear his conversation on it? Like, this is when he's been too loose with it, and he needs to put the X in front of it, hold on to it, and he needs to know that he knows. So he is saying he knows that he's made this mistake a few too many times. He's a fantastic talker, and I love listening to him at least once a week. They will ask him a question about football that he breaks down that no other coach will go out of their way to do the way he does. Most coaches do their job where they're just like, I'm going to give you a little bit, but I'm not going to give you much. I don't want you learning, the way I think or anything like that. He's like, no, everybody knows football that's coaching in the NFL. They all know it. So, and we're all discussing it. He loves talking football, and I really appreciate that about him. Also, he did talk a little bit about the depth in the tight end room. I think there's a lot of depth, but I'd love to see Brevin Spanford get a little bit more.
Yeah.
I'll throw that in there.
Well, and this might make some people happy. It also sounds like, and we've talked about this all week, looks like you're going to get more Logan Wilson.
Okay.
For people that are frustrated, and understandably so, with Kenneth Murray, sounds like you're going to once again get an uptick in Logan Wilson usage.
Yeah. All right, so the time that I was embarrassed for somebody else, we went to Trees that night.
The club?
The club. Yeah. And then we left Trees and we went to... it was a place. And we went in, I can't remember the name of the place. And it was off Greenville Avenue. And we were there, and we're having a good time, and my buddy had a few too many. All right? So it was time to go. So we're walking out, and I see him grab somebody and throw them. I'm in the car. He throws somebody up against the wall. And I was like, oh, crap. And I jump out, and I'm talking to this guy's buddy, and the guy's buddy's looking at me, and he goes, I'm deaf. Like, he gives me the, I don't know what you're saying, I'm deaf. And I'm like, oh, my God, like, this is happening right now. I said, hey, y'all go in. I'll take care of this guy. So I pick him up, all right? I pick him up, and I carry him over to the car, and I set him down, and he falls to the ground and slides down the parking lot, like just slow sliding across the park because it's on a hill. And then I pick him up, and I'm like, dude, you got to get it together. And he looks at the car and sees the girl that we were with, and he's like, you're okay. You're safe. You're safe, right? And I was like, she was never in harm's way at all. And he's like, okay, good. I'm just glad that you're safe. And he slams the door, and he yells into the restaurant, and he yells, Mama's in the kitchen. Daddy's coming to get you. And I was like, what is happening right now? And so I had to grab him, and I had to put him back into the car. And then we're driving home, and he kept talking about some girl, and like, I'm going to go to her house. But you get into the car, and it's Q45. It's so big. I say I'm going to go to her house. I get in the car. I'm at her house already. And I was the most embarrassed I've been because the girl that he was talking to at the time was sitting in my front seat. And he was talking about another girl this whole time in the back seat. Yeah, and so that was a moment. But I'll never forget, Mama's in the kitchen, Daddy's coming to get you. At the top of his lungs, too. So... That was a little bit of an embarrassing time. He's done fine with himself since then.
Okay, good. But do you ever keep those people in check and you're like, don't think I forgot about that one time? All right.
Never forget.
I'm going to hit a couple of these texts and then go to Alec from the 480. Sports opinion. Man, this would be crazy. Mike McCarthy will win the division with the Titans next year. And then an embarrassing moment. I feel bad for kids of a dad that yells at the waitress.
Oh.
Yeah,
Why would you yell at a waitress?
Don't do that.
They're doing their best.
That's why they're embarrassed.
They're bringing you the food.
That is why they're embarrassed. From the 972, Rangers trade Corey Seager by mid-May, and the most embarrassing thing that's happened to me is I went to a funeral for a friend's mother-in-law, and I've been friends with this guy for like 20-plus years. Keep in mind, her wish was that everybody wore bright colors to the funeral. So I wore like a bright highlighter pink dress shirt and everything, and nobody followed the instructions.
Oh, no.
And so they look really out of place and like
going to a costume party. And
and everybody was somber and in black. And this person, was probably like, that was their wish.
They asked me
you
to.
You guys are all jerks.
Yeah, that's
But they
terrible.
probably all looked at that person like, what the crap, dude?
This person showing up, making a mockery of this funeral.
Alec?
Sports opinion, gentlemen. I believe that baseball next season is going to be a lot more entertaining offensively because some of these bats are moving around and some of these teams are getting smarter and getting better by the day, and I'm specifically talking about the Baltimore Orioles. I think that team specifically is going to propel people's interest in baseball this season because now not only do they have Pete Alonso, one of the best sluggers in the game, you also have that mountain of youth and young talent on that roster that I think can help draw in a younger audience, but you've got the household name in the lineup, and quietly, if you just talk about raw talent on paper, they might have the best lineup in baseball now for my money. So I think that this season, with some of the movings and shakings that you're seeing, Marcus Semion's off the Texas Rangers, but, you could see some other moves like Corey mentions a lot. If Chris Young sees something with this team around the trade deadline, he could make a move, and the Rangers could be nationally more exciting again by the snap of a finger. The Boston Red Sox are trying to recruit everybody and their mother to come hit for them.
Right.
Eventually they're going to land one of these big trades or one of these free agents or what have you that they're talking about. You have some of the international Japanese sensations that have been posted, and we're waiting to see where they're going to sign and where they're going to go. I just think the offensive side of baseball last year just wasn't as entertaining outside of like Aaron Judge and Cal Raleigh. Nationally, I think you're going to see some people watching teams because these teams are just better this season.
Yeah. All right. And your moment of embarrassment for another?
I've had quite a few, but one that sticks out for me specifically was somebody that I didn't even know. I was out, I want to say after a Ranger game at one of the dive bars on Division Street over in Arlington, like everybody does, just kind of, it was after a win. I don't remember who we played, but it was after a win, so everybody was all excited. They had
the Astros.
Oh, probably, because everybody was hyped. Yeah, there was drink specials going on and stuff. It was amazing. Everybody had their giveaway items that they were wearing at the bars and stuff. Everybody looked the same. It was incredible. It was just like a sea of blue jerseys. And I ran into this one guy that I didn't realize was probably overserved and or on some drugs, who was just super chatty and super, nice. And so he offers to buy like my first 3 drinks because he's just yapping. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to kind of go back to my friends now, just kind of wander away, act like nothing happened. And I have to go to the bathroom. I go to the bathroom and he's in there and he just straight up asks me, hey, have you ever done cocaine before? And I'm like, no, I have not. And he's like, do you want to? And I'm like, no, I really don't. Thanks. And so I leave the bathroom. The guy never came out of the bathroom, and I'm like, I never saw that guy again. And then I see his 3 buddies carrying him like, I don't know, a set of like football pads, like just motionless. And he's got this big smile on his face and everything. Like he's conscious, but he can't function. And the bouncers are like, all of you guys are banned. Like, don't ever come back kind of thing because this dude has been a problem all night. So I'm talking to the bartender. I'm like, did he get overserved or something? He's like, he didn't drink anything here. He showed up here like that. And I'm like, oh, that's not great. So, yeah, I just watched him get carried out by his friends with this big old smile on his face. And I was like, I never want to be that guy that gets everybody removed from an establishment because I made bad decisions. And, yeah, I was like, that was my cue. It was kind of sobering. I was like, I don't even want to drink anymore. I kind of want to go home. I'm going to let the boys have their fun, and then I'm going to go home. But, yeah, I was like, Interesting. Went from super nice to, have you done a hard drug before, to, I can't walk.
Little known fact, a little white bag fell out of that man's pocket. Alec picked it up and then sold it so he could get Legos.
I mean, I do like Legos, but...
A little baggie with cocaine in it. And he sold it.
Is that...
Little known fact.
You know what I was going to say? Is that what you spend your cocaine money on? But I don't know.
What would you spend your cocaine money on, Kevin?
True. That's what I would do. Yeah. In old out-of-print wrestling pay-per-views.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're right.
Exactly.
Let's see, from the 903, the Mavericks will win a championship within the next 3 years. I love it. And our Little League coach got beat up by an umpire in the parking lot after losing the game. Man, I can't imagine being so mad about that game that you would find yourself in a fighting situation. Now, this is my sports opinion. Michigan doesn't need to hire the best coach they can. They need to hire the safest coach they can.
Okay.
Because
who is the safest coach out there?
Well, and that's a good question. We've talked about Moore quite a bit this week, and you just went over like all of the charges that he is now facing. And then he was also in trouble from the Connor Stallions sign-stealing incident. We all know how much trouble that Harbaugh got into. And then their former co-offensive coordinator, Matt Weiss, remember, he was dismissed and remains under a federal indictment after illegally accessing thousands of student files. They just need to pick somebody that they're like, you're not going to break the law or UIL rules, right? And they're like, sounds good.
Yeah, I wonder how many of these coaches get into places like this that they're like, all right, I have a way to trick the system.
Yeah.
Or I'm going to be able to get away with this because I am coach of Michigan. You know, whatever it is, and you know what? I'm going to use this, and then I'll have position of power over a lot of. It happens too much, and Michigan seems to be the place that it keeps popping up where they're getting caught doing it.
Now, for me, the embarrassment, and I'm sure it happens across all genders and all types of relationships, but I mostly see it with a man trying to talk up a woman who is clearly not there for that. And it is just, it's the worst every time when it's like, so, how are you doing? And you're within earshot and you're like, please don't, I don't want to, I'm embarrassed for you. And the worst example of that was at a UFC at the American Airlines Center. Actually, it might have been in Houston. It was one of those spots. I'm sitting on press row, second from the end of the table next to the ring girls. And the guy right next to me is sitting...
Like Ariana Celeste?
Yes, it was Ariana Celeste, in fact, that was all the way down to the end. I guess she had seniority or whatever. So her and this other press fella they're as close, more or less, as we are, just on the opposite side.
So touching knees like you and I are not doing right now.
And
are not doing.
And she's like on her phone at times, and then it's time for her to like do the thing and everything, go walk around the ring. And so she plugs her phone in, and she comes back. And when she comes back, the dude looks at her and he goes, "Don't worry, I guarded your phone." And I was like, no. But if that was it,
he needs to shoot a shot.
I get it.
Even if he's on press row.
But he did that like 4 more times.
I got you, girl.
He was like, "Don't worry, I'm still watching your phone." And she was like, "Thanks." And it was like, please stop doing this. It is the worst. She's being nice to you. I thought she humored you the first time. I think you need to stop doing this.
Man, that is fascinating.
But it's across the board. If you see a guy that's hitting on a girl that's just not about it and you're within earshot, it can be the worst.
Kevin, I don't feel embarrassed for them because those are learning moments. All right, they're going through the process of getting either rejected or finding success.
Okay,
and the only way forward is to shoot the shot. Right, that's the only way. Sometimes you fail big, and sometimes you fail big in front of Kevin, and then Kevin makes fun of you for it.
That's true.
That's the way it goes.
Do you think every woman has like been on the side of like, oh, please stop?
Please, probably so.
Yeah,
probably so. From the 214, Mike Gundy to Michigan is what they would like. From the 330, Jason Garrett in Michigan was what they would love to see.
Oh, Jason Garrett, that actually makes sense.
I also the thing that inspired this, Kevin, was my wife has a history of trying to hug people. One day we were at the dentist for the kids. And the dentist, she just was like, I just love this dentist. And the dentist reached up to grab some files behind her, and Adrian thought she was getting a hug. And so she went in and hugged the dentist, and the dentist was like, oh, okay. And so she hugged her back. And then recently, Adrian was at Callaway's getting a gift certificate for something. And the lady came back to her and was like, I'm sorry. And she had her hands out, and she goes, hug? And she goes, no, what was your name again? So Adrian has this propensity to think that people want hugs because she's a hugger, and I love that about her because she's an amazing woman. So if you see her, she's probably going to try to hug. I do like this from the 469 Sports Opinion. May have tears tomorrow for Cena's retirement match.
Oh,
do you guys
you gonna cry, Alec?
Probably.
Isn't he going first? So
I don't
he can
think,
go
actually,
sit on a crown of.
I think there's been such an outcry about that. I think maybe that will not.
He
be
said
the
he
case
wants
anymore.
to bow out. He's like, this is my opportunity to bow out, guys.
I think that the powers that be might might veto that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas.
Yeah.
Chips and salsa.
I just angrily
so
horns down at somebody because I'm still mad we lost to Texas.
Good, as you should, because that program stinks. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day, plus politics and golf. Kevin, I didn't think you would expect that. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. It's the most weird correlation that you're ever going to hear, but the question of the day, gentlemen, we go to the National Day calendar where we see that today is National Gingerbread House Day. So if you partake in the Christmas festivities of decorating gingerbread houses, today's the perfect day for that. It's also just gingerbread decorating day as well. No, I'm terrible at it.
Oh, are you asking because he's a ginger?
Exactly.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, you would think it would be rooted deeply in my beliefs and my values.
Yeah,
It's really not. I've been terrible at it for years, and I'm probably still terrible at it. But you know what? I'll give it a shot this holiday season just to try to redeem myself. But we are.
It always falls over. It always just falls over.
Exactly. It's like it's going to go stale at some point, right? Like, you got to get rid of it. You got to eat it. I don't know. Like, do you eat the gingerbread house?
The candies are rainbow colored, and I'm not putting rainbow in my Christmas stuff. I want red and green.
See, that's a good point, because I feel like I would pull off like some of the gumdrops, and then I'm thinking, they were just in that pack before I designed it.
Exactly.
And then, designed it, built it. And then also...
Kevin's got the CAD set up and everything.
I'm going to sketch out my 2-story gingerbread mansion.
Ooh.
And... then also, you could just probably go buy those candies. So that's a good point.
So what we're going to focus in on today is it is National Lost and Found Day. So what is something physical that you lost and it still eats you alive to this day? Because mine, I tell this story a lot, and it's as simple as this. Raising Cane's, when I was in high school, was doing one of those peel off the cup contests, and you had to spell out the word Cane's with the little stickers that you peel off. And all of my high school radio buddies were saying, we're going to buy an actual radio frequency if we win this $1 million or what it is, whatever it was. And we got every single letter except for the letter S, which happens to be the first letter I got during that promotion, but they ended up in a pair of jeans or something and never making it out before they got washed, and it disappeared forever. So we could have won by spelling out the word Canes, but I lost the missing letter.
I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, I could have been rich!
I know. So can I possibly tell you something I found that I still think about to this day?
Ooh, go for it.
That wasn't part of the rules.
I know. That's why I'm asking.
I like it, though. I want to hear about it.
Okay. When I was like 7 or 8, I found $30 in a bakery, and I thought I was going to be the richest person ever. And my mom said that we needed to turn it in. And so we turned it into the lost and found, and they said if nobody claims it for a week, then I can have it. And I was like, what? And so I was so excited all week. Went back to the bakery. Nobody claimed it, and nobody pretended to claim it either. And I got the $30, and I thought it was the most awesome thing in the world.
You got that dough from the bakery, huh?
Okay.
All right.
I really,
it was
I
not
really
that
did think
funny.
you were...
Why are y'all laughing that much?
Alec is legitimately angry at people for that. You know what? This is good market research, because when I'm in the studio and I was like, God, I hate this so much. There are people out there who are enjoying it.
Yeah, there are people in the world
right.
that are enjoying things.
Okay. That was a woo for the general of enjoying things. I like that.
For my dad lost something. It is an 8x10 autograph of Mickey Mantle.
Ooh.
Oh.
And he had gotten it when he was a kid, and it was at my grandparents' house somewhere. But they could not, he tore the house up trying to find it. And part of me was like, I think this is your imagination. I think you created this in your mind. But he was convinced of it, so he never did find it. Kevin, I distinctly remember this. I had the entire set of WWE rubber toys. You know those?
The action figures.
The action figures, and I had Hulk Hogan, the Russian guy,
Nikolai
Volkov. I had the Iron Sheik.
Man, those probably.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Ooh.
And one night I was at my parents' softball game, and we're playing in the field somewhere, and I got them out there, and my parents are like, "Hey, we got to go," and they yelled at me. And I stood up and took off running, and I thought I had most of them. I left Hulk behind. I left the Incredible Hulk behind, and I got in the car, and I'm looking down, and I was like, Dad, I left the Incredible Hulk behind. And he was like, all right, let's go back and look. And whenever I went back out there, he wasn't there. He was gone. And that set, hey, you're right.
Yeah.
Very worth a pretty penny. But as a kid, I didn't even want to play with him anymore because I didn't have Hulk. He was the one. And now obviously I know a lot more about the Incredible Hulk. I was so frustrated. I didn't want to play with those toys anymore.
I'm guessing probably not, but is there any part of you that would have thought it was funny if your dad did a bit and he was like, what you're gonna do when Corey's lost toy runs wild, and just drove away? Would that have been funny at all to you? Probably
not. Probably not.
I
probably would be even more furious about the whole situation. Well, but I like it. Now I think it's hilarious.
That's fair. From the 214, my 94 Apex Cowboys jacket, it was sick.
Yeah.
From the 469, this is similar to your story, Alec. I lost the boardwalk piece to Monopoly, and I finally got that Park Place, but I no longer had the boardwalk for the $1 million. I wonder if that prize just went unclaimed then? Man, that is heartbreaking right
That's
there.
one that I am ashamed I can relate to.
Yeah, from the 940 $600 Tom Ford sunglasses. Man, you know who I was sad for is Derek Holland when he lost his Gucci sunglasses.
He lost them?
Yeah, he lost them. I wanted him to give them to me because I got to use them at training camp. And it felt like I had a new pair of eyes that were resistant to sun.
Every single time that a guest sat down, Kevin had those sunglasses on, and he would mention that they were Derek Holland's and he might steal them. And I think CeeDee Lamb was like, hey, I don't think that's a great idea. Those are expensive.
Except the one who I bonded with over what I didn't say anything about it was Trayvon Diggs.
That's right.
And I was just wearing them. He goes, bro, your glasses are nice. And I was like, thanks, man. They're Gucci. And I didn't say who they were from or anything. I just thought it was awesome. But I know the point of sunglasses. I guess I just always buy really cheap ones. I walked outside and it felt like I was wearing nothing, and yet my vision was resistant to sun. It was amazing.
Dude, in Padre one year, I had on these expensive Maui gems. I've never paid for money that much since. They fell right off my face. face into the ocean.
Oh.
And I reached into the ocean like I was going to grab him out of the water. You know, It's dark. You can't see. I just reached in there, and I was like, oh, no. There goes the money.
I just like the idea of CeeDee Lamb being the proverbial like voice of reason in Kevin's life. Like, no, you shouldn't do that. He's the angel on your shoulder. Like, no, don't do that. Guys.
Oh, Alec, this is going to make you sad. I had all original 152 Pokemon cards with the holographic evolutions and everything. I sold my cards when I was 9 years old for $10.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, that'll happen. I did the same with my WWE action figures, like a lot of those Elite Series figures. Some of those, even without the package, are selling for like probably 15 times what I sold mine off for when I was like 14.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Guys, real quick, this headline is just amazing itself, but I'll give you some numbers. Study claims that PGA Tour players play worse when paired with golfers who don't share their political beliefs.
Huh. How do they know?
So, a study was run examining over 2,600 golfers who competed in PGA Tour events between 1997 and 2022 and analyzed information including social media posts, voter registration, and donations that allowed the authors to determine a party affiliation for the 360 players who were ultimately used to explore this hypothesis. The split goes like this: 82 Democrats and 278 Republicans. Politics. There you go. But golfers playing in politically mixed groups scored 0.2 strokes worse per round and ranked approximately 2.5 positions poorer and faced a 5.3% reduced probability of making the tournament cut. So it almost makes you wonder if those conversations in between rounds and stuff just got people so irritated and off their game that they're like, or I've seen that guy's tweets. I don't want to be next to this guy. So they play worse.
My drives. Yeah.
Kevin's like, no, that helps me drive the ball further.
Yeah.
By the way, speaking of 0.2%, one of our Tolos that's sitting here showed me his app, and he is one of the top 0.2% listeners in all of the world.
See, that's the perfect number because it's incredible, but also gives you something to strive for next year.
0.0.
Right? I like that. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C-Block starring Corey Majors and our special guest,
Kyle Yeomans.
Next right here on The Fan.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors and Kyle Yeomans. And would like the first question, Kyle. I'm going to need you to confirm with our audience.
First question is, how's it going, Kyle?
Nope, pass. We're gonna cut to another question because it's very important. Can you confirm that you said in dire circumstances it is okay to just take a shot from the sore throat medicine bottle?
I did say that. Yeah, I'm guilty as charged. Did you do it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's chugged about 4 of these bottles this week, Kyle.
No. I have, look, I have
Everything is good in moderation, Kevin.
No, that is not true. We're still on the same bottle. It can get lean around the holiday times, and so we've needed to keep going.
That is true.
And so I've essentially been on maintenance for like 3 weeks.
Oh, man, I'm right there with you. I'm on like my second, like, king-sized pack of cough drops, and I've gotten the tea that I told you to get. Like I've been downing cups of that every morning. I'm right there with you, man. I've been on the struggle bus, especially with football season running into basketball season and calling all these games, and you're doing 5 hours of radio a day, and it's just, that's a lot.
Do you kind of wish that the tea just wasn't called throat coat?
Yeah. I didn't feel comfortable, if you couldn't tell right there. I didn't feel comfortable saying that on the air everything's recorded. So I decided to just take that out and negate the fact that I could call it that. But yeah, I don't like the name. And then I told you it tastes like garbage, doesn't it? And it tastes awful.
It does.
It
Look
works,
at Kyle.
It provides the opportunity, and it does the job that it's supposed to. But man, it tastes awful.
Kyle not wanting to end up on Masterpiece of the Week. He's a smart man. True. Because he knows that's saved for Mickey. That is reserved for Mickey.
I'm sorry, Kyle. Now welcome to the show, and we can talk football.
Well, actually, before we do talk football, Kyle, I have something else non-football related, but kind of football related. You got to speak to Hank Dickinson's class to close out the year. Can you kind of talk a little bit about that? I took Hank's class when I went to North Texas. He's a phenomenal dude, and going back to be able to talk to the students there and give them a few tips or whatever it is always really cool. And I know you get to close this out this year. That was awesome.
Yeah, it's a really cool thing. And of course, I was in the class too when I was there in North Texas. And since then, Hank has been a mentor of mine and a big reason why I am where I am in the business. And I know you can attest to that too. And a lot of the individuals, I know Chiafalo took the class. I don't think Wolchuk did, but of course Wolchuk knew Hank and of Hank throughout. Yeah, that makes sense, right? But but all of that plays a factor in your early years of getting into a very competitive business. And a lot of the peers that you meet in classes like that are who you grow up in this business with. I mean, the guys that even came before me, like you and Kevin Turner, Matt Sizik, some of these guys that I've gotten to know
and
really well.
Roy White was there too. Yeah.
Roy White, yeah, absolutely. All these guys that have been there before us all kind of come up together, and they find jobs in media, and then they call who they've heard about or who they've gotten to know and things like that. And so it plays a big factor. So anytime I get asked to go and speak at that class and try and at least give some sort of knowledge, I hope they don't listen to everything I say, but they take something out of it once or twice, and they can learn from it and get better at it. And of course, I'm always going to help them out too. It's a lot about making a connection to where, hey, Kyle and Corey and Kevin have been in the media for X amount of years or however long, and I can maybe rely on them to shadow or to find a job opportunity or to know this person, and that's all very important from where we come from.
Oh, for sure, man. And one of the questions, Kevin, that I always, anytime I've spoken at his class or any other classes is, how do you keep from cussing on air? And then I say, well, we have a dump button, and fortunately we have that. So, all right, so can you kind of explain a little bit? I heard Shotty this morning breaking it down. Can you kind of explain Brian Flores' blitz packages and kind of his approach to pressure whenever it comes to their defensive side of the ball for the Vikings?
Yeah, well, they blitz more than anybody else in the league. Their blitz percentage is just under 50%. It's like 59.4 or something like that, which is about 8 points higher than the next closest team in terms of blitz percentage. So half of the snaps on defense throughout the season, they've been blitzing opposing quarterbacks. But it's not your normal, hey, we're going to see pressure from the outside, or you're going to see an extra linebacker through the A gap or the B gap, or you're going to see a nickel come in on the blitz. It's going to come from different directions. And he consistently runs with 4 down linemen up front, and he expects his 4 down linemen, which have all played pretty good football throughout the season, he expects them to hold their own and to hold the line of scrimmage, allowing for a different guy on nearly every play in order to make at least some sort of advancement on the quarterback and to get into the backfield. And I think that's what's going to be interesting, because throughout his career, and we talked about it week after week on this show, but Dak Prescott has been traditionally one of the best quarterbacks against the blitz in his career, but that's most of the time, not every time, but most of the time against a traditional look on the defensive side. I don't think you can call Brian Flores' blitz packages a traditional look. It's definitely different, and it varies from play to play.
That's Kevin. What everybody keeps saying, hey, Dak's really good against the blitz, and my response to them is, as long as he can signify where it's coming from or find the place to go throw against the blitz, he's going to be just fine. But he does a good job of disguising it and setting it up that way. Great job by Kyle to kind of explain that and break that down for us.
Now, can I add something to that real quick? Just based off of what you just said. One thing, I know a lot of people have been wanting to see Nate Thomas and playing in replacement of Tyler Guyton. This would have been a great game for Tyler Guyton, just because you would have all 5 of your starting offensive linemen who have seen the majority of the snaps together throughout the year, because it's not just Dak deciphering where the blitz is coming from and how to see it pre-snap. A lot of it is post-snap and what the offensive line is going to have to decipher through. And luckily for Dallas, they have 4 of their 5 starters up front. But this is going to be a tough game, and Nate Thomas didn't necessarily play well these last couple of weeks. I'm interested to see how they attack him, because he's going to line up head-on with Jonathan Grenard, who's been fantastic this year, former Florida Gator who was drafted back in 2020, and I was really high on coming out of the draft. He's been great under this system and under this umbrella. So how is he going to fare in his one-on-one battle, but also when they're going to have to pass that off and be in straight communication all the way through, because it's not just Dak deciphering, it's going to be that offensive line, and I think this is an interesting challenge.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, because I saw one of the numbers, in part because, like you were saying, because of how effective the pressure has been, that they give up the 4th fewest passing yards in the league, and they're on a pace that's better than it's been for the Vikings in the last 30 years. So I am actually really excited to see how effective the Cowboys receivers and how much time that Dak gets in this game.
And if he has time, you anticipate success also because of the way that Dallas's scheme offensively has fit into what Minnesota's been doing, because those quick passes and the yards after the catch, the slants over the middle of the field. If you're bringing linebackers, let's just think about it this way. If you've got 4 down linemen and you've got your 2 linebackers and you're running 4 secondary players, 2 corners and a couple safeties too. They run a lot of 2 high shell. There's only 3 linebackers in the middle of the field, and one of them's probably going to be playing coverage and man-to-man on a certain wide receiver. So that means if you're bringing one of those other linebackers, there's one guy in the middle of the field, and that's if you don't bring both guys. So there's a middle of the field that's wide open in between the hash marks. And if you ask me where guys have been most effective out of the Cowboys wide receiving core this year, CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens has mostly been on the outside, but CeeDee Lamb, Ryan Flanoy, Jake Ferguson have all been more effective on the interior. And I think that's where you're going to see Dallas try and attack, is the middle of the field, right where those linebackers probably would be in a traditional base 4-3 defense. But with all these blitz packages, expect them to get the ball out quickly and do it over the middle of the field.
Okay, I want to talk about the other side of the passing game, because I know people are making a big deal out of Justin Jefferson last 2 weeks, 4 catches for 15 yards and no touchdowns on 10 targets. And I was like, man, maybe that's because they've just had injury issues with their quarterback and everything like that. But I saw the number, J.J. McCarthy to Justin Jefferson. Of all of the receiver-quarterback duos in the NFL with at least 40 targets, J.J. McCarthy to Justin Jefferson is by far the worst in the NFL. A passer rating of 45 per next-gen stats. The next lowest is 54, and that's Geno Smith, who has not had a good season, to Jacoby Myers. I realize J.J. McCarthy is young, but what in the world has been the issue for a connection between these two?
For me, it just looks like timing, which might be a byproduct of how McCarthy has missed time, whether it be all of last year as a rookie, the way that he's kind of been in and out of the fold this year, battling either nagging injuries or being benched, whatever you want to call it up there in Minnesota. But it looks like the timing is off, his confidence level is off, and honestly, when he gets time in the pocket, and he has more opportunity to throw the football down the field, that's where he's made more mistakes. And that's why I think Justin Jefferson has not had the same season. Yes, the revolving door quarterback is a big thing, but if they're pushing the ball down the field, J.J. McCarthy has made significant mistakes in the passing game, and that's why, and if I were to ask you guys, what is Justin Jefferson's strength, it's probably the deep ball. It's putting up yards per reception. It's kind of that same level of skill set that we've seen from guys like Jamar Chase and from George Pickens, even on the Cowboys side of things. He wants to go 15, 20 yards down the field and catch the deep ball. That's what he's so good at. So they've tried that, but that's not the strength of J.J. McCarthy. His strength is within 10 yards, get the ball out quick, and they've done a better job of that. They did a great job of it last week against Washington. They were just trying to maneuver the mistakes from J.J. McCarthy and give him those short, quick to intermediate throws, and that's where he was more successful. But it's just a disconnect right now, and I think the number one thing on the disconnect is the confidence level, the decision-making, and then more than anything, the timing. All of those things play a factor.
The Aaron Jones is, we've been afraid of him many, many times, but the Vikings are kind of in the bottom half of rushing the ball, rushing yards this year. What is their rushing game? Should we actually fear Aaron Jones this week?
Yeah, I don't really know what to think about the run game for Minnesota, and part of it I think is because teams are selling out to stop the run and daring their quarterback to throw a competitive pass. Right, because of the lack of success that J.J. McCarthy and that those other quarterbacks in Minnesota have had this season, they said, okay, if y'all aren't going to throw the football effectively, we're going to stop the run. And they're doing so against an offensive line that has had a couple really good guys step up. I think Kelly's been really good this year at center. I think O'Neill's been pretty good at right tackle. Darisol's banged up. He didn't even practice yesterday. We'll see what the injury report says about him today at left tackle. So the offensive line isn't necessarily whole, but they have some pieces up front that they can run behind. So I don't think Aaron Jones has lost a step. He looked better last week, put up a season high in numbers, but his season high now is 76 yards. It's not like he's exploding into the box score like we've seen him multiple times on a Cowboys side of things at AT&T Stadium. And I also put this in one of our articles on DallasCowboys.com, but the Cowboys defense has been that quote-unquote get-right game for multiple teams this year. You think about Arizona, you think about the New York Giants, you think about the Broncos even at times, even though the Broncos have been pretty consistent all the way through. Carolina, Enrico Dowdle. I mean, they've had a get-right game on multiple occasions, but this is a different defense than those teams were, right? This defense from the Cowboys post-bye week is much better than it was pre-bye week. So I don't anticipate them taking a step back despite seeing another Aaron Jones game at AT&T Stadium. I just don't think it has the same bite, and I think it's because teams have sold out to stop the run, and I don't think their offensive line is necessarily whole at the moment.
You got a prediction for us?
Yeah, I do think it's going to be a close game, mostly because the defense from Minnesota is going to keep the score lower for the majority of the game. I think it's going to be frustrating to watch in the first half. I'm just going to warn everybody. We'll see. I might be wrong, but I'll say 30-23 Dallas does get it done. And I think they get it done by multiple scores until the very end, and then Minnesota probably trims the score to a touchdown at the end.
I like it. Thank you very much for the time and for the talking advice.
Hopefully it helped and you didn't feel woozy after taking a slug of that cough medicine.
Nope. I'm good.
There you go.
Good.
Thanks, Kyle.
Thanks for having me.
There you go, Kyle Yeomans from DallasCowboys.com. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Live from Uncle Julio's. Coming up next, Manchester United, maybe me, and sports betting. I might have the most shocking prop bet ever. Do any of those entities deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? Plus, Masterpiece of the Week next right here on The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Masterpiece of the Week coming up in about 5-6 minutes. But first we have Forgiveness Friday.
I forgive you.
You need to forgive them.
Oh.
Ryan and Charizard are on my list for needing to ask for forgiveness because people want to know.
He's who's in your phone is Charizard.
Yes.
Okay.
He knows that. He's saved in my phone.
I was making sure.
And this, Alec, this Forgiveness Friday is going to have one of the most controversial questions in the history of Forgiveness Friday.
Uh-oh.
Would you punch a listener?
What?
Maybe. So what everybody was laughing at in that break is Charizard came up to me and showed me, hey, did you see this? And it said Mike Elko has interest in the Michigan job. And I just read it and I looked at him and I go, where did you get this? And then he tried really hard not to laugh. And then I was like, son of a... And then everybody started to laugh because they got me on the hook because they created it out of GPT. And that is how they got me. All right.
Yesterday, I asked... Somebody texted that in. And they were like, Elko to Michigan. And I asked you, and the look on your face when I just even threw that idea out there, I felt bad that I even said it.
Yeah.
Because here I've been telling you to believe all year, and you're like, I never want to believe. And then I was like,
if they lost
real,
him to
Kevin.
Michigan, that would be pretty defeating. Now, gentlemen, you get to decide. Does sportsbetting.ag deserve forgiveness? They have lots of prop bets about Diego Pavia's mom at the Heisman Trophy. Questions that are fairly run-of-the-mill. What color will her top be? Who is going to get hugged first? But then there's this, and Corey, I need you to look at this email so you can confirm that this is a real thing.
Oh, my gosh. What's happening?
Betting.ag has betting odds on what style of panties she'll be wearing.
Underwear.
It says...
undergarments.
Plus 200 for granny panties, and thong is the favorite. Alec, does sportsbetting.ag deserve forgiveness for putting out this? And also, how do they know?
They don't deserve forgiveness for many levels because, one, you got to be weird just to even come up with that. But two, now the diehard bettors are going to see that and they're going to be like, well, I wasn't going to pay attention to what color underwear this person is wearing, but now I'm going to because I got to make rent. Like, that is the last thing people need to be thinking about.
Yes. But you can confirm that you saw that in the email, Corey.
Yeah, I can absolutely confirm that, and that is weird to me.
It is weird.
And Kevin, by looking, obviously, that's the way.
Now, I asked this earlier. We brought it up. I'm going to circle back around. Do I need to ask for forgiveness from the gift wrapping ladies for smushing that one bow?
You got to tell. Can I tell the story?
Yes.
All right. So Kevin paid about $2,000 to have
$24.
6 presents wrapped. And this is awesome. Our building. I love our building even more.
They have a lot of cool stuff there.
Every day we have some sort of pop up going on. Some sort. Not always. Some like Kevin thought that there would be cake there all the time.
I really did.
But they always have some sort of pop up going on. I think it's really cool. This month or this week, they've had some ladies there that have been wrapping presents. Alec, you've seen the ladies downstairs.
Yep.
And it was $4 per present. And Kevin goes, "That's a great price point. I don't have to do it. I absolutely will bring these presents up and do it." So he's on the way down the elevator. Kevin goes, "Hey, would you mind helping me carry out these presents because there's a bunch of them?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure, dude. I got you." So we walk over there. And the lady goes, "The bows on these are very forgiving, so they'll just kind of bounce back. You just got to reshape them."
Yes.
And so Kevin starts stacking the presents on top of each other, and she goes, "Oh, no. We worked very hard on those. Please don't mess up the bows." And I started laughing so hard.
She said they were forgiving, Alec, and it was just one present that was kind of mushing one of the bows.
And they're his presents, Alec. He can do what he wants. But she was like, "We worked hard. How dare you?"
Huh.
Yeah, do I need to ask for forgiveness? Because I think I hurt that lady's feelings.
I mean, hurting anybody's feelings, yeah, you got to ask for forgiveness, but I feel like she kind of hurt her own in this instance because, and for me, I don't put much effort into the presentation of the gift because you're going to rip it apart anyways.
Hell yeah, you are.
You know what?
And most of the time, those bows just end up in the bag anyway.
That's right.
And I put them under the tree, and my wife's like, "Wow, really?" And then she goes, "Did you wrap these?" And I was like, "You're ruining the spirit of Christmas."
So you didn't answer yes or no?
No, I didn't. I said she was ruining the spirit of Christmas.
I have gotten better at wrapping presents, but I also have now assigned it to Carter because my son, he's very good at it.
Oh, okay.
And so I'm just like, dude, you are so good at this. And he's like, I got you, Dad. So I really appreciate him.
From the 817, I would like to preemptively ask for forgiveness for tonight because I'm going to get drunk at the company party that they told me not to get drunk at.
I appreciate him or her.
Okay.
For saying, you know what, you can't tell me what to do.
Okay. Does Manchester United need to ask for forgiveness? They're about $1 billion in debt after the summer transfer window, or do you think, hey, Manchester United's worth about $5 billion. The Bucks are worth about $6 billion.
$1 billion in debt?
Yes.
With a B?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
But they own a couple of teams that are worth about $11 billion, so they'll probably be all right.
And they're making money for people hand over fist too, right?
Yes.
Like that's the other thing too, is the more money you're making other people, the less concerned they are about your debt.
Yes.
They're like, we'll figure something out. You just keep making those payments with interest.
And then French tennis player Quentin Folier has been suspended 20 years and fined $70,000 for match fixing.
Oh, so he doesn't have to play tennis anymore?
Well, I guess not for money.
Was he any good?
Not really.
Okay, all right.
So that's probably why he stooped to such things. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Gentlemen, how's it going in Arlington?
Loving it, man. I love it out here. Arlington's the best.
It is.
I don't know who that was that was just shouting. I like it.
It was a Tolo.
Oh, okay. I mean, I figured that much.
They're having their own little Christmas parties with each other right now.
That's nice. Well, I'm about to ruin it. It's time for Masterpiece of the Week. We are going to revisit some of the wild, wacky, odd, and oftentimes very concerning things said on this very program throughout the week. And gentlemen, he does not need any introduction. His name is Mickey Spagnola.
Oh, yeah.
And he has 2 entries this week. One of them is terrifying, and I'm scared to play. And then this one is just a little bit weird.
You know, when you're trying to play with young guys.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, Kevin, young players is what he was saying because the
Frosty the Snowman.
Nate Thomas, DeMarvion Overshown, Rebel, these are young players that just haven't seen everything yet. You prepare them as best as you can.
Gotcha.
But sometimes things happen. Alec, jeez, dude.
You're the one that pointed at me when he said that. I don't want to hear it from you.
I don't know if that's true.
You ever seen that Wayne's World joke when they're about to order takeout?
Shawing.
Nope.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I probably can't repeat that.
You cannot.
Probably shouldn't repeat what Mickey's about to say.
Okay, but when you got 3 guys tugging on you, like in that game, just go down.
Jesus, dude.
Was that our winner last week, too?
It was
very similar.
He said it twice this week, though. He said the same thing twice. He was like, I'm going to make sure I get a Masterpiece of the Week.
Man,
you know what?
Those are good.
Do you think one day he's like, you know what? I can't do that show anymore?
Yes, I 100% believe that is the only way this relationship ends is with him saying that.
That's it. I've had enough with those guys.
Kevin, there's a lot to pick on you for this week. We're going to start with this.
I just ate a human taco. All right.
And here we are at Uncle Julio's, you know.
That not on the menu.
No,
One,
nope.
not. Like, that's what I'm saying. We were distinguishing between different. You know what? I don't have to justify myself. Don't eat human tacos.
Well, do you need to justify this one?
But if you're like eating a taco and all of a sudden you're like, man, there looks like there's a finger in there. Okay.
Oh my God! It's so much worse the second time.
Okay, can I just point out this is part of the same conversation thread? I didn't start a new day by talking about human tacos again. All right, this was all part of the same conversation. And I stand by that. Would be jarring.
If you were, what was it? Was it Batman? One of the Batman movies where somebody had fallen into the vat of stuff, and then their finger made its way into somebody's can of sardines or something like that.
I think you might be conflating two different things. Maybe
you just said a word I don't know.
Okay, like putting them together.
Okay, I appreciate it. I'm gonna have to go look it up. Can you spell that?
It starts with a C.
Flating. Thank you.
Can you give me its country of origin?
It means to combine into one.
Yes, I told you.
Look at that. I figured.
Huh. You learn something new every day.
Play a damn clip.
I'm trying to think of how to set this one up for you, Kevin, because it's pretty incriminating of you. But I did leave your reaction whenever you realized how bad it sounded.
It's my answer. I'm high. Well, hold on. All right.
I'm high.
Like, that was supposed to be like up high, but at least.
Wait, hold on.
At least I appreciate that you left the reaction. Can you play that one more time? Because at least I appreciate you left in the reaction where I was like, well, that's not how that was supposed to go. It's my answer. I'm high. Well, hold on.
That's exactly what a high person would do. Too,
yep.
You know, they would be like,
"That's a good point."
Look, and then where did all these roads come
so
from?
the reason why Corey brings that up is that the first time I ever mentioned that on air, he was like, "Are you high right now?" Because we were talking about construction and how everything just gets bogged down, and I'm like, "Man, how did they build all the roads? Like, how did we function? It takes this long to fix one road. How did we build them all?" And Corey was like, "Are you high right now?"
Bro, have you ever been to the library? There's so many books.
Right. Kevin has an important proclamation to make.
Measure this, Gene Hackman.
What do you have against Gene Hackman, dude?
So, okay,
no longer with
I
us,
don't always remember it, but this one I do remember. We were talking about the scene from Hoosiers, or how you could go to, a bigger stadium, but the football field is the same. And then we said it doesn't work like that in soccer and baseball. Right. And so that was my weird threat to the coach of a movie from 40 years ago.
Shut up, Gene Hackman.
He is dead.
I just want to know what you were asking him to measure, because there was not clear context there.
It was the size of the soccer pitch.
Mm-hmm.
Now, although...
Best Gene Hackman movie, The Replacements.
Also... every guy is measured, right?
The football field?
Yeah, I have.
I just trust them.
No, that was one of my jobs in middle school. Had to help paint the lines.
Measured for yardage. Because you know where to start the measurement.
In the end zone, duh.
Underneath.
Oh. What? Under the ground? Okay. Anyways, Kevin, there's more weird stuff you said, including this.
If you'll commit to that, I'll buy the mustache wax. Okay, here's the sad thing. That is actually not taken out of context whatsoever. That is...
Oh, because Alec wants to grow
he wants to get a twisty mustache.
Yeah, he wants to put ladies on a train track.
I want to see that so bad. I stand by that. So that actually is not taken out of context, and that offer is still available.
It's just funny the way you say mustache wax.
Yeah. I say a lot of things weird.
Yeah, we know. But now this is the part of the program where we finally get to pick on Corey a little bit. He was pretty mild-mannered this week. This actually includes all of us, though.
Doing nipple things.
Okay.
My nipples are out here.
Oh. Anatomy.
Yeah. You know my body, Kevin?
Okay. I had a little tougher time hearing that
one. Have you ever seen me shirtless?
Yes.
Well, you used to do the no shirt 9. That's right.
Yeah, and you love the pool.
Yeah, but I don't I did the hot tub thing.
Yeah.
I felt all alone in that hot tub.
I don't feel like you try to flaunt your shirtlessness.
No.
It just happens.
Yeah.
Huh.
As soon as I get home, though, shirt's off.
What?
I don't need a shirt. Who needs a
You
shirt?
walk around your house shirtless all the time?
Why not? Yeah.
I do.
The pool's right there.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't even get in my pool. I just like to do it. But anyways, Corey, nope, I run this. I'm not doing that. Corey, this is probably my favorite and a great way to end Masterpiece of the Week. You said this.
And I'd like to go back to dating Latinas, even though I know they're too spicy.
All right. I want to tell you something.
I had a conversation with Adrian about this just in case, by the way.
Oh, no.
Sometimes there are things that you don't know what you said is going to make an impact. I cannot tell you how many follow-up Latina texts we got. Somebody asked in the crosstalk if Broadus would give us his scouting report for that, and it just went on and on and on.
What's really funny is my buddy called me yesterday after the show, and he said I was laughing in tears. I was in tears laughing because I thought you were talking about me when you mentioned the guy, your friend who had dated lots of Latino women and just couldn't resist. And I was like, it was absolutely you. And I knew I had more stories to tell.
I don't know if we read this text on air, but the person who said that was the greatest woman that he ever dated, and also she hit him.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the hell?
Dude, she was amazing. She also hit me.
I'm going to vote going all the way back, I think maybe to the very first cut we played, or the second one, Mickey talking about the younger people.
Oh.
You know, and you're trying to play with young guys.
Oh, my gosh. Oh my gosh, I'm having a hard time between Kevin's high and the human taco. So I'm gonna go with the human taco and what Kevin. And again, I did say they didn't grind up the finger enough. That's why. But the human taco.
That was your issue with eating
the
human
first
taco.
one. The first one was the one that I liked though.
I just ate a human taco.
He sounded so excited.
And again, it really does come down to how definitive Kevin is about something when he says it. That really cracks me up.
Oh, wait, I forgot. I did have one more. Don't vote for this. It's just funny.
And it was like, no, I'd rather bang that guy.
All right.
I want to vote for that, though.
Why?
Just so it'll live in infamy.
Why would you play that?
I forgot I had that. But no, I'm voting for Corey's masterpiece.
And I'd like to go back to dating Latinas, even though I know they're too spicy.
All right, so here are your options.
I just read that off the fan text.
Young guys, human tacos, or Corey's breakdown of Latinas. 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line.
Even though I know they're too spicy.
Those are your voting options, and here's what we're going to do. We're going to determine the winner, and that is the cut we're going to come back with.
Oh, no.
Before we chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
And I'd like to go back to dating Latinas, even though I know they're too spicy.
Man, that is the clip that keeps on giving. By the way, I want to remind everybody, this Sunday, big-time matchup. You got the Bills and the Patriots covered starting at 11:30. Then pregame, the Specs Tailgate pregame show with Chiafalo and Broadus. 3 o'clock will carry the game, pregame, postgame, all the way until 1 a.m. And the official pregame will have Melissa Stark on there. And the player profile is with Logan Wilson, who we have discussed. Looks like he is in line to get some more playing time right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
Dude, I'm doing really good. And
Unreal.
Okay.
Unreal.
See, I love it.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. I love it.
You know what I'm saying?
Man.
It's Friday, baby.
All right. So for y'all, besides Cowboys Vikings, I understand all the importance on that. Is there another NFL or maybe even high school playoff game that you're particularly interested in this weekend? Because this is a huge NFL slate as well.
Well, I know there's a lot of good scoreboard watching. What comes to mind immediately is did the Bears get the Broncos? Did the Packers get the Broncos?
Packers and Broncos.
Lions, Rams.
Just ram it. Yeah, those are some big boy games.
And
right there.
Bills, Patriots. Like all those, man. Those are big time matchups.
Are you surprised that the Patriots and Broncos, both on 10-game winning streaks, both at home, are both underdogs in their games?
I am. I think I'm more surprised that the Patriots are underdogs. I mean, like the Packers are really good on both sides of the ball. I can understand why maybe they would be favored. But the Bills and Patriots one, like, I don't know. Like, that is just, like, such an homage to Josh Allen because the Bills' defense is not something that is overly vaunting. And you have, I mean, the Patriots have already beaten the Bills in Buffalo this year. Now they get them at home off a bye week. I don't really get that one. I think the Patriots have proven to be a better team this year.
Wow, Denver's a 2.5-point home dog against Green Bay. Load up, Hagee. I am surprised about that one. What's the other one you said?
The Patriots-Bills. The Bills-Patriots, but like, just to your point, Dawson, the Broncos are 6-0 at home this year.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's the Broncos out of those two just because of the home field advantage. You know, going to Denver is so difficult there. I mean, you did have, as Eric noted, the Patriots already winning, like maybe a divisional game. Yeah. They're thinking like, okay, they're going to split this year, so they're just giving the benefit to Buffalo. I can kind of get that. But yeah, I mean, Denver at home has just seemed like such a juggernaut this year. Not that Green Bay's been bad on the road. They're 4-1-1. But I'd say out of those two, I'm probably more surprised. But it's got to be Army-Navy, right? Hagee, I mean, God bless America.
Okay, so I talked about this the other day. My brother-in-law was in the Navy, and I mean, I realized the importance of it, but I guess I didn't realize like that next level of importance, and everything stops down for their family, all revolving around that game. So I actually am really excited. I'm jealous that the G-Bag Nation in previous incarnations has been able to be out there live for doing shows leading up to that game. I think that's super cool. I'm excited about that game. Go Navy. And then for Corey, I know which game you're going to say.
It is the 3:25 game. It is the Colts at the Seahawks, and watching what could be a very old man trying to play some football is going to be captivating for at least the first two series. After the second series, if nothing has happened, I'll go, well, that was a fun trick. If he gets out there, if he gets out there and plays, if he does.
Do you want him to look like a kind of like a chubby, bloated grandpa who is 5 years removed from playing, or do you want him to go out there
and throw for 350 yards? Yeah. I want all of the first part of what you said.
Every man to be out there, you know?
Yeah.
I can't tell what to expect, but by his face pictures, he does look a little bit bloated. No question. He's not shredded old man.
No.
You know, he's in total denial about his weight. like when they went for the physical, he just closed his eyes and covered his ears. He was like, just don't even tell me. Thanksgiving got away from me a little bit. I'm ready to go tear up the Seahawks.
Well, Madden made him look like a lineman. He's already in Madden now, and his.
Okay, was that real?
Yeah, that's they made him pretty chubby. He looks like he's a center.
Maybe that's the whole deal. Is they need him at guard or something?
Yeah, the Girthquake, Corey. But I think.
Maybe not that.
The other game, though, boys, it's got to be Raiders Eagles, right at noon.
Oh shoot! Yeah.
Like, can the Raiders do this thing? Let's go, Kenny Pickett.
Is that a must-win for the Eagles?
It is a must-lose.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a must-win for them. Hey, you said a serious question.
I think they're cleaning house and firing everyone if they lose to the Raiders.
Okay, all right.
They'll hire the bunny back as offensive coordinator.
Well, they're 0-1 with that guy.
Yeah.
That guy sucked.
Bring the bunny back.
Out of there.
Yeah, we need somebody.
The bunny did not know ball.
Nope.
That's right. See, that's right. What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
Well, Hagee, I have lost all my sportsbook money this year betting on the Cowboys. I need them to win the Super Bowl to make me flush again. So I did jump on. I did jump on and bet the Broncos +2, looking for a double up this weekend. So thanks for that hot tip. We do have Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. Stephen Jones at 3 o'clock. Nick Harris coming up at 3:40.
And hot Latinas.
I'm not wearing pants.
Jeez. I'm telling you, man. I thought our fan text had spicy opinions about things. They have the most opinions about that.
Spicy Latinas.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the Can't-See Masterpiece. Make your way back with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say you know who you are, Spicy Latinas.
Oh, what's up?
Oh, man.
K&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan on a terrific Football Friday, heading for Sunday Night Football, Cowboys Vikings. Let's talk about a general at your service at East. Brought us off today. Send him some happy birthday love on social media. Let him know he's missed. There's Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and 635. He's fixing to go 5 flawless. We got a full 5 hours of sports coming up here for you this evening. Of course, Wolchuk and Chiafalo are here, and Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Have you recovered from having to do the morning show and then Thursday Night Football and that whole deal?
Yeah, I'm still kind of in the bounce back process. It feels good to just kind of like feel you guys in my space right now, and I'm like just revitalized. Football Fridays will do that to you.
Love feeling you, dude.
But last night, I thought the game was over and I couldn't keep my eyes open, and so I missed the final 90 seconds where it's 3rd and 28 and Kirk Cousins finds a way. Wow. And I did love the color clash last night. Both
nice.
teams' uniforms were pretty special. But it's great to be back, man. Missed you guys.
Broadus was hung up last night saying that he would love to get off at 10 a.m. And he was considering nothing else about the equation. I'm like, dude, you're up at 3 o'clock in the morning and there's sports going till 10:30, 11, sometimes midnight. Like, it is signing up for complete exhaustion. You only got to experience it for one day, but you start stacking that, it's very difficult. And as soon as I got asked to do it, I went and immediately looked like, do the Stars play tonight? Do the Mavs play tonight? Like, how late do I need to be up watching ball? Yeah. And fortunately, there was not much going on, so I was able to kind of crash out, pop some melatonin and just force your body to shut down.
There you go.
But the alarm hits, and then bang. And then at like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it's all over. And if you're Broadus, you could probably catch a little snooze, right?
Oh, he wouldn't. But yes, he probably could.
But like, he would be afforded
in
that
our situation. You're going home to the kids, and the wife doesn't care. Napping, you're not napping.
That wasn't the craziest thing with Brian, though. Do you hear what else happened last night in the 6?
Ooh, yeah.
Well, wait, no, I do remember.
We had a bad scare.
No, what? Like a health scare?
He fell again.
No,
he did not.
Not him. Okay, so we go to break. I hit the bathroom, and I'm coming back, and I see him in the hallway on his phone looking panicked, like white as a ghost, and he's hammering away on his phone. I get back in the studio. He comes back in like 30 seconds before the bumper music starts. He goes, I got a call from my dad. It said, we'd lost Mom, and I need you to call me.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
So he ends up calling Mom, and she answers.
Thank goodness.
Oh my gosh. And it was more of a senior moment, misunderstanding than a family crisis. But it was an insane 6:20, 6:25.
Yeah, it was. It was nerve wracking. I mean, I was sitting in here. I see him look at his phone. And he goes, "What the bleep?" And then just walks out. I didn't realize what was going on. But when he came back, you could see relief, but also still panic.
Yes.
In his face.
Yeah.
And I can't blame him. If you get a text from your dad like your mom is deceased.
Well, lost. Like we lost Mom.
Yeah.
I wonder what the context was there. Like
I guess she should, because she's still a teacher. She still does stuff at Green Hill. So she was gone. She was teaching. And his dad, when he's alone, Brian tells us, his memory just isn't what it used to be.
Gotcha.
So he just had a senior moment where he didn't really know what was going on. And thank goodness, nothing bad happened, but I can only imagine what was going through his mind.
All-time bad week, especially if it's your birthday week. You have the Twitter hacking situation. Then you have the double question that he asked to Joe Hoyt the other night, which I heard, which is pretty impressive.
That was a toughie.
And then to have that scare, wow, I'm sure he needed today's birthday day off.
Yeah, well-deserved day off for Broadus, and he'll be back on Monday with a full report on Cowboys Vikings at 3:40 inside Krusty's Corner. I believe we have Nick Harris stepping in for the corner today.
We do.
We'll talk with Nick Harris of the Star-Telegram about Cowboys, and it's been a big week of news, and Schotty talking once again today. Does not appear that Guyton is going to play. Jadeveon Clowney is going to be game-time decision. It appears CeeDee Lamb is good to go. Jake Ferguson didn't practice again. We found out that this is an injury that happened during practice this week. And when he joined us last night, and everything that's been said about us so far has been fairly encouraging. But was he on the cords again today?
I didn't see if he was on the cords again today. I mean, it doesn't sound good for Guyton. Listening to Schotty earlier today, it sounded like he was kind of iffy on Ferg, similar to kind of what he was telling. But I did not see any pictures of him on the cords today, so I guess we'll wait and see when the actual final practice report comes out.
I just saw somebody tweet that he wasn't out there, in the media portion. So we'll see the practice report here coming up in the next hour or two. Yeah, I guess he is going to play, but he just has not been able to practice. So maybe it's just a little bit of a tweak, and I guess he'll be able to answer the bell, but not 100% as these Cowboys in a must-win situation. You want to be confident? How about this? You want to feel good? Troy Aikman on KTCK today said, I'll say it right now, watching the two teams, I think Dallas is the better team, and I really don't think it's close, quite honestly, as far as how they are playing relative to the Eagles. Do you agree, Chief? Cowboys better than the Eagles?
I do. Better than the Eagles for sure. Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt. You saw them go toe-to-toe, and the Cowboys spotted them 21 points, and they were able to beat them. The Eagles right now are playing really, really bad football. And so if it wasn't for all the wins they were able to stack up earlier in the season, there's no question. If you just line them up right now, the Eagles are nowhere near a playoff team.
Especially without Lane Johnson, and there are no signs that he is going to make his return against the Raiders. I would still be very confident in Eagles' victory against Las Vegas. They are 11.5-point favorites. This game is at home. I can't imagine a scenario other than multiple pick sixes. Like I just don't think the Raiders are going to be able to get any offense going, especially without Geno Smith.
Yeah, man, it's the Kenny Pickett revenge game going back to filthy. Right?
Kenny Two Gloves.
Maybe he'll throw himself like he did versus the Cowboys last year. But that would be an all-time loss. Like, yes, the Eagles are playing bad football, but there's almost no world where you could imagine them losing to the Raiders. That would be a burn the city down kind of situation.
I hope it happens.
It would be an all-time crash out at every level. The fan base, I mean, everything. I have some sound for football's finest today of a Phillies Eagles fan crashing out after the game the other night, and that was. That was a still respectable on-the-road Chargers team, but you lose to the Raiders, and I think Sirianni is getting the pink slip before he walks out of Lincoln Financial.
It'd be incredible.
You think they'd fire him at this point in the season? Still that bad of a loss?
I think I mean I'm being a bit hyperbolic, but I think it's on the table for sure.
Yeah, I don't think that they would, but gosh, if they were to get blown out or something at home against the Raiders and everything's crumbling around you, yeah, maybe they would do something drastic. Although Jeffrey Lurie not concerned yesterday, he was not concerned. He's not worried one bit. They still have a championship defense and a championship special teams unit. Believes the offense is going to come around, but he thinks this is still a Super Bowl team.
Yeah, they're in denial. They traded in finger pointing for denial. Neither one of them looks good on them. So. It's a window of opportunity for the Cowboys, but no doubt Philly collapse. It's glorious. Okay, how confident in victory can you be for Cowboys against the Vikings? I am. I just feel like there's ways this could get weird.
Yes,
they're going to come after you.
Get weird.
They have the 4th highest sack percentage in the league. They do need to blitz, and Dak usually has success against the blitz. So just saying that, you'd be like, okay, so be confident in the Cowboys. And I'm trusting Dak that he won't be confused by Flores. But with as exotic as it is, there's a way that you could see a couple of interceptions happening, and then if the Vikings can get their run game going, unfortunately the Cowboys' run defense hasn't been good. Their run game has not been good. Like, we need to see a good result, I think, for confidence. But no doubt that this is an opportunity if there's high pressure coming off the edges. You got Nate Thomas back out there. Mm-hmm. Minnesota is looking at this as, hey, this is a good opportunity for us as well. I want the Cowboys to have success defensively, but who knows, if you can't pressure J.J. McCarthy, he's coming off his best game as a pro. I'm gonna take Cowboys 31-24 though.
31-24. I like that. I'm hoping this is a good opportunity to try and get the rushing attack going again.
I think it
offensively.
should be.
They should be able to. I mean, between the tackles, the Vikings have been really bad stopping the run this year.
Yeah, I've been surprised because you'd think. I mean, Javon Hargrave's always been more of like that pass rusher type defensive tackle, but Jonathan Allen was always a pretty good run defender in Washington. I guess they're not quite the same, and then you've got two guys in Andrew Van Ginkel and Jonathan Grenard, even at the edge spot, that'll kind of over pursue and get caught upfield. So I'm with you. I think this could be a get right, run the football game with Javonte Williams, and I think inside, really on both sides of the football. I'm banking on Quinn Williams, Osa, Kenny Clark to be able to really wreck Ryan Kelly, Will Freed, specifically that right side of the line. I got a lot of love for Donovan Jackson. I thought he was the best guard in the draft last year, even over Tyler Booker, and he's just been banged up this year for Minnesota. But I think that they should be able to get pressure inside immediately on J.J. McCarthy, which hopefully we get our first pick six from Deron Bland this year. I'm putting in the call.
No, when you were sick for the Commanders game, he was able to.
That's right. That's right. He did.
Mariota.
I'm putting in the call. I think we get the Deron Bland bounce back after what happened with Detroit. He gets himself on the board with the pick six back at home, AT&T Stadium. I'm with you on the 31. I'll go 31-17. I don't think J.J. McCarthy's going to be able to move the football that well.
J.J. McCarthy is the biggest reason why the Cowboys win this football game. I think one of the things, though, too, is the Cowboys' red zone offense, like being able to score touchdowns. The Vikings' red zone defense has been, I think it's third in the league this year at preventing touchdowns. Like they're serious there. So that's going to be...
That's a problem for the Cowboys.
Yeah, no question. I think you'll probably see plenty of Brandon Aubrey out there, but I just don't see J.J. McCarthy being able to do it. Like the Commanders' defense is really, really disgusting.
Yes.
And that's why he was able to have some success there. But I would expect the Cowboys defense will do just enough versus him to make him look like his usual self, which is one of the more incompetent quarterbacks in the league. And field goals, I think, are probably going to be good enough to win this game.
Yeah. I think I saw J.J. McCarthy play week 1 where he had his best quarter of the year. I was like, holy crap, J.J. McCarthy looks to be like a good, promising player. And since then, he's looked like one of the worst quarterbacks in the history of the league. We got a thermostat situation on our hands, boys. I figured it out over the last couple of days. If you turn it on heat, even if you set it to 68 degrees, it's going to fly past 68. Okay. So we can either choose to let it dip just as cold as it wants to be or turn the heat on and have it turn into a damn inferno in here.
I can't go inferno. I had this whole disaster with my wife the other night. Like I fell asleep early before the morning show deal, and she had the heat on, and I woke up in the middle of the night in a sweat.
Oh no!
This is ridiculous. Okay,
that's why you had to shower.
Just because the December, that was part of the reason why I had to shower.
What? He said he showered before coming in. Something's not right here. That explains it, sir.
I can't do the heat thing, so I'd rather just
we're not going to go super hot in here. I'm the same way. I mean, I like it a little bit warmer than you, but this is getting to be uncomfortable here. We got to get this thermostat situation figured out. Yesterday, T.J. Watt had successful surgery to stabilize and repair a partially collapsed lung suffered after a dry needling treatment session at the facility. This is J.J. Watt, by the way, reporting on his brother because the team doesn't want to say anything that can get him sued. So Mike Tomlin's like, I'm not a medical expert, and T.J.'s like in the hospital. So J.J. Watt comes out with the story. Recovery timelines TBD, but all went well. He's being released from the hospital today, and he and his family are very appreciative, yada, yada, yada. Anyway, he's expected to play again this season, but not sure exactly when that could be happening. Okay, we have Stephen Jones coming up at 3 o'clock. We have Nick Harris at 3:40. Of course, What You Drinking, What You Thinking coming up at 5 o'clock. If you're already day drinking, congrats to you. Getting the holidays started properly, getting the weekend started properly. Just go ahead and set yourself a reminder because we want to hear you completely hammered and ranting about sports coming up at 5 o'clock. All right, the champs on the other side, then Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. Buddy, where you taking us?
All right, in honor of the new Knives Out movie that's releasing today, what are the top 10 murder mystery films of all time? And Diggs is talking. That's next in the nation.
Football Friday, Stephen Jones coming up here at the top of the hour. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Top 10 here in just a minute. Let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has the champ.
Chewy chump. Chump, chewy chump. All right, yeah, Woolchuck, I believe you are a G Back of the Day champion so far. This would be, day 4 for you? Going for 5? Something? I don't know, man.
Three looking for 4.
Wow, I think it's down.
Or we can go 4 for 5. Let's just go ahead and get this thing out of here.
Pack it up.
Yep.
Pack it up. All right, yeah, Woolchuck walked off the other night and came back kind of goofy.
Buffalo's got some sex appeal, don't they?
They miss tackles at the highest rate in football.
You're telling me Drake May, possible MVP, that guy's not sexy to you?
No,
he's sexy to you.
He's got it going.
You don't think Pat Surtain is sexy?
What got into you?
I don't know. I just had a little. I just took some more espresso.
The espresso.
That machine is doing it for me, guys. I am
playoff
giddy.
Football. It just brings it out of my guy.
And the Eagles are about to get their bums licked or kicked tonight. Wow.
Wow. You called it too, man. I mean, you nailed the bold prediction.
Lucius is right. They probably perked up, got pretty excited when that happened.
Yeah, bring that camaraderie together.
Hey,
we're getting our bums licked tonight. You heard that? This is what we need to bring the team back together, man.
Made for movie event right there.
Oh, goodness.
It's time for Woolchuck's Top 10 to 220. Here's Zach with an H.
All right, thank you very much. We do have the new Knives Out that has been released today. I don't know if you guys were big fans of the first two. And it's on Netflix.
Never heard of it.
You okay.
Knives Out?
Highly recommend. Yes. All 3 should be on Netflix, and this is one you don't have to go to the theaters to watch. It is in theaters, but you can watch it at home on Netflix. It's the 3rd installment. Each one's different, so you could watch the 3rd one and it'll be fine. I think Daniel Craig's the only returning cast member. But the first Knives Out came out a few years back, and it is, I think it's fantastic. It's one of those murder mysteries, and Daniel Craig's character, he's a detective. They call him in. He's got this southern drawl, and he's got to figure out the whodunit in this family. And it's comedy gold. It definitely suspenseful, entertaining throughout. I wasn't really expecting the ending in either of them, so I'm excited for the 3rd one. I hope it continues to be successful and good. But 877-881-1053, what is your favorite murder mystery of all time? But I was just asking Lucius this. The new... Well, they're not new. They've re-released the Deion Sanders Air Diamond Turf in the Cowboys colors. It's on Nike.com right now. And man, these shoes are sick. Lucius said he had them in 8th grade, and I'm
8th, 9th, one of those grades,
I'm envious, dude.
Done a lot since then,
bro. You played. You played. Those are your cleats? Or?
No. I'm talking about just everyday walkers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I might have to go ahead and just purchase these.
How much are they?
They're $155.
All right, that's like
for shoes.
Feasible.
Shoes are expensive.
It was like $135 back then.
Yeah, so $135,
$145.
Inflation now. Yeah. That's a deal. I might just treat myself for Hanukkah here. Snag these bad boys. I wasn't sure if I could pull them off though.
They'll look fly with your Levi's.
Should I?
It's pretty interesting how shoes just look great with the boot cuts, bro. Those do look pretty sweet, but
they're nice, man.
But shoes in 1989, like the top ones were $110. Right, and now you're not looking at that much. Like shoes have been fairly inflation resistant.
Yeah, like
I guess they just found cheaper ways to make them.
Man, Air Force Ones used to be like $55 to $60. Now they're $120, $140.
Okay, so those
crazy number for Air Force One. I think it's a demand thing. They think those are cool. Let's run it up.
Yeah, yeah. The FOMO will get people. You got to have the hot shoe.
And those darn aftermarket guys.
Yeah, those Panda,
are the worst.
Those Panda Dunks were super expensive. Now you can get them for $55.
Everyone had them.
Yeah.
Now it's like, okay, you got the Panda Dunks, cool.
At the Burlington Co-Factory. The Co-Factory and the Target.
Yeah, they're all over the place. Everyone's got them now. 877-881-1053. I heard the new Deion shoes only have room for 9 toes, said the 903. That's a good joke. That's a good one right there. 571, Zach is a freak. I see you, playa. It's just a Freudian slip, all right? And that espresso, boys. Woohoo! You checked it out yet, Gavin? You got
still doing Americanos, man.
Man, you got to.
What do you think about this little bubbly deal?
It's just easy. Does this have caffeine in it?
Yeah.
Those are the ones Joe.
That's outstanding.
Yeah.
Joe,
the bubbler
stocks over there.
Antioxidant sparkling water boosts energy and restores balance.
Okay.
You know,
always love a good bubbler.
Natural caffeine.
Yeah,
Pretty
I feel
good.
it hitting me pretty good. I don't know if I'm going to go full
Americano?
Wojciech on you quite yet.
I mean,
but,
I think I might bring
we'll
a
see.
couple of shots here.
man.
Speaking of shots, 817 Jim Beam's starting to flow early on this Friday. Let's hope I make it to what you're drinking and what you're thinking.
Is that Rodeo Ron?
Woo! I think it is. Then that's coming up at 5 p.m. As always, Vans slip-on shoes used to be $40, now they're $75 to $80.
That can't be Ron, because that's just a run-of-the-mill Friday for Ron. Like he wouldn't
Jim Beam?
he wouldn't be texting
Well, he'd
like,
be able
"Oh,
to make it."
guys, like he's a Jim Beam for breakfast." He was talking
Newsflash.
about how he pours it into his cornflakes every morning. Like he's not a milk guy. He's a Jim Beam and a cereal guy.
Yeah, and there's no, you know what? I think that the cereal milk is the top milk. It's the best milk. Cereal milk.
It's flavored. It's sugar.
After you've eaten it all, now you have you chug the
leftover
rest.
milk. Yep.
I used to love when they had the straws in the bowls.
Oh, you use those?
I mean,
you know what we do back in the day?
Didn't we all?
Because before the sugar cereal revolution, you would have like Cheerios or Rice Krispies, and then you'd throw a couple of tablespoons of sugar on top of it.
Yeah.
And it would become a sludge at the bottom.
Yes.
And that was incredible milk.
Yeah, we used to do that with the Rice Krispie cereal.
Yeah, you
because
got to put the sugar on it.
You had to put the sugar on it. Yeah, they would all cake up at the bottom. It was incredible.
Oh, that's the way right there.
That's how you start your day as like a fifth grader.
Man.
It's just ridiculous.
Woo! I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew. 469 Knives Out. Great murder mystery in the true sense. You can actually figure it out with the clues from the movie, unlike most of the new ones. Let's get to it. Your top 10 murder mystery films of all time.
I did finish the show. Eric recommended The Beast and Me.
Ooh, started the first episode last night.
And the whole time, I'm not going to give anything away then. I was wondering how much of a mystery it was going to be at the end.
Okay, did it live up? Like, did you
Yes,
see it
it was
coming?
outstanding.
Okay, good. But at the end, did you see it coming? Were you able to know?
I did not see it coming.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Because episode 1, I thought it was strong.
It got
Thought
you
it was
hooked?
good.
Okay, good.
Well, I had to convince Maya to watch it. I'm like, what?
Does she not trust my judgment?
She doesn't trust anybody's judgment. Are you kidding me? She thinks she knows better than everyone.
By the way,
Well, that's just being a woman.
we've gotten a litany of texts about milk.
Oh,
Breast milk seems to be the favorite.
really? I've tried it.
Isn't it all breast milk of one kind or another?
I guess you're right. Could be
Yeah.
from a cow.
Well,
be from a woman.
saucer milk.
I would never try human breast milk, though. That would just creep me out.
Well, the nut milk's not from a breast. It's from a nut.
Well, yeah, that's like alternative milk.
Yeah, like how are they really making that?
They're just smashing nuts into water and blending.
Now we're
it
milking it. We're calling it milk, but
Yeah.
really it's just nut water.
It really is just nut water.
Yeah. It's not even real milk. Gavin nailed it with the Krispies and the sugar. Burlington, okay, I'm not going to read that. Wheaties and maple syrup in milk was the best. Never put maple syrup in my Wheaties. Here's your top 10. Lucius, did you have a murder mystery movie that you love?
You know what? I was just looking through the movies, the best murder mysteries. I'm like, I'm not feeling these, but can I count The Usual Suspects as a mystery movie?
I think you. I mean, it's a murder.
It's definitely some murders.
Yes, but
It's a great movie, man.
At the end of it, I mean, I think that it qualifies. I would say that it does. 10 here is L.A. Confidential. It's Kevin Spacey, Russell Crowe. That comes in at number 10, based in the 1950s in L.A. And L.A. Confidential, I haven't seen it in a long time, but I do remember thinking it was really good. An underrated movie at number 9 here. Did you guys ever see Prisoners with Hugh Jackman and Jake Gyllenhaal?
Yes, and the guy
His daughter's missing.
Yes, bro.
Paul Dano is in it, and he's like
he is built for that role.
Oh,
He
yeah.
seems like a total psycho.
That's why he was perfect for the Riddler in Batman.
Yes,
I mean that movie, and
that was really good.
Hugh Jackman is like all of us. I feel like as a girl dad, like we would all react the same way.
Except he's actually capable of wreaking that havoc.
Yes.
Like we all desire to be the badass dad saving the day, and like he knows deep down, like I am.
Yeah.
Like that is who I am.
I can do this. I can actually go and kick somebody's ass.
You literally can't kill me. I'm Wolverine.
Right. I'm just going to come back with vengeance.
I think I need a firearm, a collection of firearms.
Collection. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bring
Just,
that.
Probably some buddies.
And you know what? It's kind of like liquid courage for you at that point. Realistically, I think that, we would be able, with all of the anger and fuel, that would just be able to get us through this. But just knowing that you've got that in your back pocket might just give you the confidence that you need to put you over the top there.
I think the only thing that would stop me now that I got 2 kids is I wouldn't want to crash out and not be there for the other kid. You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
So that's the only thing that would balance me out maybe a little bit.
Yeah, that's fair. 8 is Rear Window from 1954. This is one of Brian's favorites. Shout out to him. Happy birthday. It's a classic Alfred Hitchcock film about a photographer who believes he has witnessed a murder in his neighbor's apartment. An oldie, but a goodie, starring James Stewart and Grace Kelly. Can't say I saw it, but Brian speaks very highly of it in 1954. He was there for the opening. 7 is Memento. Memento's an outstanding movie.
Guy Pearce.
Oh, yes. Carrie-Anne Moss. I think it was Christopher Nolan, one of his first movies. But that, like, he's writing stuff all over the place to try and jog his memory.
Yes.
He's got the short-term memory loss, and he's trying to solve his wife's murder. Oh, my gosh, it's fantastic.
Like, that's where I thought The Beast in Me might take a turn. Like, is she, like, just confused about what's going on because of her depression and her drinking and everything?
Right.
That's where I thought that might come in. I forgot about Memento. That's a hell of a movie.
So good. Oh, and getting texted in here, not on this top 10 list, but Shutter Island.
Yeah.
That was one of
those. That
those.
one just pissed me off at the end, though, because they really gave you no breadcrumbs. Like, there was no way you could have figured that out.
I'm thinking to myself, wait a second. Well, like, I left that movie, yes, you're right, angered, but also just confused. Now you're kind of, it's left up to you. Like, is everybody in on it on that island and he's not crazy, or yes, he is crazy, and we've just been watching this entire thing the whole time with him losing his mind? That is absolutely a what the hell just happened. 6 is Knives Out from 2019. Modern take on an old classic. Detective investigating a death of a wealthy writer during a family gathering. Daniel Craig, Chris Evans, Ana de Armas, Jamie Lee Curtis. Outstanding. And the third one has come out today, which is why we're doing this list. 5, Girl with the Dragon Tattoo.
Oh, I don't know.
That is a messed up movie.
I don't think I ever saw that.
It's based on the popular murder mystery novel. Daniel Craig also in that. So is Rooney Mara. Yeah, that's a fantastic film if you haven't seen it. It's kind of eerie, definitely suspenseful. 4 is Gone Girl.
Oh yeah,
that's one of your favorites.
That was an awesome movie, dude.
Rosamund Pike and Ben Affleck.
Yes,
I think
she was nuts in that movie.
That might have been the movie that Ben Affleck was filming, where we have the gif of him standing outside with the cigarette, just like pondering life and exhausted. I think it was from Gone Girl. 3 is Zodiac from 2007. Based on the best-selling true crime novel, follows the investigation of detectives trying to identify the Zodiac killer, starring Jake Gyllenhaal and Robert Downey Jr. If you haven't seen Zodiac, it's a must-see. That movie's awesome.
Bobby just texted us saying that if the movie Vertigo is not on this list, then it's
I've never seen Vertigo.
A bunch of horse hockey.
Never seen Vertigo.
I think that's another Hitchcock film.
Oh, is it?
I believe so.
Man, L.A. Confidential is the best screenplay of the 90s, says our dear Bobby Belt. Disturbia is good. Okay, so Vertigo is better than Rear Window, and it's a more modern remake of Disturbia. I'd be interested. I mean, Vertigo, I've never seen this, but it sounds like something I would absolutely love.
What about 7?
7's number 1.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, 7's number 1. 2 is Silence of the Lambs, psycho horror film.
Silence of the Lambs was fantastic, but there was a better one that came later in the series. I forget what that one was called, but I thought Silence of the Lambs wasn't the best of the chain or the franchise, whatever you might call it. Hannibal, maybe? Yeah.
But
is that the one with the pigs or the dogs?
Maybe. I stopped at Silence of the Lambs because it kind of freaked me out, but I think Hannibal was a sequel to it.
Silence of the Lambs is incredible as well.
But it is really,
Hannibal
really
Rising, maybe? Hannibal?
Oh, my God.
I'm not sure. Anthony Hopkins is fantastic, though.
Oh, he is so good. I mean, he bone-chilling creepy. And Jodie Foster, something about her just kind of annoys me. But 7 comes in at number 1 with Morgan Freeman, Brad Pitt. What's in the box? What's in the box? 7 is an all-time classic. If you haven't seen it, you got to see it. But Vertigo, we can make it 1A, Bobby, just so the list is not null and void. I got to put it on my must-see watch. I don't know where. We got to figure out where to stream Vertigo, Bobby. Let us know.
Appreciate that. Top 10 once again. Wolchuk every day 2:20 here on the Fan Network. 3 o'clock, Stephen Jones is going to join us. We'll be into all the Cowboys topics of the day with Steve, see what's cooking as they get set to host the Vikings in Sunday Night Football. Chief, what are we doing next?
877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Biggest L, biggest dub, next right here in the nation.
to upgrade your vehicle? Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. Coming up at 3 o'clock, it'll be time for our conversation with Stephen Jones. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here is British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Our buddy Tim in Carthage, 903, biggest L, no Haynes King and Heisman conversations.
Yeah.
He was riding that all season long.
He was.
Loved him some Georgia Tech, Yellow Jackets, and was it the Texas
Longview
Hainsaw Massacre?
Yeah, Texas Hainsaw Massacre. Yep, absolutely. I think he was 5 through 10. They released that yesterday, the Heisman votes, and I think that he did finish in the top 10 of the voting, but obviously not invited to New York City.
Just got an L there at the break. DJ the DJ came in and explained our thermostat situation. Apparently on install, some wires were crossed, and the thermostat in the room, you set it, but it's not drawing the temperature from this room. It's going off of completely different information, and we don't know which thermostat it's reading to make the adjustments. So I'm just going to keep bringing my hat, and I think I need to get some Dan Marino isotoners here going on, but we'll soldier through. We'll soldier through. I got a dub coming up tonight. Abby's playing her first high school soccer game for Sunnyvale, so looking forward to that.
Wow, that is exciting. And you get some good weather.
Yeah, it's nice out there today.
Probably thought it was going to be a heck of a lot colder for that first one, man. The soccer players were always frustrated about that in high school. Their season, it was cold.
It gets cold and windy. Yeah.
Not fun.
The beginning of the track and field season is crazy as well for that. Sitting out there in those bleachers as it's 48 degrees whipping across at 20 miles an hour can send quite a chill through you.
Super beating. Tim in Carthage also says the biggest dub is Philadelphia bottoming out and putting the Cowboys back in the game here. Also pulling for Carthage to beat Brock next week. Going for number 11, he says. Carthage is, they're a powerhouse.
They are.
That's
Carthage
cool.
Bulldogs.
I need a new Carthage football trucker hat. Mine wore out on me.
Yeah, you were wearing the hell out of that thing.
Good looking hat.
214 Woody, biggest dub of the week. Today is my 2-year mark. No opiates, no benzos.
Shout out to you, Woody. We love you, bro.
Go. How about that? What a 2-year heater he's been on.
Massive
Congratulations to Woody. We love you very much. And he also just wants to thank us for helping him get through this. These weekly check-ins have been something that holds him a little bit accountable here.
You know what would keep me accountable out of that game is the damn fentanyl they're putting in these pills. You don't know. You think you're getting an oxycodone or something. Next thing you know, it's got some fen in there. You're checking out. Like, that's a game ender.
Seriously, dude, what a roulette.
Yeah, let's start the party real quick.
No kidding. He's also going to be in Norman for Bama and the Sooners.
Oh, nice. Friday night next week. Link up with Carter Freeman.
Carter Freeman's going to be there. Carter said he was wanting to buy all Tolos a beer. So I don't know if Woody off the opiates and benzos, if he's maybe still hanging out with the coldies or not.
He's flipping you the bird right now.
Yeah, he's ready.
He's really ticked off that you even suggested such a thing.
Holler at Carter Freeman. Fan University just wants to pay you back for being fantastic, consistent Tolos each and every Saturday, soaking in the best college football program in the Metroplex.
Still surprised Carter decided to start talking on the radio.
Yeah, we finally got him out of his comfort zone.
I told him he'd be pretty good at it. He just needed to try.
You've always said that.
Yeah.
And you're a hell of a recruiter and eye for talent when it comes. And you're like, damn, Carter should really be on the radio. I don't know why in the world he's taking so long to finally get the courage to speak up.
Yeah, he did it, Sometimes you got to break through, have a confidence shift, and boom, there he goes. He's off and running. I think they should syndicate that damn show. It's amazing.
They should.
It is a good show.
They need to make that national. Getting big-time guests. Are you kidding me? By the way, shout out to Joey McGuire. That's a big dub for the G-Bag Nation having him on.
I was so good yesterday.
That was like the biggest L for me, not getting to be on the show yesterday.
Loser.
Like, man, I wanted to chat with him.
Hey, but you got to talk to Tommy Yarish.
That's true. That is a silver lining to the entire situation. Alan in the 214 wants to show love to his son Landon who goes to school in Frisco, straight A student. Boy genius, and today's his 11th birthday, so happy birthday to Landon. Big dub there for the straight A's. See how long he can keep that running.
The only thing that could trip him up now is discovering the girls here in a couple of years. You never know how that's going to go.
For sure. And, I mean, for me, like elementary school, I was cranking out A's, dude. I mean, believe it or not.
In elementary?
But once you, he's 11 years old. I think Lando's still probably maybe he's in 6th grade, but by 6th grade, all of a sudden you start getting the algebra stuff going, and then everything starts to tank. You just start being happy with C's.
It's over. Really, it was fractions.
That was a total.
That did it for me.
That was a shot in the face.
It was traumatizing. 6th grade math?
Yeah.
Everything was on easy mode up into that point.
Agreed.
Just please stop.
And then I went remedial after that. Like I came out of the gates hot doing like the advanced stuff in 6th grade. And then
Long
it was
division.
like a few weeks in, I was like, you know what? Let me take this down 2 notches. Let me get to that. Let me get to that.
That's where you end up in the special ed for your tax classes, and they're giving you 3 options on multiple choice instead of 4. Still didn't get good grades.
I don't think I would have graduated high school, but there was like this program where you could take college math classes in the summer, and the intent was for you to be able to like transfer credits into like community college. Well, this like summer professor that I had was just so easy that he just kind of let me pass, even though I didn't know what the hell I was doing, and that like wiped out all of my high school requirements. I couldn't believe how lucky I was.
That is all time,
bro. And then I chose college based on you don't have to have math as your prerequisites.
Yep.
That's a smart man.
I was doing the same thing. All right, there's no question who the biggest L of the week is, right? Can we say it together as a class on 3? 1, 2, 3.
Sharon
Moore.
Oh, Sharon Moore.
Shannon. Why is Shannon taking an L?
Well, his take was horrible.
Oh, the Shador take.
Until you find out that 4 of the 5 Browns linemen are going to be out, and then Brian's going to say, hey, Shador, he probably shouldn't play. Maybe you should tell them to play Dylan Gabriel. I'm out.
Well, Sharon Moore.
Yeah, Sharon Moore is the biggest L of the week.
He actually was putting out some tea leaves in the very beginning of all this. Did you guys hear the clips from his intro presser when he was being announced as the head coach of the Michigan Wolverines? He was kind of letting us in on what the plan was going to be. Take it away, Sharon.
With an enthusiasm unknown to mankind. And I promise you, we will smash. Thank you very much.
We will smash.
Dude, he was trying to kind of just hide in plain sight there a little bit. And it backfired in a big way, and the details are now starting to come out more and more and more. Apparently, it was he goes through. It was like the house that he went into was the girl's house.
Yes, that was confirmed, and I guess he was threatening suicide with a collection of butter knives and scissors.
That's right.
I want to go with some little heavier duty, but he was in a state of panic.
So I guess she was the whistleblower on all of this. Because I was feeling bad for her. Like, dang, it sucks that she's getting blasted out here too. Like her name, image, and likeness, all of that. But
poor choice of words.
My apologies on the word choice. But she's
no victim here. I mean, she's with a married man.
Agreed.
Like if you're gonna break up with the dude, just break up with the dude and go away. But she broke up with the dude and goes to the university and confirms all of their suspicions about him. Just a bad deal all around.
Not great. Bad week for Michigan. Absolutely just as messy of a situation as you could imagine. And
is she really pregnant?
Well, she certainly wouldn't be anymore if the rumors are true about the planned bizzle.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, I think that was happening.
The forced schmishmorshman.
Yep.
So
his bond's been set at $25,000, and he's been ordered to wear a GPS tracking device to make sure he doesn't leave.
Okay.
So we'll see. Yeah, this is the whole thing. Every day we're getting more. Every hour we're getting more.
He needed that weekend warning on LA Live Tuesday night.
He did, man. He's going to need that maybe every day for the rest of time. 469, Tolo, Matt, and Alvarado, biggest of the week, bought a $10 scratch ticket, won $5,000.
Cha-ching!
Christmas come early for Matt and Alvarado. Congratulations, bro. 903, big dub to the kiddos. Maggie turns 1 today. Eldest Jenny turns 5 on Monday. Happy birthday, Mags and Jaybird. That's from Tolo Reginald.
Oh, Reginald.
Just a birthday extravaganza this week in the 903. That's fantastic. I feel like I took a pretty good L at the Sandlot charity event on Sunday because I got into the bullpen and started trying to get the MPH going, see what the velocity
this all
looks
goes
like.
back to your low T levels.
Yeah,
58.
I know. This has been like a real.
You've been trying so hard to get these numbers up. I'm telling you, bro. I told you what to do.
What are we looking at here? What was your MPH?
Got one cream.
The MPH was after like my best one. Okay, was 50 miles an hour.
Holy cow!
That's heat.
That's not heat. The guy in front of me was ripping 72s, 73s. I'm like, in my mind, like the number in my mind, I was like, let me get 65.
Okay, did you see what Brian Sykes' son did?
No.
Yeah. I'm glad you didn't.
82?
I'm not going to throw the number out there. I don't want to embarrass Eric.
Throw the number, dude. I'm embarrassed enough. My wife was doing like 44, and I come out there cranking 48s, 49s, and
he was
50s.
throwing high heat. He was in the 85 range.
What? How old is that kid?
I think 11. Am I ball sacking you? 100% I
am. Dude, in 12-year-old baseball, there was a kid who threw in the mid-60s, and from that distance, it was a blur. It was terrifying.
Yeah, at 11, if you're throwing that hard, you're going to be excited.
50, though, was like a real, like these last few weeks, the men's T clinic update, then throwing the 50 miles per hour. I was like, man, I was checking the gun. I was like, this guy's screwing with me right now. This has to be wrong. It was so bad, dude. So the athleticism has completely left my body, as have the T levels.
Joseph Hoyt just checked in. He said, how the hell did you throw that slow?
I don't know. Again, I kind of want a redemption, but at the same time, I don't. I only threw it 3 times because my shoulder was just on fire.
The entire beat's listening because we're getting ready for Steve, and Tommy Arish texted in as well. Everyone's trolling you right now.
I didn't warm up, I mean, at least I'm being vulnerable right now and being honest, but throwing 50. So it's bad news for your boy.
We got 1 hour down, 4 to go. This is your final day to help us restock the shelves of the North Texas Food Bank. Go to 105thethefan.com/donate, and Stephen Jones joins you next here in the nation. But
K&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 2 here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys getting set to take on the Vikings Sunday Night Football, and Stephen Jones joins us now to talk about all the things. And a good afternoon, Stephen. How the heck are you?
Good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
Well, we're doing wonderful. Everything's ahead of the team, so that does wonders for our mood. Do you guys feel like if you win out one way or another, you'd probably get in?
We just feel like we got one hell of a chance. If obviously we do have to have help. We're not naive to that, but just feel that if we could get to that point and we could win out, we're going to give ourselves a great opportunity.
What do you think the things are you need to do well or get cleaned up from the Detroit game in order to give yourself a chance to do that?
I think the biggest thing is we've got to, from the last game, we ended up settling for a lot of field goals. I think, we need to get touchdowns. I mean, that's why Detroit got the best of us, is they were getting touchdowns and we were getting field goals. So that's important. I think we got to get back to running the football better. We stuck to the run, but we didn't get any explosives, which we have been, for most of the year. And so that's going to be real important against this Minnesota defense in particular. And, don't get in situations where you're behind the chains. And then defensively, we got to get back to getting pressures and stopping the run. And I think we've got a good plan to do that. And so feel really good about it. And then on special teams, we've, we had an off game there as well. We got beaten all three phases by Detroit and gave up way too much field position in that game, especially against a good team on the road like Detroit, who's explosive on offense. You can't win the game like that. And certainly we've, got to be better at that in terms of the special teams.
Yeah. What is the key there on kickoff coverage? Is that coaching or changing personnel? What needs to change there?
I think it's everything. I mean, it's when something doesn't go right, I think the way we look at it around here is it's top to bottom. Whether it's whether it's the organization, the coaches, or the players, we got to be better. And I think we got personnel that can get the job done, and just got to play hard. I mean, we'd played 4 games in 17 days, and that's no excuses. But we just got to play faster with an identity and execute and hold ourselves to a high standard.
Stephen, Trayvon Diggs told the local beat a little while ago that he's healthy, he's ready to play, and he expects to play. Do you expect him to play on Sunday?
Yeah, we're going to make that decision tomorrow. We have another day of work, and I think Coach Schottenheimer's been real clear, as Coach Eberflus, in terms of evaluating the full body of work for the week and make that decision tomorrow.
And then with Nate Thomas, does it look like he's probably going to be starting in place of Tyler Guyton again since he's still dealing with that ankle?
Certainly looks that way at this point. And the good news is Nate had a great week of practice, as did Adeniji, but feel like Nate is certainly rebounded. We didn't play our best in the offensive line against the Lions. We got to get that back to the standard we expect, and fully expect that to happen.
So with Trayvon's practice window scheduled to close next Sunday, are you 100% sure he will at some point return this year?
Yeah, I feel like he will, but obviously, there's a certain standard that Coach Schottenheimer and his staff are, looking at with him, and certainly for him to play the type of defense we want him to play and play the corner position the way we want him to play it, he needs to be out there practicing, which he has been, and be diligent in the meetings and have good practices.
How about when it comes to Overshown? Are we ready to just sort of unleash him, no more pitch counts? And would you like to see him get back to more blitzing like he was so successful doing last year?
Yeah, I think you're spot on. His pitch count window is over now, and fully expect him, to play the full body of work. And obviously, what that'll entail, we'll certainly get a good picture of it on Sunday, but feel good about what we have in the game plan for him.
Stephen Jones here with you on The Fan. How about your scoreboard watching plans for Sunday? I like what Dak said. He said he's going to root against the Eagles regardless, whether they're in this position or not.
I think he's got unanimous support in the building for that.
Has there ever been a more desperate move than a positivity inflatable rabbit? Like, how much did you personally laugh at that, Stephen? A positivity rabbit in the locker room. I mean, that's ultimate desperation.
We've got to worry about ourselves. I can't be judging what others are doing, but I'm snickering, I guess.
How would you describe what it's like to watch a game with you, Steve? And I noticed Hard Knocks had a little bit of you and Jerry, and at the start of the game, you guys are sitting next to each other. By the end of it, you're on opposite ends of the row.
Yeah, you move around. We're superstitious, and certainly you get antsy as the thing closes down in terms of, as you get into that fourth quarter where, it's about to, you've done all the maneuvering and it's time to see where you're going to end up. But, no, I'd say I'm pretty, pretty even keel in terms of taking it in. But I will say, obviously get nervous anxiety and move around and walk around and pace and end up where I kind of end up. And I think Jerry's got a lot of that in him as well.
Behind-the-scenes content is just so gold for the fans. Do you enjoy watching it too?
I actually enjoy it. I do. I like seeing, seeing it from a different perspective, if you will. That was a little bit was my take on the docuseries as well. It was entertaining because, everybody has a different take in terms of what that was like in the docuseries, and certainly seeing, a consolidated 2 or 3, 4 weeks of the NFC East is interesting too.
Speaking of that docuseries, the way that it was positioned and titled as your dad being the gambler, I guess this is looking forward, and we're hoping for the best for 2025. But we've been talking this year about, is the gambler back? Is the Pickens, is the Quinnen Williams, is there more aggression that Jerry was talking about that led to those early championships? Is that present and maybe coming up in the future of 2026?
Yeah, I think if money were the issue, that you wouldn't have to worry about that. I think the bigger thing is just there's no question we had a little bit of a conundrum, if you will, trying to figure out how we were going to handle CD, Dak, and obviously Micah. But, I think now we're a lot more dialed in terms of, hey, and here's what it's going to be. Here's what we're going to have in these areas, and feel good about where we are.
Well, speaking of trades, Logan Wilson, you made the move for him at the deadline. I think the fans, there's just been a swell of, can we get more Logan Wilson on the field? Do you think that's something that they'll be able to look forward to on Sunday?
Yeah, I think we're obviously monitoring that, and they'll make the decision according to the full body of work this week in terms of how they spread out the reps, and we'll see kind of where we end up tomorrow afternoon in terms of how we're going to start the game, and then, of course, how we're going to play the games in terms of the reps for each one of those guys.
What's the work week been like for George Pickens this week, and how confident are we that we're going to have a bounce back on Sunday?
Oh, well, I have a complete confidence in George. He's been great, had a great week of practice. I think everybody did. I think everybody got their legs back under him on this mini bye, if you will, and ready to go back to work.
Fun story with Phillip Rivers getting back in the league, Stephen, after he was retired for 5 years. Has there ever been a situation where you were pursuing a player and trying to get him out of retirement to come play back for the Cowboys?
Not off the top of my head. Doesn't mean there wasn't one, but I don't really have one off the top of our head that I can lean back on. But I certainly see, how it can happen. Coaches have players that they have had before, that might dial back on. I will say this: I don't know that I've known one where they've, been out of the game for 4 or 5 years and then are considering it. A lot of guys start and sit out for a year sometimes, and then get enticed back at the end of that year, or enticed back a year later. But no, this is a unique one. But if anyone can do it, Phillip Rivers is a consummate competitor. I see that, and obviously he's won a lot of football games in this league. So it's part of what makes the NFL, or seeing these type of stories, like the Phillip Rivers story is going to unfold in Indy. That'll be real interesting.
So much time has passed now, but was there ever a chance that Tony Romo could have come back in the first couple years post-retirement for him?
A lot of times these guys have, retire, whether it's a Troy, to some degree, Tony too, just because of health. It's just whether it's backs or whatever it is, and it's just, difficult to keep going. And, this is a physical game, and, I don't necessarily know that Tony was ever, being that he jumped right into the booth, was ever really thinking about thinking about it that much. I know Troy got enticed a little bit along the way, but decided against it. But, those are interesting things. And, especially this day and time, you do have quarterbacks like Brady, like Stafford, who are playing, well into their late 30s and doing it at a high level. So it's certainly not something that is not possible. So, like I said, this will be interesting to see how it plays out.
Sure looks like Dak's playing at a high level here, coming up on 34. Does he have another 5-6 years in him?
Hey, I wouldn't bet against Dak at anything. He's so driven to compete and to succeed and lead, and he's a driven man. And certainly, we're fortunate to have him. And like I said, I'm sure Dak will do it on his terms if I'm betting. And he's one of those guys, just like Stafford and Brady, that I think just keeps getting better.
Jake Ferguson going to be okay with that calf?
I think we're going to be good. He had a good day today, which was what we were looking for. And barring a setback tomorrow, or having any type of any type of something that happens after practice, I fully expect right now. Expectation is for him to go.
Right on. Well, give him hell Sunday night. We'll be pulling for you.
Thanks a lot, guys. Have a good weekend.
You too. There you go. Stephen Jones with you here on your home of the Cowboys every Friday at 3 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan. And, fun little conversation. Appears that most of the injuries are heading in the right direction. Clowney game time decision. Tyler Guyton likely still out. Huge opportunity for Nate Thomas. We need a repeat of that Chiefs game where he handled Karlaftis pretty good. Give you confidence that, maybe in the future, if you do move on from Terrence Steele, Nate Thomas could be a starter. Maybe he could buy himself that opportunity if he continues to perform well. But I imagine Guyton will be back before too long, and hopefully they remain healthy in that department from here on out. All right, Sunday Night Football, 7:15 here on The Fan. You'll have the pregame with Eric and Brian Broaddus at 4 o'clock Sunday afternoon. Hopefully you guys are going to be basking in the glory of an Eagles defeat. It would maybe be the loss of the year if the Raiders can handle them as 11.5-point dogs on the road. Okay, guys, what'd you think of ESPN's piece yesterday? Brian Windhorst and Bobby Marks got together talking about the upcoming NBA trade deadline, and trade season really starts early next week in the NBA. That's when the Rumorooskies are going to start firing all the way through February 6th. And they went through the 5 trade ideas they're throwing out. Like, what could the Mavs get if they put Anthony Davis out there? And these offers were so low and insulting that I'm not even going to bore you with the details of it. And that's no disrespect to Duncanville's Ron Holland or any of the other players with DFW ties. But after reading that article yesterday, if I was Jason Kidd, I would tell Patrick Dumont, if any team has actually offered any of this, if this is what we're looking at, you tell them to bleep off, and then you hang up the phone. Because there would be no point in dealing Anthony Davis. Like, you might lose this trade worse than the Luka trade if you moved Anthony Davis for this collection of, it's really draft lottery busts and, veteran players that aren't going to bring you any closer to a championship. At one point in the article, Windhorst wrote that when the Mavs dealt for AD last year, he had played 50 games, was averaging 26 and 12, and now his trade value is significantly different. He did average 26 and 12 last week.
He did. I mean, he played great last week. That's a big reason the Mavs won, 4 or 5?
Yeah, so can he average 26 and 12 over the next 5-6 weeks and it significantly increase his trade value? At that point, I'd be willing to listen. But at this point, I think the better value is in just keeping Anthony Davis and hoping the moon and stars align for you. Maybe there's injuries with the other contenders, but that's actually more appealing. Keeping my fingers crossed that Anthony Davis and Kyrie Irving stay healthy and they go on some sort of a playoff run where they win a series or two before they have to face the Thunder than making a deal for any of this. I mean, this is insulting for a Hall of Famer, by the way, at 31 years old.
Yeah, but everybody knows that he's just so fragile. Everybody knows that no matter how good of numbers he can still put up, which he can.
I mean, he's averaging 20 and 10 in his 10 games this year. So, when he plays, he's still awesome.
Yeah, and how many games this year?
10 games.
Okay, that's the number. Yeah. That's the number that you have to look at. I mean, what do you have? They had the Kings trade. Where or I guess it's like a multi-team deal, and the Mavs
picks is really what I'm looking for.
Yeah, that's all I'm looking for.
Just try and get as many picks as you can.
Yeah.
I don't need these failed lottery pieces from Detroit or whoever, Toronto or whatever they're trying to offer there. Just try and get as many draft picks as possible.
And I think maybe one of the reasons the draft picks aren't there is because the odds are so stretched out now that even the 8th or 9th worst team is thinking, well, we got a chance to do what the Mavs did and got Cooper Flagg. Why would we want to give up a pick that could potentially turn into Peterson, Boozer, or DeBonsa?
Yeah.
So you might have to wait until after the draft lottery for them to be like, okay, we're not parting with a generational player. Now we're willing to give you the 7th pick, the 8th pick, or something like that in a trade for Anthony Davis. It might be because, this particular draft is just so loaded with potential Hall of Fame level talents that nobody wants to give up even a microscopic chance at landing one of those players. And again, that just sort of reaffirms my belief that if this is all you're going to get right now, you might as well just hang on to Anthony Davis. Like, if things go really well for him, he might opt out of the final year of his deal. Remember how Chris Paul did that a couple of years ago?
Sure.
He gave up less for a 1-year guarantee to get like 3 or 4 years guaranteed and make more total money by the end of his contract. So there's ways that you could get out of it or make more of it. I think right now would be selling at the absolute bottom of the market. It's time for the C-Note coming up next. Cowboys news of the evening and everything Trayvon Diggs had to say to reporters earlier this afternoon coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. I want to chat with you about my friends at Permapeer Foundation Repair, though, before we... from America's team. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, let's hit it. Thanks to Stephen Jones, who just joined us at the top of the hour. If you want to go back and listen with the Odyssey app or YouTube, Twitch, something like that, with instant rewind functionality, you can get that done. Breaking news out of Filthy. Lane Johnson, Jalen Carter, still out. So you can pretty much book it at this point. They're both going to miss the Raiders game, and I don't know when they're going to be back. The Jalen Carter thing, there's pretty much been no updates on his procedure on both shoulders that we had that story for you last week, I guess last Thursday. And then with Lane Johnson, thought he was going to be back this week. That's where all the reports were suggesting he was targeting, but maybe next week when they face the Commanders for the first time in a 3-week period, they're going to get Washington twice here to close down the season, with Buffalo sandwiched there in between. So you can keep your fingers crossed on the best possible scenario there, because the trend's holding that you take Lane Johnson off the field for the Eagles and they suddenly become a pretty bad football team. And the same trend's holding for Jalen Carter as well. It's a massive, massive blow to their defense. Isn't it fascinating that A.J. Brown all year complaining about not getting targets, and they were, 8-2? In the last 3 games, he's recorded 100 yards. They're trying to get him the football, and they have lost all 3 of those games. I think that's just, another clear sign of their dysfunction, and they got so much going on here. It's such a juicy storyline. Okay, speaking of juicy storylines, this Trayvon Diggs thing is top 3 stories of the year for the Cowboys. He was asked if he sees a future in Dallas past this season. Of course, I love Dallas. At the end of the day, it's a business. Whatever happens, happens. I would love to be here. I love everything that comes with Dallas. I love the relationships I've built here. If that's not what it is, it's not what it is. He was asked, are you going to play on Sunday? He said, you're going to have to ask the coaches. Guys, I think what happened here is, after everybody talked bad about him, he decided to come out swinging himself when he got back in town and talked about the coaches at the beginning of the season, talked about the training staff. He has not been shy with his opinions. I just think he made so many people dislike him, and the Cowboys organization values the coaches' opinions apparently enough to let them dictate this. But I as rough as it was against the Giants, bad, against the Bears, one critical mistake early in that football game that put you behind on the scoreboard. There's no way he's worse than Triquez Bridges and Reddy Stewart. I think they are actively taking down their win probability because they don't like a guy.
Yeah, but I think it's more than just not liking a guy. I'm sure there's a lot of guys that they don't like, but they carry themselves as professionals and they do what they're supposed to do, and they're good teammates, and they show up and do their job, and they don't get to the microphone and call out the scheme and all these other things, and they approach rehab seriously and all that other kind of stuff. So I think the Trayvon Diggs thing, I got no problem with them. Because, let's not talk about Trayvon Diggs like he's some all-pro corner.
He hasn't been good this year.
He's kind of just a dude. So would they be more willing to put him on the field if he was just intercepting balls at a ridiculous rate? I think they probably would. But when you start to balance the type of teammate that he is, type of professional that he is, and the just sort of average player that he is now, it's not worth putting him on the field when you're trying to build a new program and a new culture, and accountability and all that kind of stuff is important. So I mean, maybe they're sacrificing a little bit here in the short term, but big picture, I like what they've done to this point.
If that's what it is, and maybe that contributed to their decision to move on from Micah Parsons. Like, we need guys who are helping actively row the boat, not sitting in a little dinghy outside the boat pretending like the team doesn't matter to them. And there's a long-term payoff to it. I would absolutely love it. At this point in the season, you're -8 in the turnover differential. Every time Schotty takes the podium, he's talking about turnovers, and you have no hope of doing that. Not with these edges, not with these corners. But Trayvon Diggs is your only chance of fixing that right now, right?
Yeah, I think your chance of fixing that is actually getting a pass rush that can work for you. Because if your pass rush is going to be as bad as it was versus Detroit, then it doesn't matter if Diggs or anybody else that you have on the rosters out there. You're going to get torched. So I mean, I get what you're saying. There's a lot that this defense needs, and in theory, Diggs can provide some of that. But it's all just theoretical at this point.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to play. I think they're just dragging this out and avoiding talking negatively about him in hopes that they could make some sort of trade in March happen. Or if multiple injuries do happen, you got to put them out there. They don't want to further burn the bridge and create more resentment. But I think the return to practice window angle is the next really important story on this timeline, because if you don't bring him back by next Sunday, then he will be gone for the rest of the season. Then if you do have those injuries and going into the playoffs, you won't be able to activate him. So from my perspective, all these roster spots are important, but I'd activate him and just have him basically benched for the rest of the season by the time we get to next Sunday.
Well, I guess then you would have just never opened the window.
Right? Yeah.
Well, if you didn't intend on him actually coming back, then you would have just never opened the window for his practice.
Yeah, I think they intended on him to come back. I think he just hasn't done what they've wanted him to do in practice. Whatever it is, if he's not, practicing to the standard of what Schotty wants, if he seems a little bit checked out, whatever it might be. Even Steven alluded to it there. Is he doing everything to their standard? And so with him saying he's fully healthy, with him saying he expects to play, now if he's not playing, it's not health related. I don't think they can hide behind that anymore. Now it is bigger picture. Now it is, okay, well, we don't think that you are going to be helpful on the field because you are essentially a bad egg in the locker room.
You're mailing it in.
And we don't want a lack of effort or whatever it might be that's contributing to this. So again, I'm totally fine with that if that's what the case is. If they don't think they can trust a player, same thing why Jaden Blue's not playing. They don't think they can trust him, so he's not going to be active right now. But I'd love it if you could get vintage 2021 Trayvon Diggs. But ever since that 11 interception season, he's got 6 interceptions in 4 years. That ball hawking monster. And yes, the injuries contribute to that. But 2 picks through 11 games in 2024. He started off 23 great, but then unfortunately the injuries happened. Ever since 23, just hasn't looked like the same guy.
Yeah, he came out in 2023 determined to prove that he was a full corner, not just an interception guy, and he was playing better and was more committed to physicality. But things have gotten so sideways, and it can be difficult to get information as the season is going on. I would like a little bit more robust reporting on what he's not doing compared to others. Maybe it is every bit as bad as Jaden Blue, but George Pickens definitely has not been an ideal participant in practice and meetings, and it's at almost every turn the organization's making excuses and defending him. We've heard in multiple weeks this year that they did not have a good week of practice.
Sure.
Those guys didn't get benched. They weren't doing everything, right? So exceptions are made, and I said what I said about the robust reporting about what Trayvon Diggs isn't doing, because I need to hear it's way above and beyond the failures of other players on this team, and I just feel like the need is so big. I can't believe that they actually think he's worse than some of these guys that have gone out there and played corner for him this year.
Yeah, but you also can't just forget about the fact that he found a way to concuss himself at home on a Thursday night.
Mistakes happen. Things happen at the house.
I've never seen that before.
No, and I honestly, I think the Cowboys have held a lot of information and kept it private. I don't think Diggs can really complain about how he's been treated. I think he's lucky that he's still collecting a paycheck. They could have probably put him on NFI, and he wouldn't be getting paid right now.
So, without revealing what it was or digging into that at all, you just don't have any tolerance for guys that have an accident at the house? Injuries happen off the football field.
I think it's a case-by-case situational deal, and if you're a player where that's the only issue that it's ever come up, it's a totally different story to a guy that they've clearly had in the last 2 off seasons frictions with, based on how he's carried himself in the off season, by being accountable, being in the building, where he's done his rehab, has he shown up in the best shape, has he shown up healthy and ready to go, and then the play on the field matters. The George Pickens stuff, totally fair, the late to meetings and all that. He did get benched. I think he's been fined by the team, but it's not like they're not playing him. But George is also crushing it on the field. Again, if this was 2023 first 2 games Diggs or 2021 Diggs, I think we're having a totally different conversation. When you're performing on the field, you look past a lot of stuff. When you've been kind of just a guy, or you've been getting burned and not been very good, that's when it's is it worth having you active or not? And that's where Diggs is in his career.
Elsewhere on Cowboys Twitter, DeMarvion Overshown, no snap count. I don't know why we're saying pitch count, boys. There is there's a perfect alternative for football.
It's snap count.
It's a snap count.
Yeah.
4 games in 18 days. Cowboys wanted to be careful with Overshown writes Todd Atcha. Could be a new look at linebacker with Logan Wilson getting more snaps. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. You know, I think I'm looking forward to Overshown being turned loose and playing to his strengths a little bit more. Like between playing man corners in zone and not blitzing DeMarvie and Overshown, I think Matt Eberflus might be actively trying to get fired. Maybe he just doesn't want to be around here next year.
Fans would be thrilled about that. The official injury report did just drop. Guyton is officially out, so Nate Thomas is going to start, as Steven told us. Clowney, Diggs, Ferguson all listed as questionable. Clowney was a full participant today, so that's great news. Diggs, Ferguson listed as limited, but those are the only 4 with injury designations heading into the game.
Joseph Hoyt posting Trayvon Diggs moving around well at practice. He also wrote that Josh Butler posted the other day that he is healthy as well. I think they're waiting to see if a spot opens up and if he is needed to be activated off of PUP. That is Josh Butler, a corner that played a half dozen or so games last year and was pretty dang good, could tackle all right, but they do have some decent depth beyond Trayvon Diggs there at corner. Jake Ferguson was with the rehab group, but as Stephen Jones and many others have said today, he is trending in a good direction. Joined us last night and said he should be fine. So Schotty and the team optimistic that he will be good to go. Okay, let's dive in more to these storylines as Nick Harris, Star Telegram, joins us next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Cowboys. How about the Frankels, though? If you're hurt in an accident due to somebody's negligence, and did you know we have between 250 and 500 vehicle accidents every day here in North Texas? So if one has never happened to you, congratulations. You're doing a great job. Defensive driving tended to. I do as well, but sometimes every now and then we've had 3 over the years. Twice we had to call the Frankels. I mean, one was the wife's fault. You're Sunday night. How confident should Cowboys fans be against the Vikings?
Yeah, I think there should be some medium confidence in this game. I would caution against the confidence being too high. I think there are some things that this Brian Flores defense does really well that plays into what this Cowboys offense doesn't necessarily do well. I look at red zone efficiency for both sides. The red zone defense for Brian Flores' squad is one of the best in the NFL. And in the Cowboys' losses, where the offense has kind of sputtered over the course of the last couple of months, you have looked at red zone issues being, a big hindrance in getting them extra points on the scoreboard. They were 1 for 3 against Detroit. And then you also look at how Brian Flores sends blitzes on 49% of opponents' dropbacks. And after a week where the Cowboys gave up 19 pressures against the Lions, 11 from Nate Thomas, which sounds like he will start once again on Sunday, it's going to be incredibly important for the Cowboys offensive line to keep Dak Prescott upright and keep him hurling in this ball game.
Yeah, Dak's very good at handling the blitz in general. Is there anything different about the way Brian Flores and the way that he does blitz that should change the outcome?
Yeah, it's not necessarily anything that Dak hasn't seen in his career, and we were talking about it with him just a little bit yesterday during his availability. He's like, yes, Brian Flores does throw some unique looks at you from a pressure standpoint, but it's not anything that you haven't already seen. And he did point at, and Brian Schottenheimer has pointed at it this week, as well as Matt Eberflus, that this Vikings team, they will throw some things out in a game that they have not necessarily thrown on film throughout the season. It feels like there's kind of a unique element to what the Vikings try to install and implement each week as, kind of a layer of newness, if you will. And that certainly goes into Brian Flores' group, too.
So I guess the big talking point for us certainly is Trayvon Diggs, Nick. And I know you just put out a piece here on the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. We just talked to Steven about it. Diggs says he's ready to go. Steven says they're going to make that decision tomorrow. What's your assessment of this entire Diggs saga up to this point?
Yeah, it's kind of been the big cloud of controversy around this team over the course of the last couple of months, it feels like, and I'm not sure that, with the culture that Brian Schottenheimer has tried to build since he's been hired, I'm not sure that Diggs has necessarily been a positive factor within that. And it really kind of shined on Wednesday whenever Shotty said that, it's ultimately it's going to come down to him doing everything the right way. And Eberflus talking about from the moment he enters the building to the time he exits the building, got to be consistent with everything that he does. And that's a word that we're continuing to hear quite a bit when it comes to Trayvon Diggs, is the consistency factor. And I think back to, I know it's a much different situation, but I think back to Jaden Blue when he couldn't get on the active list, and now same thing right back again for Jaden Blue, that consistency word. And when this coaching staff does not feel like consistency is being met, it doesn't matter who you are, they won't play you. And so that's a big thing that I'm going to be looking at. Tomorrow they have to make that decision to either activate him off IR or not in time for Sunday's game. And then they have to make a decision to activate him off IR, period, prior to December 21st, or he won't return this season. And, we were talking to Trayvon in the locker room earlier today. He was a little short with most of his answers, but, one thing that he did expound upon was when he was asked, do you want to be here moving forward? And he said, yes, absolutely. I love Dallas. I love the relationships I've built here. And, I think that's something that we've been questioning over the course of the last couple of months, especially since Micah Parsons was traded. Obviously that was his best friend on the team. How did he take that? And, he made his intentions clear about wanting to remain in Dallas, but he now represents himself as his representation and agency. And I'm sure there's going to be some conversations had with this front office this offseason, because regardless, they can't move forward with what his contract number looks like going into these next couple of seasons. So even if there is a path for him to return in 2026, it's going to have to look much different from a contract standpoint.
Nick, do you think there's collective frustration defensively with the scheme and the way guys are being used, and Diggs is the only one that's really voiced that to the media?
No, I don't necessarily feel like that. I think there were some, pieces that, it certainly didn't play into what their strengths were. I think Diggs is one of those guys. I think, I don't know, though. I look at a guy like Diggs, right? And he has been better as a man corner throughout his career. So has Deron Bland and Savone Revel when he was coming into the NFL and into the draft process. around this time last year, he was looked at as one of the better man corners in college football from prior to his ACL tear. And, I think you've seen some guys buy into, hey, this is what we got to do now. This is what, they are teaching us. And I don't think you've necessarily seen that from Diggs. And I think that is where the disconnect has probably arrived between him and the coaching staff. And it's not necessarily that, this coaching staff can't take any pushback. Schotty, I think, has been really good with that in the past, especially with veteran players like Diggs. But I think when it comes to not finding a middle ground, not finding a compromise, and not still trying to find what this scheme is and how that plays into each player's specific traits, I think that's where the disconnect really arrives with Diggs. But if you're talking about other players, man, you could look at a guy like DeMarvion Overshown. That he's in a completely different defense than what he was last year. He's taken on a little bit more responsibilities as the weeks go by, and he's been able to buy into it more and more. Same thing with DaRon Bland and Rebel since he's been on the field. It's been completely new to him. He has not played in a scheme like this in his entire football career, and he's been chomping at the bit to learn more and more and get ready for it. So I actually talked to Rebel today in the locker room, and he's looking forward to getting back out on the field against the Vikings and, kind of washing that bad game against Detroit out of the way. So, it's a player-by-player basis, but I think with Diggs, there's probably a little bit more disconnect.
Nick Harris, Star Telegram, with us. If Trayvon isn't back, how big of a need is corner on defense compared to, I guess, linebacker, safety, and edge?
Yeah, I feel like there's going to be a lot of defensive additions that they're going to have to make. I mean, I look at edge right now, though, as one that, I was just talking about this with some of the guys on the beat before leaving the facility a few moments ago. Edge is going to have to be one that they for sure need to address in the offseason. Dante Fowler is on an expiring contract, or Davian Clowney expiring contract. Where do they find the edge help? Donovan Ezeraku, that's a guy that has obviously increased confidence in this coaching staff to put him out there. Sam Williams, he probably doesn't come back, but is it a situation where, hey, if they can get him on a cheap contract, do they go ahead and bring him back for a year or two? So edge is certainly one I'm looking at from a numbers standpoint. But corner for sure is another one. I know they do have a lot of confidence in Savone Rebel to be that starting guy moving forward. And they have DaRon Bland locked up long-term. I think Reddy Stewart is probably a guy that could find his way back into Dallas as well.
Would Trayvon be one of the Cowboys' best three corners right now if he was activated?
Yeah, it's tough to say because, you've looked at, what he's put out on film this year, and you haven't necessarily seen that. But it's kind of been all over the place for all of these corners, right? It's been tough to figure out who exactly is the best in situations. I feel pretty comfortable in saying that DaRon Bland has been, one of the best three options. Reddy Stewart, I feel like, has been one of the best three options. But even Bland is giving up, the fifth most yards in zone coverage of any corner in the NFL this season. So it's kind of tough to discern that when this secondary just purely has not played well all year.
Nick Harris with us here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm hopeful that Javonte Williams in the running game can get going against Minnesota. What are your thoughts on how the running game is and heading into this game? Could this be a get-right moment?
Yeah, and the run game is certainly an aspect of this offense that has, been focused on by this coaching staff over the course of the last 10 days. Since that game against Detroit, the efficiency numbers haven't quite been there, and that's something that Todd Archer of ESPN has been chasing down in the locker room this week and talking to coaches and players about. It's like, okay, yes, your numbers in the run game have looked okay, but you've also broken off a couple of big runs, and it makes those big runs, they kind of inflate the numbers to what they really are on first and second down. And first down was really the issue against Detroit. They have to get better at running the ball on first and second down in those early down situations to not put themselves in late down situations. So, there is an emphasis there. I think you'll see them try to hunt those opportunities here against the Vikings, especially against this pressure-happy, this blitz-happy defensive front.
Speaking of blitzing, why is Overshown not blitzing more? What is Eberflus seeing that we are not?
Yeah, I think you're going to see that a little bit more. I think that is on the horizon. DeMarvion Overshown has had the snap count or pitch count, whatever you want to call it, taken off of him. And we were talking to him in the locker room today. He was like, "Okay, so what does that look like?" And he was like, "Well, I was out of the off the field in certain packages, and now I'm going to be on the field in those packages." And we're asked, okay, what are a couple of those packages? He's like, well, when there's been a 5-man front, I've simply been the guy off the field whenever they had the 2 linebackers in the middle. So I think you'll see me a little bit more in those kinds of situations. I personally think you'll see him in more blitzing situations as well. Let him go and attack the backfield. Got a feeling you might have an instance or two of that on Sunday night against the Vikings.
You think the Raiders have any shot of beating the Eagles?
Man, that weather, that's brutal, isn't it? No. I'm going to go ahead and put no.
No.
It would be crazy, though. I'd tell you that. I would start to put my playoff radar up if the Raiders somehow pulled that off. It's not quite up right now, but yeah, that would be a wild result.
Great stuff, as always, Nick. Thank you so much for your time. Have a good weekend. We'll catch up with you soon.
I appreciate you, fellas. Hey, keep an eye on these state semifinals this weekend. There's going to be some big ones around DFW.
That's right. I know you always got your eye on it. There he is, Nick Harris, Star Telegram, with you here in the G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Keep your eye on the North Texas Food Bank as well. We're helping restock their shelves throughout the rest of today. Please go to 105thethefan.com/donate. Couple of bucks feeds a family. Seriously, like with these food pantries and stuff, $1 goes a long way. So throw them a couple of bucks. Make sure everybody that needs to eat can here at this holiday season and beyond. Well, Chuck, what is next?
Let's do a football fix, shall we? A career night, Angry Bowls, and a Cowboy record on the verge of being broken. That's next.
Okay, but the holiday season is coming up. More demands on your time and energy than ever. Are you up for it? If you're not, might be low testosterone. Go to menstclinic.com. Give them a call, 972-GO-MENS-T. An annual total wellness exam with Men's T Clinic includes a baseline blood draw, hormone and biomarker tracking, body composition analysis, access to a local and dedicated Men's T Clinic provider who will take you through the data and answer your questions to get you dialed in. And boy, once you start on this testosterone replacement therapy, you're going to start feeling better immediately. There's all sorts of performance upgrades and health benefits to getting your hormones optimized. But that's just the beginning of the process at Men's T Clinic. They want to get you totally dialed, identify the underlying causes of weight gain, reduce muscle mass, bad libido, mood, mental clarity. They're going to get you focused, sharper than ever, maybe even sharper than you were as a younger man. Men's T Clinic is the best, and optimizing your hormone levels can be your first step in regaining that mental clarity, that drive, and that mood that you have been missing. There's still plenty of fun to be had, but as we get older, our body produces testosterone less and less. The next thing you know, you're not feeling like yourself, you're not looking like yourself, whether it's just weight gain or you want access, to the ability to put on a little bit of extra muscle, hair replacement therapies, bedroom wellness, natural regenerative therapies for joint pains, and so much more. All your male optimization tools are under one roof. Men's T Clinic. Go to menstclinic.com. 5 DFW locations, 972-GO-MENS-T. Salute.
The North Texas Food Bank is raising their hand for help. So join us in stocking their shelves this holiday season. Every dollar goes a long way. 1053thefan.com/donate.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute brought to you by BetMGM. Own your moment, make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are an absolute freefall. The latest debacle having been up 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. If that weren't bad enough, head coach Todd Bowles let out an expletive-laced rant that clearly showcases, as good as a coach as he is, it might be time for him to go. I'm Bill Ryder.
Drinking and driving will change your whole world. The next time you're out with friends, consider what would happen if you got pulled over after drinking, like the legal fees or the time in court or a DUI on your record. Your decision to drink and drive could change someone else's world too if you hurt or even kill them in a crash. Instead, what if a decision to call a sober ride changed your world for the better? Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hi, I'm country singer Lori Morgan, and when it comes to remodeling my bathroom,
football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in on a Football Friday. Had Stephen Jones on an hour ago. Great conversation with him. Head into Week 15, Cowboys Vikings. Looks like Trayvon Diggs does expect to play, but the team's still undecided. So we'll get a decision on that tomorrow. And, of course, you can check in with all the latest updates in our pregame show starting Sunday afternoon at 4 o'clock with the birthday boy, Brian Flores. He's out today, living it up for his birthday. Big number 62, salute to him. But it's time now for a football fix with Zach Wolchuk.
Let's do it. Let's get your fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side! I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
Oh, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they crapped their pants last night in front of the entire country. 14 points down in the fourth quarter were the Falcons of Atlanta. And it's a role reversal because it's usually the ATL that is fumble farting leads around. Well, this time it was the Buccaneers. They weren't fire them cannons, fire them. It was Zane Gonzalez nailing a 43-yard field goal as time expired to give the win to Atlanta 29-28. Falcons hadn't won a game. They trailed by 14 or more points in the fourth quarter, Eric, since 1993. Unbelievable. And my goodness gracious,
Great poll,
fellas.
Chief. Thank you.
I think Kyle Pitts is on my bleep list. This is totally my fault.
You benched him.
I said it to myself yesterday on the air during the Price Pick spot. I said, Drake London's out. Right now, I've got less on the 53.5 receiving yards for Kyle Pitts. Maybe I should switch that. Maybe I should go more. Did I switch it in time? No, I didn't. And what did he do last night? Career night for Kyle Pitts, becoming the first tight end with 150 receiving yards and 3 touchdowns in a game, Eric, since Shannon Sharp in Week 6 against the San Diego Superchargers. What the bleeping heck, Kyle Pitts? Where did this come from? And why do I suck so bad at Price Picks right now?
Hey, man, it's ebbs and flows. Ebbs and flows. You've been on heaters before. You know, you've had 1 or 2 really nice payouts over the course of your 3 years doing Price Picks.
I've had
2. Okay, there you go.
And otherwise, I'm leaking confidence.
I saw something today where it's like 7% of the career fantasy points of Kyle Pitts were all last night.
Oh, man.
Like 7%.
I believe it because he's been a bust.
He's been underwhelming.
He's been the biggest bust every year. My guy, Brandon Bordonero, in our fantasy league, which Eric's team's been pretty darn good this year, by the way.
Thank you.
He's in the playoffs. I think you're the 2 seed.
I'm the 2 seed, and I'm the shark couches. So it works out perfectly.
Yes, let's go. And my brother-in-law, Ben, is the 1 seed. So I was worst in our league this year. My team stunk, and it's all because of owner error. I've got nobody to blame but myself, and I feel like Todd Bowles. And this is what I would say to my team, not that anybody cares, but here was Todd at his presser yesterday.
It's inexcusable. You don't make excuses. You gotta care enough where the hurts. You gotta care enough where the hurts. It gotta mean something to you. It's more than a job. It's your livelihood. How well do you know your job? How well can you do your job? Well, you can't sugarcoat that. It was inexcusable, and there's no answer for it. There's no excuse for it. That's what you tell them in the locker room.
Hell yes.
That's what you tell them in the locker room. Todd Bowles is a pretty soft-spoken dude. I thought that was AI. I thought, okay, have we all just been ball-sacked right now?
Yeah.
That was real.
7 F-bombs in one answer.
Yeah, like there was no way this was Todd Bowles. It was, and I get it. Because now that team that was 5-1, and our buddy Brian said, okay, that's the elite team in the NFC. Ever since that kiss of death, they've lost 6 of 7. They finally are healthy at wide receiver. They got their guys back. I mean, Baker's force-feeding Mike Evans left and right, but
New Orleans and Atlanta in back-to-back weeks. They're melting down harder than the Eagles.
Yes, they are. It's really bad, and we're going to look up and see Bryce Young and the Panthers as NFC South champions.
By the way, I think it just took about 5 years for Kyle Pitts to get this NFL thing figured out. I mean, he is blowing up 24 catches in the last 3 weeks. He's now at 73 catches on 97 targets. 11 a catch, not too bad. 4 touchdowns, but he might go for 1,000 yards this year, which is a huge number for a tight end.
Oh, absolutely, and he's going to be a big free agent commodity. Maybe that has something to do with it. He sees, oh my gosh, I'm going to be a free agent. I need to get paid. I need somebody to want me. Let's go ahead and get these numbers up. Kirko Chains, huh? You remember all those years you were throwing to awesome tight ends? Let's go ahead and throw me some of that. And Kyle Pitts is emerging as a star that we thought that he could be, that we knew he had it in him. Will it continue? I'd bet not. Whoever pays him is probably going to hate themselves, like I hate myself today.
Might want to get out of Atlanta with a quarterback who likes throwing to tight ends. I think if Kyle Pitts wants to have some success, him and Joe Burrow, I think maybe a couple of the big offseason targets for teams. There's heavy speculation in the AFC North today, like people trying to do anything in their power to scramble and get in on the Joe Burrow sweepstakes if it does materialize.
Saw Sports Illustrated had some offers. They were like Minnesota for Joe Burrow. You give them J.J. McCarthy, you give them Dallas Turner, who was their first-round pick last year, plus another 1 and a 2 for the following year. I think they're going to need a lot more than that. I think it starts with a minimum of 2. Then we can talk about players, maybe even 3 ones for a quarterback like Joe Burrow. But if I was Minnesota, like a built-now team, and now you're reuniting him with Justin Jefferson so he still gets like a wide receiver that he knows and trusts and has a good relationship with, that would make a ton of sense. And if I was Kevin O'Connell, please make that happen. Like if Minnesota could go snag Joe Burrow, all of a sudden they're immediately favorites in the NFC, in my opinion, if he can stay healthy.
I mean, it's going to take one of your best players and 2 first-round picks, I think, to get in the game. Maybe even additional draft compensation, like you said. Maybe it's 3, but I think any team that doesn't have a quarterback is signing up for the Joe Burrow injury risk. It's fine. We'll take it.
You take the gamble.
Especially if you're a somewhat ready-made team like the Vikings are, like you're roughly a quarterback away.
Yeah.
I would totally do that. And if I'm the Bengals trading with the Vikings, can you trade coordinators? Because I'm trying to get Brian Flores as well.
Gosh, I would.
You got to give me Brian Flores.
I would love Brian Flores on the Cowboys.
How about the Rams with their 2 number 1s?
Oh,
they got Atlanta's 1.
Oh, my gosh.
Nick Sachs is going to do it, isn't he?
Yeah. Oh, well, he's picking up the phone.
And it's got to start with a trade demand, or remember how Carson Palmer just retired? I'm going to retire if you don't trade me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe something like that.
Yeah.
Because I don't think there's any way Cincinnati would actually do it unless it's their only path forward.
Well, they're also super cheap, though. I mean, maybe they're looking at it like, can we get rid of having to pay a quarterback this amount of money?
Well, then you just go full on and you're trading Jamar Chase and his contract and any other player that you've paid.
I don't know. What Cincinnati's doing, I mean, they looked like they're the team that could take down Mahomes and slay the dragon that was the Chiefs. And then unfortunately, Burrow's dealt with the injuries, but their defense has never been good since the Super Bowl run.
Yeah.
Their offensive line, they've tried. I mean, they drafted a second-round guard. They took a first-round tackle. They bring in Orlando Brown from the Chiefs. Like, they're trying, and it just does not come together for them.
And when he says, I'm just not having fun, that's because his line sucks and his defense sucks.
Yeah.
So every time he goes off the field, he knows he's going to sit there for 7 minutes of game time and watch the other team score.
Yeah, it's painful. I mean, the amount of stats for, like, a Joe Burrow-led team that scores 40 or more points yet loses, it's historically bad. He's doing everything he can when he's healthy and active, and that team just can't win. We'll see what happens to 44-year-old Phillip Rivers on Sunday. It's looking like he's starting for the Colts against Seattle.
Well, hang on, because Shane Steichen said we're still determining.
Yeah,
we're still trying to figure it out.
Yeah, well,
no, he's starting.
We knew Kenny Pickett was going to start 3 days ago for the Raiders. They finally just announced that today. Okay, so we'll get the announcement whenever it happens. Maybe it'll be Sunday morning, but Phillip Rivers is playing for the Colts on Sunday against Seattle. Here was Tommy Brady via Fox Sports. Brady, what do you think about this Rivers thing?
But first of all, who retires and then unretires and then is ultimately going to retire? I mean, who does that? Is that even? It's ridiculous. I mean, Phillip to do that. But good for him. I'm happy he's doing it. I think the answer for me would be yes. I'm not allowed to anymore because I'm an owner of a minority owner in the Raiders, so I can't unretire. But I'm very excited to watch Phillip play because if he's out there, I think it's just very cool. You know, it speaks to, you know, how much he loves the game and really what he's able to do still. And this game is about for the quarterback from the neck up. And we used to have a saying at Michigan, the mental is to the physical as 4 is to 1 at the quarterback position.
Dang.
And that doesn't really go away. That's still up there. Do you have the physical ability to still do it, take the hits, make the throws, the drops, buy a little time in the pocket? And if Phillip has been practicing those things, then we're all going to see it on full display in Seattle on Sunday afternoon.
It never computed for me that with that throwing motion, the ball should come out with any velocity, so I'm half expecting it to just fall after 5 yards.
Yeah, his little the sidearm shove that he does. 48-year-old Tom Brady saying he absolutely could come out and play, but he can't do it. He did clarify that, which we've all wondered. He's not allowed to because of the thing, the ownership there with Vegas. But I'm slow. I need help. What did he mean by that Michigan reference?
So I'm going to take a crack at it.
Mental
I think
is to
Dawson
physical
knows
is 4 is to 1.
Like the mental is 4 times more important than the physical.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Like Jimmy Johnson used to say, let the mind control the body and not the body control the mind. Right, Emmett?
That's right.
That's right. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. I like it.
Nailed it.
Steelers. They got a chance to break a Cowboys record. I hate when this happens. It's always the damn Steelers that have a chance to do this. They're closing in on setting a new NFL record for the most consecutive non-losing seasons in NFL history. They share it with our beloved Dallas Cowboys right now. 21 straight seasons. Cowboys did that from 65 to 85. They won 2 championships. Steelers have done that now from 2004 to the present. They've won 2 championships. If the Steelers get 2 more wins, they will have 22 straight seasons without a losing record, passing our Tom Landry-led Cowboys. Are they going to do this?
I would say chances are pretty good for that. They don't have the toughest schedule here the rest of the way. They get the Dolphins Monday night.
And
Dolphins are running the football, boys. Watch out.
Is this, okay, Eric, this would be one that we would say is your stone cold lead pipe lock of the week. You take the Steelers in this game. Temperature in Pittsburgh on Monday night, currently at 18 degrees with wind gusts of 16 miles per hour. Tua 0-5 in his career in games below 40 degrees. So, yes, they are running the football, but are you just going to bet that Tua cannot win a game in that type of frigid, cold environment?
Yeah, I need to see how cold it was in New York this past week because it was at least chilly.
That first touchdown he had to Jalen Waddle was crazy. I don't know how he got that football out. He got blasted from behind and then was able to get that to Jalen Waddle. Pause.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would still probably lean Pittsburgh here, but the Pittsburgh run defense is bad, and the Dolphins have reinvented their rushing attack. So maybe, just maybe, but no, it wouldn't be because of Tua. I mean, they will, if they win, it's winning in spite of Tua.
We've officially got Team Tank, boys.
But T.J. Watt is out, Derek Harmon is out, and they've given up 200 yards on the ground in back-to-back weeks.
That's true.
So I wouldn't be surprised if Achane goes for 250, like literally.
Yeah, he's been awesome. And he did get banged up with the ribs last week, and so they had to put him on the shelf early in that game, but it looks like he's going to be good to go. And they got Jalen Wright going a little bit, our guy Ollie Gordon.
Oh, Jalen Wright, I love you. I'm so glad to see Jalen Wright having success because I talked to him. That was one of my guys.
That was one of your dogs.
Cat of mine.
Yeah, you were petting that cat, and it took a while for him to start purring, but here he is.
Why must you be like that? Why must you pet the cat?
Pet that kitty cat. Okay, how about this then as your stone cold lead pipe block of the week? Now I'm looking confidence. Maybe Miami can do this. Brady Cook is going to start for the New York Jets at quarterback. We officially have Team Tank. He's replacing Tyrod Taylor, who lasted only 2 series. He had a groin injury. Justin Herbert is also injured. He's got knee soreness. So maybe it's not tanking. Maybe it's just, gosh, we don't have another quarterback to play. So here goes the rookie, Brady Cook, out of Mizzou. He's taking on the Jags on the road, Jacksonville. Your stone cold lead pipe block of the week, boys.
Yeah, I think that's a no-brainer.
I didn't get enough assurance.
No,
there.
I don't even know who Brady. I don't know who Brady Cook is.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right, Eric. You don't know who Brady Cook is. So that's why you should take the bleeping Jags as the stone cold lead pie block of the week.
I'm in. What's the line in this game?
Don't
do we know?
You're
13 and a half.
13 and a half.
13.
Oh, that's
wow.
Wow.
It's a healthy number.
Man, that's a
Trevor Lawrence off his best game. I mean, listen, I'll tell you this. I don't think the Jags cover. How about that? How about that for a hot take?
That's play fair. The money line.
They'll win that game.
We'll play the money line.
It's in $100 to win $5.
It's in Jacksonville, so that's good news.
Yeah,
Jags are hot though.
They are. They're hot.
No, they're hot.
Trevor Lawrence, would you say sexy?
Very. He's starting to get there.
Those locks, man. Last thing here in the fix. Freddie can't stay out of the kitchens. He's out.
Get out of here.
In North Carolina. Tar Heels said, Bill said, look, we're done here. I don't know if this was Jordan Hudson firing or what happened, but they want to thank Coach Kitchens and Coach Prefer. They're both gone for their commitment and many contributions to our program. I don't know what the contribution was. It was one of the worst statistical offenses in the history of college football. They're 119th in FBS in scoring and 129th in total offense. That was putrid, what they put out there. But bye-bye, UNC looking for a new OC.
An absolute embarrassment ever since Tom Brady left. I think Belichick's doing damage to his legacy. At this point, I think you might just try to see it through so you could try to have some success and get to a playoff with UNC. Because right now you've done so much damage, there's no avoiding it. In your life story, this is now one of the final chapters, and it's embarrassing.
You got to clean up your mess. You know, you can't just move houses and leave your bedroom a disaster.
It needs to be cleaned. There's your fix.
Thank you, old Chuck. Football's finest coming up with Eric Chiafalo.
Hell of a fix, by the way.
Thank you. I was trying. I was stirring it up.
Got the shakes out of me, you know.
I like that.
Took away the nausea. Where are we going to this finest? Or what are we doing next?
Yeah. Football's finest. We have
where the hell are we?
We have an Eagles fan wellness check plus some football apologies next year in the nation. But Tolos, I want to tell you about my number one favorite local family-owned roofing company here in the DFW. Of course, that is Greystone Roofing and Construction.
DFW Security's state-of-the-art cameras, access control, security, and smart home. From now until Christmas, protect your home or business with the best.
DFWsecurity.com.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here's Chief with your football's finest.
Yes, who should the Cowboys be rooting for this football weekend? You'll find out right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
All right, things got off to a nice little start there with the Falcons beating the Bucs. That was good news for Cowboys. And, of course, they did make history last night. Wolchuk pointed out a handful I saw from OptaStats. Falcons first team in NFL history to win a game where they had at least 14 more penalties than their opponent and faced a deficit of at least 14 points. Yeah, it was a flag-happy crew when it comes to the Falcons last night.
14 more penalties?
Yes, it was crazy. Like at one point, Al Michaels was like, 16 penalties on the Falcons, 3 for the Bucs.
F these refs, man.
But it worked in our favor last night. We needed that. We needed the Falcons to beat the Bucs.
It works. That's true. Yeah, things get jumbled up here at the end to pay off.
I mean, this is all. I mean, ultimately, you're looking at the Eagles just losing as many games as possible, and that's your best path to the playoffs, winning the division. So, of course, you need the Raiders to beat the Eagles on Sunday. You're actually going to want the Browns to beat the Bears, and that game, 10 degrees is the high.
And I guess the Browns are down 4 out of 5 linemen.
That is okay. So that was true.
That was true. That was a Shefty bomb.
All right. So good luck, Shedeur, running for his life. At least
he's still wearing the thong.
No. Well, I heard you play the sound. It looks like it was some back tape.
Let's be real. We know what a thong.
Okay.
Like.
Don't you think? Like, would you guys agree? Lucius as well. Like, if Shedeur Sanders leaned into the thong bit, like, couldn't he make that a thing? Like, wouldn't he get a brand deal in a second? Wouldn't he have high school kids across the football nation repping thongs on game day? Yeah. Like, wouldn't that happen?
I could. Yeah, absolutely could. You know, if you could come up with some sort of a performance benefit of not having that extra layer around your hip, really open up your throwing motion. I don't know.
You have to get
like a breathable jock strap.
Lucius is looking at me like I'm crazy.
I don't know if that's going to go, bro.
You don't think that's going to fly?
I don't know if that's going to fly, man.
The shethong.
Yeah, I don't know if the street's going to feel that. You got the new Shedeur song?
You guys repping that Shedeur song, huh?
Yeah.
I thought you could capitalize.
I got the Jackson State colors on mine.
I got the lacy one.
You got the new colorway with the Shedeur thongs, man.
Jeez.
That's a good stocking stuffer, is it not?
Yeah.
Maybe one of those white elephant stocking stuffers.
Yeah, good
There used to be man like thong situations just right there at like, Target or something. It'd be 3 in the tube.
Yeah.
The thongs.
Yeah,
yes, it was.
It'd be 3 in the tube for men, like little bikini briefs.
I revealed that yesterday with Sean about my grandfather.
He's got mad
He's
bikini
wearing
briefs.
He's into the there's a comfort level thing there. I don't know. Like, he's straight as an arrow. He's a wild animal.
No. Is that the guy that lives out in Florida?
He's a local man now. He had to move here. The Florida prices got a little too out of hand.
He got mad chains, bro.
Pinky rings. I mean, he is decked to the nines, bro. He's watching the Jewelry Channel at all hours of the day.
Decent tan.
Great tan.
Dope shades. Yeah, I like that guy.
Bro, the cologne you can smell from a mile away.
Short shorts.
Yeah, I mean, he's hitting all the right notes there.
I used to play.
A comfort thing for
I used
him.
to play golf with a guy from Miami named Bob. We called him Dolphin Bob, and all of his outfits were Miami Dolphins gear, like matching shirts and shorts and shoes and the whole deal. And he had so much dang jewelry on, dude.
Yeah. I'm like, every time I see my grandpa, his fingers are fatter than mine, so he always wants to be like, "Here, why don't you have it?" And then I put it on. It's like, man, this thing's falling off. I can't even rep it the way that I would like.
I know a guy in might fit,
but that's true. Yeah, this will fit Wolchuk's.
But is he wearing like full on like crack floss type of?
From what I understand, like I've never actually seen him prancing around in it or whatever.
They're really, really skinny briefs.
Yeah. And like Lucius said, I guess they make like a male sort of.
They do.
Europeans
are big in wearing these.
Okay, yeah. So he's not gay. He's European.
Nah, he's got a tiger's eye ring and everything. I know this fool. I know this guy.
Yeah, you know my grandpa, bro.
He's not gay no more.
He is freaking hilarious. But yeah, that's a thing. I remember being young and him cracking jokes about it, and I was like, wow, I cannot believe this is real. But I don't know. I thought Shedeur could get a good brand deal out of this. I really did. So yeah, it is going to be though. Like Shedeur, Caleb Williams. Let's see who can be battle tested in the cold. A high of 10 degrees in Chicago. Wind chill -10. That's miserable. But that's football.
It lends itself to an opportunity here for like a 13-10 game that could go either way on a special teams play.
Definitely. Yeah. We'll be pulling for the Browns. Obviously, obviously you want the Broncos to beat the Packers. You want the Saints to beat the Panthers. You want the Rams to beat Detroit. That's a big game this week. There's a handful of big dog games. Yeah. Broncos and Packers is big. Rams and Lions is big. So we'll be pulling for the Rams in that game. Titans, you want to beat the Niners. And then the Colts, you want to beat the Seahawks. So we do have to be Phillip Rivers fans this weekend, which I think most people are probably pulling for just like him doing something fun. Now, speaking of the Titans, did you see the reporter got banned from the team flight?
Yes. Oh, yeah, telling stories about what was said on there?
Yeah. So, like, after the Titans finally got their second win of the season over the Browns on Sunday, and Cam Ward, being the winner competitor that he is, like, he had a very mild reaction to the win because he's like, we still suck. It's our second
what's
win
the big deal here?
Like, I'm not going to sit here and celebrate this. And so then you get on the team plane, and the one of their edge rushers, Arden Key, like, got on the airplane intercom deal and was like, hey, y'all enjoy this. Don't listen to what Cam said. Y'all enjoy this. It's hard to win in this league, so enjoy it.
Okay.
And the reporter who works for 104, this is basically like Bobby being on the Cowboys team plane and then reporting something that he saw or heard on there.
Yeah.
And that's just a big no-no. So that dude's had to come out and apologize, and then he's no longer allowed on the team flights. So his travel.
I don't think you'd want to be on that flight. Like the dirty looks you'd be getting for years.
After doing something like that, no question, you'd probably just bow out of that anyway.
Because that's one of the few places they can be real in front of reporters. You're going to be up there for somewhere between an hour and 5 hours.
Right.
You know, so we need a little bit of grace here. And I might make a joke, and the fans aren't going to know that was a joke. Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder what type of protocol, like, do they? I mean, I guess if you're just a veteran reporter, you know this, but like how if there's some type of deal, like when you're granted access onto that plane, like, hey, whatever happens on this plane stays on this plane. This is like a Vegas situation. But he screwed that up. Then you had Bijan Robinson having to apologize as well after what he said on the Amazon Prime post game last night. Just talking loose.
Yeah, we've all kind of said that. Stick around at 5:30. I'll be playing that again, too.
Okay,
I found some better audio.
Okay, because I couldn't find any clear. Everybody was just like recording it from the TV.
Yeah, okay.
But he did the old smear the queer game, and like he just like dropped that line into the conversation.
I mean, nobody moved. Nobody said, "Oh, hey, they just all."
Yeah, they just kind of rolled with it.
Like in 2025, that's frowned upon, but as kids, admittedly, that is what we called the game.
Yeah, I guess some other people called it every man for himself or kill the carrier. But I think
we just called it tackle the man with a football.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah, we just kick it straight in, bro.
Yeah, it was a fun game to play on the soccer team, but one time the football players came over and they started playing with us, and that game wrapped up real quick.
We're good here.
I quit.
It's not that fun anymore.
2 bloody noses, a broken bone, and we're done.
I liked what our buddy Ian Hartitz put on Twitter. He says, growing up, we always called it, quote, smear the person with the football regardless of how they identify themselves in terms of gender or sexual orientation.
When did they grow up? Like, the Q word is, I thought, fairly
queer.
Neutral. Yeah.
Yeah, you can say queer.
Yeah. You can. Yeah.
That's the Q part on the LGBTQ.
Yeah, that's what they want. That's what they want, right?
I believe so.
That's what they want.
Jeez. That's what they want, right? Huh?
That's what they want.
Queer eye for the straight guy.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, you're right. That was a super popular show. We used the word queer.
It was the whole deal.
It does feel a little weird to say, but
no, yeah, I'm not sure. I still feel like, should we be saying this? But
no, you can say it's the Q part of LGBTQ.
Yeah. Exactly. Like it's in those letters. Like,
why is he apologizing then?
Well, because you know how it goes.
Yeah, you said smear the queer. Now you're talking about like attack the queer.
Now that's not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That part.
That's true.
I see. Yeah.
If he said cheers to the queers, everybody would be like,
cheers.
Yes.
With the
yes, queen.
All right, we'll close it down with an Eagles fan wellness check. All right, this is pretty hilarious. This obviously happened the night. This is Monday night, right? Eagles lose. Jalen Hurts played awful, and there was 1 million turnovers. And I guess this Eagles fan took to Facebook and had like some violent, maybe like I'm going to hurt myself kind of post.
Oh,
and so somebody somebody in his family or friends or whatever reached out to the local police to hey, go check on this guy. And this is the Ring doorbell footage of the policeman talking to the Eagles fan on a wellness check.
Yep. Hey, man, how's it going? Are you Jake? Yeah. Okay. Hey, so someone called in reference to your Facebook post.
The Eagles lost, man.
I know. So
I'm fine. The Eagles lost and the dogs are barking.
I got you. You don't plan on hurting yourself?
No. Jalen Hurts threw 3 turned the ball over 6 times, man.
That's right. Yeah. Okay. All right, man. I appreciate it. All right, take it easy.
You don't plan on hurting? No. Did you see the game? Yeah, I saw it.
That was the entire interaction. A 30-second job for the police officer knocking on the Eagles fan door. That is hilarious.
So is it all for show? Are any of them actually that mad, or do you think they're doing a contest to see who can go most viral?
Well, I do think that I don't think he was expecting in any way to have I think he was genuinely ranting on Facebook as one does when they're super ticked off, and he didn't think much of it. He was genuinely upset, and he probably got hyperbolic and about talking about things that he wanted to do to himself. But clearly, the interaction with the police officer, he's like, no, I'm Jalen Hurts threw 1 million interceptions. I'm freaking pissed right now. He's probably throwing TV remotes and breaking the TV screen and things like that. So
been there before.
Yeah, I mean that's the way it goes. It could be only a matter of time before we get one of these Ring cameras at Wolchuk's house after Dak Prescott has one of those types of games.
Well, I guess I really don't want any of them to off themselves, but it would be fascinating to see what kind of reaction we could get Sunday morning, or I guess Monday morning, Sunday night, if they do in fact lose to the Raiders. We got bold predictions and keys for Cowboys Vikings coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan.
Before Worth, I bring you good news today because the
Get your fresh Stars content with the #1 Stars podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. 321. Let's get this cleared up. He says, did Dawson just say he hopes Eagles fans kill themselves? That's wild. And no, I didn't. I said I hope none of them hurt themselves, but it would be interesting to see if the reactions can get any more crazy than they did after a Monday Night Football. If they lose to the Raiders, that might be an all-time crash out for Bird Turds fans up there in Philadelphia. Okay, I got some C-Note here for you. Cowboys news of the evening. We got bold predictions. We got keys to victory. Before we get there, let's go to Ed Werder's Twitter account. The quote from Clayton Adams, who spoke with reporters this week on the lack of run game efficiency. And if you missed the stat Chief had a couple of days ago, the Cowboys' run game efficiency in the last 3 weeks collapsed to 30th in the NFL. Jeez. So maybe that's due to the competition, or they just had a bad week. Clayton was asked about it, said there was not really any explosiveness to it. And I think that one of the things that we pinpointed after the Lions game was just finishing blocks. And the last 5% is what we've talked to the players about. So hopefully that is better. I don't think this Cowboys team has much of a chance of going anywhere if that trend continues, the run game. And, maybe it's an opportunity to reevaluate how you feel about not only Javonte Williams, but the offensive line and Clayton Adams here. And they got 4 games to go. We need to see this be as good as it was to start the year.
Yeah. I think this is going to be a huge sticking point for the rest of the season, like what's happened here, because since the bye week, and you had the pop-up, they actually, from a success rate standpoint, where you're just consistently getting the necessary yards to move the sticks, doesn't really account for the explosive nature of your rushing attack. The last time they had one that would make you proud was actually versus the Cardinals. But then it's just been in the 40, 29%, 23%, and then 33% versus Detroit. Like, that's been the trend here as of late since the bye. It's just like they're not getting the consistent, hey, on first down, you're going to go ahead and get 40% of the yards to go on first down. On second down, you're going to get 60% of the yards to go. And then on third down, you're going to get 100% of the yards to go. That's how you calculate the success rate, just keeping ahead of the sticks here. And they haven't been able to do that. And they were fortunate versus the Chiefs to have the big Malik Davis run, but in that game they were 23% success rate. Like, that's god awful. You need to be well above 40 for sure.
Yeah, I wonder if, Clayton Adams did catch the league off guard doing something different here than the Cowboys have been doing early in the year, and now the league has kind of figured it out, and it's going to be, I think the onus becomes on the talent of the team now to tip the scales back in your favor. But I won't rule out the possibility they have a tremendous amount of success here with the opponents left on the schedule. Okay, let's go to Tommy Yarch, DallasCowboys.com, keys to victory. Number 1, I believe Wolchuk was talking about this earlier, end Aaron Jones' hot streak against the Cowboys. He has averaged 122 yards per game and 2 touchdowns against the Cowboys on average in 3 regular season and a postseason game against the Cowboys. He's had their number and now comes to visit with a different team in the Vikings. Through 9 games this year, he's only rushed for 376 yards on 81 carries, so he's still getting over 4 a pop, and he's not even the main guy there. It's forget the guy's name. Mason?
Oh, Jordan Mason.
Yeah, Jordan Mason.
Yeah, who they got from San Francisco. And Aaron Jones got hurt, and Mason kind of was able to take over that spot, but it definitely is something fun too. When he shows up at AT&T Stadium, he turns into his best self.
Yeah, but this is something that we're excited about, having Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark and Osa. But as Detroit showed you, like, it's no guarantee. You still need to go out there and play super hard. And Osa, I think, is a vulnerability. You take Clowney off the field, and there's just too many holes still in that defensive line.
And the hope is Clowney comes back. I mean, the Cowboys now moved up to 20th in terms of rushing defense. I will say the Chiefs are at 7, the Lions are at 10. So you did just play 2 top 10 run defenses. So I hope that is more why, okay, you struggled really to run the football. The Vikings, the 22nd run defense. So you certainly, this should be a better chance to do better in that regard. But yeah, I like the matchups the Cowboys have inside versus the 3 of Minnesota. I mean, like I said, I like Donovan Jackson, but he's been banged up. I think he's going to be good to go. Christian Darrisaw, their left tackle, who Brian pointed out, doesn't quite look like the same version of himself. He's banged up and is questionable. So the hope is you're able to get after it where you couldn't against Denver. Maybe this is a good game for if you get Clowney back, Donovan Ezeraku, and then hopefully Quinnen Williams can dominate inside.
Yeah, I mean, it's no surprise that Quinnen Williams was not on the field when David Montgomery cranked out a 35-yard touchdown run on you.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I do want to be confident about the Cowboys. Obviously, I was very confident going into the Detroit game, but so many things shifted there, whether it was the middle of your defensive line, the lack of pass rush, the lack of protection for Dak. Like, these guys are going to bring it. The Minnesota defense blitzes a lot because they have to. It's not who they are fundamentally to be strong against the run or to win a lot of matchups one-on-one. So they bring the pressure, and how they handle that is going to be massive. Number 2 on Tommy's list here, Cowboys.com need to capitalize on turnover opportunities. Accuracy's been an issue for J.J. McCarthy. I think Chief gave us the stat early in the week. Brian's film study, he was just dumbfounded on how McCarthy's missing some of these throws. His minus 6.2% completion percentage over expectation is second worst in the NFL among quarterbacks with at least 200 dropbacks. It's hard to believe somebody's worse than that. His minus 106.4% win percentage added is the 4th worst among quarterbacks in the NFL. So the Cowboys will have their chances against J.J. McCarthy if they can make him uncomfortable. The good news is McCarthy has especially struggled against zone when facing it, completing just 57.5% of his passes for 5.8 yards per attempt, the lowest and 3rd lowest ranks in the NFL. And the Cowboys have used zone right now on 80.6% of their defensive snaps. Number 3, a key that we've been talking about throughout the day, continue to beat the blitz at a high level. Dak has consistently done a good job of getting the ball out quickly against the blitz. Thursday, he explained that a lot of it had to do with preparation during the week. 10 years of experience under his belt. Like, I don't even know why you blitz veteran quarterbacks who are Pro Bowl or All-Pro level. He's seen things very well. 3rd in the NFL in passing yards against the blitz. 2nd in completion percentage at 68.3 to go with just 9 touchdowns and 2 picks. Seriously, why do teams blitz veteran quarterbacks that are as good as Dak?
I mean, I think part of it is just teams are built from an identity standpoint defensively to kind of be that aggressive style, and so they just want to go ahead and be consistent with that. And if you don't feel like you can consistently get pressure with 4, then the quarterback's going to slice and dice you all game. I think with the blitzing, you can at least try and you're going to be more volatile, but can we create 1 or 2 big type of splash plays where, hey, maybe most of the game he's got us locked in, but like when you look at the Chiefs game, the first drive, they do the blitz and there's the interception. It's a quick touchdown to start the game for the Chiefs. Now the rest of the game, Dak was nails against it, but you're just kind of looking for a couple of big plays, and that could be the difference in the game.
Makes sense. Okay, we got 3 hours down and 2 to go. It's a Friday quitting time. Crack them if you got them at 877-881-1053. It's time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking here on 105.3 The Fan.
But I got to chat East Dallas Diesel. That's right. You know if you're in the market for a new truck or vehicle, East Dallas Diesel, the only place.
Racing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's Hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan on a What You Drinking, What You Thinking Friday. Broadus is out. We want to hear from you at 877-881-1053. The one opportunity of the week to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. That's right. Your phone calls welcome now here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, we're going to go around the broadcast position, tell y'all what we're drinking and thinking about, and then we'll get to your phone calls. Currently drinking a 20-ounce Diet Coke, second of the day, feeling pretty good, thinking the only way Diggs is going to get on the field for the Cowboys is if they take multiple injuries there. It just does not seem like they want to give him a shot, but enough of that. I'm also thinking that the morning news has a story up about the Hail Mary Drew Pearson touchdown ball this week. Did you guys see that story?
I did, yeah.
1975 in Minnesota, fourth quarter. There was one thing in particular I'd never heard about, I guess, or forgot about. Staubach to Pearson, scores, attempts to throw the ball into the stands, but he had such a good arm and the stadium was built so wonky, he threw it out of their old stadium.
That's right.
The Met, I think is what it was called. A guy named Cecil was walking out to his car at the time. The ball comes flying out of the stadium and gets wedged underneath his car, picks it up, throws it in the back, drives home, and tells his wife at the end of the game, like, yeah, I saw a football, and she's like, well, you didn't know? They scored at the end. He left the game. I don't know, maybe trying to beat traffic, Brian Broaddus style. She's like, that's the damn Hail Mary ball.
Wow.
So he died 6 years later. Guy bought it at auction. Last year, a Cowboys fan named Brian Adams bought it at another auction. Pretty significant piece of football history there. And something I didn't know about. So that's what I'm drinking. That's what I'm thinking as we get set to renew this rivalry. Cowboys, Vikings, Sunday Night Football. Chief, what are you drinking? What are you thinking?
I'm drinking some delicious coconut water right now, getting hydrated for what will hopefully be a fun weekend. And I'm thinking it would be a heck of a lot more fun if the college football playoff was happening within the next, 18 hours or whatever.
Yeah,
like
tonight.
This needs to, it needs to start tonight. We need the college football playoff to keep the momentum rolling. I'll be fired up next weekend. Do not get me wrong, and I'm sure the teams appreciate like that extra week to kind of get healthy and prepare. But gosh dang it, I want this college football playoff to get going.
That's one of the genius pieces of wisdom Joey McGuire sprinkled on us when he joined us yesterday. That guys, every other football league plays through Thanksgiving and in through December. Just don't take a break. We can get this thing wrapped up on January 1st. Have the national championship game. Portal opens the next day. Everybody wins.
They all want Army Navy to have their own day. I mean, that's what it comes down to. But he did like the idea of
September.
We just up it. We just start the season a little bit earlier. And I think that's probably the way that they need to do this thing to fit it all in. Or Army Navy could play tonight. And then you start the playoff on Saturday.
Like the sound of that.
Then you get your Friday night special. You get all the pageantry and everything. I mean, there's still a way that you could have them play on their own day. But I'm with you. Having to make a team wait 3+ weeks, you're losing all the momentum. And, I'm drinking water, but I want to carry on this thought. This is what I'm thinking here. Last year, you had all the 4 teams that got byes lose. If that happens again, I think that will be another topic later of the conversation here. Is there an issue with the playoff? You have teams now that get to play a game, and now you've got the rest versus rust conversation going on. Is that a negative now? You want the bye, you're automatically advancing, but does it hurt my team's chances because now I've got to wait 3+ weeks and the team I'm playing is coming off a game?
Instincts are all out of whack. After 3 or 4 weeks, your advantage of playing the previous week is massive.
Yep.
Yes, and I think the ultimate rest versus rust is actually going to go down on Sunday with old Phil Rivers.
Let's go.
Yes, it is. 5 years. Woo-hoo. That's enough rest, and he's going to have a lot of rust.
Can't wait. Let's bring all the legends back. Basketball used to have this Legends game on NBA All-Star Weekend where the old guys would get out there and play. It was always very interesting and kind of depressing at the same time. Let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander is thinking about something.
Shoot, what you talking about? I'm thinking about a whole lot, fam. I'm thinking the 40s. I'm getting washed in my 40s. I'm getting beat up.
You trying out that pill tonight?
I think no.
Did you get your hands on it, though?
No, not the one I wanted. They don't deliver to Texas. So it must be some heat.
Yeah, road trip. I'm about to say road trip, baby.
Yeah, they won't let it go to Texas. I'm drinking Replenish Zero from 7-Eleven.
Nice.
Yeah, those things. And I'm thinking, that it just sucks right now to be me right now, bro. But it's going to be okay. Because I'm going to suck it up and hold a good face and just die slowly on the inside like a real man. You know what I mean?
There you go.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
I'll drink to that.
I'm great, dog. Don't worry about it. I think I was getting trolled, too, at the hardware store. I'm going to buy a big, strong plunger. And the guy was giving me tips about how to use the plunger. He's like, hey, man, I got a real good tip for you. I'm an old plumber from back in the day. He said, you want to do it rapidly. 15 in succession, maybe 20 in succession rapidly. Then he did his hand like that rapidly. I was like, oh, this fool's trolling me. You got to do it like that. I was like,
his tongue out and everything.
This fool's trolling me.
I think I'm looking for a different kind of plunger.
This is what you got to do. Rapidly, real fast.
Well, there it is. That's what we're drinking and thinking. It's time to take your phone calls here at 877-881-1053. 214 says drinking Monster. Listening to my favorite radio station. Salute to you. All righty. 817 says, best show in a long time without Brian interrupting every 5 seconds and telling every guest that he was an NFL scout. Wow. Shots fired on Brian's birthday.
Happy birthday, Brian.
Love you, B.
Are you proud?
Think he's hammered right now?
Why do I think this is Wolchuk's number, by the way, on the text machine?
I'm at 214, but I might have a burner.
All right, where are we going first, Lucius?
Yeah, let's go to Tim in Carthage.
Yes.
Tim, what are you drinking? What are you thinking, sir?
Hey, guys, what you up to, man? It's been a great show today. And it was a great show last night, too. Brian, hey, happy birthday. But I'll get to Brian here in a minute because I know what he's going through. I want to start off by saying drinking a little lemonade with a little shot of something. And that's my way of saying the lemonade's a little hard and the something's a little harder. So we move on and we say, welcome back, Gavin, to the game train. That's the game train for the Cowboys. Last few weeks, you've been a little bit negative, but you're back on the train.
That's
just
right.
Like Bassick. He can say it all day long that he's walking away, but hell, they'll pull him back in. I've been watching that for 60 years. 1965 was the first year I watched the Cowboys. So me and Brian, we got something in common. Caps are in the mail, boys. Don't worry. And I expect every one of you to wear your Carthage gear next Friday when we go for number 11. And that includes jewelry, too, Zach and Eric.
I got you.
Yeah, all right. So, Brian, hang in there. I know what you're getting in the next few days, and I've been there and I bought the T-shirt, and it's not too fun. But I want everybody to have a wonderful holiday, and I wish you best of luck tonight, Gavin. I hope Abby wins. And, go Sunnyvale. And, hey, love you guys. With Belinda being gone, sometimes that's all I got. Go Dogs. Tim in Carthage.
There he goes, Tim in Carthage. Been a while since we heard you, brother.
Yeah.
It's great to hear your voice. And yes, Cowboys Gavin is riding. I'm back on that steed. That was a bit I did for several years. And I retired it in 2021 because I was just done. And the McCarthy era never got me back on, but Schotty has. And I think if the Cowboys can somehow get into the playoffs, they're as dangerous as anybody in the NFC, and it's been a long time since I felt that way. All righty. Where are we going next, Lucius?
We got Rodeo Ron, a.k.a. Uncle Ron. What are you drinking? What you thinking, bro?
Well, I'm drinking a little Jim Beam with a splash of sweet tea. I've got two things this week. First thing is this is how the Cowboys are going to have to win. The defense, they need to turn that pocket into a studio apartment with no exits. CD and Pickens, they need to catch everything thrown their way by Dak. And since Minnesota, they've been living in fraud investigation headlines, I want Dallas to deliver a clean audit, no freebies, no leaks, and no mercy. Let's go, Cowboys. And the second thing I have is the Brian Broaddus. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Broaddus. Happy birthday to you. Now, I know I'm no Marilyn Monroe, but hey, Broaddus, I got one question for you. It's your birthday, and you're not hanging out Rodeo Run, drinking Jim Beam, listen to 105.3 The Fan, then where the F you at, baby?
There he goes, Ron. Have yourself a
Ron?
fantastic weekend. Always good to hear from you. Bill from Crowley is drinking Natty Light, thinking if the Eagles hand the Cowboys the division, the Cowboys will shoot themselves in the foot.
It's possible.
Probably. Still got enough issues. More than you can shake a stick at. Drinking blonde Starbucks coffee, says the 214, waiting to fill the air in my tires.
Yeah, me too, bro.
Yeah, the temperature comes down. That warning light comes on.
Yeah, it was a little rough ride coming in today. I was like, oh, it's kind of bouncy over there and that right side over there.
You ain't kidding, man. Everything's falling apart.
You have no idea, bro.
I got the check engine light on.
Do ya?
Yeah.
I got a left headlight out.
I think it's
figured
permanent,
that out
man. I think that light's just a permanent issue. I'm effed.
Yeah, I'm trying my best to keep it together. Hey, Brennan and Dennison, what are you drinking? What are you thinking, sir?
I'm drinking a blue Gatorade Zero, trying to watch all the sugar intake.
There you go.
And then I am thinking that if we win against the Vikings, which is a pretty good shot, and then we take out the Chargers pretty handedly, we have a shot at winning the division because, let's face it, the Eagles are falling apart.
Yeah, I think you win out. I think they're going to be in the playoffs one way or another. I'd say that Chargers game. I don't know if I can pick the Cowboys to win that game.
No, that's going to be that's the one.
Good news is
that's the one left that you're thinking, ooh.
That's a home nooner.
It is.
You got the West Coast travel.
It is.
Okay.
The one thing you hope for.
If
bonus.
You got to hope that that gives you all the benefits you need.
I think the Chargers do struggle traveling east. And the Commanders, Giants, no way the Cowboys lose either of those games. I don't think Dak will ever lose to the Giants for the rest of his career.
The Commanders one makes me a little nervous. They'll play you tough, but you should take care of business. Just get past the Chargers and the Vikings.
Okay, at 877-881-1053. If you want to call in, tell us what you're drinking and thinking. We'd love to hear from you. Where are we going next, Lucian?
For the spicy Latinas.
Yeah. Shout out KNC. Getting a lot of airtime this week.
Hey, so Brian in Waco, what are you drinking? What are you thinking, sir?
Hey, what's up, guys? I am drinking a Dr. Pepper Strawberries and Cream Zero Sugar, my absolute favorite Dr. Pepper. I don't know if you guys have you guys tried the new Zero Sugars?
Yeah,
they're fantastic.
If they're out of Diet Coke, I tap into that, and I would agree. Yeah, the flavor's close.
Yeah, I can't taste much of a difference.
Yeah. As a type 2 diabetic, it was definitely a game changer for me. But I just wanted to call in and wish happy birthday to Brian Broaddus. I know he's getting up at there in age, and I'm sure his back's going out faster than the Eagles in the fourth quarter. But I love him to death. I love all you guys so much. I just wanted to really call and give you guys the flowers that you deserve, because I'm a 0.1%er of the fan. I've listened to almost 1,700 videos according to YouTube of y'all last year.
Nice.
So, yeah. I'm pretty well dedicated to y'all, but just really wanted to tell y'all that it's been a tough year for me, and y'all have been the one steady thing that has really helped me get through the tough days this year. And I just wanted to call and tell y'all how much I appreciate y'all and love y'all to death. And yeah, wish more and more for y'all every day. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Brian and Waco. And sorry about 2025, but I think 2026 might be your year, bro. So appreciate you calling and checking in here on what you're drinking and what you're thinking. 817's drinking a Brahms chocolate shake. He's in town from Indiana.
Yeah, it's my guy Anthony Pikarski.
Oh, is that right?
UNT Mean Green. Yeah. He used to do stuff with me at KNTU Radio there. Anthony's a great guy. Big time Tolo.
KUNT? Is that the name of is that their call signals?
It was KNTU. They switched it from KUNT for reasons you might imagine. But now I don't even know what the hell it is. It's no longer student run. It's a big shame. They got to change that there.
Where are we going next, Lucius? Oh, he's answered the phone. 682 drinking a Michelob Ultra, thinking I love this background music Lucius has going, and the Cowboys are going to win the division because the Eagles, maybe the Kegels. Just made up a new one on accident.
I like
Eagles. Falling apart.
The Kegels.
Let's go to Loco. Cowboy. What are you drinking? What you thinking?
Hey, guys.
What's up,
I'm starting off slow tonight. I'm drinking a drink with Sprite on the rocks with a double shot of Crown on top.
Sounds amazing.
Sounds like a promo.
But anyway, I do want to say happy birthday to Big Brian. And hey, buddy, you're a young man. I'll be 74 my next birthday, so live it up while you can. Fellas, one thing about the last game, to me, it just seemed like we gave up on the running attack and didn't run near enough. If I'm remembering correctly, it seemed like we just pass. And instead of trying to really establish the running game. And another thing, to Brian, I heard someone ask him the question the other day if he would trade our 2 number ones for, what is his name, Myles Garrett, the hot shot guy.
Yep.
And he said he didn't even take a breath. He just said yes. And then one of your other guys said, yeah, I would do the same thing. Wouldn't that almost be a tit for tat, other than the fact that Micah knew our defense inside and out? And I also thought that was a great trade when it happened because I didn't think we had a chance of going anywhere. But in retrospect, you know how that is. If we'd have had Micah all year, we'd be leading the division and headed into the playoffs strong as hell, the way I look at it, with that pass rush he could provide. Anyway, y'all have a blessed Christmas. Enjoy your show, and we'll talk to you later.
Hey, before you go, could you just give us a howdy, folks?
Howdy, folks. Welcome to the Dallas, Texas State Fair.
You are the man. Thank you so much, sir. Have a Merry Christmas to you as well.
Great set of pipes, a good memory on him as well. And, yeah, I think Myles Garrett's just a much better player than Micah Parsons.
I think Myles is just better than Micah for sure. You'd be upgrading there, but I get your point.
But it's a big move in for 2026 and maybe 2027. Yeah. And, I think it's high time. Hopefully Jerry and Steven are thinking the same kind of thing, that, dude, we need a pass rusher, linebacker, safety, corner, and then it's game on for 2026. What are you laughing about, Wolchuk?
Oh, nothing.
Okay.
Right cheek sneak.
Pass gas rusher. 785. Booze cruising, checking cattle up in Kansas.
Nice.
Wishing Brian a happy birthday. We're the same age. Would love to go clubbing with him.
That would be so great to just get like a vlog going of Brian clubbing. Oh, man. That would be amazing.
Booze cruising, checking on cattle sounds amazing, though.
Yeah.
It really does.
That's living the life.
Especially if you're driving over fields. It's one of the coolest things about hunting, just driving over land for miles. Where are we going next, Lucy?
Hey, Lone Ranger, what are you drinking? What are you thinking, sir?
What it do? Got a double X going right now. Yeah, and appreciate y'all. Love y'all. Hey, I'm thinking, you know midgets, right? You see, y'all know little people or whatever.
Yeah.
I went to an event, so I'm thinking they shouldn't try to take selfies, right? Because we went to the event, and she said, well, let's take a picture. And she had her phone and talking about, let's take a selfie. But her arm, because her arm was still up by her chest. So somebody else had it. So anyway, I appreciate y'all. Happy birthday. Yeah, I'm like, don't you ever ask to take a selfie no more. Because her arm wasn't long enough.
Jeez, bro.
That double X is hitting. Have yourself a great afternoon.
That's what he said. I'm coming in here to swing a home run. That was a grounder out. That was a grounder, bro. It was scooped up, got out of there.
I give his style a 10 out of 10.
Yeah. Yeah, I do like the delivery and everything.
Your comedy is a jar. Your comedy is a jar. All right, last one here.
Okay.
Steve-O, you're in the G-Back Nation. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, bro?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thank you for having me on.
Yeah.
I'm actually, I'm outdoor dashing right now, drinking Under Armour Flash IV Rapid Rehydration. Great.
Very nice.
And, I just wanted to take this opportunity to call in and wish Brian Broaddus a happy birthday. And if I could sing him a quick happy birthday song.
Sure.
All right. Happy birthday to Brian Broaddus, that big idiot. Did you know he was a scout? Thank you.
Thank
Wow.
you.
We're looking forward to a couple more bars there, but terrific job. Appreciate your creativity. Shots fired at Brian. Driving home, says the 214. I'm drinking water right now, but in about 20 minutes, I'll be having an old-fashioned made with Woodford Reserve.
Oh, Woodford's great. Love
It's
Woodford.
actually the 903. Says, what I'm thinking, I owe Wolchuk an apology. I texted something a few weeks ago. He should remember. You remember this guy?
No.
The one that called you the B word.
Okay, I appreciate that. Is that the one?
I think that was the
Okay.
one.
You should remember.
I get a lot of hate on here sometimes, so
You should remember.
and I forget a lot of things.
Crazy. Oh,
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Should remember. That's true.
What you drinking, what you thinking, brought to you by Jake Burgers, by the way, too. Great burger over there.
Yes,
Great
that is
burger.
right. I meant to ask Jake Berger the other day if he's been yet. Now that he's been here a year.
Oh, yes.
I figured when family's in town, you got him.
He'd be like, yeah, I interviewed with that radio show that you did, too. They asked me about Jake's Burgers, bro.
I was going to, and then I noticed how he was sitting. His midsection was protruding a little bit, and I didn't want to go down those waters.
You know what I ask you about? Had a brisket sandwich.
He had the confidence, though. He's repping one of those, like, skin tighties.
Yeah. He was. Yeah, I think that's how you rock it.
He's feeling
Own it.
sexy.
You're a pro athlete, dude. That's the ideal male physique. Especially as a first baseman.
Yeah, that's what you want.
Just adding to your style and your whole je ne sais quoi, if you will. I have no idea what that means, but it sounded right at the time.
Je ne sais quoi.
We got to run. Thanks to everybody for participating. Please be safe. No operating heavy machinery. That does include an automobile. And what you drinking, what you thinking, brought to you by our friends at Jake's Burgers. Every Friday at 5 o'clock here in the nation. We'll hit the expressway. Got the G-Bag of the Day and LA Live coming up next, fan.
Tolls, I want to tell you about my...
Welcome back. It's the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time to hit the expressway where we go commercial-free to the top. G-Bag of the day coming up in just a couple of minutes. And then L.A. Live with Lucius Alexander coming up here at 5:40, a Friday night edition. Hopefully everybody is staying safe and warm out there as we go into the weekend. Cowboys pregame show, 4 o'clock Sunday afternoon here on The Fan. Headline with Joseph Hoyt in the morning news. Cavante Turpin says he'll stop fair catch fakeouts, but Cowboys return issues run deeper. It's an interesting story. Is he suggesting that Cavante's doing that to try to make the coverage team think that he's fair caught when he actually hasn't got it above his shoulder? And maybe there's an officiating snag in there that's getting him caught up?
It could be. But, I mean, I think it's pretty evident if you're, using the fair catch motion that you're signaling for, like,
it's the general.
That's going to cause
idea.
a massive problem, right?
Yeah.
Like if it's just,
you can't be trying to skirt the rules like your Belichick back there.
I like it. I mean, I guess if you can get away with it, then more power to you. But no, you can't be doing that, Cavante. And honestly, you're a good enough returner to where you don't need to do that.
No, just get the ball in your hands and try to get north and south in a hurry. No clarity on Trayvon Diggs right now. We asked Stephen Jones. He joined us back there at 3 o'clock if you want to go back and listen with YouTube or the Odyssey app. I asked him, are you 100% sure that Trayvon will be activated? Because his window to return, there's a 21-day practice window, and if they're not activated inside that window and it expires, then they are just done for the year. So that date for Trayvon is going to be next Sunday, 9 days from now. Are you 100% sure that he will return? And he said, yeah, but he kind of said it him and Han, didn't he? Like, I think I bought him at about 60% on that answer.
Yeah. He's like, well, we'll find out tomorrow. I know they like to keep some of this stuff close to the vest a little bit, but But I got no guarantees that he's going to be out there.
I mean, I think at this point it's a numbers game, like him and Butler. I don't know where their roster numbers crunch is. Maybe if Brian was here, he could talk about like who's the 46th or the 53rd guy that we're considering here. But you have a lot of football to go. You got 4 games in the regular season, and if things go your way, potentially another 4 games in the playoffs. That's a half season's worth of football, and you're one injury away from looking back at undrafted guys, being pressed into starting duty, and that was a complete disaster with some of the guys they were having to play. Zion Childress, Triquez Bridges. These guys are to me like CFL or spring league level guys that you're having to start. I don't want to avoid that as much as possible, but they might have other things in order. And I guess if this is part of Schotty setting his culture, like you got to be all in or you don't belong here, that part of it I would support in a big way. And I'm a big Schotty believer. Guyton's out. Ferguson going in a good direction. Clowney game time decision. Mavs are going to take on the Nets tonight at 7:30. The Mavericks are a 7.5 point favorite. So winners of 4 of 5 and healthy now. Things are heading in that direction for the Mavs. I guess if they don't trade away their veterans, I would expect this team to make a run at least to being a play-in team at this point. Let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Yeah. All right, G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. I tell you, I was just walking to the bathroom while the gentleman was doing his little updates right there, and I was thinking to myself, my 20s were great. Yeah, 30s, I was on fire. What a run. What a run. Amazing run. 40s is going straight to the trash right now.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
It's an adjustment decade.
It is slipping down the hill. Get it back in gear. I'm trying to find the gear. I just can't do it.
Yeah. You can sense your mortality. You're not as fast or strong. It's an entire transition.
I'm just talking about everything else around me sucks.
I'm about to say goodbye.
I feel good.
You feel good, but everything else around you sucks.
Everything else around me is sucking.
Well, you're doing better than I am.
All right, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P this weekend if there's anything you think I should be playing. I don't want to miss it, man. We help each other out. This is a community thing, all right? Or G-Bag Nation on Twitter. You can find all of our handles right there in the bio, okay? Our winner and champ is Zach Wolchuk. He slipped out. I think that was Tuesday night, maybe Monday night. Monday. Disappeared.
It's a Monday, Friday.
And he came back a little goofy. I don't know what was he doing, man. I don't know what happened.
Buffalo's got some sex appeal, don't they?
They miss tackles at the highest rate in football.
You're telling me Drake May, possible MVP, that guy's not sexy to you?
No,
he's sexy to you.
He's got it going.
You don't think Pat Surtain is sexy?
What got into you, Wolf?
I don't know. I just had a little. I just took some more espresso.
The espresso.
That would make sense. Machine is doing it for me, guys. I am
playoff football. It just brings it out of my guy.
And the Eagles are about to get their bums kicked tonight.
Wow. The Eagles about to get their bums licked tonight is crazy.
Is that some Delta 8 espresso? Is that a button that I haven't seen quite yet?
No, it's not Delta 8 espresso. It's just that triple espresso. But you know what?
Goat weed.
It's just that feel good. That feel good juice.
Got some ginseng in there. What was waking up?
Hello.
Hey. All right, let's go to the NFL. Atlanta Falcons running back Bijan Robinson, Texas. Refers to that backyard game we all used to play.
Yeah.
It's cool playing with Kirk, man. Like, this man's a GOAT.
No, you had a play where they threw it to you in the Bijan. They threw it to you in the backfield. You made the first one miss, dead leg 3 people. You know what I'm saying? Oh, this boy threw up in the backyard.
Hey, spirit queer. That's what we do.
That's what we do. That's what we do.
So, shout out to that game, by the way. It let me know I should go nowhere near a football field.
Yeah.
You get that ball. And,
yeah.
I mean, shout out to the guy Chris Schilling, and he was the guy who could dominate us, and it was just we couldn't get him.
Too fast.
Everybody's got a smear the guy competitor. You're like, dude, too fast, too strong, stiff arms.
He's the top. You're the bottom.
Bloody noses.
Every game I watch, even basketball, I'm just looking and I watch these guys make a move, and I'm saying that would have tore me up right there. Yeah, that's an ACL. Boom, right there. That's an MCL for me.
Pulled a groin there.
Yeah, that's everything.
Oh, there's a back.
Just a shake, a juke. And I'm like, that would have tore my knee up right there. I would have been out.
Yeah. I played a flag football game about 5 or 6 years ago, and it felt like every muscle in my lower half was coming off the bone for about 2 weeks. Do not do that again.
Yeah, the groins, bro.
Yes,
the groins are bad.
It felt like I'd pulled my butt cheeks apart.
My bull cheeks.
Oh no!
Huh? Yeah.
Wait a second.
Like the muscles on the very inside of your butt. Right, right as the cheeks come together.
Yeah.
I pulled those. Like muscles I didn't even know were there.
You saying you tore your crack?
Yes, I pulled my crack. That's what it is. Thank you, Wolchuk. You got me home there.
That's a Dwight Howard injury.
I pulled my butt crack.
Suck it up.
He was on the IR for that, right?
Yeah, he was. He was
on the IR. Cheeks busted. That's what it said right there. Cheeks was busted. Atlanta Falcons fan right here crashed out on the head coach during halftime.
Oh, no.
Now, the head coach of the Falcons went over there and talked to the broadcasting crew pregame. Gave a little kiss on the cheek,
Okay.
And then they played that clip during halftime. And my man thought the coach was over there during halftime. And you're supposed to be like, get the squad hyped up.
This is why we 4-9. It's halftime. And look what I got head coach out here doing. Look what this here doing. Kissing on the cheek. Get your ass to the locker room. That's why we 4-9. Look at this bullshit. Look at this. That's why we 4-9.
I haven't seen the clip.
He goes and kisses Andrew Whitworth on the head.
Yeah.
But that is so funny. It's pregame. He does that. He thinks it's halftime. Look at what our guy's doing. Get your ass to the locker room.
4-9.
That's good. That might beat me.
That's classic.
I don't know, man. You talking about just opening your cheeks? That's crazy.
That's crazy.
I'm still in shock, low key.
Hey, go try to play flag football. Good hour and a half, 2 hours. Tell me you don't feel like you pulled your butt crack.
That is crazy, bro.
That is nuts. 469 said, unfortunately, it sounds like too much tush push. Oh, man.
Yeah, when you're a kid, you're running around playing constantly. All these muscles stay ready.
Yeah.
You let them go dormant for 5-6 years.
You let that crack go dormant on you. Loose beehole.
Yeah.
That's a you problem, bro.
That's an in-usage thing. You don't use it, it atrophies.
There's only one muscle that matters at this age. Go ask Chiafala's grandpa.
It's true.
Yeah.
Just make sure that one's working.
Keep that one working.
Am I okay?
Just chewing them joints. All right, for this next clip, parental advisory, please. Parental advisory. We got Coach JB from Last Chance U. He's a toxic individual. He's going at Joe Burrow.
Oh, God.
Joe Burrow just said, I'm just not feeling good right now, man. Things aren't going my way. It's just not nice.
Not having any fun.
I'm not having any fun. I'm feeling bad. Coach JB did not like that.
He f***ing mentioned that he's been through a lot. I know your daddy, homie. Stop. No, you f***ing haven't. Your daddy's coddled you your whole f***ing life. You went from f***ing Ohio State to f***ing LSU and won a national championship. Year 2 in the NFL, you were played for a f***ing Super Bowl. Miss me with the soft ass cry me a river victim ass. You play the NFL. 1% of the world gets to do what you do. You mother the ungrateful. You sound like you're in a 5150 house, homie, mentally going through it.
5150.
Did you have any mother want your job, you soft weirdo? I've lost all
wow.
desire to ever watch you play football again, Joe Burrow. After anointing you one of the best ball spinners in football, I've lost all desire to ever watch your ass play again.
Yeah, he loves that PA word. Yeah. Pusillanimous with the A behind it. Yeah. Oh, he loves that.
It does hit.
It does hit. It does hit pretty well there.
I guess he's not at the forefront of mental health awareness in sports.
Absolutely not.
Kind of missed the lesson from a month or so ago. Yeah. But Joe Burrow is putting off like goth guy type of energy. So you do have to wonder, maybe it's mental health. Maybe he's just beat down from the fact that he's on the worst organization.
Yeah, that part.
Yeah, that could do it. And I mean, to say he hasn't dealt with anything, he did have to come back from a torn ACL, MCL, PCL. He tore a wrist ligament he had to have surgery for. Turf toe required surgery. I mean,
somebody ran up in his crib.
Yeah, somebody robbed him. I mean, it's not like the guy hasn't had to deal through any adversity. Like, sure, he's been coddled and he probably had a great childhood, but that doesn't mean your NFL career has been just roses.
No, he should do the man thing of not admitting his feelings so much, though.
Yeah, you can't.
Yeah,
you can't. Don't tell your girl either. Don't ever tell your girl about you feeling sad or something. Oh my God!
They'll use that against you forever. Oh, you're tired?
Girl, you was sad. She's gonna kill you, bro. Let me see. Do I got any more? Yeah, I got a few more, but I guess I'll play this one. It's not really one. But it's all right. Adult softball game right here. The pitcher and catcher relationship is what the highlight is in this situation. The catcher is just totally crashing out on the pitcher. Pitcher's getting himself rocked.
I'm not a catcher helping us.
Shut up!
That shut up is the catcher. All right, just letting you know.
I'm not a catcher helping us.
Shut up! It was out. No, it wasn't. It was out.
Right on the outside corner. Don't tell him not to swing.
Mark, how about you mind your P's and Q's and pitch?
Go ahead.
Go back.
Mind your P's and Q's and pitch. Just a little bit outside there.
Right on the outside corner. Don't tell him not to swing.
Mark, how about you mind your P's and Q's and pitch?
Pitch, Mark.
He realized between P's and Q's he intended to say something else.
Yeah.
I'll just go with it.
Yeah.
I like playing catcher. I just couldn't get in that squat for long.
Oh, I can see why.
Catcher, right?
Yeah,
bad
it's
glutes.
tough. That's grueling on your body.
But it's like the only spot on defense other than pitcher that you feel involved in the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, otherwise you're kind of just waiting. Standing and waiting.
Like, I remember my parents telling me one time I was 10 or 11 years old playing third base. I hadn't seen a ball in a couple of innings. They're like, you sure do pick your butt a lot out there in the infield. I'm like, I'm bored as hell.
It's been a hell of a segment.
Yeah. There's a whole lot going on with Dawson's cheeks, fam.
Now we just have pitchers and catchers.
The espresso got into me,
you, bro?
You know what I'm saying?
I'm telling you, man, it's good stuff.
I'm not going to that machine y'all going to.
Is it Wolchuk, our three-time champ? He's looking for 4. Is it Bijan Robinson? Is it the Falcons player crashing out on the coach? Or the Falcons, what is this, an influencer crashing out about the coach kissing Whitworth there at halftime? Coach JB on Joe Burrow. Or the adult softball pitcher and catcher relationship. I think I'm actually going to go with Coach JB on Joe Burrow. That was pretty funny to me. How about you, Wolchuk?
I'm going to go with the Falcons fan.
Give me the champ. We're tied at 1, Lucius.
Yeah, me too. Give me the champ.
By a score of 2-1-1, and still your G-Bag of the Day champion. It is Zach Wolchuk. Time to stay in the Pimp Cup where Lucius has LA Live.
All right, man, it's a Feel Good Friday. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares.
Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance with some of everything. Everybody get high.
Hi from Spanish Plaza. And Lynn, the excitement building over there?
Yes, it is, Terry, and I'm in my mask, rather.
You got nothing to do. Watch us after the game.
We're working harder for you.
Joyce Evans for the Channel 6 10 o'clock news. We getting out of this joint.
That's right. We show up. It's a Friday. We getting out of here, baby. Be safe on these roads. So, this is LA Live for Friday, December 12th, 2025. It is a feel-good Friday here in LA Live. We made it, people. Another historic week of 2025 in the books in so many ways. So many ways, y'all. Now, let's avoid the crash house, please. Enjoy this weekend safely, okay? Avoid the law dogs. Mind your speeds. Don't drink and drive. Keep your emotions in check. I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV or DFW Scanner this weekend. And stay away from that gunplay, all right? The jukes is up out here. Stay away from that gunplay, man. It ain't worth it. Those emotions, they get you to crash out. They'll lie to you every time, all right? All right, don't crash out, fam. Like this lady right here. Eric sent me this a while back. I didn't know what to do with it until I got another piece of audio that's kind of like opposite of it. So I said, now I can play it.
There you go.
There's a lady at a sandwich shop. She goes sicko mode on the sandwich artist because she couldn't taste the cheese in her sandwich. She ordered some cheese, and I can't taste the cheese. So she went in there and gave him a hard time about it. Coming to find out, there was actually cheese on her damn sandwich, bro. Cheese on the sandwich.
I actually pulled in somebody else's driveway, opened up the food. Well, if you screw up on it, she asked me if I wanted cheese. I said,
not saying who made your sandwich.
What?
I made it. But she already ate it.
You asked me, remember you asked if I wanted pepper jack cheese. And then you were busy making somebody else's sandwich.
First of all, if you're in an argument in a restaurant and you're talking to the people that are working there and you say, hey, remember I told you, then you said, and we said, and then
it's done.
You come on, fam. Remember I said, oh, no, fam. No.
And then I said, is my sandwich even done yet? And then she reached over and took some ham.
Ma'am, there is cheese on it. There is cheese under the ham.
There's no cheese under that ham.
There's cheese under the ham. There's cheese under the ham. Exactly. There's cheese right there.
Okay.
It just still tasted funny, but if there's cheese, then that's all I'm complaining about. So, it just didn't taste like it. You know, like I said.
Can't do it, bro. Can't do it.
Oh my God! I can't believe I've been such
a wow. Now I got to keep explaining why I did this instead of just saying, "My bad."
I just didn't taste the cheese.
You know,
my goodness.
It's the worst. You were distracted. You were making two sandwiches at the same time. And then I get this to me all the time. I just get this sandwich all the time. So I know what something does. So, but I happen to be almost all the way home, and I just started taking 2 bites out. I'm starving. But okay.
Just can't say sorry, bro.
Almost home, circled all the way back for the cheese. That was there the whole time.
Jeez. The only saving grace here is I learned that people that can't be tolerant of somebody else's mistakes, they're equally as tough on themselves as they are to the outside world.
You might be right. I can see that. I can smoke a bag of that right there.
She would have been whooping her own ass for not putting cheese on that thing, huh?
Yeah, like they don't forgive themselves. They don't forgive anything about life. So they're constantly coming after you. Like if someone's really considerate, like, oh, it's cool, man, then they're probably living a better life than the people who are, jumping down your throat.
Yeah, this lady here.
I think I screwed that up, but
I get what you're saying. Yeah. It just hit. Now, that lady right there, she had cheese on her sandwich. Couldn't taste it, but I got another fight over cheese right here.
Oh.
Do you like dry hamburgers or cheeseburgers? I said dry. I'm sorry. That was loaded, right?
Yeah.
Dry burger. I'm sorry. That's really loaded.
No, I'm never ordering a hamburger. It's always a cheeseburger.
Right. That's what I thought.
Always, bro.
Always.
And that changed at some point. Like 20 years ago, there were actually a lot of people that would prefer a regular hamburger. But now it's all cheeseburgers. Every burger's got cheese on it.
Gotta be cheeseburger, man.
Yeah.
Well, this kid got cheese on his burger and was upset about that at Wendy's.
Yo,
not eating it. It got cheese on it.
Why do you think put cheese on your cheeseburger?
Because I asked for a hamburger, not a cheeseburger.
You asked for
Keep on putting cheese on my hamburger. Keep on putting cheese on my hamburger.
I want it.
It got cheese on it.
I want it.
They put cheese on my hamburger.
What is wrong with him?
Doesn't like cheese.
Doesn't like his cheese.
They put cheese on my hamburger.
Maybe he's lactose intolerant.
Some of that bad fast food cheese isn't very good anyway, gives it a weird funky flavor.
Kid sound like a kid from the Boondocks right there.
I don't want the cheese on it.
Yeah, it sounds like the Boondocks.
I got a hamburger. I want it.
It got cheese on it.
I want it.
They put cheese on my hamburger.
Cheese. All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan. Here's a weekend warning, folks. Don't crash out.
This weekend safety briefing. Do not add to the population. Do not subtract from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper, or jail. If you do end up in jail, establish settlement quickly.
LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Oh, there's another little warning I found from a meth head. Oh, meth head gave a warning, too. I might start playing this every once in a while for all you recreationals out there. All you recreationals, that stuff is being stepped on. It's not what you think it is anymore. There's a meth head.
I'm just trying to make sure you're all right out here.
Are you ready to sell your ass to hobos?
Nah, but I'm gonna need you to leave.
Stay the away from fent, meth, molly, crack, and what did I miss? Heroin.
All right. Stay away from those things out there.
That's sound wisdom.
Yeah.
She knows from experience.
Yeah. Hey, I want you to Google this for me, Eric.
Yep.
Kate Beckinsale.
Okay.
She says her daughter's boyfriend laid eggs.
What?
Real life eggs.
Oh, my gosh.
This has been sitting in the folder for a second. I'm just trying to empty out the folder right here. But yeah, this has been in the folder for a second. I need to know if there's a follow-up to this story, a real follow-up to this story. While you're looking for that, let me let people know that authorities have officially ended the search for Frank Matthews, the 1970s notorious New York kingpin, balling like I'm Frank Matthews. Matthews allegedly made $60 million on the streets, more than that probably. Then he vanished the night before his trial in 1973. He took $20 million in cash with him and is never heard from again. The authorities said, all right, we'll stop looking for Frank Matthews. Wow, what? What? We just stopped looking for the man. You're no longer wanted, fam. We gave up. Unbelievable. And a legendary Harlem drug dealer.